I had awakened the greatest EX level talent in history, but everyone around me laughed at me. They said I was a piece of trash, because my talent is death copy. Every time I die, I can copy the talent of the person who killed me, but what's the point of copying them when you're dead? Until I got a mysterious diary. When I opened the first page, I was shocked and speechless. Sumu, I'm you after 10 years. If you read this, it means the human race has been destroyed. At first, I thought it was a prank, until my life story gradually appeared on it, and my wish to become the 8th saint of the human race. However, the words that followed struck me like a thunderbolt. My future self wrote a sentence in blood. After my talent awakens, you must let Shinbin kill you at the first opportunity, because his talent is the SSS grade death recall. After death, you can go back 12 hours. Sumu's head exploded. If he dies at the hands of Shinbin, he'll be able to copy his death recall. Then Sumu would be able to duplicate his talent infinitely, and become the strongest man in history. The most useless EX level talent will become the strongest EX level talent. Of course, this is only the first step. The second step is to copy the talent and kill Shenbin before his awakening. Otherwise, Shenbin will defect to the human race 8 years later. Then he will lead 100,000 foreigners to break through the human battlefield defense line, resulting in the demise of the human race. Looking at the things written in the diary, Sumu's fists gradually tightened. The traitor of the human race must be eliminated. The next day before the talent test, Sumu secretly used the cell phone of Fongling, the school's flower girl. He sent a message to Chin-bin. He told him to wait for her in the grove behind the school after awakening his talent. Then he began to awaken his talent. Along with the shrill sound of the tester, a message appeared in Sumu's mind. EX level talent, copy after death. Able to copy the other person's talent after death. Along with the increase in strength, the range of copying can also continue to increase. The simple introduction caused Sumu's breath to catch in his throat. It's really an EX level talent. Of course, this talent is just trash now, but it will be different soon. After the talent was awakened, Sumu arrived at a hidden grove at the back of the school. Chenbin was standing in the grove with a smug look on his face. Sumu, why are you here? Sumu didn't answer Chenbin's question. Instead, he asked Chenbin, the talent you awakened is the 12-hour death reset, right? Hearing that Sumu had accurately stated his talent, Chenbin's expression was shocked. How did you know that? After receiving Chenbin's affirmative answer, Sumu's heart that was hanging in the air was put down. He stared at Chenbin. I also know. The reason you transferred to our school is because you killed a classmate before, although with the help of your family, you escaped the sanction of the martial law. But do you think you can really be safe? Chenbin's eyes became red all of a sudden. He grabbed Sumu by his collar. You won't be able to escape. I'll expose your crimes to the martial law court, including your talent. At that time, you'll be scorned by everyone. You seek death. Chenbin looked at Sumu with a clear face. Seeing that the time was right, Sumu passed the fruit knife to Chenbin's hand. You're nothing but a clown who can only run away. Without your family, you're nothing. Without your family, you're nothing. Fongling will never be able to look down on you. Hearing these words, Chenbin finally lost control of himself. The next second the white knife went in and the red knife came out. The intense pain caused Sumu's consciousness to gradually dissipate. Waking up again, Sumu found himself lying in the bedroom of his home. A message appeared in his mind. Successfully copied the SSS grade talent, Death Recall. Every time he dies, he can rewind to 12 hours ago. However, every time you go back to the past, there will be a certain amount of loss of spiritual energy. If the spiritual power is not strong enough, too many times back to the past, it will easily cause a mental breakdown. Sumu glanced at the time. Sure enough, it worked. The next step is to get rid of this traitor. According to the diary, he went to the contact point of the human traitor organization, the pagan worshippers. He gave them an assassination order. He told them to kill Chenbin tonight. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. His future self is really good at tricks, letting the foreigners eat each other's dogs. The next day, the schoolyard was still the same as last time. Everyone was waiting in line for their talent awakening. The only difference was that there was no Chenbin with dyed blonde hair today. Soon it was Sumu's turn to awaken. When Sumu put his hand on the instrument, the next moment, two messages appeared in his mind. EX level talent reproduction after death. SSS level talent death recall for 12 hours. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. It really worked. After returning home, Sumu took out his diary from under his bed. As he expected, after he successfully awakened two talents, The next page of the diary could be turned again. To Sumu's surprise, on the next page of the diary, there was a small notch. Inside the notch lay a black bug the size of a fingernail cap. Sumu looked at the words on the diary. Congratulations to you, the person I was 10 years ago. When you read this sentence, it means that you've completed all the previous plans. Now you should have 2 kinds of talents in your body, and you no longer have any worries. The next most important thing, you must get into Ryukai Budo University. Seeing another must appearing, Sumu was already used to it. He continued to look down. He wanted to know what the hell this bug was. I'm sure you've seen the bug I've put on this page. This is the intelligent bug race. Each and every one of them will awaken. The Book of Wisdom is the same SSS grade gift. The Book of Wisdom contains the accumulated memories of the wisdom bugs. This wisdom bug was acquired by the human race only after losing countless powerful people. In addition, I've modified his Book of Wisdom talent and placed some restrictions on it. I've set up some information that can only be known by those who have reached a certain level of power. I deleted all memories of the battle between the human race and the 10,000 races in the next 10 years. Some things can only be changed if you don't know them. I'm sure you'll like the changes I've made. After reading the words in the diary, Sumu squeezed the bug in his hand. On the outside, the wisdom bug looks just like an ordinary bug. Sumu directly pinched the wisdom worm. He pressed the giant crocodile in the front part of the bug onto his skin. It seems to be due to its training. The wisdom bug directly bit into Sumu's skin. A tingling sensation came from the wound. As time passed, Sumu gradually lost consciousness in this feeling. When he opened his eyes again, I only felt a splitting headache. In his hand, he was still holding the wisdom bug that had just bitten him, and a piece of information smoothly appeared in his mind. SSS grade talent, Book of Wisdom. It has the ability to identify and analyze, store and search, optimize and simplify. You can store all your memories in the Book of Wisdom, and pass it on to the next generation through the power of the bloodline. That is, after this piece of information appeared, Sumu's brain, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Super Brain Deep Blue, at your service. Hearing that mechanical voice, Sumu frowned. Could this be his transformation? What's your ability? Deep Blue is born from the SSS grade gift, the Book of Wisdom. At the same time, it possesses the memories of the wisdom-heavy race for countless years, as well as countless human data stored in the Book of Wisdom. I can help you use the Book of Wisdom. I'll briefly introduce you to my abilities: identification and analysis, optimization and simplification, interface display. A series of introductions appeared. Sumu's mouth was so open that it was about to turn white. This Deep Blue was actually the golden finger system that he had seen in his novels. His future self had turned the Book of Wisdom into a system. While shocked, Sumu was also more and more curious about his future self. What kind of role will his future self play in the future? And what kind of magical abilities he possessed? But as his future self said, he really liked his transformation. A light blue interface appeared in front of Sumu's eyes. This is the character panel that Deep Blue generated for him based on his body data. Name, Sumu. Blood value, 0.72. Body alchemy, none. Breathing technique, none. Martial arts, none. Talents, EX ranked copy after death. SSS ranked death recall. SSS ranked Book of Wisdom. Deep Blue was searching for the right body alchemy and breathing technique for me. Ding. Searching for you now. Ding. After searching, the most suitable body refining techniques for you are Universal Body Refining Technique and Innate Breathing Technique, 10,000 Races Body Refining Technique, a supreme body refining technique that came from a strong person of the human race, based on the cultivation methods of the 10,000 races. Innate Fetal Breath Technique, it's a supreme breathing technique created by a strong man of the 10,000 races. Long-term practice not only enhances enlightenment, combined with body refining techniques and martial arts, it can also greatly improve your martial arts level. According to Deep Blue's analysis of your body data, it is recommended that you first cultivate the Great Ape Clan, Golden Rock Clan and Vidra Bull Clan of the 10,000 Clans body refining technique. Sumu couldn't help but let out a gasp. Awesome. Afterwards, he started practicing the innate fetal breath technique and the 10,000 races physical refinement technique. With the help of Deep Blue, he successfully mastered this powerful breathing technique. Just the first time he breathed in the birth breath technique, Sumu could feel his head clearing up. The practice of the 10,000 races body refining technique was not as simple as that. After practicing the 3 body refining techniques for the first time, Sumu was already lying on the ground breathing heavily. Lying on the ground, he recovered his strength. After an hour, Sumu gradually recovered. Then he opened the information panel. Name, Sumu. Blood value, 4. 13. Unqualified martial arts disciple. Body refining technique, 10,000 races body refining technique. Breathing technique, innate fetal breath technique. Just by practicing the 10,000 races body refining technique once, Sumu's chi and blood value went from 0.72. It instantly rose to 4.13. Although it may be because it was the first time he practiced, the increase was relatively large, but it was enough to prove the power of the 10,000 clans body refining technique. The next day, Sumu had his first chi and blood test. The teacher leading the team said as he walked, "Only those with a chi and blood value of 20 or more will be able to reach the undergraduate level and enter the second university of martial arts. Only those with a chi and blood value of 40 or more. Only then can they reach the minimum admission score of the first martial arts university. Only those with a blood value of 70 or more will be accepted into a top university. So don't slack off. You still have a long way to go." As the students in front of him started testing, Sumu was surprised to find that as long as he watched someone carefully, a light blue character interface would also be generated next to him. He happily watched as the body data of the students walking around in the testing hall. Only a few of them had blood values over 0.8. The only one with the highest is only 0.91. It was Fong Ling, the class flower of their class. I wonder how the teacher would react if she knew that his chi and blood value was 4.13. I was just thinking. The door of the training center was suddenly opened. In the next moment, more than 20 people dressed in night people's clothes quickly surrounded the entire training center. It's the Nightwalkers, the human rear enforcement officers. But why did the Nightwalkers appear in the training center? Sumu frowned slightly. In his heart, he had a vague feeling of uneasiness. At this moment, a ponytailed woman wearing the clothes of a Nightwalker walked into the training center. Sumu looked at the ponytailed woman in front of him. The next moment, the ponytailed woman's character panel appeared in front of his eyes. Name, unknown. Blood value, 35482. 57. Middle third realm martial artist. More than 30,000 blood value. This was the strongest person Sumu had ever seen since he was a child. I wish I could marry this woman as my wife. Lai Shangdong sighed beside Sumu. Sumu looked at him and laughed. You want to marry her? If you two have a fight, she'll beat the shit out of you. When Xiangdong Lai heard that, his asshole tightened up. At this time, that ponytailed woman finally spoke. I'm Xia Ru, the leader of the first team of the 3rd security zone. We suspect that there's a seriously injured heretic on the loose among you, so I hope you will cooperate with us in the arrest. Xia Ru's words caused everyone in the training ground to become a little frightened and uneasy. There isn't a single person in the back of the human race who doesn't know what these 3 words represent. They are the nightmare of the human race. They are the vipers hiding in the back of the human race, seemingly sensing the emotions of the people in the room. Xia Ru pacified. Don't worry, we'll do our best to protect you. Now, please leave the training center in order. One by one, don't mess up, so as not to give the pagans a chance to take advantage of the situation. After hearing Xia Ru's words, the students lined up one by one, ready to be inspected and leave the training center. When the line was about to reach Sumu, not far away, Xia Ru's face suddenly changed abruptly, accompanied by Xia Ru's loud shout. Sumu immediately felt a wetness on his face, the one who had just come to his ear to speak. Lai Shangdong violently spat out a mouthful of blood. In Sumu's line of sight, Shangdong Li's chest, the tip of a black battle blade pierced through his chest. His face, which was still smiling at the last moment, turned pale all of a sudden. Behind Shangdong Li, a middle-aged man with a thin, scarred body revealed a hideous smile. He pulled the black blade out of Li Shangdong's chest. Then he put the blade on Fong Ling's neck. The sudden scene. All the students around him screamed in shock. They quickly moved away from the direction of the middle-aged man with the sword scar. Li Fong, let her go. By then, Xia Ru had already rushed to the scarred man, looking at him coldly. While the middle-aged man and Xia Ru were confronting each other, Sumu was staring at Shangdong's body, the brother who was joking with him just a moment ago. In the next second, he's already a cold body. Don't worry, you won't die. Sumu let out a long breath. His eyes fell on Scarface, who was not far away. At this moment, the middle-aged man with a scar is slowly walking towards the entrance of the training center. Sumu quickly rushed in the direction of Scarface. The scarred middle-aged man's entire attention was focused on Xia Ming. He didn't realize that a student was rushing in his direction. When Sumu arrived in front of him, he reacted slowly. Just as Sumu was about to hit him, The battle blade in his hand slashed through Sumu's neck. Blood splashed directly onto Fongling's pretty face. Sumu's throat was cut, but he didn't stop. Instead, he slammed into Scarface. He slammed into Scarface and knocked him to the ground. Before he lost consciousness, numerous cries of alarm rang out, and Sumu's eyes gradually went black. Ding! You have been killed by Li Feng. Duplication successful. Congratulations on obtaining the talent reformation. Grade A talent, facelift. Facelift, changing one's appearance, body shape, breath and chi and blood fluctuations, along with a piece of information pouring into the middle of his mind. Sumu sat up violently from the bed. Phew! 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 Dying once again. Sumu wiped the cold sweat rising from his forehead. Picking up the alarm clock, he took a look. Time had now returned to the 12 hours before the chi blood test. At this time, Sumu didn't even visit the martyrs' cemetery. How should I stop that guy and save old Li? Sumu frowned slightly. He kept remembering a sentence inside the diary. There are some things that can only be changed by not knowing. This sentence was left to him by his future self. It was said when explaining why his future self had deleted the memories in the Book of Wisdom regarding the aspect of the battle between the human race and the 10,000 races during this decade. However, it likewise conveyed a message to Sumu. There were times when the more one knew, the harder it was to change the future ending instead. The reason why it was like this was because the more one knew, the more changes one made, and the greater the butterfly effect caused. In the end, it might instead result in not being able to change the ending of something. And now, what Sumu was facing was exactly this problem. If he wanted to change the ending of Lai Shangdong dying at the hands of that pagan worshipper, Li Feng, 12 hours later, then he was bound to not be able to make too many changes. If it was because of his alterations that the pagan worshipper not only killed Lai Shangdong, but also killed more of his classmates, then it would be a bit of a loss. How should I go about it? Changing it? Sumu fell into the middle of contemplation. Everyone stand in line according to their school number. Next, start testing the chi and blood values. Inside the training hall, class teacher Jiang Heilu began to tell the students of class 5 about last year's admission score line again. Sumu, who had heard it once, didn't focus on Jiang Heilu. Instead, he began to secretly survey the people around him. Deep Blue, are you able to find out the location of that pagan worshipper? During these nearly 12 hours, apart from going to make some preparations halfway through, the rest of Sumu's time was basically in accordance with the original plot development. And as of now, everything seemed to be developing exactly the same as last time as well. The order in which everyone tested their chi and blood values, the measured chi and blood values, as well as the trajectories of the people walking around them, and so on, everything, under Sumu's deliberate maintenance, was basically exactly the same as last time. And hearing Sumu's inquiries within, Deep Blue also gave an answer in the first instance. It's possible, Master. I can determine who is a pagan worshipper hidden amongst my classmates by analyzing the expressions and behaviors of others. The position of that pagan worshipper is just the third in front of you, and he has already used his A-rank talent, alteration, to become your classmate Zhang Jun, hiding amongst the group. Last time, Sumu thought that he didn't need to worry about this pagan worshipper on his own with the Nightwalkers around. However, Lai Shangdong's death made it clear to him that it was still too difficult to protect himself just by relying on the strength of the Nightwalkers. The strength of the pagan worshipper was simply too much stronger than these newcomers who had just stepped into the martial arts path, and a casual strike could be a fatal blow for these people. Deep Blue, are you able to alert me the moment that pagan worshipper strikes? It is possible, Master. Receiving Deep Blue's affirmative answer, Sumu let out a sigh of relief. In that case, then his plan should be fine. Everyone be quiet. Same scene, same words, same ponytail woman. Soon, the students inside the training hall began to line up to be inspected as they did last time, and then left the training hall one by one. Brother Mu, the first time I encountered this scene, why do I feel a little excited? Lai Shangdong unsurprisingly uttered the same words as he did last time. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. In his heart, he spat out, still excited. Without me later you'd be mailing it. On his mouth, he said, Old Li, I'll switch places with you. Ah, Brother Mu, people can't wait to finish testing early and go out. You still want to change with me? Lai Shangdong was lined up behind Sumu, and when he saw Sumu make this kind of request, he couldn't help but be a little curious. Cut the crap. Sumu pulled Lai Shangdong in front of him. Then he continued along with what Lai Shangdong had just said. You are truly not afraid of death. The people of the pagan worshipping cult are ruthless. They're not joking with you. Lai Shangdong still heatedly smiled as he did last time. What are you afraid of? Aren't there Nightwalker sisters and the others? When I'm strong, I have to get rid of all these human assholes of the pagan worshipping cult, Sumu said. Then it seems that your future goal is not to go to the frontline battlefield, but to go back to the rear of the human race to join the Nightwalkers? I haven't thought about it yet, Brother Mu. What do you think? Lai Shangdong looked at Sumu. Sumu said, naturally, I'm going to the front line. As long as the 10,000 races are not destroyed, the pagan worship will never completely disappear. Only going to the front line is the root cure, and only by resolving the 10,000 races will our human race be able to usher in true peace. Lai Shangdong also lit up at his words. Brother Mu, you have a point. Then I will go to the front line as well. Right after Lai Shangdong said these words, Deep Blue's voice also sounded inside Sumu's mind. Master, quickly lunge forward. He's going to attack. Hearing Deep Blue's words, without hesitation, Sumu grabbed Lai Shangdong and lunged forward. At the same time, in his ears, Xia Ru's voice also sounded instantly. Be careful. A slight pain came from behind him. Sumu could feel that he should have been slashed in the back by that pagan worshipper's battle blade, but that was all. He and Lai Shangdong fell to the ground as soon as they were on their backs. The moment Sumu fell on his back, he hurriedly rolled over, only to see that scarred middle-aged man looking somewhat incredulously at Sumu who had escaped from him. He viciously glared at Sumu. That scarred middle-aged man didn't launch a second attack. Instead, he quickly retreated and grabbed Fongling who was on the side. At this time, Xia Ru had also already held a battle blade in front of Sumu and the others. Li Feng, let go of her. Xia Ru stared tightly at the scarred middle-aged man who had taken Fongling hostage. Tisk, TSK, Captain Xia, do you think I'm stupid? If you let her go, won't I be the one to die? The same words came out of the scarred middle-aged man's mouth. The Fongling in his arms was on the verge of crying in fear at this moment, her pretty face suddenly turning white. It was at this time, Sumu was the one who spoke. Uncle, let's have a discussion. How about exchanging me for the girl in your hand? He slowly stood up. His voice, in the large training hall, seemed especially clear. The moment Sumu's words came out, not only the scarred middle-aged man and the Fongling in his arms, even Xia Ru glanced towards him with a surprised face. Sumu, however, said nonchalantly, Uncle, you're holding her hostage for no other reason than because she's the one with the highest chi and blood value detected at the moment. With the highest value, Captain Xia, she's most likely to be compromised. And at the same time, if you really can't escape, killing someone with a good qualification is considered to be enough, isn't it? Seeing Sumu accurately stated his thoughts, the scarred middle-aged man was also a bit surprised, but he still sneered. So what if I know? Since that's the case, exchanging me for that girl you're holding should be a better choice. With your physical strength today, you're only able to hold one person hostage, so shouldn't you hold the person with the most value? While saying that, in the gazes of the scarred middle-aged man and Xia Ru who were watching, Sumu quickly stepped to the chi and blood testing instrument. Grabbing the disposable blood collection needle next to him, he took a drop of his own blood and dripped it into the chi and blood testing instrument. The next moment, the chi and blood testing instrument issued a mechanical sound. Sumu also specially adjusted the sound to be louder, ensuring that the entire training hall could hear this sound. Chi and blood value, 413. The moment this value came out, immediately, the entire training hall fell silent. 413. What a concept! All of the students present had just awakened their talents and stepped into the martial arts path yesterday. Most of the initial values were between 0.6 and 0.8. After the first cultivation, everyone would have a boost beyond the usual. This boost, however, was mostly just between 0.1 and 0.3. Those who were able to boost up to 0.91 were considered to be good existences in this group of students. Even in the top high schools, the boost was mostly between 0.4 and 0.8. Those who were able to raise 1 point of chi blood value, that would be a rare top genius in the top high schools. However, 413. What a concept, even in a top high school. No, even when looking at the entire human race, it was definitely called a top-notch supreme genius. If Sumu continued to maintain this momentum to improve, becoming a top powerhouse of the human race in the future would almost be the nail in the coffin. Uncle, do you think that holding me hostage is much more valuable than holding that girl in your hands? Sumu's words caused the crowd, who were still in shock, to instantly come to their senses. This student. No, the one who reacted first was Xia Ru, as the captain of the Nightwalker squad. A genius like Sumu, that was definitely an object they had to protect with all their might. If a genius like Sumu died in the hands of a pagan worshipper, it would definitely be a huge loss for the human race. and Xiaoru's reaction instantly made the scarred middle-aged man excited as well. Originally, he was worried that by holding Fongling hostage, he was afraid that he might not be able to blackmail Xiaoru into letting himself go. But if he was blackmailing the boy in front of him, even if Xiaoru didn't want to, for the sake of a supreme genius of the human race, he thought that Xiaoru would make a compromise. Come over here and I'll let her go. The scarred middle-aged man looked at Sumu. I'm warning you, brat. You'd better not pull any tricks. Otherwise, I won't guarantee this girl's safety. Don't worry, as long as you don't play any tricks, I won't make any small moves either, Sumu said, slowly walking towards the direction of the scarred middle-aged man. Just when there were still a few steps left from the scarred middle-aged man, the scarred middle-aged man suddenly pushed Fongling aside. Then, he grabbed Sumu's hand and pulled Sumu into his arms, directly placing the battle blade on Sumu's neck. However, I don't know if it was an illusion. At the moment of the handover, it seemed like he felt his legs soften for a moment. Brat, there's a road in heaven that you didn't take, and there's no door in hell that you broke in. Now that you've fallen into my hands, you can't escape. Seeing that he had really taken Sumu hostage, an uncontrollable smile appeared on the scarred middle-aged man's face. He looked triumphantly at Xiaoru, who was not far away. Captain Xia, I don't think I need to remind you what to do next, right? Xiaoru stared tightly at the scarred middle-aged man. Li Feng, calm down. Don't you just want to leave? How about this? As long as you let him go, I will personally arrange for someone to send you to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, so that you can escape to the 10,000 clans territory? Humph, don't come. Next, everything is at my disposal. The scarred middle-aged man held such a great treasure as Sumu in his hands, and his words were much harder. But just at this time, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in front of his eyes, and Sumu, who was being held hostage by him, Deep Blue's voice also sounded in his head. Master, the cartilage ecstasy has kicked in. Hearing these words from Deep Blue, Sumu pushed the battle blade away from the middle-aged scarred man's hand. With that, he shouted, Captain Xia, do it! However, it wasn't even necessary for Sumu to say anything. Xiaoru, who had been paying close attention to scarred middle-aged, the moment she saw Sumu push away the battle blade in scarred middle-aged's hand, then, she had already dodged and rushed in front of scarred middle-aged. Put! The white battle blade in her hand cut through the air with a cold light. In the next moment, she saw the scarred middle-aged man covering his own throat and collapsing helplessly to the ground. And at this moment, Sumu also sat down on the ground as if he was somewhat disengaged. Don't look at him just now as if he was valiant and fearless, but every step of the action was carefully designed by him in Deep Blue. So when executing it, it was also necessary to be fully concentrated. Now, after doing all this, the taut string inside Sumu's head loosened up all of a sudden, and naturally, he was feeling a little off his feet. The first time he faced the heresy-worshipping cult's villains, Sumu was still quite nervous in his heart, although even if he died again he could start this kind of operation all over again, but every time he went back to file his mental power would be depleted. This time now was definitely the best state compared to the later ones. If he were to go back a few more times, Sumu himself didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to carry out his step-by-step plan with sufficient spiritual energy. Just when Sumu was resting, a pair of long legs wearing the uniform pants of a night person appeared in front of Sumu's eyes. Classmate, are you alright? It was none other than Xiaoru, who had just decapitated that pagan-worshipping night wind. Xiaoru slightly squatted down and wanted to pull Sumu up. Then, she seemed to have smelled something. Inside Sumu's eyes, a flash of color flashed. This is cartilage ecstasy? No wonder his battle blade was actually pushed away by you just now. Sumu. Just as Sumu was pulled up from the ground by Xiaoru, the surrounding students also gathered up. Seeing this, Xiaoru smiled faintly at Sumu. I'll be looking for you to talk about it later. You can rest for a while now. After saying that, she turned towards a few night people and said, take this guy's body back. On Sumu's side, he was surrounded by a group of classmates who were a bit out of breath. It was Fongling who could see that Sumu was a bit uncomfortable and hurriedly said, everyone spread out a bit. Sumu needs to rest now. When Fongling called out like this, several teachers also came over to maintain order. Brother Mu, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I'd be cold. Lai Shangdong didn't know when he also came over. He said with a palpitating heart, at that time, if it wasn't for Sumu switching positions with him and promptly pouncing him to the ground, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that pagan worshipper's attack. Thinking about that scene, Lai Shangdong felt some fear. In a way, Sumu was almost equivalent to saving his life. Thinking about this, Li Xiangdong's gaze towards Su Mu became more and more eager. Feeling Li Xiangdong's gradually deteriorating gaze, Su Mu punched on Li Xiangdong's shoulder and scolded with a smile. Don't say those pretty words, just treat me to a big meal tomorrow. Looking at Li Xiangdong, who was now standing here alive, Su Mu's heart was also relieved. Su Mu, thank you. If it wasn't for you just now, I wouldn't know what to do. The one who spoke was Fong Ling. Her face was now much better, and although her hair was a bit messy, she wasn't as scared as she was just now. She carefully looked at Su Mu, and after noticing that Su Mu was actually looking at her as well, she hurriedly lowered her head. Su Mu, is the injury on your back okay? She said with concern. Why don't I help you bandage your wound? Su Mu, however, waved his hand unconcernedly and said, it's fine. It's just a small injury. Martial arts practitioners, this small injury is nothing. It's you. You didn't get scared, right? Hearing Su Mu's words with concern, Fong Ling hurriedly shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you. I will definitely remember your kindness. There's no need to be so polite. We're all classmates. Su Mu smiled carelessly. Then he thought of something. He hurriedly went to find Xia Ru's location. Through the door of the training hall, he noticed that Xia Ru was saying something to a group of school leaders outside. I have something to do. I'll talk to you guys later, ha. After speaking with Li Xiangdong and Fong Ling, Su Mu hurriedly ran towards Xia Ru's direction. On Xia Ru's side, she was originally discussing the follow-up plan for this matter with the school leaders. The afterglow caught Su Mu running in her direction. Then she said, the specific matter, I will report it to the top later. You all just wait patiently for the notification. I believe it won't affect your school too much. Then we'll talk here for now. Saying that, she said goodbye to the several school leaders and walked towards Su Mu's direction. What's wrong? Su Mu student? Xia Ru looked at the youth in front of her, who was not a few years younger than herself. It was hard to imagine that an 18-year-old newcomer who had just stepped into the martial arts path was actually so courageous and resourceful. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that this time's capture of that pagan worshipper might not have been with zero casualties. It's like this Captain Xia. I noticed that just now that pagan worshipper was transformed into the appearance of our classmate Zhang Jun. Hearing what Su Mu said, Xia Ru smiled and looked at Su Mu somewhat appreciatively. It's rare that you're attentive and noticed this detail. Don't worry, my team members have just found the unconscious classmate Zhang Jun in the restroom. Unconscious? Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he was a bit puzzled and just wanted to ask something. Xia Ru, however, seemed to have seen his doubts and said, very puzzled as to why the ruthless pagan worshippers just knocked your classmate unconscious, right? She pointed in a direction. Su Mu looked in the direction she pointed, only to see that over there there were a few people dressed as night people who were holding a few big black dogs that were sniffing around. Those are the corpse-sniffing dogs bred by our night people, capable of smelling corpses within a certain range, even corpses that have just died for less than half a minute. Xia Ru explained. That pagan worshipper obviously knew this, so he didn't kill your classmates. And the reason why he just struck out at you guys inside the training hall was because he knew that he couldn't escape, so he was just doing a trapped fight. When we were chasing the pagan worshippers and some murderers, we brought along the corpse-sniffing dogs. In fact, we also had this consideration. As long as they wanted to escape smoothly, they would inevitably not dare to casually lay their hands on the general public, or else they would immediately be detected by our corpse-sniffing dogs, and their position would naturally be exposed. Xia Ru's explanation made Su Mu suddenly realize, after hearing that his classmates were fine, he was also relieved. In this way, this backfiling of his own had truly reached perfection. The only one who died was that pagan worshipper. Looking at the relieved Su Mu, Xia Ru on the other hand thought of something, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of which, student Su Mu, I also have a few questions here. I wonder if it's convenient for you to help me answer them. Captain Xia Yu say. Su Mu said, I'm very curious. Why would you, an ordinary high school student, carry a cartilage ecstasy incense with you? If I remember correctly, the price of the cartilage ecstasy should be around 30,000. I see what you're wearing. Your family shouldn't be considered wealthy, so why would you spend money on the cartilage ecstasy that's not very useful for cultivation? Xia Ru's question caused Su Mu to be slightly stunned, but fortunately, back when he was formulating this plan, he had already thought that there would be such a scene. Su Mu said, it's like this Captain Xia, you also know that my family isn't really rich. The cheapest blood replenishing powder sold in the market also costs $5,000 a pair. In comparison, the herbs and stuff are going to be a bit cheaper. I'm not going to start my cultivation anytime soon, so I was thinking of checking out if I can buy some herbs to configure some qi and blood medicines on my own. But some embarrassment is that the chi and blood medicines did not configure out, but by mistake configured something like cartilage incense. Originally I was thinking of waiting for the end of school to take it to the market to see if it can be sold for some money or something. Did not think that just happened to come across such a thing, so I used that thing. Sumu's explanation was half true. This cartilage ecstasy was indeed configured by him buying his own herbs, but the formula was a simplified version of the cartilage ecstasy given to him by Deep Blue. As for the rest, it was naturally the preparations he had begun to make for Fong's plan after he had returned to his files. His explanation didn't make Xiaoru suspicious. She looked at Sumu with some surprise. I can't see that not only do you possess such a high talent in martial arts, student Sumu, but you're also so talented in potion research? Xiaoru said. However, it's better not to eat the chi and blood medicines that you privately configured yourself. In this way, this time when you captured the pagan worshippers, you can be said to have taken the credit for it, and I will report it to the top, and try to apply for a bravery in action award for you. A bravery award? Captain Xia, is it convenient to ask how much the prize money is? Sumu's eyes lit up. He was worried that he didn't know how to go about earning money to subsidize his family so that his parents wouldn't have to work so hard. Xiaoru saw Sumu's reaction and laughed out loud. Generally speaking, there are grades for the bravery award. In your case, I'll try to see if I can help you apply for a second grade one, which will probably be about $150,000. $150,000. It was simply more than their family's income for a year. Then I'll trouble you. Captain Xia, Sumu said. Xiaoru waved her hand. It's all what I should do. Don't call me Captain Xia to be so formal. If you don't mind, I should be a few years older than you, so you can call me Sister Ru. With your qualifications, it shouldn't be difficult to get into the top martial arts universities in Daxia. When you turn around for your summer internship, you can consider joining the night people of our 3rd security zone. I'll personally bring you in at that time. Feeling the kindness released by Xiaoru, Sumu nodded. I will definitely seriously consider it at that time. Xiaoru also nodded in satisfaction. For this brave and resourceful, good-looking little boy, she still liked him quite a lot. Of course, not the kind of liking in terms of men and women, but the kind of liking that an older sister would have if she was looking at her younger brother. By the way, you just said you bought some medicines by yourself, configured in addition to the similar cartilage ecstasy potion. I think you may be a bit talented in the aspect of potion research. You can consider joining our Daxia's Researchers Guild. The Researchers Guild has a specialized forum, on which you can upload some of your own private configuration of the researched potion recipes. If the upload is passed, it is possible to get a if the upload is approved. You can get a monetary reward, and if it is subsequently downloaded and quoted by someone, you will also get the corresponding revenue. Don't have to worry about the problem of leakage. Daxia has a very strict grip on this aspect. Uploading a potion formula? Sumu fell into thought. He hadn't really considered this before. This was normal. A few days ago, he was still just an ordinary high school student. His biggest dream was to get into a martial arts university and bring his family to live a good life. Naturally, he hadn't considered such things as making money. Well, apart from the potion formulas, there will also be people uploading body refining techniques, breathing techniques and some martial arts techniques and such on the researcher forum. Some of them will be sold at a much cheaper price than on the market because they have only just been created. With a qualification like yours, it's best to cultivate better body refining techniques and breathing techniques. Is it still possible to upload body refining techniques and breathing techniques? Sumu's eyes gradually brightened up. It seemed that sometimes, it wasn't that there wasn't a way to make money. It was just that he was momentarily imprisoned by some of his previous thinking. I know, Sister Ru. Xiaoru also nodded. Then if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I wish you to be able to get a good grade in the college entrance exam. Thank you, Sister Ru. Witnessing Xiaoru leaving, Sumu also returned to the training hall. The bloodstains inside the training hall had already been cleaned up. The remaining students who hadn't tested yet also returned to the training hall, waiting for the chi and blood testing instruments to be debugged before testing their chi and blood values. As for Sumu, as soon as he entered the training hall, he felt countless gazes cast at him. Sumu is here. If nothing else, our high school's first place this year should be him. That's for sure. 13. My goodness, if it wasn't for the talent awakening I did with him yesterday, I'd wonder if he had started practicing long ago. Sumu is also too handsome. Not only does he have outstanding talent, but he also has courage and resourcefulness. I was scared to death just now, but Sumu actually took the initiative to come forward to exchange with that girl. This is also too brave. That's right, the hero saved the beauty. Just now really handsome. Okay, but just now that Nightwalker's captain's sister is also handsome. In an instant, she killed that pagan worshipper. I didn't even see her movements clearly. Her strength. At least a second realm martial artist, right? Obviously doesn't look much older than us. When I graduate in the future, I also want to join the Night People and root out all those assholes in the back of our human race. Not caring about the comments of the people around him, Sumu went straight back to his class's team. Just after entering the team, Zhanghe Lu beckoned towards him. Sumu, come with me. Nodding, Sumu quickly followed behind Zhang Heliu. Under Zhang Heliu's lead, Sumu arrived all the way to the principal's office. Principal, I brought Sumu over. Zhang Heliu knocked on the door. The next moment, the door was opened with one hand, and a white-haired old man stood at the door with a big smile. Student Sumu, you've finally come. Teacher Jiang, then you go on and get busy. I'll talk to student Sumu alone. Zhang Heliu sniffed and said, Principal, then I'll leave first. With that, he gently patted Sumu's shoulder and turned to leave. Sumu walked into the office. The principal signaled Sumu to sit on the sofa to the side. I really didn't expect our high school actually also appeared a genius like you. Sumu, obviously. The matter of Sumu's chi and blood value test measuring 413 had already spread to the principal's side at a rapid speed. Hearing that the principal was indeed talking about this matter, Sumu was also prepared in his heart. He smiled towards the principal and said, It's all because of the school's cultivation. Ha 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 ha. The principal laughed, then said, The school didn't help you guys too much in this regard. This time I called you over, student Sumu, because I want to praise your behavior on behalf of the school. I've already heard about the things you guys did in the training hall. Student Sumu, you did very well. As a newcomer who has just stepped into the martial arts path, yet you were able to not be afraid of the dangers, and had the bravery and resourcefulness to save your classmates from the hands of those pagan-worshipping bastards' hands to save your classmates. This is really worthy of other students to learn to look up to. I decided to publish your deeds on the front page of our school's bulletin board, so that those students in the second year of high school and the first year of high school will all learn from you as a senior. In addition, about your behavior, our school is also prepared to give you a bravery award. Although in the Nightwalker's bravery award cannot be compared, but the Nightwalker's bravery award, I'm afraid that it will be a while before down. The prize money and so on also have to have a period of time to be able to issue. The principal said, Our school's bravery award, but we can immediately release the prize money to you. Hearing the principal's words, Sumu's eyes lit up, then somewhat embarrassedly voiced out, Principal, how much is the school's bravery award? The principal said, $50,000. On top of that, student Sumu, in light of your outstanding talent, the several leaders of the school and I have also slightly discussed it and decided to directly issue a one-time special scholarship for you, so the two together amount to a total of $150,000. The principal looked at Sumu with a smile. I hope that you, Sumu student, can make good use of this sum of money. Work hard to improve your strength. Prepare for the college entrance examination 6 months from now, and preferably be able to get into a Longjing Martial Arts University, and fight for our high school properly. And at this moment, Sumu was still immersed in the joy of having just gotten a huge sum of money, $150,000. Originally, he was already overjoyed after hearing about the Nightwalker's bravery bonus. He didn't expect that now the school side was actually going to reward him with $150,000 as well. When added together, it was a full $300,000, enough to buy how many blood foods and herbs to configure chi and blood medicines. Thank you, Principal. Sumu stood up and thanked the principal. I will definitely not fail the school's expectations. Ha 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 ha. Work hard. Strive to take the first-class scholarship again next time when the chi and blood test is held. Phew. Thinking about the $150,000 inside his book bag, Sumu felt that his steps were much lighter. The prize money given out by the school was different from the Nightwalker's Bravery Award. The Nightwalker's Bravery Award needed to wait for Xiaoru to report it to the top of the hierarchy, and then after receiving approval, it would be given out. But the school's scholarship was to directly pull out 15 stacks of Daxia coins and dump them in front of Sumu at once. 1,500,000 Daxia coins. Taking it back. I don't know how surprised my family would be. However, Sumu didn't immediately go home after school. Instead, he chose to go to a nearby herb store to purchase some medicinal herbs. Inside Deep Blue's database, there were a large number of potion formulas. Sumu also had the corpse of a wisdom worm in his hand, and with some herbs, he could configure some chi and blood medicines. If the effect was good, Sumu even felt that in the future, He didn't even need to buy those chi and blood medicines on the market. He directly went to buy some medicinal herbs by himself. And according to the formula given by Deep Blue, he configured it by himself. And the cost could be reduced by a lot, not to mention that the effect was also estimated to be much better than those chi and blood medicines on the market. Purchasing the herbs cost about $30,000. This is still just the herbs. If Sumu had purchased chi and blood medicines that matched these herbs, it was estimated that his $150,000 wouldn't even be enough to spend. After carefully putting the medicinal herbs into his school bag, Sumu quickly walked back home. Every time he returned home, he was able to smell a strong meat flavor. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Returning home, Sumu first returned to his room and put the medicinal herbs away, followed by finding a black plastic bag to wrap the remaining $120,000. Back more. Your father won't be able to come back until evening. Let us eat first. Lu Yufan, who was wearing an apron, carried a large pot of meat and walked out from the kitchen. Come and eat. More Yanger. After eating, Yanger brushed the bowl. I'm going to rush to the factory for the night shift. Soon, the family sat down at the dining table. In front of the meal, Sumu handed the plastic bag containing 120,000 Daxia coins to Lu Yufan. Mom, this is for you. Seeing the black plastic bag that Sumu handed over, Lu Yufan was a bit curious at first. What is it? Mysterious. Su Yang on the side also came up to look. Brother, is it something delicious you just remember to eat? Lu Yufan smiled and opened the black plastic bag. After seeing what was inside the black plastic bag, she immediately revealed a stunned look. This, so much money. Where did you get so much money, Moore? Lu Yufan looked at Su Mu with some horror. Moore, don't scare me. Don't do anything stupid. Gosh, brother, where did you get so much money from? Su Mu gave Lu Yufan a reassuring expression. Don't worry, Mom. This is the scholarship the school gave me, he said. Didn't I have a chi and blood test today? Mom, do you guess how much my chi and blood value is? How much? Lu Yufan was sort of relieved to hear that this money was the school's scholarship to Su Mu. 413. Su Mu said. 413. Lu Yufan was first stunned, and then a shocked and delighted expression appeared on her face all of a sudden. Moore, you're not lying to Mom. 413. The result of your first chi and blood value test. You just awakened yesterday. When Sumu saw this expression on Lu Yufan's face, his heart was also somewhat pleased and elated. Didn't he work hard so that he could be recognized by his family? Brother, is 413 very high? The school gave you so many scholarships. Su Yang had only just started middle school, and was not very clear about the concept of chi and blood value. Of course, this was also due to the fact that this guy didn't study well in school. Let's make you not study well normally. Lu Yufan naturally knew the gold content of this 413. Su Mu, on the other hand, touched Su Yang's head and said, generally speaking, an ordinary person's chi and blood value before they are not awakened is between 0.6 and 0.8. After the first cultivation, the chi and blood value increase is generally between 0.1 and 0.3. In our third safety zone top high school, the chi and blood value increase is also between 0.4 and 0.8. Your brother I have increased by nearly 3. So you say it's not awesome? Hearing Su Mu's description, Su Yang's eyes also brightened up more and more. Brother, you're awesome. Not bad. Su Mu once again touched Su Yang's head. Mom, originally there was 150,000 inside, of which $30,000. I took it to buy some chi and blood medicines. The remaining will be placed here with you first. You and Dad don't have to work so hard. I'll think of a way to make money in this regard. Good. Lu Yufan carefully tied the black plastic bag containing 120,000 Daxia coins tightly, and then pulled out a box from inside the cabinet and put it in, before adding, son has grown up but more. This period of time is a critical period for you. Don't think too much about making money. Your father and I will think of a way. Just focus on cultivating. If you want to eat something, or if you want money to buy chi and blood medicines or something, just talk to Mom. Sumu also knew that nowadays, wanting to let Mom and Dad take a break from rushing to make money was unlikely. Didn't persuade them much. Just said, well, Mom, you and Dad don't work too hard. In addition, you guys don't buy chi and blood medicines indiscriminately. There are some that might not be suitable for me, and when I need chi and blood medicines, I'll just go and buy them myself. Instead of spending money to buy chi and blood medicines, it would be better for Su Mu to buy some chi and blood medicines himself to configure them himself according to Deep Blue's formula. The formulas inside Deep Blue's database were 10 years more advanced than now, and they also contained information from the 10,000 races side, so the formulas could be said to be quite numerous. Hearing Sumu's words, Lu Yufan also nodded. Originally, she was still thinking of going to the market to buy 2 pairs of blood-replenishing proteins when she got off work tonight, but now that she heard Sumu say so, she was prepared to leave the money to Sumu, so that Sumu could buy chi and blood medicines on his own according to his own situation. Then don't save it. More. If you want to buy chi and blood medicines, just talk to mom, or go and get the money yourself. You know where to put it. Just talk to mom when you use it. Don't be reluctant to part with it. Life is just one college entrance exam. If you miss it, it's too late to regret it. I know, Mom. Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't know what's important? Besides, don't you see that I just took $30,000 to buy chi and blood medicines? Don't worry. Sumu's words made Lu Yufan nod. All right, hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold. Because of the matter of Sumu's scholarship, the atmosphere at the dinner table was obviously much lighter. After eating the meal, Sumu then returned to his room. The first thing he did when he returned to his room was to check the diary under his bed. It wasn't that he was afraid that the diary would be read by others. His future self had said that only he could open this diary. It was mostly out of habit that he touched it. If he didn't have this diary, I'm afraid that he, right now, would still be an ordinary high school student, right? After lying on the bed for a while, Sumu suddenly sat up. He suddenly thought of the Researchers Guild that Xiaoru said during the day. Without much hesitation, Sumu hurriedly climbed up and walked to his desk. His family did buy him a computer. In order to facilitate his usual use of the computer to look up some martial arts information or something. Although Sumu's family was not rich, Su's father and mother had always given the best within their ability to Sumu and Su Yang's 2 children. Coming to the computer table and turning on the computer, Sumu began to search for information about the Fellows Guild. Regarding the Researchers Guild, he had also heard of it, but because it didn't have much to do with him at the time, it was just going in one ear and out the other. Now, after searching for the Fellows Guild, Sumu was able to have a general understanding of this organization. The Researchers Guild was an organization that was subordinate to the official organization of the entire human race. It's just that different countries are in charge of different researcher guilds within the scope of different countries' domains. The Researcher Guild was responsible for a wide range of research, from the weaknesses of the 10,000 races, to the body refining techniques cultivated by the human race, breathing methods and martial arts, chi and blood medicines used for cultivation and so on, all of which were the results of the Researcher Guild. Every person who stepped into the martial Dao could join the Fellows Guild. After joining the Fellows Guild, one could log into the Fellows Forum. In the Researcher Forum, some Wan race researchers would post their research on the weaknesses of a certain Wan race, and some pharmacy researchers would post their research on the latest chi and blood medicines or other medicines formulas. Not only these people whose main occupation was a researcher, but there were also many martial artists on the Researcher Forum, who would share their own comprehension and discovery of body refining techniques, breathing techniques, and martial arts techniques. In Daxia, both potion formulas and body alchemy, breathing techniques and martial arts are strictly protected by the Daxia Martial Arts Alliance. Potion formulas are fine, as long as you don't make a profit from them. Sell them in large quantities privately, and just mix some blood medicines for your own use. You won't be sanctioned by Daxia's laws and regulations. However, body refining techniques, breathing techniques and martial arts techniques, these are all registered in the Grand Xia Martial Arts Alliance with serial numbers, and every time a copy is sold, the proceeds will be divided between the creator and other channels. Therefore, if the cultivator and the purchaser were different, then they would be severely sanctioned by the Great Xia laws. As for some of the alchemy breathing techniques and martial skills posted above the researcher forums, since most of them had just been created not too long ago, their specific utility was not yet very clear. So the alchemy breathing techniques of the same level were much cheaper than the market in terms of price. If one was lucky, one would even be able to find a very good body refining art and breathing technique at a very low price. According to the rundown searched on the internet, Sumu quickly signed up online to join the Fellows Guild. After signing up to join the Researcher Guild, it didn't take long. The Fellows Guild sent a Fellows Forum account to his mailbox. After logging into the account, Sumu gave himself the name Savior. He then started browsing on the forum. The entire Researcher Forum was mainly divided into several sections. The 10,000 races section was mainly for discussing the weaknesses and habits of the 10,000 races, and a large portion of them were fighters on the front lines of the 10,000 races battlefield. Pharmacy Board, mainly to share some potion recipes and so on. The Martial Arts Board, mainly sharing some created body refining techniques, breathing techniques and martial arts. But this board was of little use to Sumu. His 10,000 races body refining techniques and innate fetal breath technique were already the most suitable body refining techniques and breathing techniques for him at the current stage. Moreover, one of these two was a product of the 10,000 races side, while the other would only be invented a few years later. And Sumu didn't have to worry about the risk of being sanctioned by the Great Xiao laws. This kind of risk had already been circumvented on its own back when Deep Blue searched for him. It had to be said that his future self was still very considerate in this aspect. Sumu focused his attention mainly on the 10,000 races board and the potion board, because he had just joined the researcher guild. He was currently still a level 0 researcher. As he uploaded more and more posts and replies that were accepted in the researcher forum, his researcher level would also rise. If, say, I use Deep Blue to answer as many questions as I can on the 10,000 races board, and then post a large number of potion formulas and martial arts techniques and whatnot on the potion board and martial arts board, what would happen? Inside Sumu's mind, such a thought suddenly popped up. Nowadays, his spiritual power had completely recovered. It was enough to support him to perform a death recall. If it was really feasible, he wouldn't be able to get rich overnight with this, and would never have to worry about not having enough funds for cultivation. And even if something did go wrong, Sumu could always choose to commit suicide. The death backfile gave Sumu unlimited possibilities for trial and error. When it was all said and done, Sumu immediately started using the Savior's account to answer questions from the 10,000 races board on the researcher forums, as well as posting some potion formulas, alchemy breathing methods, and martial arts techniques. In less than 10 minutes, Sumu had already become a level 1 researcher. As the researcher level increased, the privileges Sumu had also increased. In another 10 minutes, Sumu became a level 2 researcher. 15 minutes later, Sumu became a level 3 researcher. Another 20 minutes passed, and Sumu became a rank 4 researcher. 25 minutes, level 5 researcher. 30 minutes, level 6 researcher. 35 minutes, level 7 researcher. 40 minutes, level 8 researcher. 45 minutes, level 9 researcher. After spending less than 4 hours in total, Sumu had jumped from a level 0 researcher to the highest ranked level 9 researcher in the researcher forum. Inside his personal account, there were tens of billions of Daxia coins lying around. It was all the revenue he gained from answering posts, uploading potion formulas, and body refining techniques. This was only for a few hours. If it was a longer period of time, he would probably be able to earn more than this every day. At the same time, the entire researcher forum, too, shook. Big Brother Savior is level 4. Big Brother Savior is level 5. Heavens, am I witnessing the birth of a myth? I just went out for a meal and came back and Savior Big Brother is level 9. There are only a few level 9 fellows in the entire human race, right? Where did this Big Brother come from? It couldn't be the trumpet of a certain level 9 researcher, could it? What are you thinking? Do you think it's that easy to raise the rank of a researcher? Even if it's a level 9 researcher, it's impossible to raise a researcher from level 0 to level 9 in just 4 hours. Those potion formulas and alchemy breathing methods, they all need to create new ones that haven't been released before they can gain researcher points and raise their level. Who exactly is this Savior Big Brother? Could this really be the savior of the human race descending to Earth? And at this moment, outside the door of Sumu's house, a sharp knock suddenly sounded. Who is it? At this point in time, Father Su and Mother Su had already returned. Hearing someone open the door, Father Su Dashan walked out from inside the room, wearing a sweat undershirt. Su Dashan sleepily said, "Who is it?" Opening the door, he only saw several people in battle armor standing outside the door. "Excuse me, is this Researcher Su's home? We are the highest secret guards of the Researcher Guild. We've been ordered to come and pick up Researcher Su and his family to the center of the 9th Security Zone, Dragon City." "Su, Researcher Su, you guys are looking for the wrong person, right?" Su Dashan had obviously just been woken up from his sleep, and his head was a bit foggy. The man in black battle armor exchanged a glance with the teammate next to him, then said, "You are Researcher Su's father, Mr. Su Dashan, right?" I am." Su Dashan heard the opposite side call out his name, and all of a sudden, he also came to his senses. Sumu also heard the commotion outside at this time, and as soon as he came out of the room, he saw the battle-armored man who appeared at the door. The battle-armored man also saw Sumu. At once, his face was delighted. "Researcher Su, I am the highest secret guard of the Researcher Guild, and I have been ordered to come and take you and your family to transfer to Dragon City, the center of the 9th Safety Zone." "Su, Researcher Su." Su Dashin seemed to have some understanding at this moment. The researcher Su that this what's-his-name supreme secret guard was talking about appeared to be his own son. Su Mu, are you calling me? Su Mu seemed to understand something. It seemed like he was the one who had messed up in the researcher forum. The man in battle armor nodded. Researcher Su, there's no time to lose. Please hurry up and bring your family and rush to the 9th safe zone with us. I won't hide it from you. With your identity, it's not safe for you and your family to be in the 3rd safe zone. Okay. Su Mu nodded, suppressing his inner excitement. Originally, he just wanted to test what would happen if he quickly rose to a 9th level researcher in the researcher forum, but now it seemed that it appeared to be a bit of a big game. In the end, Su Mu was only an 18-year-old senior who hadn't even stepped into society. Seeing such a battle, his heart was naturally excited and curious. The highest secret guard of the Researchers Guild. It sounds very powerful. Su Mu directly called out Deep Blue and began to check the information of the several battle-armored men in front of him. Name, unknown. Chi and blood value, 143,922,000. 7 realm martial artist early stage, for convenience. Some large numbers are expressed in this way. Body refining technique, true dragon body refining technique. Breathing technique, dragon breath technique. Talent, to be analyzed. Name, unknown. Chi and blood value, 87. 520. 000, late 6th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, true dragon body refining technique. Breathing technique, dragon breath technique. Talent, to be analyzed. Name, unknown. Blood value, 86. 430. 000, late 6th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, true dragon body refining technique. Breathing technique, dragon breath technique. Talent, to be analyzed. Talent, to be analyzed. Looking at the chi and blood values of those few battle-armored men, Su Mu's eyes were about to go wide. Individual. 10. 100. 1,000. 10,000. Billions. A 7th realm martial artist. That was a 7th realm martial artist. A strong person that Su Mu probably didn't even have the qualifications to meet on a normal day. Such a person is now respectfully calling him Researcher Su. I'm afraid that Su Mu himself doesn't even realize his own value right now. With what he had shown in the Research Society forum, he was definitely an important person who could promote the development of the entire human race. Not only was he well versed in the various weaknesses of the 10,000 races, he also had a large number of potion formulas, body refining techniques, breathing techniques, and martial arts in his hands. Therefore, after Su Mu displayed his rapid promotion from level 0 to level 9 researcher in the researcher forum, he immediately drew the attention of the Researcher Guild headquarters. It was only then that the highest secret guards in the neighborhood were hurriedly sent to bring Su Mu and his family to the 9th safe zone. In the 56 security zones of Daxia, the 9th, 19th, 29th, 39th, 49th, these 5 security zones are the most important 5 security zones, respectively, in the east, west, south, north and south of Daxia in 5 directions. Among them, the 9th security zone is similar to the capital of Daxia General Place, and the center of the 9th security zone, Dragon City, is the place where all the most important people to the entire human race and their families live. What Su Mu had done inside the Fellows Forum had obviously gotten unrivaled attention from above. That was why he was treated so well. Soon, in a state of confusion, Su father, Su mother, and Su Yang, who was still awake, were taken into the car with Su Mu by these several battle armor men. The car was the kind of armored car that was built with special metals all over, and it should be the best vehicle that these supreme secret guards could find in the 3rd security zone. Su Mu and the lead battle-armored man sat in one car, while Su Mu's family members and the rest of the battle-armored men sat in a car in front of them. The 2 vehicles flew down the road. Why are you suddenly bringing me and my family to Center Dragon City? It's like this, Researcher Su. According to the intelligence we've received, with your current level of importance, it's very unsafe to stay in the 3rd safe zone, the man in battle armor replied. In fact, it's not just the 3rd safety zone. The entire human race's various safety zones are actually unsafe. I don't know why. In recent years, the pagan worshipping cult has become more and more active in the various safety zones, and in the early years, quite a number of geniuses who had just awakened their talents were assassinated by pagan worshipping cult members before they could even step onto the martial arts path. Currently, I'm afraid that the safest place in Daxia is the only place left in the center, Dragon City. Saying that, the war armor man suddenly paused for a moment. Researcher Su, with your level some things, I don't have the need to hide them from you. As far as I know, at present, within the human race, there are problems. The words of the man in battle armor caused Su Mu to freeze. Once upon a time, he had never thought about this aspect. Even before he obtained that diary, he still believed, like Lai Xiangdong, that it was impossible for the human race to perish. But now, listening to what the man in battle armor said, the current situation of the human race did not seem to be that optimistic. There were foreign wars going on outside, and now the human race also had internal problems, both internally and externally. So it seemed that it wasn't impossible for the human race to perish after 10 years. The car probably drove for about 5 or 6 hours. Sumu was about to fall asleep inside the car. Suddenly, he was woken up by a loud sound coming from outside. Boom! Hearing this sound, the battle armor man's face changed slightly. Enemy attack! It was also at the same time that the war armored man's words fell. In front of their two vehicles, rushing flames suddenly appeared, as if something had exploded. Damn human traitors! The man in battle armor let out a low curse. He then kicked the door of the car, and the armored car of special metal was as fragile as thin paper under the man's strength. Researcher Su, I'll escort you to a nearby safe place first. After saying that, he pulled Sumu, and then with his foot gently on the seat, he left the armored car in the middle of high-speed movement. Under the strength of the man in battle armor, Sumu was grabbed into his arms like a small chicken. Just the moment he left the armored car they were in was split by a sword chi that fell straight from the sky. The entire ground, all of a sudden, was torn in half by that terrifying sword chi. In Sumu's gaze, the car that his family members were in also fell within the attack range of that sword chi. Sumu's head buzzed. A 9th level researcher, and still so young. I'm afraid he's awakened some extraordinary talent, right? Just when Sumu was still immersed in the grief of his family's death, a figure stood in the air. With a cold and arrogant gaze, he looked down at the battle-armored man and Sumu below. No wonder, that group of trash down there went out of their way to ask me to personally take action. Seeing that figure in the air, the battle-armored man's pupils shrunk slightly. 8th realm martial artist, in the back of the human race, there's actually a pagan worshipper like you hiding. The figure in the air smiled disdainfully. Pagan worshipper? Don't compare me to that group of trash wastes. The man in battle armor frowned slightly. He shielded Sumu behind him as soon as he could. The battle armor on his body began to slowly shrink and finally turned into a bracelet. He pressed the bracelet onto Sumu's arm. Transfer authority. Along with his words falling, the bracelet immediately clasped on top of Sumu's arm. Researcher Su, this S-class battle armor is able to withstand the attacks of a 7th realm martial artist, and it can drastically increase your speed and strength. This place is very close to the 7th safety zone. I've already notified the nearby night people. You run in that direction, and it shouldn't be long before you're able to encounter them. I'll stall this guy here. The man in battle armor pressed Sumu's bracelet. In the next moment, the bracelet immediately turned into battle armor, wrapping Sumu's entire body. The figure above also heard what the battle armor man and Sumu said. He seemed to smile disdainfully. A 7th realm martial artist. Who gave you the courage to block me? An 8th realm martial artist? The man in battle armor ignored it and instead pushed Sumu forward with force. Run! He then looked towards the figure in the sky. Then he pulled out a syringe from his pocket and violently stabbed his arm. Looking at the syringe that the man in battle armor pulled out, the figure in the sky was somewhat surprised. Desperate needle? After hitting it, it can drastically increase your strength, but after 10 minutes, you will surely die. Is it worth it to fight so hard for this damn human race? The man in battle armor did not answer him. His face was bruised, clearly suffering from unbearable pain. However, in contrast, his aura was also growing stronger. Interesting. Late 7th realm. This desperate needle is really good. The figure in the sky sighed. Humph. He stared at the figure in the sky with full concentration. Hiding head and tail generation. Dare you report your name? Your grandfather. I never kill nameless people. Want to find out my name? The figure in the sky said indifferently. I've come over here hiding my appearance. Do you think I'll easily reveal my own identity? Just as the two of them were conversing, Sumu was also staring at the figure in the sky with a deadly stare. Although the pain of seeing a family member die in front of him was hard to accept, but Sumu was a person who could death rewind, so he quickly recovered from this grief. His only thought right now was to figure out the identity of this bastard human traitor before he died. Unfortunately, it was as that figure had said. His entire person was shrouded in a cloud of shadows, and even his movements could not be clearly seen, let alone his physical appearance. Deep Blue couldn't even analyze his chi and blood values, those even if he wanted to. Coward! The battle-armored man's eyes were red at the moment, and in his line of sight, it seemed that only the figure in the sky remained. That figure was also looking at the war-armored man below with interest. You are a very respectable fellow, but that's about it. The battle-armored man snorted coldly, and with a flip of his hand, a black lance appeared in his hand. With the lance in his hand, he slightly bowed his legs, and in the next moment, his entire body was like an arrow that had left the string, flying towards that figure in the sky. The figure in the sky seemed to have noticed that Sumu didn't leave, so he also had the leisure to fight with this battle-armored man in front of him. Pang! Clang! The lance and the long sword collided together. It was hard to imagine that the battle-armored man's seemingly powerful strike was easily received in front of that figure. The two men's battle in the air was so fast that only a gray and a black light could be seen constantly colliding. Sumu watched from below, his heart filled with shock. From his perspective, although he couldn't see the details of the battle between the two people, but he could clearly see that in the space where the two were fighting, from time to time, there would be scenes of space being torn apart and immediately restored. It could be imagined how great the power that erupted when the two fought was. Run, fellow Su! And during the engagement, the man in battle armor also finally noticed that Sumu had actually remained in the same place. There was a sudden rush in his heart. The figure also decisively seized this break in his game and pierced the battle-armored man's abdomen with a sword. At that instant, the battle-armored man who was pierced through his abdomen violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath instantly withered. After all, you're still a bit weak. If you want to fight me, let Yi Feng come over. His gaze fell towards Sumu below. Now, it's time to end this as well. His long sword was swung in Sumu's direction. A sword chi then swooped harshly in Sumu's direction. Seeing that the sword chi was about to land on Sumu's body, not caring about his own injuries, the man in battle armor quickly transformed into a black light and blocked in front of Sumu's body. Poof! The man in battle armor was already seriously injured, and after receiving this blow, he immediately fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, he still endeavored to try to crawl in Sumu's direction. Run! Run! Looking at the battle armor man on the ground, Sumu gritted his teeth in death. Somewhat guiltily, he said, "Sorry, if it wasn't for him wanting to test what it was like to be upgraded to a level 9 researcher, I'm afraid the battle armor man wouldn't have had such an unmitigated disaster, but everything would have returned to the way it was." Run! Can he run away? The figure in the sky seemed to be enjoying this cat and mouse fun very much. The crushing strength made him not worry at all that Sumu would escape from under his nose. And in fact, Sumu never wanted to escape. His gaze was firmly fixed on the figure in the sky. "I will kill you. For sure." Hearing Sumu's words, it was as if that figure in the sky had heard some heavenly joke. "Kill me? Who are you to kill me?" After laughing for a while, he seemed to have laughed enough. "Alright, that group of losers from the human race, they are probably about to arrive. I hope they won't be too upset when they see your corpses. Ha 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 ha." He laughed out loud. The long sword in his hand turned into a white light. The biting sword chi, as if it was a beam of light, descended from the sky, splitting the entire ground in half. Sumu, who was wearing S-class battle armor, could not block this strike at all. "Fellow Su." Vaguely, Sumu seemed to be seeing the battle armor man pounding the ground angrily not far away. Before Sumu's eyes, it gradually darkened. In his ears, Deep Blue's voice once again sounded. "Ding! You have been killed by the human traitors. Copying is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade talent, Sword Mind." Phew! Sumu looked at the interface of joining the Fellows Guild on the computer with some horror. The death flashback of 12 hours went right back to when he had just chosen to join the Fellows Guild. The experience of those 12 hours seemed like a dream to him. However, it was a dream that was incomparably real. The unspeakable agony in his heart when he saw his family annihilated under that sword chi simply made him feel like suffocating. Fortunately, he was back now. Back to the time when everything had just begun. Sumu looked at the interface and didn't rush to choose to join the Researchers Guild, but was instead recalling what had happened in the previous 12 hours. If he hadn't learned from the experiences of those 12 hours, then his death this time would simply have been in vain. The first thing that needed attention was about this fellow's forum. Sumu had upgraded from a level 0 researcher all the way to a level 9 researcher in about 4 hours. And it wasn't long after he had upgraded to a level 9 researcher that the highest secret guards of the Researcher Guild approached him. This is enough to prove that the researcher's information has actually been in the Researchers Guild is likely to be transparent. If you are just slowly upgrading, maybe okay. But if Sumu this kind of upgrading in a very short period of time, then naturally it will be subjected to a great deal of attention. It would be fine if it was simply just getting attention, but from what he had experienced before his death, it was clear that there was a problem within the human race. The figure whose battle prowess was nearly invincible in the air surfaced in his mind. The battle-armored man, who in his opinion was already the strongest person he had ever seen. was simply being teased like a mouse in front of that figure. 8th realm martial artist. This was a realm that Sumu had never dared to think about before, but just a few hours ago, he had seen an existence like that with his own eyes. More importantly, Sumu could clearly feel that 8th realm martial artist hadn't even used his full strength. If he really exploded with his full strength, then how terrifying would it be? And such a person was not only at the back of the human race, but also from the various behaviors he had used to hide his identity. It was very likely that he was a high-ranking member of the human race. When he thought of the human race's top management, actually mixing in with the people on the 10,000 races side, Sumu felt a pang of fear, which meant that before he had sufficiently strong strength, his book of wisdom must not be exposed. In fact, he himself was not afraid. If the other party killed him, he could go back to the file, and he could also copy the other party's talent. What he was worried about was the people at home. Moreover, being killed one way or another would not be useful in stopping the extinction of the human race 10 years later. In order to stop the extinction of the human race 10 years later, Sumu not only had to have strong strength, but also had to plan step by step to uncover the cavities within the human race. What a daunting task! Sumu, who had already suffered a slight loss in his mental strength, felt a bit of a headache as he leaned back in his chair. But fortunately, there were still 10 years to go. There was the copy after death. There was the death recall for 12 hours. There was the book of wisdom. And with 10 years, Sumu didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to change the end of this human race. After figuring this out, Sumu also sat up straight. He took out a notebook from inside the drawer and flipped open the first page, noting down some of the characteristics of that figure. Sword Dao expert. The voice doesn't sound old, like a youth, but it's impossible to determine if it has been transformed by a special method. This clue can only be used as a reference. The talent is an SSS grade talent, Sword Mind Enlightenment. Writing about that figure's talent, Sumu then remembered that he seemed to have just copied that figure's talent. He hurriedly called out Deep Blue and pulled up the Sword Heart Tong Ming introduction. SSS grade talent, Sword Heart Understanding. Sword Mind Tong Ming possesses an unparalleled and powerful talent in Sword Dao. All Sword Dao martial skills are able to be cultivated to perfection in a very short period of time. The cultivation speed of Sword Dao is increased by 100 times. The comprehension ability of Sword Dao is increased by 100 times. And the power of Sword Dao martial skills exerted in the hands is increased by 100 times. The long list of introductions made Sumu's head spin a little. He guessed that the figure's talent should be very powerful, but he hadn't thought that it was this powerful. Even among the SSS grade talents, this Sword Heart Understanding was definitely considered top-notch. If one were to say that the 12 hours of death recall was the ceiling for SSS-ranked talents in the support category, then this Sword Heart Tamona was simply the ceiling of the SSS class talent of the combat class. Having this SSS class talent, Sumu didn't even dare to imagine what level he would reach if he practiced the Sword Dao. Like that guy? That nearly invincible figure surfaced in Sumu's mind. Then he shook his head. No, he would be even more powerful than him. He looked at the description of that figure on the notebook, raising his eyebrows slightly. So it seems like you've done a little bit of good. Covering the notebook, he put it back into the middle of the drawer. Sumu once again placed his gaze on the computer interface in front of him. Although it was said that rapidly leveling up in a short period of time was not desirable, at least not in the case of his current lack of strength. But one thing was certain. Posting posts and answering questions could indeed yield a large amount of revenue. If it was utilized well, Sumu wouldn't have to worry about the issue of cultivation funds in the early stages. When all was said and done, Sumu quickly chose to join the Researcher Guild. Immediately, just like last time, Sumu's mail quickly received an account from the Researchers Guild. After logging in with his account, Sumu still gave himself the name Savior. Level 0 Researcher. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to spend a few days to upgrade to a level 1 researcher, right? Sumu began to look for suitable posts on the Researcher Forum. After his last experience, he roughly understood that most of the posts in the 10,000 races section were meant to provide the weaknesses of the 10,000 races, and they needed time to be verified. But the upgrade points gained were more, and the funds were given in one go for a large amount of gains. On the other hand, the potion section and martial Dao section were to post potion formulas and martial Dao aspects of body alchemy, breathing methods and martial techniques. Once released, there would be a specialized person who would verify them in a very short period of time and then give a basic evaluation. The upgrade points are slightly less, and the revenue is also mainly based on the downloads of others. This revenue is more long-term. As long as someone downloads what you uploaded, you will be able to get the revenue. Sumu was more inclined to post content in the potion section and martial arts section. On the one hand, the speed of upgrading would not be so fast. On the other hand, it was also more in line with his current identity. After all, now that he was in the rear of the human race, it wasn't impossible for you to say that you had discovered some formulas, as well as alchemy breathing techniques and whatnot, but for you to say that you know some of the weaknesses of the 10,000 races without even having been on the front lines, it would seem a bit outrageous. After deciding, Sumu quickly had Deep Blue pick out a potion formula and a body refining technique. The potion recipe was named Bone Strengthening and Muscle Nourishing Scatter. The ingredients were relatively simple, but the effect of replenishing chi and blood was excellent, and it was a potion formula that would only appear in the human race 3 years later. The body refining technique was the Barbarian Bull Body Refining Technique. This body refining technique was based on the body refining method of the Barbarian Bull race amongst the 10,000 races. Although it couldn't be compared to the top body refining techniques, it could still be considered to be of a medium to high level. I wonder how much revenue these two can bring me. After releasing the potion formula and the body refining technique, Sumu took out the $30,000 of medicinal herbs he had purchased. Next, it was time to start configuring chi and blood medicines and work hard on cultivation. I will kill you, for sure. Placing the medicinal herbs heavily on the table, Sumu suddenly came out of his mouth with these words. The chi and blood medicine that Sumu wanted to concoct was none other than the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder that he had posted on the researcher forum. Generally speaking, the more common blood replenishing medicine on the market was the blood replenishing bulk. The price of the raw materials was around $3,000. However, the bone strengthening nourishing muscle powder that Sumu wanted to configure, not only was the effect of replenishing chi and blood about 3 times that of the blood replenishing powder, and the price of the raw materials only cost $1,000. Sumu's $30,000 bought enough to be able to deploy 30 pairs of bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder. Moreover, Sumu still had the corpse of a wisdom bug in his hand. The wisdom bug's strength wasn't strong, but its chi and blood value was also much stronger than the average first-realm alien. It was definitely enough to be used to formulate these bone-strengthening and nourishing muscle sanctions. Sumu quickly mixed the medicinal herbs according to the recipe for bone-strengthening and nourishing muscle powder given by Deep Blue. It probably took more than an hour. Only then did he finally use up all the herbs. It was because of the lack of experience in configuring them. Of the 30 pairs of ingredients for the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder, only 28 pairs of bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder were finally blended out. 2 pairs had failed, turning into useless products with no enhancement effect. Looking at the 28 vials in front of him, a sense of accomplishment arose. These 28 pairs of bone strengthening muscle nourishing powder should be enough for me to use for a month, right? Taking 1 vial out individually, the remaining 27 vials, Sumu carefully put them away. Following that, he took another 1-liter bottle from the kitchen. The ratio is roughly 1 to 10. The bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder was brewed inside the bottle, and a rich medicinal fragrance immediately hit his nose. Start cultivating. Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground. He began to take the bone strengthening nourishing muscle scatter and cultivate. A mouthful of bone strengthening nourishing muscle scatter entered his stomach. But in a moment's time, then he felt a powerful medicinal power spreading out towards his body's limbs. Feeling this power, Sumu's face was delighted. Without hesitation, he started practicing the 10,000 races body refining technique. Powerful Ape Clan Chapter, Golden Rock Clan Chapter, Vajra Bull Clan Chapter. One by one, the movements were realized through Sumu's body. Inside the room, only a few rough gasps could be faintly heard from Sumu from time to time. A month's time passed quietly. Inside the room, Sumu picked up the towel on the side and wiped the sweat on his forehead. In front of him, a light blue interface quietly surfaced. Name, Sumu. Chi and blood value, 101. 75, early first realm martial artist. Body refining technique, 10,000 races body refining technique, Hercules Ape Race Chapter, Golden Rock Race Chapter, Vajra Bull Race Chapter. Breathing technique, innate fetal breath technique. Martial arts, none. Talents, EX rank, duplication after death. SSS rank, 12 hours back from death. Book of Wisdom. Sword mind, A rank, alteration. Finally, stepping into the first realm martial artist, a trace of joy surfaced on Sumu's face. During this month's time, he had taken the bone strengthening and nourishing muscle powder for cultivation almost whenever he had free time, and the results were naturally pleasing. With the help of the bone strengthening and nourishing scatter, his blood value had already reached 99 as early as the 20th day of cultivation, and the remaining 10 days he was using to break through that final one. Luckily, when he was practicing today, the power that had been accumulated in his body for a long time finally broke through this last layer of film. After breaking through to the first realm martial artist, he could be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of martial arts. Not only could he officially start practicing martial arts, but according to Deep Blue's words, he could also start practicing the idea of visualization. The idea of viewpoint was a method that could enhance spiritual power. This kind of Guanxi method was originally only amongst the 10,000 races. Some of the races that used spiritual power as a method of attack would. Among the human race, until the extinction of the human race 10 years later, no human race had figured out a way to cultivate the viewpoint method that could be suitable for the human race. The main reason why this was the case was because the idea of viewpoints was a method of refining spiritual power, and spiritual power was much more fragile compared to the physical body. A large portion of the cultivation methods of the human race were based on the cultivation methods of the 10,000 races, with some degree of modification. And among the 10,000 races, some of the races that practiced the way of observation, their own spiritual power was quite strong, so when they practiced the way of observation, they didn't have to worry at all about not being able to withstand the power in their spiritual power bursting and dying. But the human race was different. The 10,000 races' viewpoint ideas were simply too strong for the human race. It was like having a snake swallow an elephant. The slightest miscalculation would cause it to burst itself. If the human race wanted to cultivate the idea of viewpoint, they would either have to awaken a talent that could drastically increase their spiritual power, or they would have to gamble on that 1 in a million chance of success in cultivating it in over and over again attempts. But Sumu was different. On the one hand, Sumu had experienced many death regressions, and although every death would be a loss of spiritual power, but invariably, it had also refined his own spiritual power, making his spiritual power far more powerful than that of the average human race. On the other hand, Sumu had the ability to return to the file of death. Others tried once. If they failed, they might die with their spiritual energy bursting. But Sumu had an infinite number of trial and error opportunities. However, Sumu wasn't prepared to cultivate immediately. He had to wait for 12 hours to pass. Otherwise, if he went back in time, it would be 12 hours ago. Well, he would have to break through from Martial Apprentice 9 to First Realm Martial Artist once again. After resting for a while, Sumu skillfully logged into his researcher forum account. During this month's time, he had released a few more body refining techniques and breathing techniques. Nowadays, his researcher account had reached the first level. At the same time, there were nearly 600,000 Daxia coins lying inside the bank account. This bank account was opened earlier when he was trying to receive the Nightwalker's bonus. Of the nearly 600,000 Daxia coins, 150,000 were the bonuses given out by the Nightwalkers for bravery, and the remaining 450,000 were Sumu's earnings from the researcher forum. This money might not be much for a rich family, but for an ordinary family like Sumu, it was already undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Sumu's idea was to wait for when he had saved up a few $1 million. Then he would give his family a new set of house, his own family's house, a total of only 50 or 60 square meters. Mom and dad and his brother Suyang a room, because he usually want to exercise, to study and so on. His own less than 10 square meters of room. If you get together on weekdays, even turning around may be a little inconvenient. If you can change a larger house, everyone can live comfortably. His brother Suyang also do not have to spit all day long. Dad Sudashan snoring every night, noisy own sleep. Just thinking, Sumu suddenly realized that his researcher background had an additional message. Dear Savior Researcher, I'm the Medicinal Formula Authorization Negotiator of Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company, and would like to talk to you about cooperation. Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company? Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of this pharmaceutical company's name. Many famous blood-replenishing medicines came from this company. From the perspective of the industry of qi and blood medicines alone, Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company was definitely the leading company in the field of medicine preparation. Hello. Sumu returned a message. Originally thought that the other party would not respond so quickly, but what Sumu didn't expect was that just after Sumu's message was sent over, the opposite party immediately replied. Hello, Savior Researcher. Finally, I've contacted you. I'm the Medicinal Formula Authorization Negotiator for Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company. My name is Gu Qian. Hello. It's like this, Mr. Savior. Our Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company is very interested in the potion formula of the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing essence that you have released. May I ask if you are interested in licensing out the potion formula? We can pay you a large amount of licensing fee. Don't worry, the price our Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company can pay is definitely the highest in the market. As the leading company in the pharmaceutical preparation industry, they did have the backbone to say such words. What kind of price can you guys give? The offer we can give on our side is about $4 to $5 million. We can talk in detail, because after all, you are the author of the pharmaceutical formula. You must know more about the characteristics of the medicine that we don't know, and we can also give you an offer based on the characteristics of the medicine. What do you think? Yes? Then find a time and place to talk about it. Okay, let's see when you are free. If you are free. Sumu thought for a moment. Today's time was already not early. One still had to wait for 12 hours before practicing the idea of viewpoint. Tomorrow, the school will be conducting monthly tests, and he also has things he needs to find the homeroom teacher to chat about, so he probably won't have much time. The day after tomorrow, he would have some time after practicing. He had a fixed time for cultivation every day. Basically all the other things he did in his spare time for cultivation. So arranging things up, one had to consider not taking up his cultivation time. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. As for the location, let's do it at that landing cafe on 7th Avenue? Okay, then I'll leave you alone for now. Closing the chat interface, Sumu let out a long breath. There was some small excitement in his heart. He thought about how his potion formula would be able to sell for quite a lot of money if he sold it for authorization. But really, when the other party quoted a high price of $4 to $5 million, his heart still couldn't help but stutter. Still haven't seen much of the world. Sumu helplessly shook his head. It wasn't his fault either. At his age, with a family like his, it was hard to see even $100,000 inside a normal day. And before that, it was hard to get a wave of tens of billions of dollars. And meow, before he had the chance to feel the charm of money, he died. Now this few million, although not compared to the previous tens of billions, but at least it can really get to the hand, can be used. With these few millions then, he would really be able to give his family a bigger house. Thanks a lot, Deep Blue. Sumu sighed. Deep Blue's mechanical voice also echoed in his mind. It is my honor to serve you. 12 hours of time quickly passed. At this moment, Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground. He was ready to start cultivating the idea of viewpoints. There were many benefits to cultivating the idea of viewpoint. As a martial artist, if you possessed a strong spiritual power, you would get twice the results with half the effort in terms of cultivation and in terms of combat. Because a strong spiritual power meant that your reaction speed and observation would be far stronger than the other party. In addition to this, spiritual power itself is also a means of attack. Among the 10,000 races there are races that specialize in using spiritual power to attack each other, called spiritual luminaries by the human race. The human race was always at a disadvantage when they encountered this kind of enemy, and many of them would even deliberately take some heavenly treasures that could enhance their spiritual power in the flesh and blood of some foreign races that specialized in spiritual power in the course of their cultivation. However, the effect of these enhancements was definitely much worse than that of the Guanxi, and for Sumu personally, there was another biggest benefit of practicing the Guanxi method. That was to be able to support him in continuous backstaging. With his current spiritual power, at most, he could make 2 consecutive backfiles. After 2 times, one would feel extremely poor in spirit. By forcing a 3rd time, he might even reach the edge of collapse. A mental collapse and a mental burst could be different. A mental collapse was equivalent to having your conscious memories and whatnot disappear, and the person would be in a state of demented insanity. That's why Sumu always wanted to raise his spiritual power as much as possible. The improvement of his spiritual power meant that he was able to perform continuous backfiles. In other words, being able to go back to a longer time ago. Just for example, he was now able to go back in time twice, which meant that he was able to go back up to 24 hours, or 1 day ago. The spiritual energy consumed, on the other hand, would take 2 days or even longer to recover. In this way, spiritual power also limited the maximum amount of time that Sumu could go back to gear. And if Sumu's spiritual power had been raised, or even when backfiling was already minimal for Sumu's spiritual power depletion, then Sumu could completely go back to any of the previous time nodes. By the time that time came, he felt that his death backfile of 12 hours could be completely renamed as infinite backfile, and at that time, his death backfile had definitely reached the level of an EX grade talent. However, that was destined to be a long and difficult road. Shook his head, no longer thinking much, Sumu began to try the viewpoint idea that Deep Blue had found for him. The viewpoint idea that Deep Blue had found for him was called the divine and demonic viewpoint idea. It was a viewpoint that Deep Blue had adapted and created based on the viewpoints of the 2 races that were born spiritual numinous masters among the 10,000 races. The god therein referred to the Skywing divine race. The main characteristic of their race's viewpoints was order, and the spiritual energy cultivated from them was holy and stable. And although their attack power wasn't that strong, they possessed an extremely strong recovery ability. The devil, on the other hand, refers to the purgatory demon race, whose main characteristic of their race's concept is chaos, and the spiritual power they cultivate possesses terrifying and violent attack power, as well as a certain degree of erosive power. As for Deep Blue's adapted God-Devil viewpoint, it was mainly through cultivating the spiritual power of both of their viewpoints at the same time, thus constantly wearing down and rebuilding one's own spiritual power, using the spiritual power of the purgatory demon race to continuously wear down their own spiritual power, and then using the spiritual power of the Skywing divine race to continuously rebuild their own spiritual power. The cultivation process of this god and demon viewing method is actually very similar to Sumu's own death recall. It could be said that this divine demon viewpoint was a viewpoint that was most suitable for Sumu. However, the cultivation difficulty was also quite great. Not only did Sumu have to constantly try out that 1 in 10,000 path that could cultivate the spiritual power of the heavenly winged god clan, he also had to try out that 1 in 10,000 path that could cultivate the spiritual power of the purgatory demon clan. In the end, he also had to test out a cultivation path that might not even have a 1 in 10,000 probability in the midst of the two kinds of spiritual energy grinding and rebuilding. Start cultivating. Ping. Well, wait another 12 hours. After using up the 2 times of the return time, Sumu still didn't succeed in cultivating the divine demon viewing thoughts. He didn't even manage to cultivate the spiritual power of the Skywing divine race first in the first step. However, this result had already been anticipated by Sumu as well. Along with his continuous backfiling and slow increase in spiritual power, he believed that the success rate of cultivation was also getting higher and higher. The double exhaustion of his body and spirit made Sumu not continue with his cultivation. Instead, he collapsed and fell asleep on the bed. By the time Sumu awoke, it was already the next day. Today was the time for the school's monthly awakening test, because everyone's awakening talent was different, and the body refining breathing method they cultivated was also different. So after the talent awakening, the school would let the students go back to cultivate on their own, and if they had any cultivation problems they chose to go to the school or the nearby martial arts center to ask. Every month, they would only return to the school at the time of the Chi and Blood test to have their Chi and Blood values tested. And if the Chi and Blood value tested on that day had a huge increase compared to a month ago, then one would be able to receive a first-class scholarship from the school. The first-class scholarship had $30,000. For the current Sumu, $30,000 wasn't a lot, but it was enough to purchase quite a few Chi and Blood medicinal herbs. It just so happened that the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder that he had configured last month had been almost consumed. This amount of money was just right to take it to the market to buy some new herbs, and this time, he also had to purchase some alien corpses, so it would probably cost quite a bit more than last time. In addition to that, Sumu was also going to go to his homeroom teacher to discuss the matter, so that the school would help him write a letter of introduction. By the time Sumu arrived at the school, it was already around 9 o'clock in the morning, because after his strength had increased, his 5 senses had also improved. So from a long distance Sumu heard many students in the class discussing their respective cultivation progress. How much have you all improved in a month's time? My Chi and Blood value has now reached 235. I'm barely considered an unranked martial arts disciple. At this speed in 5 months I shouldn't have any problems trying to get into a 3-book martial arts university, right? It's a pity that my family isn't very wealthy and can provide me with few Chi and Blood medicines. Otherwise perhaps I would be able to raise my Chi and Blood even more. He. My family bought me more than 30 pairs of blood replenishing medicines, and now my Chi and Blood has already reached 936. This speed, it's just average. I go 936. You damn is really damned aw. According to this speed, you then go to a martial arts university is not impossible ah. There was a sound of envy among the students. You're nothing. Do you know how much Fawn Ling's blood value has increased to? I heard that her family not only prepared body refining techniques and breathing methods for her, but also bought good Chi and Blood medicines. The effect of replenishing Chi and Blood is twice as much as the blood replenishing powder that we commonly use. Yesterday when I asked Fong Ling, I heard her say that her Chi and Blood value had already reached 1586, and that she had stepped into the first level of the martial apprentice. At this rate, in the college entrance exam 5 months from now, she'll have no problem trying to get into a top martial arts university. A martial apprentice first level ah. It's already reached the admission standard of the top 3 martial arts universities. I really hate it. People's starting point. For me, it's the end point that I have to work hard for several months. It's true that some people are born in Rome, and some people are born to be bulls and horses. I'm not curious about Fong Ling. Her family's conditions are good. Fast promotion speed is nothing. I'm more curious about what point Sumu's current blood value has reached. As soon as Sumu was mentioned, all the surrounding students suddenly quieted down. That's right, Sumu. Everyone naturally didn't put Sumu in the comparison bracket. No matter what, it was really because inside their thoughts, Sumu should already be the nailed-on number one in their class. I think, to say the least, his blood value can reach more than 20 points, right? After all, Fongling has already reached more than 15 points. Less. Sumu was able to reach more than 4 points in his first cultivation, which is 3 or 4 times higher than Fongling. If his chi and blood values don't rise to 50 or 60, no, 40 or 50, I feel that he's been blinded by this talent. Don't forget, Sumu's family isn't as rich as Fongling's family. In the absence of sufficient chi and blood medicines in blood food, even if his talent is good enough, the boost is expected to be limited, right? You guys, if by that time, Sumu's elevated chi and blood value isn't as high as Fongling's, wouldn't that be a bit funny? You guys are really boring. What's it to you guys how much Sumu raises his chi and blood value? Seeing that some of the students didn't look favorably on Sumu, they even gloated a bit in hope that Sumu's chi and blood values didn't raise much. Sitting in his seat, Lai Xiangdong interjected with some dissatisfaction. Each and every one of you doesn't care about your own cultivation progress and stares at Sumu every day. What qualifications do you have to talk about Sumu? Other than that, have you forgotten what happened a month ago? Without Sumu, Fongling might not have been able to survive that pagan worshipper. Do any of you have Sumu's guts? One coward still discusses Sumu. We're talking. What are you interrupting for? Lai Xiandong? That's right. Sumu hasn't even risen yet and he's thinking of being a dog for others? What the hell are you talking about? Lai Xiangdong sniffed and lunged towards the student who had spoken. However, his blood value was clearly inferior to that classmate, and he was soon flipped over and mounted by that classmate. He was just about to punch Lai Xiangdong in the face, but the next moment, his fist was grabbed by a hand. That classmate looked up, only to see that Sumu had appeared in front of him at an unknown time. Sumu. Seeing Sumu, that student's eyelids jumped. In the next moment, he didn't even react. He was then ripped off of Li Xiangdong's body by Sumu. Brother Mu. Seeing that it was Sumu, Lai Xiangdong's face was delighted. Sumu, on the other hand, extended his hand towards Lai Xiangdong. Is everything alright? I'm fine, Brother Mu. The classmate who had just been tugged by Sumu and thrown aside with a hand, at this moment didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Sumu in the slightest, and hurriedly patted his butt and returned to his seat. The surrounding students also looked at Sumu with some fear and quickly returned to their own seats, fearing that what they had just said would be heard by Sumu. Seeing the reaction of the surrounding students, Li Xiangdong's face also revealed a smug look. Each and every one of them only dares to discuss behind their backs what kind of ability is that, to have the ability to say it in front of Sumu. Saying that, he hemmed and hawed and looked towards Sumu. You say it right, Brother Mu. Sumu, however, waved his hand unconcernedly. They're all classmates. Don't hurt the peace because of some small things. But it's you. You haven't seen for a month, and your chi and blood value is only this much. In Sumu's line of sight, naturally, he could tell at a glance that Lai Xiangdong's chi and blood value was only 24. Although there was schooling at this speed, it was still difficult to go to a better martial arts university. Turn around and wait for me in the classroom after testing the chi and blood value. Sumu felt that he could help Lai Xiangdong out. Good. Lai Xiangdong didn't think much and just nodded his head in response. Sumu didn't come too late. When he arrived, less than half of the people inside the class had come, but it seemed that it was because of Sumu's presence. Those students didn't continue to discuss Sumu. Regarding this point, Sumu really didn't care, probably because the things he experienced and knew were already different from those students, so the things that he cared about were also different from them. From the day he got the diary, Sumu already knew that he was going to embark on a path that was different from everyone else. Just as Sumu and Lai Xiangdong were having a chat, Fongling also arrived in the classroom at an unknown time. As soon as she entered the classroom, Fongling's eyes began to look around, and finally rested on Sumu's body. Immediately, her eyes lit up. However, Sumu naturally didn't notice her reaction. Even if he noticed it, he probably wouldn't care. Just shortly after Fongling arrived in the classroom, the class teacher Jiang Heilu also finally arrived. It seems that all the students have made quite a bit of progress this month. Jiang Heilu walked into the classroom smilingly. After quickly surveying the students below and making sure there were no missing people, he continued, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." "Good. Then one by one, line up in 2 rows according to your school number and prepare to head to the training hall." At Jungha Lu's command, the students began to walk outside the classroom one by one. Sumu was just about to walk towards the outside of the classroom. Suddenly, he felt himself being poked by something. Turning his head to look, he realized that it was Fong Ling. "Student Sumu, this is for you." She held a small pink cloth bag and handed it to Sumu. Sumu frowned with some curiosity. "What's this?" This is a thank you gift that my parents asked me to take to you." A thank you gift for saving me. This is a little token of appreciation. I hope you won't reject it." Fong Ling seemed to nod her head seriously to affirm her statement. "Originally, I wanted to thank you a long time ago, but why did you not reply to so many messages I sent you above, Penguin? I was afraid of going to your house rashly to disturb you, so I delayed until today to give it to you." When Fong Ling said this, she seemed to be a little bit grumpy. Sumu smiled a little awkwardly as he said this. "I haven't logged into Penguin for a long time. I'm sorry, we're all classmates. There's no need to be so polite." "That's so." Fong Ling's expression became happier. "As long as you don't intentionally not reply to me, it's fine." "Then what kind of contact information do you usually like to use? Is it convenient to give me your cell phone number?" Then you memorize it. 175 ****** 7356. Sumu did not refuse. After Fong Ling carefully memorized the number Sumu reported on a small slip of paper, nodding vigorously, she then shoved the pink cloth bag into Sumu's hands, and then, seemingly afraid that Sumu wouldn't accept it, she hurriedly walked quickly to the classroom door, only to say before she left, "Then I'll leave first." Sumu then looked at the cloth bag in his hand and shook his head with some tears and laughter. He opened the cloth bag and looked at it. Inside the cloth bag were some chi and blood medicines, as well as a data CD that looked like it was used to load body refining techniques and breathing techniques. Together, these things were at least $100,000 or $200,000. These things, they are also too expensive. For a moment, Sumu didn't know whether he should or shouldn't accept them. He had always been not very good at handling this kind of thing. First, he stuffed the cloth bag into his drawer, and then used his own school bag to block the cloth bag, before Sumu quickly walked towards the outside of the classroom. Soon, it was time to arrive at the training hall. The scene was pretty much the same as last time, but this time, unlike everyone who was a little excited in anticipation, some people's faces were jumping up and down, while others were a little frustrated. After all, normally everyone would more or less go to the nearby martial arts center to test their chi and blood values. They knew their own situation, and naturally knew whether they had improved or hadn't made much progress this month. Sumu was at the back of the line. Among the people who tested in front of him, the highest was Fong Ling. His chi and blood value had reached 1591, which was obviously an improvement from the 1586 that someone had said earlier. This chi and blood value could be considered to be far ahead of the rest in their class. Even Zhang Heliu was a bit surprised. After all, at this rate of improvement, after 5 months, it wasn't impossible to attend a top martial arts university. After testing a few more people, it was finally Sumu's turn. When Sumu's name was announced, the entire training hall seemed to fall silent all of a sudden. This name, in the pagan worship incident a month ago, it could be said that everyone had memorized it deeply in their minds. In addition to his own courage and resourcefulness, he had risked his own life to save a female student from the hands of the pagan worshippers. A heroic deed. What made everyone care even more was Sumu's terrifying score of 413 on his initial chi and blood value test. Everyone wanted to see to what extent the 413 of a month ago had now reached. "Hey, you guys, how much has Sumu's chi and blood value increased after a month has passed?" "I think there are at least 40 or 50. Our class Li Ming, the initial chi and blood value is only 0.8. Now it's already more than 12. Sumu was 413. Now there is not a 40 or 50. It can't be said, right? Who knows? But I see the way he's gulping his breath, and the aura emanating from his body. I'm sure the chi and blood value should have risen quite a bit. Do you think there's a possibility that he has awakened a talent in martial arts and that's why he's risen so fast? Who knows? But 80% should be like this. So envious. The talent I awakened. But it's a garbage talent. Hey, go Sumu! Some girls shouted from the side. Go Mac! This was the voice of that guy Lai Shandong. In order to suppress the voices of those girls, he damn well specialized in getting a microphone over from somewhere. He was directly glared at hard by Jiang Giliu. In addition to these students, the teachers also have temporarily stopped the work in hand. They came over to the 5th class side. Old John, what do you think this Sumu from your class? How much can he have in this chi and blood value test? It shouldn't be 60 or 70, right? 60 to 70. That's too much. Then after 5 months, wouldn't all of them reach the first realm of martial artists? I remember that last year's National College Entrance Examination top student was only a first realm martial artist. You know shit College Entrance Examination top student counts for what really powerful people. Long before the college entrance examination, through the Genius Training Camp in advance, participate in the college entrance examination. Are some people who have not been recruited in advance, cannot be counted as a real genius, but there is a say if the 5th class the Sumu can reach 60 or 70 this time, it is not permitted to really have a chance to enter the Genius Training Camp. Chance to enter the Genius Training Camp. Alright, you guys, stop guessing, just watch at ease. Jiang Heliu interrupted the teachers. Nervously, he looked at Sumu who was already standing in front of the qi and blood testing instrument, only to see that the next moment, the extremely quiet training hall resounded with a number that made everyone somewhat disbelieve. 101, 75, 101, 75. Everyone was wondering if they had heard it wrong. Several teachers in charge of the qi and blood testing apparatus even coincidentally came together near the qi and blood testing apparatus to check if there was something wrong with the qi and blood testing apparatus. No problem. The several teachers briefly confirmed it and came to a common conclusion. There was no problem then. Then that meant Sumu was within a month's time. The qi and blood value had skyrocketed from 413 all the way to 101, 75, becoming a first realm martial artist. In coming to this conclusion, everyone had a strong look of shock in their eyes. They had thought that Sumu's rate of increase in qi and blood values might be terrifying, but never thought that it would be this terrifying. In a month's time, it had been raised by a full 90-odd points. At this rate, after 5 months, to what extent would Sumu's strength be raised? As Sumu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Helu, at this moment, could not hide the excitement and shock in his heart. He could hardly imagine that such a supreme genius had just appeared in the middle of his class, and those classmates of Sumu. Right now, all of them were also speechless. Previously, there were still people who guessed that Sumu couldn't raise his qi and blood values because of his family. But now, Sumu's performance was undoubtedly a hard slap in their faces. First realm martial artist, even if it was only a pre-first realm martial artist. But don't forget, last year's National College Entrance Examination top achiever was only a pre-first realm martial artist. Pre-first realm martial artist. For many people, this is a height that is difficult to reach in a lifetime. The path of martial arts is to cultivate qi and blood. As you grow older, if you don't reach a certain height before a certain age, then the qi and blood will start to decay. Some people spend their whole life. I'm afraid that even if they are stuck at the 9th level of martial apprentice, a realm of martial artists, is already a goal they pursue for their whole life. Just like Sumu, most of the teachers in this high school, many of them were only at the 8th level of martial apprentice and 9th level of martial apprentice. And Sumu, a Sumu who had just awakened his talent and had stepped into the martial arts path for only a month, had reached heights that they hadn't even reached in a decade or even decades. Brother Mu is bullish. This fellow, Lai Xiangdong, also shouted excitedly from the side with a microphone. Rarely, this time, Zhang Helia didn't bother him anymore. Instead, after a long pause, he followed suit and shouted, Ox approved, Sumu Ox batch. All of a sudden, in the training hall, sounds rang out one after another. When you are just a tiny bit higher than others, I'm afraid that others will be a little jealous of you, but if when you reach a height that others can't reach, then those people will turn to admire you because they know that you're no longer at the same high level as they are. And even, they'll be proud of the fact that they used to know you, and that they're in the same high school as you. This is human nature. Sumu was a bit uncomfortable with such a scene for a moment. When he came down from the qi and blood testing apparatus, there were still classmates who continuously threw admiring gazes at him. Brother Mu, you're too bullish. I'm going to hug you as my thigh from now on. Lai Xiangdong came over to Sumu's side with a flattering face. Sumu gave him a disgusted look. Come on, I'm not good at this. Fangling also didn't know when she walked to Sumu and Li Xiangdong's side. With an adoring face, she looked at Sumu. Classmate Sumu, you're also too powerful. Can I ask you any cultivation questions in the future? Of course, we are all classmates. There is no need to be so polite. Right, classmate Fangling, you sent. Sumu's words have not finished. Fangling seems to already know what Sumu wants to say. Hastily interrupted Sumu. Sumu classmate, this is a piece of my heart. If you refuse, I will be very sad. And the things in there aren't particularly valuable. If you really don't like it, you can just throw it away. Anyway, it's given to you to dispose of how you want to dispose of it. Just dispose of it how you want to dispose of it. Fangling's words had been said to this point. Sumu was also not in a good position to continue refusing. Fong Ling then continued, "Right, Sumu, we should be considered friends, right? In the future. Don't call me Fong Ling student to be so formal. Just call me Fong Ling or Ling Ling." Sumu nodded after hearing this. "That's good. Then I'll call you Fong Ling from now on. Just call me Sumu as well." Hearing that Sumu chose to call her Fong Ling, the loss on Fong Ling's face flickered, but it was quickly replaced with a smiling face. Good. After chatting for a while longer, only then did Fong Ling turn around and leave. And as soon as Fong Ling left, Lai Xiangdong, on the other hand, immediately had a gossipy look on his face. TSK, Brother Mu, you've been blessed with a lot of lust. It seems that since the last time you heroically saved your beauty, Fong Manhwa has been treating you. Sumu glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense." Then he shook his head. How could he not understand what Fong Ling meant? But on the one hand, he didn't have any thoughts about Fong Ling for the time being, and on the other hand, the human race was going to perish. So what would one think about children's love? Just as Sumu was thinking about how he was going to talk to the class teacher about what he was going to do later on, Zhang Halu, however, didn't know when he had already come to his side. "Teacher, Sumu, not bad. Lai Xiangdong, you also need to learn from Sumu. If there are problems in cultivation that you don't know how to do, you can ask Sumu for advice. It's really unexpected. The student that I teach has now gone farther than me in the martial arts path." Zhang Halu looked at Sumu, but the smile on his face couldn't be stopped. "Teacher, you flatter me." Sumu was a little embarrassed. If it wasn't for that diary, he would still be an ordinary high school student. "Do you have something to do now? If not, come with me. The principal's side wants to talk to you about something." "The principal has some things to find me?" Sumu raised his eyebrows, nodded his head. "Okay." He followed Zhang Heliu once again to the principal's office that he came to a month ago. As soon as he entered the office, Sumu saw 3 cups of tea brewed on the table. "Come on, Sumu student. Mr. Jiang, you stay together too. After all, you are in your class." The principal greeted Sumu and Zhang Heliu and sat on the sofa. Obviously, compared to the last time, this time the principal's attitude toward Sumu was clearly a few points better again. "Congratulations, student Sumu. In less than a month's time, you stepped into the first realm martial artist. Even those geniuses in the 9th safety zone. I'm afraid it's nothing more than that. This time, calling you over, Sumu student, there are mainly a few things. One of them is that I discussed with the leaders in the school. With your cultivation speed, student Sumu, you are completely qualified to take the first-class scholarship for 6 months. That is, a total of 180,000, and we decided to directly just release the first-class scholarship to you in advance. And in addition, for the 5 months of the Qi and blood value test after that, you can also not come. Then thank you school." Sumu didn't refuse. Although 180,000 might not be much for him at the moment, but after all, he was a child of an ordinary family, and wouldn't consider this 180,000 to be a small amount of money. Another thing, the principal glanced at Zhang Heliu and then looked at Sumu. "I don't know if Mr. Zhang usually talks to you." He paused for a moment. "Genius training camp? Genius training camp?" Sumu remembered that he had once heard about this in class, but at that time, he knew his own level, and he also knew that this kind of thing that had something to do with geniuses would basically have nothing to do with him. So at that time, he didn't look too deeply into it. "I've heard about it, but I don't know much about it." Zhang Halu, who was at the side, started to explain at this time. "Genius training camp is our Daxia. Several top martial arts universities authorized by the Daxia Martial Arts Alliance to establish the top training camp. In the Genius Training Camp, and the outstanding performance of the people cannot have to participate in the college entrance examination, directly in advance guaranteed to the top martial arts universities in Daxia, and also able to directly get the freshman full scholarship and a variety of preferential conditions." The principal also said at the side. "The freshman scholarships of those top martial arts universities are different from this kind of petty fights in our school, and it is rumored that the highest ones can even reach $10 million. $10 million? Sumu was a little surprised. The principal nodded. "This is still just the most ordinary rewards of the Genius Training Camp. The things that can be learned inside the Genius Training Camp are unimaginable to us ordinary people. It can be said that ever since the Genius Training Camp was founded, every person who has achieved excellent results in the Genius Training Camp and has survived, without exception, has become a famous and great person of the human race. But of course, to enter the Genius Training Camp, at the same time, you have to be prepared for one thing. Jongha Lu looked at Sumu. Genius Training Camp, compared to the unusual college entrance examination, has an extremely high elimination rate. Legend has it that the toughest phase of the Genius Training Camp, even a full 3/4 of the members of the Genius Training Camp were eliminated. And there is also a certain chance that they will die because they will come into contact with a foreign race. But it's not that high. About a dozen or so phases there will be one that is unlucky. This Genius Training Camp will come into contact with foreign races? Sumu's eyes lit up. Jongha Lu nodded. Not only will it be able to come into contact, but the foreign races that the Genius Training Camp comes into contact with that can be the foreign races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. He was afraid that Sumu didn't understand and specially emphasized. The foreign races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races are different from the foreign races that you usually see in the foreign race hunting grounds that the martial arts hall is responsible for. After all, the foreign race hunting grounds are close to the back of the human race, and the foreign races in them will be regularly purged by the martial arts hall responsible for them at regular intervals, so they have less experience of fighting with the human race, and whether it is their fighting strength or their racial category, they belong to the existence of the bottom of the pile in the 10,000 races. Belongs to the kind of existence that is at the bottom of the list, but the Genius Training Camp can contact, that are really on the battlefield of the 10,000 races foreign races, whether it is combat strength, or for the degree of understanding of human beings, that are far stronger than the foreign races on the foreign races hunting ground. Some foreign races will even be born to awaken some of the A-class or even S-class talent, the strength of the strong, far beyond your imagination, the principal also said at this time. So, student Sumu, our school now has a spot that can be reported up to participate in the Genius Training Camp, but the elimination rate and danger of the Genius Training Camp. Teacher Jiang has already talked to you, whether you want to participate, and which top martial arts university's Genius Training Camp to participate in. I hope that you can think about it. Like this. This week, Teacher Jiang and I will both be inside the school. Once you've decided, you can directly look for me or Teacher Jiang. We'll help you fill out the form and report it up. Sumu, however, revealed a look of anticipation and said without hesitation, "No need to think about it, principal. I'll participate. As for which school, I want to participate in Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp. There's no need to decide so quickly, Sumu. The Genius Training Camp is going to be on the battlefield of tens of thousands of clans. It's best for you to discuss with your family before deciding, right?" Teacher Jiang said. Moreover, the Longjing Martial Arts University that you chose is even the one with the highest elimination rate within all the Genius Training Camps. Are you sure that you won't think carefully about it? Sumu, however, didn't give it much more thought. He couldn't wait to die a few more times and brush up on his talent or something. The higher difficulty meant the easier it was to die. But instead, it was more in line with his appetite. Besides, Longjing Martial Arts University, not only was it a requirement in the diary, but it was also the university where Gu Yanqi was from. On his lips, he said that he wasn't going to think about his children's love for the time being, but inexplicably, thinking that he could go to the university where Gu Yanqi was, Sumu's heart still couldn't help but feel a little bit excited. Right now, Gu Yanqi should still be in her 3rd year of college. Principal, Teacher Jiang, I've already considered it. I'll go to Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp, and I'd like to ask you, Principal, to help me report it up. Hearing Sumu being so resolute, the principal and Zhang Heliu also stopped persuading Sumu. The two of them looked at each other. Then they saw the principal walk to the side and take out a form from inside a drawer. Fill out the form and sign it, then we'll help you report it up. The opening time of the Genius Training Camp. In a month's time. During this month's time you cultivate well. It just so happens that you are now a first-realm martial artist. You can officially start practicing martial arts. There are some martial arts techniques placed on the highest level inside the school library. If you need them, you can borrow them at any time. Finally, as the principal of the school, I sincerely wish you a good result in the Genius Training Camp. Sumu quickly filled out the form, handing it over to the principal. I will definitely work hard, Principal, and thank the school for giving me this opportunity. The principal received the form and smiled. This is what you deserve. It's not possible to say that our school will be able to produce a marvelous big shot in the future. Take care of everything. Be safe. Zhang Heliu, who was on the side, instructed. I will. Teacher Jiang. Sumu nodded. Then he thought of something. Right, headmaster. There's something I want to ask the school for. You say. If it can be facilitated for you, I will definitely do my best to help you. Sumu said. It's like this, headmaster. You also know that I have now become a first-realm martial artist, and it's time for me to formally start practicing my martial arts. But I feel that simply practicing against the people from the martial arts hall will not have much of an effect in terms of enhancement. So I would like to go to the Fey hunting ground. The Fey hunting ground was a piece of land located at the border between the rear of the human race and the 10,000 races battlefield. There were a large number of foreign races inside. Some of these foreign races were originally here, while others were purposely captured and kept in captivity. Among these foreign races, there were no very powerful existences. They were mainly used to refine some of the human races that were not strong enough to fight on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, but wanted to increase their experience in fighting the 10,000 races. The alien hunting grounds were divided into many areas, with many martial arts schools in the back of the human race being responsible for each area. The martial arts halls in charge of these areas could make profits by hunting the foreign races and obtaining materials and blood food from them, and they could also rent out places to martial artists from the rear of the human race to allow them to practice and improve their experience. In order to prevent the alien races inside the alien hunting grounds from exceeding their control, the martial arts center would also regularly purge the alien races inside the hunting grounds. In order to obtain a place in the martial arts center to enter the alien hunting ground, there was a condition that one had to be a martial artist who had stepped into the first realm of martial arts for at least 3 months. But this condition had room for maneuverability. This was because some students from some schools, if their talent was really outstanding, and then after getting a letter of recommendation from the school, it was possible to not need this condition of 3 months. This was also something Sumu wanted to ask the school to help with. Sumu quickly talked about this matter with the principal. The principal didn't consider it for long before nodding his head. No problem. It just so happens that you can prepare for the genius training camp, and with the protection of the martial arts school, I think you won't encounter too much danger on the alien hunting grounds. I'll immediately help you write a letter of recommendation. About which martial arts school? Do you have an intention? Blaze Martial Hall. Sumu had done his homework early. Blazing Fire Martial School was a martial school that had the largest scope of mastering the alien hunting ground area in the 3rd safety zone. Of course, the danger was also the highest amongst all martial arts schools, but what Sumu was most unafraid of was danger. Good. On the principal's side, he quickly got himself set up. After saying goodbye to the principal, Sumu left the office with the $180,000 rewarded by the school. After leaving, Sumu returned to the classroom. Inside the classroom, only Lai Xiangdong was left still waiting foolishly for Sumu. Brother Mu, you're finally here. Lai Xiangdong smiled as he greeted Sumu. Brother Mu, I've already prepared a private room for 2 at the Blue Sky Internet Cafe. Let's go for an all-night celebration today to celebrate you stepping into the first realm martial artist. I'll cover all the expenses. Sumu gave him a blank look. You think I'm looking for you to go online? Not it. Lai Xiangdong's smile stopped on his face. Sumu gently whacked him and said, less all-nighters. Hurts chi and blood. There are still 5 months to go before the college entrance exam. Aren't you in the least bit of a hurry? Hearing Sumu's words, Lai Xiangdong also cried with a sad face and said, of course I'm anxious, but there's nothing I can do about it. My awakened talent is just an ordinary E-grade talent, and my family isn't that rich. So to be able to get into a 3rd-level martial arts university is already something I need to work hard at for a long time. Sumu patted his shoulder in understanding. Then he said, wait for me. He pulled out a notebook from inside his book bag. He began to quickly write and draw on it. About half an hour or so passed. Only then did Sumu close the notebook. Then he handed it to Lai Xiangdong. Brother Mu, this is? Inside is a body refining technique, a breathing technique and a potion formula. The body refining technique and breathing technique should be much better than what you are currently practicing. As for the potion formula named bone strengthening and nourishing muscle scatter, the effect of the chi and blood enhancement is triple that of the blood replenishing scatter, but the cost of configuring it is only $1,000. The body refining techniques and breathing techniques that Sumu had picked out for Lai Xiangdong were not as good as Sumu's 10,000 races body refining technique and innate fetal breath technique, but they were still considered to be first-class body refining techniques and breathing techniques. The reason why he didn't write the 10,000 races body refining technique and innate fetal breath technique, it wasn't that Sumu was petty. It's just that both the 10,000 races body refining technique and the innate fetal breath technique are extremely difficult to cultivate. Not to mention the 10,000 races body refining technique that required changes in every stage of cultivation. Just the innate fetal breath technique. With Lai Xiangdong's qualifications, it was estimated that he would need to cultivate for half a year to feel his way through the cultivation. The reason why Sumu was able to cultivate these 2 techniques was entirely because these 2 techniques were originally selected by Deep Blue specifically for him. And when he practiced, Deep Blue corrected his movements, corrected his breathing rate, and so on. As for the body refining technique and breathing technique that Sumu had picked out for Lai Xiangdong, the difficulty of practicing them was much lower, and coupled with the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing scattering that Sumu had given him, at least cultivating a third-realm martial artist peacefully was not a problem at all. Li Xiangdong, who had just received the notebook from Sumu, was still wondering what Sumu had written for him. As a result, when he heard what Sumu said, he almost didn't drop the notebook in his hand. Mu, brother Mu, this is too expensive. Lai Xiangdong was now holding the notebook as if he was holding a hot potato. Where did you get all the body refining techniques and breathing techniques in here? It can't be that you're teaching them to me privately, right, brother Mu? This is a violation of the martial law. It's not something you can do. Sumu helplessly stuffed the notebook into his arms. Don't worry, the body refining techniques and breathing methods on this have never appeared in the market. You can just treat it as if it was created by me. As for the potion formula, you can also rest assured that you can also use it. It was originally written by me. It's just that you use it on your own. And there's nothing wrong with not using it to make a profit. But this is too expensive. Brother Mu, I can't take it. Lai Xiangdong wrinkled his face, seemingly moved to tears. Come on Les, hurry up and accept it. Sumu said, just take it and use it. Cultivate well. If you don't get into a one-book martial arts university in 5 months, you'll be sorry for me. Brother Mu. You're my own brother. Lai Xiangdong hugged Sumu. Sumu, on the other hand, pushed him away. Well, things are packed up. Fongling sent things. Sumu was also ready to take back to use. Body refining and breathing method cannot be used. Turn back can let the old mom to get the market to sell. After all, should not have bound to learn people. Back home, after eating dinner, Sumu did not immediately start practicing body refining techniques, but went back to his room and started taking out a notebook. Race, red-toothed rabbit race. Chi and blood value, 10 to 55, martial apprentice 1st to martial apprentice 5th. Talents, one of them grade C, cunning rabbit. Spiritual ears. D rank, enhanced sense of smell. Habits, lives underneath forest no. 1 in the western battlefield of the 10,000 clans battlefield. Weakness, eyes. Damage caused by attacking the eyes will cause the red-toothed rabbit clan to instantly lose its ability to resist. Race, cloud rat race. Blood value, 25 to 80, martial apprentice 2nd to martial apprentice 8th. Talent, one of them level B, crazy rat teeth. Grade C, instant acceleration. Habits, lives in the forest of forest no. 3 in the eastern war zone of the 10,000 clans battlefield. Weakness, ears. The ears of the cloud rat race are generally more sensitive, and will work wonders if they use sonic-based martial arts. 1 by 1, the race's chi and blood values strength ranges. Talents, habits and also weaknesses were carefully memorized by Sumu in his notebook. Afterwards, he began to recite the contents of the notebook again, although he already had Deep Blue as his all-purpose encyclopedia. But for Sumu, only what was grasped in his own mind was truly his own. How do you know what will happen one day in case you lose this talent? It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to learn something. Moreover, even if the talent won't disappear, but in the middle of a real battle, where is the time to listen to the information of those 10,000 races one by one, as well as the introduction about the talent and whatnot? Only after truly learning it in one's mind would one be able to better utilize it in the middle of battle. At the same time, this was also a good way Sumu found to utilize the death backfile. After the death regression, he would return to 12 hours ago in terms of physical enhancement. So practicing body refinement was a very unwise choice when it was certain that he would die regressing, but memory wouldn't. The knowledge Sumu had learned before the last round of backfiling would not disappear. If he utilized this time to learn some knowledge of the 10,000 races and the knowledge of talents from Deep Blue, Sumu's learning time in a day would be a full 24 hours more than others. And with the improvement of his spiritual power, this extra time would become more and more. In the past, it was impossible to say that with Sumu's learning, one day, he himself would become a moving Deep Blue. Next, it's the learning of the talent. Wait until you've learned for 12 hours. Then start practicing the idea of viewpoint. Sumu let out a long breath, almost all the time he could utilize. He tried to utilize as much as he could. 2 more times, he carried out the cultivation of the divine demon viewing thoughts. It was still unsuccessful. Sumu wasn't discouraged either. Cultivation of the conceptualization thoughts was not something that could be done overnight. If you wanted to successfully cultivate the divine demon viewing thoughts, spiritual power and luck, one was indispensable. After not preparing to go back to the file again, Sumu then packed up his things and left his home to the nearby blazing fire martial hall. after stepping into the first realm of martial artists. In addition to the daily practice of body alchemy and breathing technique, the cultivation of martial arts also inevitably needed to be put on the agenda. The body refining technique and breathing technique didn't require much movement to practice, and could be practiced at home. But if you want to practice martial arts, you don't have the appropriate weapons and places at home, so it's more appropriate to go to a nearby martial arts center. Moreover, Sumu already had a letter of recommendation from the school in his hand, so he could go to the Flaming Fire Martial Arts Center and apply for a kind of pass to go to the Beast Hunting Ground. After arriving at the Blazing Fire Martial Arts Center, Sumu applied for a member ID card at the Blazing Fire Martial Arts Center, and then under the guidance of the staff, he carried out the first realm martial artist recognition. This kind of martial artist rank recognition could be carried out at the Martial Arts Alliance branch in Dasha, or it could be carried out at a martial arts hall recognized by the Martial Arts Alliance. However, at most, martial arts halls could carry out martial arts rank recognition for martial arts ranks below the 4th realm, and for higher ranks, one would have to travel to the branch of the Martial Arts Alliance. After checking the chi and blood values and completing the accreditation, the staff issued Sumu a metal badge engraved with a 1. On the back of the badge, there were 4 big words written on the Great Summer Martial Alliance. With this badge, Sumu was equivalent to having become a 1-realm martial artist recognized by Dasya, and after getting the badge, Sumu then applied for a pass to the Fey Hunting Ground from the staff of the Blazing Fire Martial Hall. Because of the letter of recommendation, the pass didn't take much time to get done. After doing all this, Sumu went to the Martial Arts Center and rented a cultivation room. Entering the cultivation room, Sumu first started a new round of body refining techniques. There was no need to change the breathing method, but the 10,000 races body refining art that Sumu practiced required a more advanced chapter. According to Deep Blue's words, after every major realm advancement, different chapters in the 10,000 races body refining art would be cultivated based on the individual's body data, in order to allow the cultivator, at each realm, to be in a position to possess the topmost foundation and state. After arriving at the first realm martial artist, there were only 2 new chapters that Sumu needed to cultivate: the Earth Bear Clan chapter and the Striped Cloud Tiger Clan chapter. The Earth Bear Clan was known for its strength and defense, and its physique was also one of the best at the first realm martial artist stage. The Striped Cloud Tiger Clan was known for its strength and speed, and its physique could be considered one of the best amongst the 10,000 clans at the first realm martial artist stage. In fact, amongst the 10,000 races, the truly powerful ones were some of the god races, demon races, immortal races, and ancient races. However, all of these races, had not experienced the first realm martial artist stage, and some of them might have been born as 5th realm martial artists or 6th realm martial artists, and because of that, at Sumu's stage today, it was impossible to cultivate the body alchemy art of the chapter they represented. After selecting the body refining technique, Sumu also quickly began to cultivate in conjunction with the breathing method. Drops of sweat dripped down onto the floor of the training room. I don't know how long it took. It was only then that Sumu finally collapsed to the ground. Although there was one less chapter than the 10,000 races body refining art cultivated at the martial apprentice stage, but the difficulty of cultivation had instead increased quite a bit. Originally, Sumu thought that with his current physical quality, he could cultivate it 7 or 8 times, but it turned out that by the 3rd time, he had already collapsed and could no longer stand up. After resting for a while, only then did Sumu finally stand up again, strongly enduring the physical fatigue. Starting the cultivation of martial arts. In terms of the choice of martial arts, Deep Blue had also prepared Sumu long ago. The martial arts that Deep Blue had selected were all the most suitable for Sumu at the current stage and also the best martial arts that he was able to cultivate. There were 3 martial arts in total. Attacking martial skill, Gale Sword Technique. Gale Sword Technique was created by a martial artist who called himself Gale Sword 3 years later. With this hand of Gale Sword Technique, before the 3rd realm of martial artists, he had almost never met any enemy. His sword technique was harsh and extremely fast. The sword implied the sound of the wind. When he used it, his sword was faster than the other one, and the sound of the wind was getting stronger and stronger, as if it were the sound of the gale and the waves. Martial art and body technique, sword steps at arm's reach. The sword steps at hand was a body technique created by a human sword cultivator 5 years later, which allowed for continuous movement within a very short distance when fighting in close quarters. There is also a sonic martial art, Folding Waves Sword Chant. The Folding Waves Sword Chant was a sonic martial art created by a human sword cultivator 3 years later, whereby the collision and vibration of the long sword was deliberately controlled during the course of the battle to produce a sword chant, which was used to inflict an attack on the enemy. These 3 martial arts were selected based on Sumu's own characteristics. He who possessed the SSS grade talent Sword Heart Understanding. Practicing martial arts related to the way of the sword was undoubtedly the best choice, and when the Gale Sword skill and sword steps at hand were combined, the extremely fast speed and uncommon attack power were enough to become a nightmare that every human enemy would find hard to resist. The only martial art under the sky was speed. As for the stacking wave sword chant, apart from being able to inflict extra damage on enemies in normal battles, it would also have a miraculous effect when facing some foreign races that feared sonic martial arts. 3 martial arts were selected. Sumu also quickly started practicing them. In the training room, from time to time, the sound of long swords breaking through the air could be heard. A moment later, looking at the devastated training room, Sumu collapsed to the ground. This kind of damage to the training room belonged to the normal scope of destruction, and the rent that Sumu paid when he rented it included this part of the cost. But fortunately, because of the degree of the SSS grade talent Sword Heart Understanding, the 3 martial arts in the area of Sword Dao, Sumu had already completely mastered them after spending only a few hours. The next step was to apply them to actual combat. However, today's time was already a bit too late. It's not suitable to go to the Fey hunting ground, so I'll wait until tomorrow to go to the Fey hunting ground to try out the martial arts. After packing up his things, Sumu directly returned home. As soon as he returned home, the aroma of food entered Sumu's nose. Brother! Seeing Sumu come back, the one who was the happiest was Su Yang. Ever since Sumu awakened his talent and stepped into the martial arts path, the family's meals were basically in accordance with Sumu's order, and no one in the family could move the chopsticks without Sumu being there. Every time Su Yang got out of school, looking at those meals, he could only wait bitterly for Sumu to come home. Seeing Su Yan with a blear-eyed face and drooling mouth, Sumu could only smile helplessly. Then he touched Su Yang's head. Let's eat. Here, I finally remind, even if it's a Fey hunting ground, that's not completely safe. If you encounter a trouble that you may not be able to solve, at any time through the bracelet to turn on the call for help mode. Really, if you die on top of the Fey hunting ground, it's not an honorable thing. In addition, from the Fey hunting ground above the acquisition to the Fey, we have to charge a fee of 30%. Early in the morning, Sumu took the special car arranged by the Blaze Martial Arts School and arrived at the area that the Blaze Martial Arts School was responsible for at the Fey hunting ground. His appointment with that Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company's Gu Qian was in the afternoon. During the daytime, it was just the right time to use to come to the alien battlefield to properly hone his skills. After that person in charge in the front finished saying some precautions for the alien hunting ground, he brought Su Mu's group of people to the area of the alien hunting ground. The bracelet has a positioning. If you leave the range of the Flaming Fire Martial House, it will send out an alarm. I believe the rules are clear to all of you. Within the range that our Flaming Fire Martial House is responsible for, we give a certain amount of protection for your safety. And when you encounter danger, our Flaming Fire Martial House will also rescue you at the first time. But if you leave the area that our Flaming Fire Martial House is responsible for, then when you encounter a danger, then don't blame our Flaming Fire Martial Hall for not taking responsibility. After saying that, that person in charge let everyone enter the Fey hunting ground on their own after handing out bracelets to everyone. The Fey hunting ground that the Blaze Martial Hall was responsible for was a huge forest. There were more than 10 people who entered the Fey hunting ground together on this trip. Basically, they were all organized in groups of 3 or 2. Only Sumu was alone. Kid, seeing that you became a martial artist at a young age, your awakened talent and qualification should be quite good, right? Although the foreign races on this foreign race hunting ground are not as good as the foreign races on the battlefield of 10,000 races, but some of them are not bad. There are even foreign races with spirit-type talent inside the area controlled by this Blazing Fire Martial Hall. It's really not very safe for you to explore alone inside this foreign race hunting ground. Why don't you temporarily join our team, so that we can take care of each other? Seemingly looking at Sumu alone, a bearded uncle from one of the teams voiced out. Sumu, on the other hand, shook his head and said, "Thanks for your kindness, but I still want to try it alone first." Regarding the matter that there would be spiritually gifted foreigners inside this area, he naturally understood it a long time ago, which was why he chose to come to this area under the responsibility of the Blazing Fire Martial School. What he wanted was to send death. If he joined the team and was too safe, it would be bad instead. Seeing Sumu refused, that bearded uncle smiled somewhat awkwardly, but didn't care. On the contrary, a large-breasted woman next to him seemed to be a bit dissatisfied, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Brother, I told you not to show kindness, right? You're willing, but people still don't appreciate it. But this is good, so as not to bring along a drag bottle." When she said the 3 words, she deliberately increased her tone. Hearing Sumu on the side could only smile helplessly. With his character, he wouldn't care about such words. The bearded uncle, on the other hand, glared fiercely at the large-breasted woman, but such an action, in turn, made the big-breasted woman even more dissatisfied. She pouted and turned her head to the side. Sumu didn't pay attention to the big-breasted woman and their side. Instead, he quickly swept towards the inside of the forest. The goal of his trip was, on the one hand, to hone his combat skills by fighting the foreign races inside the foreign race hunting grounds. On the other hand, it was to see if there were any suitable talents that he could acquire, especially spirit-type talents. However, spirit-type talents were already relatively rare, so Sumu didn't hold out much hope. After entering the forest, the breeze blew through the leaves, emitting a rustling sound. In the air, there was a slight aroma of earth. What made Sumu somewhat surprised was that when he was running the innate fetal breath technique, surprisingly, it was a few points smoother than running it on a normal day. Even the chi and blood around his body was driven a lot. Sure enough, the energy in the air behind the human race is obviously incomparable to the 10,000 races battlefield. This Fey hunting ground has such a boost just from being closer to the 10,000 races battlefield, and I'm afraid that the effect would be even better if he were actually in the 10,000 races battlefield. Sumu understood the mystery after a little thought. 10,000 years ago, when the 10,000 races invaded, the place they occupied was the most energy-rich part of the blue planet. Subsequently, although the human race recaptured part of the land from it and established the human race's rear, but the energy on this part of the land that was recaptured was much worse than the land that the 10,000 races had plundered. Sumu quickly traveled through the forest. Based on his own experience and Deep Blue's hints, he soon found some traces of the foreign races. This trace, it should be that of a sharp-toothed rat. Sumu looked at the traces on the ground that had been crawled over by the creature and judged, and in the next moment, the spiky-toothed rat's introduction interface quickly surfaced in front of his eyes. Race, sharp-toothed rat race. Blood value, 100 to 200, pre-I realm martial artist. Talent, one of them grade A, biting stone and breaking gold. Habits, lives in a foreign hunting ground. Weakness, eyes. Sumu roughly scanned the talents of the sharp-toothed mouse, after realizing that there was nothing suitable for his talent. Then he directly swept in the direction of the spiky-toothed rat. Soon, he found the spiky-toothed rat's trail. The sharp-toothed rat seemed to still be fighting another foreign race. Sumu instantly recognized that the other foreign race was the flower-spotted snake race. The spotted snake race and the sharp-toothed rat race were about the same strength. In terms of talent, there was no talent that Sumu could see. Looking at the two alien races that were fighting, Sumu directly used the at-hand sword step and arrived beside the two foreign races. In the next moment, the Gale Sword technique was like a raging wind and rain as it attacked towards the two foreign races. Although Sumu was currently only a beginner first-realm martial artist, but the Gale Sword technique he cultivated was itself an incomparably powerful martial art. Plus, Sumu had 100 times the power of the Sword Dao martial skill added by the Sword Heart Passage. The two foreign races whose strength was at the early stage of the first realm simply couldn't even carry a single blow in front of Sumu's Gale Sword technique. With my current strength, I'm afraid that facing a foreign race in the late first realm isn't too much of a problem, right? Looking at the corpses of the two foreign races in front of him, Sumu had a simple understanding of his current battle strength. It had to be said that this Sword Heart Passage talent was really too powerful. As long as it was a martial skill that had something to do with the Tao of the sword, he was able to completely master it in a very short period of time, and at the same time, he was also able to utilize its power 100 times over. No wonder that figure at the time was so arrogant and uncaring, opening his mouth to worship the group of trash from the pagan sect. With the strength of a martial artist who had reached the 8th realm, with the help of the talent of the sword mind, he must have reached the 8th realm of martial arts strength. He must have reached a rather terrifying level of combat power, right? Sumu threw the two foreigners' corpses aside. They were going to be filed back anyway, so it was useless to take them now. Give me enough time. I'll definitely be able to surpass him. Sumu's figure quickly disappeared into the forest. At the same time, in another part of the forest, brother, are we going to die here? Put. With one slash, he chopped off the head of a foreign race. Sumu threw the corpse aside. Nowadays, there were no less than dozens of foreign races that had died in his hands. After many battles, Sumu did feel some different experience. This kind of experience was completely absent when simply practicing martial arts. Strange, why is there such a strong smell of blood? Walking quickly through the forest, Sumu suddenly smelled an extremely strong smell of blood. He frowned slightly. He quickly ran towards the source of the bloody odor. It was roughly a few minutes of running. The scene in front of him, it made him instantly feel a rush of scalp numbness, only to see that not far away, Densely packed red-tailed foxes gathered in a group. The ground was full of some broken limbs. There seemed to be splattered blood on the trees next to it. How could this be? Sumu roughly surveyed the red-tailed foxes in front of him. There were at least hundreds of them. But it shouldn't be a group-dwelling foreign race like the red-tailed fox. Once the number exceeded 100, then it would be a not-so-small threat to the average martial artist. The Flame Martial Hall would never let the red-tailed fox grow to this level. But why did the red-tailed fox in front of them develop to this extent? What made Sumu feel even more uneasy was the broken limbs on the ground. From the looks of it, it should have just died not long ago. According to reason, martial artists who entered the alien hunting ground, even if they encountered a danger that they couldn't deal with, as long as they timely pressed the call for help button in their hand ring, they would immediately form a protective shield around them, and at the same time send out a call for help message to the Blazing Fire Martial Hall. And the people from the Flame Martial Arts Center will also arrive at the location of the person seeking help within 5 minutes. But right now, the mutilated bodies of these people on the ground clearly stated a message to Sumu. They didn't even have the chance to press the call for help button. It was also at this time, a voice suddenly interrupted Sumu's thoughts. Quick, run! Sumu looked towards the direction of that voice. He only saw that the person who made the voice he still recognized. It was the large-breasted woman next to the bearded man who invited him when he had just entered the forest. At this moment, the large-breasted woman was covered in blood. The right shoulder had been bitten off a large piece of flesh. The whole person looked bloody, and if it wasn't for the fact that she had an extremely recognizable figure, Sumu was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to recognize her in the first place. Behind that big-breasted woman were several red-tailed foxes that were pouncing towards her. Her appearance was obviously that she couldn't escape. The reason why she made a sound, it was probably because she had also seen Sumu's appearance, so she had exerted her last ounce of strength to send out a warning to Sumu. Drag Queen, don't be dazed. Quickly run. Run fast. After running far away, immediately press the distress button. Run. The large-breasted woman recognized Sumu. Then with a louder voice, she shouted loudly in Sumu's direction. The next moment, she was then pounced upon by the red-tailed fox behind her in one fell swoop. Snort! A red-tailed fox's sharp teeth violently tore off a large piece of flesh on her body. A trace of anger flashed across Sumu's face who saw this scene. Damned foreign race! The long sword shook. In the next moment, it rushed in the direction of the large-breasted woman. Gale sword technique. The sword chi was like a gust of wind and rain, pouring over the bodies of those red-tailed foxes. Put! Put! The powerful force instantly killed the few red-tailed foxes in seconds. Sumu looked towards the large-breasted woman. The big-breasted woman seemed to still have a breath left at this moment. She looked up and saw that Sumu had actually saved her from the mouths of those red-tailed foxes. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a look of anxiety. Quickly run! There's a spirit-type talent. After saying these words, the big-breasted woman seemed to finally be unable to endure the pain and closed her eyes. And Sumu, after hearing the big-breasted woman's words, she also froze for a moment. Spirit-type talent? Didn't he come to this area of the Fey hunting ground that the Blaze Martial Hall was in charge of this time just to see if he could take his chances and find a Fey that possessed a spirit-type talent? And it was also at this time, at the back of that group of red-tailed foxes, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. After hearing that sharp voice, Sumu suddenly felt as if his mind had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. In the next moment, there was a moment of dizziness in front of his eyes. It was also the time that he was so shaken. Several red-tailed foxes had already attacked him. But fortunately, it seemed that because Sumu had died back a few times, his mental strength was much stronger than the average person. The dizziness didn't last long. Seeing that several red-tailed foxes were about to pounce on him, Sumu threw out his long sword and quickly flew and stabbed a few times in the air. Several red-tailed foxes were instantly killed by Sumu. Immediately afterward, Sumu activated his sword steps at hand, and with a few dodges, he already rushed towards the group of red-tailed foxes. Gale sword technique. Stacked wave sword chant. Between the flashes of sword light, bright red blood flowed on the ground like a small river. Sumu killed all the way towards that shrill figure. Along the way, the red-tailed fox came forward and back towards Sumu. However, in Sumu's Gale sword technique's impermeable sword momentum, the red-tailed foxes that rushed forward could only be turned into the dead souls under Sumu's sword. Soon, Sumu arrived at the center of the red-tailed fox group, only to see that not far away, a red-tailed fox that was obviously larger than the other red-tailed foxes, with two tails behind it, was chewing on a corpse. When he saw that corpse, Sumu's pupils shrunk slightly. That corpse wasn't someone else. It was the bearded uncle who had invited him before. The bearded uncle was already dead through and through at this moment. Half of his face had been eaten up by the red-tailed fox, and snow-white bones mixed with blood could be seen. Seeing such a scene, Sumu couldn't help but feel an inexplicable wave of revulsion and nausea. He looked towards that red-tailed fox with two tails. That red-tailed fox seemed to have discovered Sumu as well. Inside its pair of pitch-black eyes, a trace of humanized doubt flashed through. However, in the next moment, it began to roar hideously towards Sumu. Along with this roar, the surrounding red-tailed foxes flew towards his direction. Information about this red-tailed fox also appeared before Sumu's eyes. Race, red-tailed fox clan. Blood value, 795, late first realm martial artist. Talent, grade A, spiritual compulsion. Habits, lives in the Fey hunting grounds. Weakness, neck. Because it was a specific one, the blood value and talent of these had already been determined. Seeing the red-tailed foxes pouncing towards him around him, Sumu was not the least bit afraid. After using the windy sword technique to force back the surrounding red-tailed foxes, he charged straight towards the two-tailed red-tailed fox. Seeing Sumu actually charging towards it, that red-tailed fox was also enraged. It let out a scream. Sumu immediately felt a dizziness before his eyes, and the next moment, that red-tailed fox also pounced on Sumu. Seeing that it was the one that attacked him, Sumu didn't continue to resist either. Instead, he directly reached out and grabbed that red-tailed fox, not allowing it to leave. The red-tailed fox that was grabbed by Sumu became even more furious and began to frantically tear up Sumu. Sumu only felt intense pain coming from his neck. In front of his eyes, it also gradually became dark. Ding! You have been killed by the red-tailed fox. Replication is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the grade A talent, spiritual compulsion. Class A talent, spiritual compulsion. Spiritual compulsion, through sound waves or gaze. Manipulate the other party's behavior for a short period of time. The length of time of manipulation is related to the spiritual power. Phew! Sumu sat up violently from the bed. In his mind, the miserable deaths of that bearded uncle and the woman with big breasts seemed to still be vivid in his mind. To be honest, it was also the first time that Sumu had witnessed such a bloody and horrifying scene of alien cannibalism. After calming down a bit, only then did Sumu begin to check his character panel. Name, Sumu. Blood value, 101. 75, Pre-I realm martial artist. Spiritual strength, 11. 52. The average value of an ordinary human race that has not practiced and has not awakened a spiritual type talent is 0. 5. Body alchemy, 10,000 clans. Body alchemy, Earth Bear clan chapter. Striped Cloud Tiger clan chapter. Breathing technique, innate fetal breath technique. Conceptualization technique, divine and demonic conceptualization technique. Martial arts, windy sword technique. Sword steps, wave folding sword chant. Talents, EX rank, duplication after death. SSS rank, 12 hours back from death. Book of Wisdom. Sword mind, a rank, transformation. Spiritual compulsion. It seemed that because after he had copied that red-tailed fox's spirit-type talent, his spiritual power had reached a sizable level. So this time, on Sumu's character panel, Deep Blue purposely added a measurement for the value of his spiritual power. Looking at his current spiritual strength on the character panel, a hint of joy appeared on Sumu's face. The average value of an ordinary human race was roughly at 0.5. Before, because he had backfiled a few times, it was at most near 1. But now, because he had awakened an A-rank spirit class talent, his spiritual power had jumped to 11. 52. With this kind of spiritual strength, it should be possible to try to cultivate the divine and demonic viewing thoughts again, right? Without hesitation, Sumu immediately began the cultivation of the divine demon viewing thoughts. To his surprise, as he expected, this time, the cultivation of the divine demon viewing thoughts actually went surprisingly smoothly. In just half an hour's time, he had successfully practiced the spiritual power of the Skywing divine race, and then practiced the spiritual power of the purgatory demon race in a very short period of time. After the spiritual energy of the two races was refined, Sumu then began to continuously use these two types of spiritual energy to constantly grind and rebuild his spiritual energy. Having just a little bit of his spiritual energy worn away made Sumu unable to help but let out a muffled grunt. This kind of spiritual pain was far more intense than physical pain. It was like taking a knife and cutting off your soul bit by bit. About a few hours later, Sumu's face had become completely pale. By the time he opened his eyes again, his eyes were already filled with undisguised exhaustion. And the result, too, was quite pleasing. It was only a single cultivation of the divine demon viewing thoughts. Sumu's spiritual power had jumped from the original 11.52 to 31.85, a full increase of about 20 points. Sure enough, The increase in spiritual strength is much faster than the increase in chi and blood values. Regarding this point, Sumu had long ago drawn a partial guess from the information given by Deep Blue. Spiritual power and chi and blood values were cultivated in completely different ways. The cultivation of chi and blood value was mainly through the constant quenching and penetration of energy into the body, and then through the drawing of this energy. It would constantly strengthen the body and raise the chi and blood. In a way, the cultivation of chi and blood values was constantly using the power of the outside world to enhance oneself. The body refining technique, the breathing technique, were all nothing more than a medium to help one refine the power of the outside world. The cultivation of spiritual power, on the other hand, was completely different. It doesn't need to use the power of the outside world, or it doesn't mainly rely on the power of the outside world. Looking at the viewpoints of all the 10,000 races, basically, they all start from their own spiritual power, and view a thing to sharpen their spiritual power. That's why the cultivation of spiritual power has a high requirement for one's own spiritual power. This was also the reason why spiritual talents were able to raise their spiritual power, because the power of the talent, which also originated from oneself, at the moment of your awakening. In order to be able to ensure that your talent could be used without any problems, your spiritual power would be boosted with the help of your talent. And likewise, because of this special cultivation method of spiritual power, as long as one can withstand this kind of pain and continuously hone their spiritual power, then the speed of the spiritual power's enhancement will be more than several times the speed of the chi and blood values enhancement. At this rate, it's not possible to say that in a month's time, the realm of my spiritual power will surpass the realm of my chi and blood values. Sumu, who came to this conclusion, was delighted in his heart. This was definitely considered good news for Sumu. After all, the chi and blood value sometimes, there were still some experts who could judge it in some ways, but spiritual power, unless you encountered a few people who possessed special talents, as long as you didn't use it, it was simply impossible for ordinary people to tell the strength of your spiritual power. This also meant that Sumu would have an extremely powerful hidden card. At critical moments, attacking others with spiritual power would definitely be able to deal an unexpected fatal blow to others. Sumu, who had successfully cultivated the divine demon viewing thoughts, was overjoyed in his heart. However, next, it wasn't the time to be able to put his heart down. After the spiritual power was raised, Sumu also had to test how many times he was probably able to go back to gear nowadays. When Sumu opened his eyes again, silently, he sat up from the bed. After the mental strength was elevated, with the help of those foreigners in the foreigners' hunting ground, he had refiled 7 more times. A total of 7 talents were copied, and through these 7 refiles, Sumu also roughly figured out the number of times he could refile. With the enhancement of his spiritual power, the number of times Sumu was now able to refile was roughly estimated to have exceeded 50 times. Moreover, he realized that as the number of times he continuously backfiled increased, it seemed that the amount of spiritual energy he needed to consume would also increase. According to Sumu's current situation, it would be easy for him to continue backfiling. However, he didn't choose to continue backfiling again. On the one hand, because the number of backfiles had already been touched pretty much, and on the other hand, it was also because the talents of those foreign races in the area mastered by the Blazing Fire Marshal Hall were basically duplicated by those that he could look at, so there was no need to go back to backfiles. Sumu's thoughts moved. His character panel appeared in front of his eyes once again. Name, Sumu. Blood value, 101. 75, early first realm martial artist. Spiritual power, 41. 52, 4th level of martial apprentice. Body refining technique, 10,000 clans. Body refining technique, Earth Bear Clan chapter. Striped Cloud Tiger Clan chapter. Breathing technique, fetal breath technique. Breathing technique, the birth breath technique of the heavenly fetus. Martial arts, windy sword technique. Sword steps, wave stacking sword chants. Talents, EX rank, duplication after death. SSS rank, death back 12 hours. Book of wisdom. Sword mind, a rank, alteration. Spiritual compulsion. Eye of true sight. Light of healing. Superior 5 senses. Red inflammation bloodline. B rank, spiritual enhancement. Wood system manipulation. Wind system manipulation. Putting away the panel. A cold light flashed through Sumu's eyes. That red-tailed fox. It's time to settle the score between us, kid. Seeing that you became a martial artist at a young age, your awakened talent and qualification should be quite good, right? Although the foreigners on the alien hunting ground is not as good as the foreigners on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, but some of the power is also not bad. This Blaze Martial School is responsible for the area. There are even foreigners with spiritual talent. You are exploring the alien hunting ground by yourself. it's really not very safe. Why don't you temporarily join our team, so that we can take care of each other? Arriving at the entrance of the Fey hunting ground, that bearded uncle once again spoke out to invite Sumu. Looking at the bearded uncle with a kind face, who would have thought that just a short while afterward, this bearded uncle would become the soul of that two-tailed red-tailed fox's mouth? Adhering to the diary mentioned some things, do not know. In order to change, Sumu still chose to reject the good intentions of the bearded uncle. This time, although his main purpose was to kill that twin-tailed red-tailed fox, but that bearded uncle was quite nice, and that big-breasted woman beside him, although her mouth was a bit poisonous, she wasn't a bad person either. If he could, Sumu still wanted to save these two people from that group of red-tailed foxes. Brother, I'm telling you not to show kindness indiscriminately, right? You're willing, but people still don't appreciate it. But this is good, so as to save bringing along a dragger. The large-breasted woman still had a gloomy look. Hearing the same words, Sumu could only shake his head helplessly as he did last time. After separating from the bearded uncle and the big-breasted woman, Sumu didn't follow the previous route, but instead, while checking the talents he had gained from his 7 regressions, he slowly killed the foreigners and moved towards the direction where Uncle Beard and the big-breasted woman had died tragically during the last regression. Sumu had obtained a total of 7 talents during his 7 backfiles. Among the 7 talents, 3 were B-grade talents and 4 were A-grade talents. Among the B-grade talents, wind manipulation and wood manipulation were the more common elemental-type talents. If they were utilized well in battle, they were also able to increase their battle power by quite a bit. Moreover, when performing martial arts, one could choose martial arts that were compatible with such elemental-type talents, often able to utilize great power. There was another talent that was likewise a spirit-type talent. The acquisition of this talent was more of a surprise to Sumu. At that time, Sumu was just trying to use spiritual compulsion to compel a wave of foreign races in large quantities to try out the power of spiritual compulsion. He didn't expect that amongst the foreigners he compelled, there was a flower-spotted snake that actually wasn't subject to his compulsion. Based on its behavior, combined with the judgment of the Book of Wisdom, Sumu finally concluded that its talent was spiritual strengthening. So he decisively let this flower-spotted snake contribute its talent. In addition to the 3 B-ranked talents, the 4 A-grade talents were Sumu's biggest gain from this trip. The first was the Eye of True Vision, which was able to see through talents whose grade didn't exceed a rank. Previously, the Book of Wisdom in Sumu's mind still needed to judge the other person's talent through Sumu's observation of their behavior. But now, as long as the other person's talent level was lower than S grade, then Sumu could directly see through the Eye of True Vision to see through the other person's talent. And even if he couldn't see through the talent, he could still show that the other party's talent was at least S rank, so there was no need to hesitate too much. If you die, you die. It could be said that this Eye of True Vision greatly improved Sumu's efficiency in copying talents in the future, and at the same time, he was able to anticipate the enemy, which could play a significant role in a real battle. The second A-rank talent was the Light of Healing. This ability was of little use to Sumu personally. For Sumu, who had the 2 talents of Copy After Death and Death Recall, he wouldn't even bother copying some defensive talents or practicing defensive martial arts, in order to die faster when the time came. The reason why he copied this healing light was mainly for the convenience of being able to save others at that time. After all, it was impossible for Sumu to return to his file every time someone died or was injured. In the future battles with the 10,000 races, injuries and deaths were unavoidable, and a talent that healed others could undoubtedly help Sumu solve a lot of problems. The third A-rank talent was super powerful 5 senses. The super strong 5 senses, which could be turned on and off at any time, was the same talent that could help Sumu improve his combat power in battle. Normally, it was also capable of detecting and whatnot. The last grade A talent was the Red Flame Bloodline. This Red Flame Bloodline could enhance the power of 50% of the fire martial arts, and at the same time was also able to attach weapons, as well as the Red Flame Fire, which was difficult to remove, to various parts of the body, attacking others, unless they used something special to extinguish it, and ordinary water and sand and earth and whatnot could not extinguish the Red Flame Fire at all. These talents were basically a group of talents that were quite good in the area that the Blazing Fire Martial School was responsible for. Sumu didn't just copy random talents. After all, there were times when there were too many talents, but instead, he wasn't able to develop the abilities of certain talents to the extreme. The talents that he selected, besides some of his own ideas, he would also listen to Deep Blue's advice. At the same time that Sumu was slowly moving towards the spot where the bearded uncle had died the last time he went back to the archives. On the other side, brother, are we going to die here? At this moment, The bearded uncle was leaning back to back with the large-breasted woman. Around them was a circle of red-tailed foxes that were staring at them intently. In the center of this group of red-tailed foxes, there was a red-tailed fox with 2 tails. Under the feet of that red-tailed fox, there were 2 bracelets. The bearded uncle looked at the bracelets at the feet of the 2-tailed red-tailed fox and gritted his teeth. They were originally hunting in this alien hunting ground, thinking of killing more fey corpses to exchange for money. At the sight of the red-tailed fox, it was quite happy, because the fur of the red-tailed fox could be sold for a lot of money. However, as they chased after the red-tailed fox, they accidentally found themselves caught in the red-tailed fox's encirclement. After realizing that they were caught in an encirclement, the 2 were about to press the distress button on their hand ring, but just at this time, a sharp voice came out. After that voice rang out, they fell into a brief moment of disorientation. It was only when a few red-tailed foxes attacked them that they recovered from that state. However, after recovering, they were shocked to find that their bracelets had actually been thrown at the feet of that 2-tailed red-tailed fox. Now there was no way for them to press the distress button even if they wanted to. Facing the densely packed red-tailed fox whose strength was in the early stage of the first realm martial artist to the late stage of the first realm martial artist, the bearded uncle only felt his scalp go numb. His strength was only at the late stage of the first realm martial artist. Dealing with a few red-tailed foxes was fine, but such a large group of red-tailed foxes, not to mention he had to protect his sister behind him. Could it be that we're really going to die here today? A hint of despair flashed across the bearded uncle's face. Gao Jing, I'll help you break out later. You take the opportunity to run out. Brother! Hearing the bearded uncle say this, the big-breasted woman instantly felt her nose turn sour. If you encounter someone, tell him to run quickly, then press the distress button at the first opportunity. The bearded uncle instructed. That beast must have awakened a spiritual type of talent. It is by virtue of this talent that he led so many red-tailed foxes to survive under the purges of the Fiery Flame Martial School. If we let these red-tailed foxes develop again, it is not allowed to say that they will jeopardize the rear of the human race at that time, so we must find a way to pass the message out. Hearing the words of the bearded uncle, the large-breasted woman also seemed to have thought of the consequences of these red-tailed foxes developing. She wiped her tears. I know, brother, prepare, the bearded uncle shouted. But it was also at this time, they suddenly heard a sword chant from the distance. They looked towards the direction of the sword chant. They only saw that not far away, behind those red-tailed foxes, it was as if a fierce tiger had charged into the flock. The head of a single red-tailed fox rose up into the sky. Brother, what happened there? A red light flashed in the eyes of the bearded uncle as he sniffed, and in the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. That's a person. It was also at the time when the 2 were discussing the original encirclement formed by the red-tailed fox. Surprisingly, an opening had been broken through. At this time, it was only then that the bearded uncle and the big-breasted woman on the side got a clear look at the appearance of the person who came, only to see Sumu wearing an ordinary battle armor issued by the Blazing Fire Martial School, holding a long sword that had already been hacked to the point of being somewhat open. The blood-burning battle armor looked as if it had been burned by fire under the sunlight. Sumu, just like this, like a god of war that descended from the sky, appeared in front of the bearded uncle and the big-breasted woman. Little brother. When the bearded uncle saw Sumu, he instantly recognized that this was the solo little brother he had met at the entrance, and the big-breasted woman on the side obviously recognized Sumu as well. At the sight of such a strong attacking Sumu, her mouth couldn't help but open wide in disbelief as she looked at the scene in front of her. Are you guys alright? Sumu swept a glance at the duo. The duo had some minor wounds on their bodies, but overall there were no major injuries. No, it's fine. The bearded uncle obviously hadn't recovered from the shock. Sumu, however, didn't care about him anymore. After confirming that the 2 of them were not in danger, Sumu placed his gaze on the twin-tailed red-tailed fox that was not far away and was protected by several red-tailed foxes. Found you. After seeing that twin-tailed red-tailed fox, a cold light flashed through Sumu's eyes. The next moment, his figure flashed, sword step at hand. However, in a moment's time, Sumu had already swept to a short distance in front of that twin-tailed red-tailed fox. The twin-tailed red-tailed fox saw Sumu, the god of murder, actually charging in its direction. A trace of panic flashed in its eyes. It let out a sharp whistle. Sumu could clearly feel that there were a few fluctuations of spiritual power in this shrill whistle. Obviously this was the attack method of this twin-tailed red-tailed fox. Previously, Sumu, faced with such an attack, might even briefly faint for a moment. But now, Sumu not only possessed the same spiritual compulsion talent as this twin-tailed red-tailed fox, he also had a spiritual strengthening talent. He had even cultivated the divine demon viewing method. All of his mental strength had reached the 4th level of martial apprentice. The twin-tailed red-tailed fox's attack was simply like scratching an itch to him. Sculptor's little skill. How dare you show off your skills? Sumu sneered. His finger flicked on the long sword in his hand. Ding! A strange fluctuation spread out from the long sword like a wave towards the two-tailed red-tailed fox and the surrounding red-tailed foxes. Ding! Ding! A chorus of sword chants, like layers of ocean waves, one after another. This was also a good method Sumu discovered to utilize spiritual compulsion. Spiritual compulsion was nothing more than using a talent to spread out powerful spiritual power to briefly control the opponent. Sumu's stacked wave sword chant, through the layers of sword chants that were stacked like waves, could completely maximize the spreading out of spiritual power. The surrounding red-tailed foxes didn't even react. Sumu had already appeared in front of them. Gale sword technique, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Several red-tailed foxes didn't even wake up from Sumu's spiritual compulsion. They had already turned into a pile of broken bodies. The two-tailed red-tailed fox was the same. When Sumu rushed in front of it, it let out a scream of fear, and in the next moment, its brow was viciously stabbed into by Sumu's long sword. Put! The long sword was wrapped in a gale-like aura and pierced into the center of the twin-tailed red-tailed fox's brow almost without any obstacles. The twin-tailed red-tailed fox, who was alive 1 second, gradually dimmed the luster in its eyes the next moment. Twin-tailed red-tailed fox, dead. And also at the moment the twin-tailed red-tailed fox died. The surrounding red-tailed foxes seemed to have lost their backbone all of a sudden. The circle that originally surrounded Sumu's trio scattered all of a sudden. Sumu casually resolved a few more red-tailed foxes. Only then did he arrive in front of the bearded uncle and the big-breasted woman. I'm afraid it's not suitable for you guys to continue to stay in here in your current state. Let me send you out. Looking at the two people who were now standing alive in front of him, Sumu's heart still had quite a few feelings of accomplishment. He wasn't the kind of Madonna who sacrificed herself to save others, but if he could save his compatriots from the hands of the foreigners or bad guys if he had the strength left, he was also willing to do it. Phone. Is it convenient? The bearded uncle somewhat incredulously sized up Sumu. He really couldn't believe that a youth who looked like he wasn't even 20 years old. The strength was actually so terrifying. That twin-tailed red-tailed fox was at least at the late stage of the first realm. There were so many red-tailed foxes around, but in front of this youth, it was completely like a chicken and dog. One blow is destroyed. This youth's strength, in the end powerful to what point? Or, is awakened what kind of powerful talent? Uncle Beard did not ask more. In the back of the human race, talent this kind of thing is generally a personal secret. And even some just awakened talent high school students will be instructed by the teacher talent even the closest people cannot tell. So the bearded uncle naturally didn't ask offensively. He just looked at Sumu gratefully. Little brother, this time I'm really thankful to you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that my sister and I would have to be buried here. You are simply the savior of both of us. As he said that, he also pulled over the large-breasted woman next to him. Gao Jing, quickly come and say thank you to your savior. At this moment, the big-breasted woman was looking at Sumu in front of her with a somewhat hot face. She remembered that she had said that people were dragons before, but now it seemed that she was more of a drag queen. This feeling of being slapped in the face after only a short while made her face get a little hot and she didn't dare to face Sumu in front of her. It was only after holding her tongue for half a day that she managed to stifle a sentence. Thanks. Thank you. Sumu, however, smiled unconcernedly. They are all fellow human races. I believe that even if someone else encountered this kind of thing, they would also lend a helping hand. Who would have thought that a red-tailed fox that had awakened a spirit-type talent had actually appeared here, and that it had secretly gathered so many of its fellow races? But fortunately, it's good that you guys are fine. Let's go. I happen to be ready to go back as well, so I'll send you guys back on the way. Your bracelet should be broken by the looks of it, and it's not very safe to continue to stay here any longer. Under Sumu's leadership, the siblings also sort of safely returned to the entrance. Along the way, Sumu also sort of knew the names of the two and some basic information. The bearded uncle was named Gao Shan, a veteran who had been discharged from serving on the battlefields of the heavens, and usually relied on hunting some foreigners on the foreigner hunting grounds and exchanging their corpses for money. The big-breasted woman named Gao Jing just graduated from the martial arts university not long ago, intending to return to the third safety zone to join the team of Nightwalkers. But for the time being, she hadn't passed the assessment standard of Nightwalkers, so she was only able to follow Gao Shan together to hunt and kill foreign races on the foreign race hunting ground to earn money. Sumu, little brother, this time is really too much thanks to you. In the future, as long as you have to use my Gao Shan's place, say a word. Even if it's on the mountain of daggers and under the sea of fire, I will definitely help you. Gao Shan patted his chest and said. Gao Jing, who was at the side, rarely interjected. Immediately afterward, Gao Shan seemed to have thought of something. After fumbling around on his body, he finally pulled out a small box from his own bosom. Little brother Sumu, I don't have anything too valuable on me. This is the tiger blood dan that I got from the auction in the market some time ago. You mustn't mind it. Saying that, not caring whether Sumu agreed or not, he directly stuffed the tiger blood dan into Sumu's arms. Big brother Gao, this is too valuable. Sumu wanted to push back. This tiger blood pill, which he also knew, was refined from the essence blood of a foreign race called the spotted tiger. The effect of replenishing qi in blood was more than 10 times that of the blood replenishing bulk. It was also considered a precious existence amongst qi and blood medicines. A single one would cost 100,000 yuan. Looking at the dress of Gao Shan and Gao Jing's siblings, they were not particularly rich. This 100,000 yuan tiger blood dan, I'm afraid it's the most valuable thing on Gao Shan's body, and even has to be kept close to his body. Just when Sumu wanted to try his best to decline, Gao Shan, however, said, valuable my ass. Is it as valuable as my sister's and my life? Little brother Sumu, you saved my sister and I's life. This thing is nothing compared to the favor you've done to us. If you don't accept it, our siblings really can't bear it in their hearts. Gao Jing also nodded in agreement at the side. You just accept it. Seeing this, Sumu also no longer pushed back. However, I have some things to say in advance. Since I took this tiger blood pill, I don't want the money from selling those red-tailed fox corpses later on. Sumu felt that Gao Shan was a pretty good person, and didn't want to make the two siblings suffer too much. If big brother Gao you don't agree, then I really can't accept this tiger blood dan, those red-tailed fox corpses, plus the two-tailed red-tailed fox. Sporadically there was a remaining 70,000 or 80,000 dollars if the handling fee was removed. This amount of money, for the current Sumu, could be taken or not taken, but for the Gao Shan siblings, it was definitely a huge amount of money. Sumu's behavior caused a trace of gratitude to flash through Gao Shan's eyes. He wanted to say something else, but Sumu waved his hand. He left at a quick pace. Our third safe area. When did such an outstanding genius come out? Looking at Sumu's distant figure, Gao Shan couldn't help but sigh. At his age, he's only 18 years old, and his awakened talent is even less than 2 months old. 18 years old? Seriously, brother. But doesn't entering the Fey hunting ground require at least a first realm martial artist? He just awakened less than 2 months ago and he has the strength of a first realm martial artist. It can't be wrong. You also know that my talent is to be able to see some details that other people can't see. I can be sure that Sumu, his age is 18 years old, he just awakened his talent, and the time he stepped into the martial way definitely won't be more than 2 months. This is too demonic. Not only that, he also possesses a strength that far exceeds the late stage of a first realm martial artist. Such a talent, it's just too appalling. Gao Jing, this matter, we have to rot in our stomachs. Such a person, if discovered by the human race's backwaters of the worshipful pagans, they will definitely want to get rid of him. However, if he is allowed to enter the University of Martial Arts, I'm afraid that there will no longer be anyone who can suppress his growth. Gao Jing's eyes were filled with shock. What was he doing at this time when he was 18? Still thinking hard about how to break through to the first level of martial apprentice, right? The same person. How could the difference be so great? For some reason, Gao Jing suddenly thought of how he had actually said that people were a drag. She couldn't help but blush with some shame. Who on earth was the drag queen? At the same time, Sumu's sighed. After placing the tiger blood dan into his backpack, he quickly returned home. After changing into a set of clothes, he then rushed towards the location where he had previously made an appointment with Gu Chen, that medicinal formula authorization negotiator from Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company. By the time Sumu arrived at the location where the two had an appointment, Gu Chen had already arrived a long time ago. What made Sumu somewhat surprised was, Gu Chen didn't look much older than Sumu. With a ponytail, she looked youthful and lively, and Gu Chen was obviously surprised when she saw Sumu. You are Mr. Savior? After seeing Sumu sit down, Gu Chen couldn't help but inquire. Sumu nodded. Is it surprising? Gu Chen didn't deny. Indeed. I didn't think that the person who was able to create a formula like the bone-strengthening and nourishing muscle powder was actually such a young high school student. Inside my weekdays, I like to research some formulas and stuff on my own. Regarding this point, Sumu simply perfunctorily said, let's officially start discussing some details. Without too much nonsense, Sumu began to introduce some of the utility of the bone-strengthening and nourishing muscle powder to Gu Qian. According to your introduction, and the various values detected by our company are basically in line with each other. So on behalf of the company, I can give you an offer of roughly $4.5 million. Take a look. Are you satisfied? If you are satisfied, we can sign the contract right away, and then we have to trouble you, Mr. Savior, to take down the formula on the forum. $4.5 million? MS. Goo. What if I say that I hope to cooperate with your company for a long time? Regarding this negotiation, Sumu had long been prepared. I also have a potion formula on my side that is even better than the bone strengthening and nourishing muscle sanctuary, and this potion formula has not been released on the researcher forum, which means that your company can completely purchase the right to release this potion formula, and you can even claim externally that this potion formula was independently researched and developed by your company. Whether it's to raise your company's researcher rank or to raise your company's fame, I'm sure it will be of no small use. Saying that, Sumu placed a piece of paper in front of Gu Qian. I hope that your company won't make some unwise moves. Even though I haven't released this medicinal formula yet, the drafts and whatnot are also reserved in the draft box on the forum. Seeing the paper Sumu handed over, Gu Qian froze for a moment. Then she said, Mr. Savior, is it convenient for me to take a picture of this formula and pass it to our company's professionals for identification? Be my guest. Sumu nodded. Then he hugged his chest and looked out the window. Unexpectedly, this formula, together with the formula of bone-strengthening muscle-nourishing powder. This time, he couldn't say that he would be able to realize wealth freedom directly. Soon, Gu Qian received a reply letter from the appraiser of their company. The content of the reply obviously made her very surprised, so much so that she didn't slow down her expression until after she sat down. Mr. Savior, our company's professionals have finished appraising, and this potion formula of yours is of high value. Gu Qian bit her lower lip and said, I really didn't expect that you, a high school student, would actually be able to configure such a high-value potion formula. Let's do it this way. As long as you're willing to sell this potion formula to our company in its entirety, our company can mention the price of your strengthening bone and nourishing muscle potions potion formula to $5 million. This is only the authorized price of strong bones nourishing muscle sans potion formula, and the acquisition price of this new potion formula of yours will not be implicated. You can rest assured on this point. As you said, we also hope to be able to cooperate with you for a long time. Sumu nodded. This point was similar to the price he had chatted about from Deep Blue's side. As for the acquisition price of this one new potion formula of yours, we can continue chatting. May I ask, Mr. Savior, do you have any conditions from your side? Gu Qian's attitude towards Sumu was already very different from the beginning. In the beginning, she might have just thought it was an ordinary high school student who happened to come up with a potion formula. But now, from the information that had come back from the professionals over at the company, the value of Sumu's second potion match had far exceeded the first one. I have a few conditions. First, it's fine to sell the potion formula to you, but price-wise, I want $20 million plus a 40% profit share. Hearing Sumu's words, Gu Qian frowned slightly. However, she didn't interject, but waited for Sumu to continue. Sumu gave Gu Qian a praising look. Continuing, he said, Second, in exchange, every year I will provide you with a potion formula that is no less valuable than the one Fong just had, but the profit share for each new formula will remain the same, but the acquisition price needs to be negotiated separately. Third, I wish to have a special channel where I can purchase herbs from your company, and the purchase price will be at least 50% cheaper than above the market. Hearing Sumu's speaking conditions, Gu Qian hesitated for a moment. Only then did she say, I won't hide it from you, Mr. Savior. The price is really a bit high. According to your conditions, the highest price we can give is $15 million plus 30% profit. This is still taking into account that you, Mr. Savior, want to follow up with us. If you are not able to provide us with the equivalent value of this potion formula, then we have the right to cancel your follow-up cooperation. If you fail to provide us with a potion formula of equal value to this potion formula, we have the right to cancel your subsequent profit share. As for the rest of the two articles, there is no problem on our side. Hearing Gu Qian's reply, Sumu nodded. These conditions of his were basically all put forward by knowing a certain amount of information through Deep Blue. As for the price, he intentionally raised it on the high side. His original mental price was $10 million plus 20% profit, but did not expect This Danfeng pharmaceutical company actually opened the price, then his psychological price is still higher. Yes. Sign the contract. Without too much hesitation, Sumu directly ordered it, and Gu Qian's side obviously didn't have the intention to push back, quickly taking out 4 contracts from inside her bag. After modifying them a bit, she handed them to Sumu. 2 were contracts for the purchase of the authorization for the formula of the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing pill. The other 2 were the purchase contracts for this new potion formula. By the way, Mr. Savior, since you are selling all the rights to our company, we may have to sign an additional confidentiality agreement. As you said just now, sometimes our company may need to claim to the public that this was developed by our company. Gu Qian took out 2 more confidentiality agreements from inside her bag. For this point, it was actually something Sumu was happy to see. This kind of potion formula, if it was developed and released by an individual, sooner or later, it would be noticed by some people who had the intention to do so, and before he had enough strength. Sumu didn't want to expose himself to those people so quickly, but if it was released by a company, the significance would be completely different. No problem. Sumu quickly signed the contract and the confidentiality agreement altogether. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. Gu Qian stood up and extended her hand to Sumu. It was only at this time that she had the time to take a closer look at the youth in front of her. He didn't look very old, had a clean look and a steady temperament. It was hard to imagine that a youth who looked like a high school student was actually able to casually take out 2 rather uncommon potion formulas, and it looked like that wasn't all he had in stock. In his hands, there were at least several other potion formulas that were not inferior to the one just now. At such a young age, to be able to have such an achievement was truly extraordinary. Thinking of his own uncontested younger brother, and then looking at this youth in front of him, Gu Qian felt that he had a feeling that he was not going to be able to make it. Gu Qian felt that she had the urge to rush home and beat up her indisputable brother severely. Happy cooperation. Sumu nodded towards Gu Qian. With that, he turned around and left. It was not long after he left. A message from Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company to make a payment was sent on his cell phone. After deducting some transaction fees, Sumu had a total of about $18 million in hand. $18 million. I'm afraid that Sumu's parents may not have seen this much money in their lifetime. Moreover, there's also the subsequent profit sharing. By then, Sumu's annual income of tens of millions of dollars would be a breeze, and Sumu could also stop focusing on making money for a long period of time. $18 million. Even after buying a house, there would still be a lot left over. Thinking of this, Sumu didn't go straight home. Instead, he walked straight to a nearby sales office. A few moments later, Sumu came out from inside the sales office. A trace of a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just now, he had spent $15 million and purchased a large villa in the center area of the 3rd security zone. Next, it was time to bring the family inside the villa. Returning home, brother, you're finally back. Every time he went home, this guy Su Yang was always the most excited. Sumu's parents, on the other hand, started to get busy in the kitchen. Mom and Dad, don't get busy first. I have a few things to announce. Hearing Sumu's words, Lu Yufan and Su Dashan then walked out from inside the kitchen. What is it, son? Are you short of money? Mom will go get it for you. When Lu Yufan heard that Sumu had something, her first reaction was that Sumu didn't have enough money. Sumu, however, said with some tears and laughter, "No, Mom. You guys come over first. I have something to say to you." After the parents and also Su Yang were all neatly done, only then did Sumu say, "Mom and Dad, I bought a villa in the center area of the 3rd security zone." What? The moment Sumu's words came out, all 3 people in the family immediately had a look of disbelief on their faces. Sumu looked at the 3 people's expressions. An inexplicable sense of accomplishment surged to his heart. He took out the real estate license and the purchase contract from inside his school bag and handed it to the 3 people. The 3 people immediately began to pass it around. $15 million. Son, where did you get so much money? Su Dashan's eyes glared. Son, although we are poor, we can't do some things. Lu Yufan, on the other hand, blankly glared at Su Dashan. How do you think of your son? Son, how could he possibly do something bad? But son, how did you get this $15 million? Talk to Mom and Dad, otherwise Mom and Dad don't feel at ease. Sumu said. Dad, Mom, just rest assured, this $15 million is the money I got from selling the prescription. Afraid that they wouldn't believe it, Sumu also specially pulled out the contract from inside his bag. It was only after reading the contract that the 3 of them finally believed Sumu's words. Brother, you're also too powerful. Does that mean that we can go live in a big villa in the future? Su-young didn't understand those things, and only knew that he would be saying that he wasn't allowed to have a big room of his own in the future. Sumu smiled and touched this guy's head, saying, "Of course, it's not just you. There are plenty of rooms inside that big villa. Not only can you have a separate big room, turn around and I'll get you a gaming room, but the prerequisite is that you have to get your grades up." When Su-young heard this, he was so happy that he almost didn't jump up. "Brother, I love you to death. I will study hard." Seeing this, Lu Yufan joked, "You just know how to spoil your brother. My younger brother. Who will I spoil if I don't? Besides this kid, I think it's still possible to work hard." Sumu laughed. "In addition, Mom and Dad, I'll turn around and give you a sum of money. You don't have to work so hard to go out to work. Just stay at home to enjoy yourselves and bring Su-young." "Then aren't you working too hard?" Su Dashan said. Lu Yufan also looked at Sumu with some heartache. "Muor, it's really bitter for you. Mom and Dad, what are you guys talking about? Where have I worked hard? The money I earn is actually quite easy. It's just selling a few potion formulas and whatnot. It's you guys. Don't ever do those hard and tiring jobs again. I'm not talking about anything else. In case you get injured or something. When the time comes to see the doctor and spend more money than you guys earn from your work. So you might as well just enjoy yourselves at home." Sumu said, paused for a moment. "Moreover, I have now become a first-realm martial artist. The next task for you guys is to properly cultivate Su-young will be fine." Originally, Su father and Su mother were still immersed in the surprise of Sumu buying a large villa without coming out. Such a sentence from Sumu instantly caused the hearts of the two to jump violently. "Muor, what did you just say?" Su Dashan looked at Sumu with some disbelief. Lu Yufan also looked at Sumu, seemingly wanting to reconfirm that answer from Sumu's mouth. Sumu could only say once again, "The second thing I'm going to say is this. I said that I've stepped into a first-realm martial artist." First-realm martial artist. Su father and Su mother were really unable to sit still this time. The surprise of the big villa in the square was just for them to be glad that Sumu had grown up and was also able to share for the family. But now, Sumu said that he had stepped into the first-realm martial artist. This was a real surprise for them. What could make a parent feel more excited and elated than seeing their child excel? "Great, great. My Su family is considered to have smoke coming out of our ancestors' graves." Su Dashan walked around excitedly. Lu Yufan on the side was not as excited as Su Dashan, but likewise, she was also quite happy. "Good, good, good. Brother, you are also too good." Although Su-young didn't know much, he was clear about the gold content of a first-realm martial artist. Inside his impression, first-realm martial artists, those were all very, very powerful people. Now, his brother had actually become a first-realm martial artist. He had already thought about how to go back to school and brag about it to his small group of friends. "Mom and Dad, there's one more thing. It's that next month, I might have to go to the Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp. And if I can achieve excellent results inside the Genius Training Camp, I can be directly sent to Longjing Martial Arts University on a guaranteed basis without having to take the college entrance exam." Longjing Martial Arts University, Genius Training Camp, guaranteed transportation. One word after another caused both Su Dashan and Lu Yufan to be somewhat unable to react. Their mouths could only chant "good, good, good" uncontrollably. A moment later, Lu Yufan reacted and asked with some worry, "More, is this Genius Training Camp dangerous?" Sumu smiled at his words. "Don't worry, Mom. The geniuses who enter this Genius Training Camp are all geniuses from various safety zones. Naturally, they will protect everyone. There will be no danger. The big deal is that they come back to take the college entrance exam again. There is no delay." Hearing Sumu's words, Su father and Su mother looked at each other before finally putting down their hearts. Seeing that the two of them didn't suspect anything, Sumu also let out a sigh of relief. Actually, this wasn't exactly a complete lie on his part. The Genius Training Camp certainly had that little bit of a mortality rate. But for him, a person who basically wouldn't die, the danger was really equivalent to zero. "Alright, Dad, Mom, have a good meal. Let's pack up the things inside the house and get ready to move to our new home. I've already made an appointment with the moving company." Good. The family began to eat happily. A month's time passed by quietly. In the underground training room of a villa, drops of sweat dripped onto the ground. Sumu was standing on the ground in an extremely bizarre position. It was only after a moment that he collapsed and generally lay on. Before his eyes, a light blue interface gradually emerged. Name, Sumu. Blood value, 295. 75, early first-realm martial artist. Spiritual power, 365. 58, mid-first-realm martial artist. Repeated content will not be shown. After a month of cultivation, Sumu's chi and blood value had skyrocketed to 295, 75, and he wasn't that far away from the mid-first realm martial artist stage. And what surprised him even more was his spiritual power. Now Sumu's spiritual power had reached 365, 58. Such spiritual power was completely enough to support him to continuously backfile a few hundred times. That is to say, the current him could even continuously shift back to the time before he awakened his talent. I don't know if it was because of the increased number of times of backfiling. Nowadays, Sumu's feeling towards death had become lighter and lighter. Life and death, in front of him, it was as if they had all somewhat flattened out. In addition to the increase in blood value and spiritual power, Sumu also had a not-so-small improvement in his martial arts, the most obvious of which was regarding the use of the Gale Sword technique. Within this month's time, Sumu's Gale Sword skill was not only thoroughly mastered, but he had also comprehended a trace of Gale Sword intent from it. The Gale Sword technique that had comprehended the Gale Sword intent was more than several times more powerful than before. The present-day Sumu could fight with even a second-realm martial artist. After lying on the ground for a little while, Sumu then stood up. He didn't return to the first-floor hall. Instead, he came to a lounge next to the training room. After feeling around inside the lounge and pressing a tile, one of the walls of the lounge suddenly opened the door. After walking through the door, inside was a secret room that was dozens of square meters in size. In the center of the secret room, a safe was placed. Sumu entered the password to open the safe. What was placed inside the safe was none other than Sumu's diary. I wonder if I'll be able to turn the next page after I get a guaranteed place at Longjing Martial Arts University? Sumu hadn't figured out yet how his future self had placed a restriction on this diary. But since his future self was even able to alter his talent, setting a restriction shouldn't be too difficult, and the conditions given in the diary to open the next page did make Sumu feel quite curious. Currently, the answers he was able to get from the diary that hadn't been solved yet were mainly the Ning Knight that had been mentioned on the first page. There was also that person from the 10,000 races who caused Qin Bin to defect to the human race. What exactly were the identities of these two people? And what kind of impact would they have on the future demise of the human race? It had always been something that Sumu was pondering. The answers to these questions, given his own character, would definitely be written at the back of the diary. Unfortunately, he needed to get into the Longjing Martial Arts University to be able to unlock the restrictions on the next page. What exactly was the content of the next page? Sumu didn't know, but based on his guess, he thought that it should have nothing to do with the Longjing Martial Arts University. Shaking his head, Sumu put the diary back into the safe. Although the diary could not be opened by anyone else except him, but it was always good to put it in a hidden place. After leaving from the secret room in the lounge, Sumu returned to the first-floor hall. This time happened to be dinner time. The family was all gathered inside the living room waiting for Sumu to eat. "Brother, you've finally come out." Seeing Sumu appear, Su Yang was the happiest. He hurriedly turned off the TV. Lu Yufan and Su Dashan, on the other hand, started to busy themselves in the kitchen. Ever since the family lived in the large villa, Lu Yufan and Su Dashan had lived a clean life for half a month at Sumu's request. However, soon, these two people felt bored again. Lu Yufan is fine. Weekdays to buy vegetables and the market, grandpa and grandma nagging and so on. But Su Dashan is a little difficult. Probably because all day idle, nothing to do. Sumu really can't stand it. So please Gu Qiansai to Su Dashan arranged a free work. With his current partnership with Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company, doing this really couldn't be easier. At the dining table, Sumu ate large chunks of various alien meats. Ever since he got rich, there was no shortage of the blood and meat of the foreign races in the house. Even the kid Su Yang was fattened up quite a bit. "Dad, Mom, tomorrow I'm going to take the high-speed train to the 9th security area to attend the Genius training camp. Be careful on the road." Mu. Su's father and mother were obviously still uneasy about Sumu's safety. Sumu, however, waved his hand. "Don't worry, I can't say that when I come back. I'll already be a freshman at Longjing Martial Arts University. Brother, if you get into Longjing Martial Arts University, remember to bring me to your school cafeteria to eat delicious food." Su Yang waved the chopsticks in his hand. Sumu said, all right, you guys just wait for my good news at home." A dinner that ended very quickly. When the first rays of sunlight sprinkled down on the earth, Sumu then had already boarded the high-speed train to the 9th safety zone. Sumu bought a second-class seat, probably because he came from an ordinary family. So even now that he had money, in some places Sumu was still spending and saving. After placing his luggage on the shelf on the seat, Sumu then began to close his eyes and cultivate the divine demon viewing thoughts and the innate fetal breath method. But it hadn't been long since he had just cultivated A slightly loud voice came from beside him. Little girl, you're also going to the night security area to attend a cram school? What a coincidence. My son and I are also going to the night safe region to attend a cram school. The cram school my son is attending is organized by a group of top students from Tsinghua Martial Arts University. It's hard to get in. Not only do you have to pay 300,000 a month, but there are also requirements on the qualifications of the participants. Fortunately, my son is competitive. His chi and blood value reached the 3rd level of the martial apprenticeship. At a glance, he was taken in by the person in charge of the cram school, and he also gave us a discount. Where is the cram school you attended? Little girl, by the time you arrive at the ninth safe zone you can make an appointment with my son to come out and play. My son is more shy. Turn around, I will introduce you to get to know each other. Sumu opened his eyes and looked. He saw a beautiful girl wearing a floral dress sitting beside him, and next to the beautiful girl, there was an older woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s. The beautiful girl could only smile awkwardly while facing the big mom's words, and then responded perfunctorily. It was obvious that both the son of the big mom and the beautiful girl had gone to the ninth security zone to attend a cram school. This was a very common thing on the eve of the college entrance exam, especially in a place like the ninth safety zone where the top martial arts universities were gathered. Often, some students from the top martial arts universities or a martial arts university would start some tutorial classes or something after school. By teaching students who were taking the college entrance exam, they could earn some living expenses. The path of martial arts is the most costly. Not everyone is like Sumu who can come up with sky-high priced prescriptions at the drop of a hat. And the school for this kind of thing is also turn a blind eye. After all, this kind of cram school also can indeed teach others some experience. Some also can help the school to recruit in advance to book some qualified students. For the school and the students as well as the participants of the tutorial classes, there are all benefits and no harm. However, the quality of the cram schools organized by students from different schools varied. Tsinghua Martial Arts University was considered one of the top martial arts universities in Xia. Although it was at the bottom of the list, it was after all one of the top martial arts universities, and the tutorial classes organized by the students in it were naturally more powerful than those organized by the students of ordinary martial arts universities. It was no wonder that this big mom couldn't help but show off. It seemed like she had sensed Sumu's gaze. The beautiful girl glanced in Sumu's direction. It happened to meet Sumu's eyes. Seeing the helplessness in the girl's eyes, Sumu shrugged his shoulders as he expressed his helplessness. The girl then playfully wrinkled her nose towards him, and Sumu's awakening seemed to have attracted the big mom's attention. Young man, are you also going to the ninth safety zone? Seeing the big mom suddenly turn the topic to him, Sumu obviously froze for a moment. This time, it was the turn of the beautiful girl next to him to cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Yes. Sumu smiled awkwardly. That's a coincidence. The big mom's eyes were a bit glowing. Young man, what are you going for? It couldn't be that you're also going to attend a cram school, right? What kind of cram school did you enroll in? The big mom's series of inquiries made Sumu pinch the bridge of his nose with some headaches. Suddenly, he somewhat regretted why he didn't take the business seat. I'm not going to a cram school. I'm going to a genius training camp. Hearing genius training camp, a puzzled expression appeared on the older woman's face. Instead, the beautiful girl next to her was a bit surprised. What's a genius training camp? Big Mom asked with some confusion. Why haven't I heard of it? It was considered normal for the Big Mom not to have heard of it. Some news you simply had no way of knowing without reaching a certain level. It's probably a place similar to a cram school, Sumu helplessly explained. He was worried that this Big Mom was going to continue asking questions endlessly. Fortunately, at this time, the Big Mom's cell phone suddenly rang. Son, stay in the business class and don't move. Mom will come to you right away. Estimating that it was a call from her son, the Big Mom immediately stood up and moved over towards the front compartment. Seeing that the Big Mom had left, Sumu only let out a sigh of relief. And at this time, the beautiful girl next to her spoke. Genius training camp? It's not the same as cram school. Sumu sighed at that. The more I say, the more troublesome it is. Don't turn around and have that Big Mom ask questions again. Ha 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 ha. The beautiful girl covered her mouth and laughed. That makes sense. She stretched out a small snow-white delicate hand towards Sumu. I really didn't expect to actually meet a genius who participated in the genius training camp. Hello, my name is Zhao Meng. I'm from the 3rd Safety Zone, Imperial Court High School. Hello, Sumu, also from the 3rd Safety Zone, Bran High School. Imperial Court High School was still quite famous in the 3rd security area, and those who could afford to go to Imperial Court High School were either extremely talented, or their families were thieves with money. Sumu's neighbor's sister, Gu Yanxi, was from Imperial Court High School. After introducing each other, the two of them chatted briefly again. Then they didn't continue talking. Sumu directly began to close his eyes and cultivate the divine demon viewing thoughts and the innate fetal breath method. About an hour or so passed. The high-speed train finally arrived at the station. It was a good thing that during this time behind, Big Mom seemed to be taking care of her son, never returning to her position again. It was only when she was close to leaving the station that she brought a youth who looked about the same age as Sumu to the seat to get her luggage. The youth was somewhat listless, following behind the Big Mom with a reluctant face. But this point of reluctance immediately dissipated after seeing Zhao Meng beside Sumu. Little girl. Young man. This is my son Wu Peng. How is it? A talented man, right? Do you young people want to add a contact? When we're all in the 9th safety zone, we can take care of each other. The Big Mom looked like she was familiar with herself and followed Sumu and the two of them out of the high-speed train together. Sumu and Zhao Meng then looked at each other helplessly. It's better not to bother. The 9th safety zone is so big that we might not be able to encounter it by then. Sumu spoke out and refused. Zhao Meng on the side also hurriedly followed and responded. Yeah, that's right. It's okay. It's okay if you can't meet them. Just think of it as making a friend. After my Peng Peng gets into Qingwan Martial Arts University, I can't say that I'll be able to help you guys out a little bit. Big Mom didn't even hear the intention of excuses in Sumu's 2 words. She was still saying, right, where are you guys going? Our cram school staff will drive to pick us up and drop us off. If it's convenient, I'll ask them to send you off together later. No trouble. I also have someone's car coming to pick up and drop off. Sumu waved his hand. To be honest, in the face of this kind of overly enthusiastic aunt, Sumu, a high school student who was going out for the first time, was really a bit overwhelmed. Zhao Meng on the side obviously had the same feeling. The group walked all the way to the exit gate, under the Big Mom's soft persuasion. His son Wu Peng finally successfully added Zhao Meng's contact information, and by the way, also reluctantly added Sumu's contact information. After arriving at the exit, Big Mom's eyes were sharp, and at a glance, she saw a tall boy holding up the Blue Sky Cram School of Qingwan Wudao University. Hey, that's the person who came to pick us up. There was a burst of excitement on Big Mom's face. Then she looked at Sumu and Zhao Meng. The people who are picking you up shouldn't be here yet, right? Why don't I have them drop you off on their way? Don't be polite, don't be polite. She brought Wu Peng and ran to that tall boy, without knowing what was said. That tall boy also walked in the direction of Sumu's too. Originally, the tall boy still had a serious expression on his face. However, after seeing Zhao Meng next to Sumu, he froze for a moment, and then replaced it with a smile. Hello, I heard that you guys are also here for the cram school? I wonder which university's cram class it is. If it's on the way, I can drop you guys off together. Thanks. Don't bother. I've just sent a message. The car to pick me up should be here soon. It seemed like she noticed the tall boy talking to her. Zhao Meng returned an apologetic smile. It's fine. It's not troublesome. I can't say that the address of our cram school is right next door. The tall boy laughed. Right at this moment, the Big Mom came next door with his son at some point as well. Don't be polite, little girl. Instructor Lu was very nice. Big Mom laughed. Instructor Lu, this little girl and young man are just too shy. They all came here to the 9th security zone to attend a cram school. The little girl seems to be attending some kind of submerged dragon cram school. Big Mom began to recall. Instructor Lu, who was beside her, heard the Big Mom say something about the subtle dragon cram school. Her face suddenly changed slightly, and her expression when she looked at Zhao Meng was a bit different as well. Subterranean dragon cram school? That's a cram school organized by the students of Longjing Martial Arts University. Instructor Lu said. Longjing Martial Arts University. Big Mom and her son Wu Peng were both a bit surprised. One had to know that even the top martial arts universities that had a ladder, like Qingwan Martial Arts University, it belonged to the 3rd echelon of the top martial arts universities, and it was also at the bottom of the list of top martial arts universities. On the other hand, Longjing Martial Arts University was the top of the top martial arts universities. It wasn't even on the same level as their Qingwan Martial Dao University. I really didn't expect that you were actually in the Dragon King Martial Arts University's subterranean Dragon Cram School. I've heard that cram school is not ordinary. Every year, they spend a lot of money to invite the outstanding campers of the Genius Training Camp to teach at the cram school. Instructor Lu exclaimed. Genius Training Camp? Hearing this, the Big Mom seemed to remember something. On the side, her son Wu Peng was puzzled. What's a Genius Training Camp? Instructor Lu glanced at Wu Peng and answered. Genius Training Camp is a training camp organized by some top martial arts universities. Those who are able to participate are none of the geniuses from various security zones, and if they are able to achieve excellent results in the training camp and become an outstanding camper, they will be able to directly enter the top martial arts universities without an examination. And we, Tsinghua Martial Arts University, don't even have the genius training camp's qualifications. Our cram school's chief instructor, Senior Chen Hao, almost entered Longjing Martial Arts University's genius training camp back then, but unfortunately, it still fell short. Saying that, Instructor Lu suddenly pointed in a direction. Look, over there is the procession that Longjing Martial Arts University specifically uses to welcome the genius training campers, all of which are transported by special people in vehicles. Just as he was saying, however, they saw the gaze of the man in the suit over there who was being pointed at by Instructor Lu fall over to this side. With that, he actually walked directly towards their direction with quick steps. Seeing that group of people walking towards them, Instructor Lu instantly changed his face slightly. Finished, offended them. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Instructor Lu's forehead, only to see that the men in suits were about to walk up to them. Instructor Lu hurriedly stepped forward with an apologetic face. Sorry, I didn't mean to. But before the words were finished, they were swept by the suited men. Several men in suits, in the surprised gazes of Instructor Lu as well as mother and son Wu Peng, they came straight to Su Mu's face. Student Su Mu, finally we've waited for you. Please come with us. We'll send you to the camp. Looking at Su Mu's gradually distant figure, the few people left behind, Instructor Lu felt as if they were in the wind. Even Zhao Meng had some surprise on her face. She knew that Su Mu had come over to participate in the genius training camp, but she hadn't expected that what Su Mu was attending was actually the Longjing Martial Arts University's genius training camp. One must know that even if it was a genius training camp, there was a difference in that difficulty. And Longjing Martial Arts University, as the top existence among the top martial arts universities, the difficulty of its genius training camp was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary genius training camp. For Su Mu to choose such a genius training camp, he either didn't know the heights of heaven and was young and exuberant, either that or he was more confident in himself. But no matter what, being able to participate in a genius training camp was already enough to show Su Mu's genius. If Su Mu was still able to successfully achieve excellent results in the Longjing Martial Arts University's genius training camp, then in the future, Su Mu would not be able to say that he would really be able to become an existence that they looked up to. I can't imagine that this youngster is so powerful. The big mom's face was a little lost. Originally, she thought that her son was good enough, but compared to that lad just now, he was really too far behind. Her own son still had to go through the trouble of attending the remedial classes at the Tsinghua Martial Arts University. He was already attending the genius training camp at Longjing Martial Arts University. Big Mom suddenly remembered that she was still bragging with others in the car about how great her son was, and now it seemed that her face was simply burning hot and painful. Wu Peng on the side was pretty much the same. Originally, he was still enjoying the superiority of his own mom bragging for him in front of a beautiful woman. He never even cared about Su Mu on the side, but he never expected it. Not only was the cram school that beautiful woman was heading to a subterranean dragon cram school that was even better and harder to get into than his own cram school, even that mediocre-looking boy was going to a genius training camp that had pulled away from his own. This momentarily made him feel like he was simply a clown. He looked at Su Mu's faraway direction with some indignation. Going to the genius training camp doesn't necessarily mean that you'll be admitted early. It's not allowed to say that you'll go over to accompany the runners. His words reached Instructor Lu's ears. As he looked at Su Mu's distant figure, his face was also slightly hot. He didn't expect that the ordinary kid that he hadn't even glanced at was actually a member of the genius training camp. When he remembered how he had just rushed up to apologize to that Longjing Martial Arts University's shuttle staff in fear, he felt a little embarrassed. In order to slightly redeem his image, he also followed Wu Peng's words and said downwards, "Indeed, only a handful of people who join the genius training camp each year are able to get the status of outstanding campers, and quite a few of them go to accompany the camp, as well as a small portion of them." Instructor Lu paused for a moment and said, "There is also a small portion of people that go to die." Hearing Instructor Lu's words, Wu Peng was a bit stunned. This genius training camp will still die? That's for sure. The people from the genius training camp, that will face the foreigners on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. You have to know that even for a top martial arts university like ours, to face the foreigners on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, that's only in the sophomore year of college. You guys haven't seen the foreigners on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and you don't know how scary those foreigners are. He seemed to be thinking back to something bad. His face was a bit ugly. The foreign races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. and the foreign races inside the foreign race hunting ground wouldn't be on the same level at all. He looked towards Wu Peng's mother and son. His gaze also intentionally glanced towards Zhao Meng on the side, and puffed out his chest. You guys shouldn't think that it's a good thing for ordinary people to have joined the genius training camp. There are many geniuses in the genius training camp, and even so there's still a certain death rate. So if it's an ordinary person who goes in there, it's basically just a way to send them to their deaths. Hearing Instructor Lu's words, a moment of celebration burst across Big Mom's face. It's good that Pengpon you weren't selected by the genius training camp. Otherwise, if something happened, then you'd let your mom what I can do. On the side, Zhao Meng, who was listening to the conversation between Instructor Lu and Wu Peng's mother and son, frowned slightly. She naturally heard the sour flavor within this Instructor Lu's words. However, one had to admit that what Instructor Lu said was indeed true. For ordinary people, the mortality rate of the genius training camp was, indeed, very high. She looked in the direction Sumu had left. With some sighs, she murmured softly, I hope you can be safe and sound. Just as she was thinking, a fragrant wind drilled into the middle of everyone's nostrils. Meng Meng. A figure appeared in front of Zhao Meng at an unknown time. Several people, Wu Peng, also looked towards the owner of the voice. At this look, not only the two males, Instructor Lu and Wu Peng, even Big Mother couldn't help but freeze in place. The woman in front of her was wearing a pair of sunglasses, a small melon face, fair skin, thin lips as bright as roses, a slight smile, suddenly revealing 2 rows of neat teeth, upper body wearing a black leather jacket, inside a white suspenders, lower body is water blue jeans. The temperament was outstanding and the body was hot. If Zhao Meng was still a budding little white flower, then the woman in front of her was a bright rose that had already grown and bloomed. Sister Yanxi. Seeing the woman, a smile spread across Zhao Meng's face. Sorry there was a little thing inside the school, came a little late. Are these your friends? The woman looked towards Wu Peng's few people, met in the car. Sort of car friends in the same car? Zhao Meng said. Hello guys. The woman nodded slightly towards the few people. At this time, Instructor Lu seemed to recognize the woman's identity all of a sudden. His face was filled with disbelief, and he looked at the woman with some uncertainty. You are Goddess Gu? Gu Yanxi glanced at Instructor Lu with some surprise, then laughed. It's all their blind rumors. You are? Oh, I'm a sophomore at Qinghuan Martial Arts University. My name is Lu Dali. It's normal that you don't know me, Goddess Gu. I've only seen you once before at the Collegiate Alliance competition. You defeated our school's senior Chen Hao in a single move. That's just too powerful. Instructor Lu's posture was placed extremely low. Fawning, Gu Yanxi smiled lightly at his words. Harm. But it's just that Senior Chen Hao saw that I'm a girl and gave in to me. She looked at Zhao Meng. If it's okay, then we'll leave first? Okay. Instructor Lu nodded repeatedly. Gu Yanxi also nodded towards him and then left with Zhao Meng. On the side, Wu Peng was still staring at Gu Yanxi's back. Originally, he thought that Zhao Meng was already the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, but when he saw Gu Yanxi, he realized that he was very wrong. Seeing him in this state, Instructor Lu shook his head and said, Don't look. It's not yours even if you look again, Goddess Gu. That's the dream girl of nearly all the boys in these top martial arts universities of ours, and her elegance in the last Collegiate Alliance competition was simply ravishing. The people chasing after her are probably capable of circling around the entire night safety zone. Instructor Lu looked at Gu Yanxi's fading back. He couldn't help but sigh. I wonder what kind of person could be worthy of Goddess Gu. Sister Yanxi, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I don't think I would have been able to get into the subterranean dragon class. Sitting in the car, Zhao Meng looked at Gu Yanxi on the side with some excitement. Gu Yanxi smiled faintly. Which is not true. It's Meng you yourself who has the strength. I just helped contact that senior Xiaolong in the subterranean dragon class. It's a pity that I'm going to be on the 10,000 clans battlefield in a while. Otherwise you wouldn't have to enroll in that tutorial class. I could personally take you for a few months. Hearing Gu Yanxi's words, Zhao Meng was a bit worried. Sister Yanxi, aren't the foreign races on the 10,000 races battlefield terrifying? You must be careful. It's actually okay la. Gu Yanxi smiled and said, Students like us from Longjing Martial Arts University are elites even on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and the higher-ups won't deliberately arrange tasks for you that you can't accomplish. She paused for a moment and then added, Besides, if one day, one can really die in battle on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, for us martial artists, why wouldn't it be the best place to return to? Zhao Meng lowered her head. But I don't want anything to happen to you. Sister Yanxi. Gu Yanxi sniffed and touched Zhao Meng's head. Don't worry, Your cousin me, I'm very strong. Aha! Zhao Meng nodded. Sister Yanxi is the most powerful in my heart. Right. Sister Yan Ruoshi. I'll tell you something. I met a boy on the high-speed train on the way here before. He came to participate in the Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp just before you arrived. He was taken away by a group of people in suits from the Longjing Martial Arts University. Sister Yanxi, what level do you think you have to reach in order to participate in the Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp? Hearing Zhao Meng's question, Gu Yanxi said, Genius Training Camp? Then this boy you met in the car is quite something. In order to enter the Genius Training Camp, you first have to be at least in the top 3 in your high school. If it's a poorer high school, you even need to be in first place. At this time, you'll only be able to have a spot to enter the Genius Training Camp, and after you have a spot, you will need to then go on to choose which school's Genius Training Camp you want to enroll in specifically. After that, your information will go into the information database of the school you chose, and then that school you chose will screen you and judge whether you are qualified to participate in their school's Genius Training Camp. That boy you're talking about should be an uncompromising genius. In recent years, the requirements for our school's Genius Training Camp can be said to be getting higher and higher. Those who are able to pass the test and enter our school's Genius Training Camp must be at least at the 7th level of Martial Apprentice. 7th level of Martial Apprentice. Zhao Meng's small mouth slightly opened. Really? This requirement is too high, isn't it? Hasn't it only been about 2 months since the talent was awakened? And someone has already reached the 7th level of Martial Apprentice. Gu Yanxi nodded. Never underestimate other people. In 2 months' time, there are plenty of people who have reached the 7th level of Martial Apprentice. And as far as I know, there's one in the same class as you who has now stepped into the First Realm Martial Artist. First Realm Martial Artist. Zhao Meng was shocked to the point where she couldn't even speak. Then she lowered her head in some frustration. Sister Yanxi, I feel as if I don't deserve to go to Longjing Martial Arts University. Gu Yanxi consoled. Silly Nizi, that kind of demon. Most people don't have a way to compare. Moreover, this kind usually runs towards the outstanding campers of the Genius Training Camp. It's not even on the same track as you guys. Don't worry too much. Meng, you have to believe in yourself. With your talent, as long as you work hard inside the next 4 months, wanting to enter Longjing Martial Arts University isn't a very difficult thing to do. I will definitely work hard. Zhao Meng clenched her small fists. At the same time, Sumu's sighed. Under the transportation of a special car, Sumu quickly arrived at the place where the training camp was located. The training camp was inside the Longjing Martial Arts University. On the way here, Sumu could see the statues of the 7 saints of the human race erected at the Longjing Martial Arts University. There were also many tombstones of human race martyrs and so on. Longjing Martial Arts University could be said to be the largest martial arts university in the entire Grand Xia. The Grand Xia had poured a large amount of resources into the top martial arts universities, and within these top martial arts universities, the one that received the most resources was naturally the Longjing Martial Arts University. After finally arriving at the destination of this trip, Sumu also walked down from the specialized car. Under the lead of the man in the suit, Sumu arrived at a closed fortress. The fortress looked like a huge helmet from the outside, with a semicircular metal barrier on the outside. And right in front of the gate was one of the 7 saints of the human race, Dragon Saint Zhou Aolong, who was also the honorary president of the Longjing Martial Arts University. On top of the gate, the words Genius Training Camp were cast in dragon and phoenix metal. Student Sumu, the next road. It's up to you to walk on your own. Good luck. Sending Sumu to the gate, the man in the suit also turned around and left. Sumu carried his backpack alone and arrived at the gate. At the gate, there were 2 rows of martial artists in battle armor standing, with an aura that made Sumu vaguely gasp as he passed by. Although it was not as strong as the Supreme Secret Guard that Sumu had met at the beginning, it was also far stronger than the 3rd realm martial artist Xiaoru. A little closer, you can see that there are specialized people responsible for checking documents and the like. We'll also do a series of extremely complex testing. The purpose was to prevent people with ulterior motives from mixing into the Genius Training Camp. This kind of test generally involves all aspects, even fine to the hair, DNA and so on. The process was so harsh that even if one used the talent of facelifting to change one's appearance and chi and blood values, one would not be able to successfully pass. After determining that Sumu's identity was correct, only then did the inspector at the door signal that Sumu could enter the Genius Training Camp. And it was at this time that Sumu felt the aura of the 2 rows of martial artists at the entrance pressing down on him completely disappear. Sensationally, these 2 rows of martial artists had already placed all of their attention on Sumu's body when he first appeared. Once there was something wrong with Sumu's body. I'm afraid that at the first moment, they would be arrested by them. Having just entered the genius training camp, Sumu saw an extremely large square. Above the square, there were already quite a few people standing. Some people seemed to have already formed a team in 2s and 3s in general. Seeing Sumu appear, a young man wearing a green short sleeve walked in front of Sumu with interest and said with a kind face, "Classmate, hello, where are you from? What's your name? Do you want to consider joining us? I heard that there will be an examination just after entering the training camp. If you can't pass the examination, you will directly be kicked out of the training camp. If we team up together, the chances of passing the examination will be much higher. Hello, I'm from the 3rd safety zone, Bran High School. My name is Sumu." Stretching his hand, Sumu also responded politely. However, after he said Bailon High School, that youth's face became a bit odd. He hadn't even said anything yet. Then he heard a tall youth behind him with a half-crooked head snort. Bran High School. Never heard of it? Nowadays it's whatever high school has a spot to be able to participate in the genius training camp. Looks like the quality of our genius training camp this term isn't high. Ha? Or did Longjing Martial Arts University lower their standards this year? Next to the taller youth, a woman with a slightly tilted chin and dyed blonde hair looked Sumu up and down. Inside the Longjing Martial Arts University's genius training camp, there were basically geniuses from the top high schools of each safety zone, and some of them even came out of the same high school. Because of this, those who were in the top high schools themselves would inevitably feel a bit superior to those from ordinary high schools. For Sumu, a person from an ordinary high school that he hadn't even heard of, it was as if they carried a sense of arrogance. I can't tell if I awakened some chi and blood talent, accidentally raised to the 7th level of martial apprentice, and luckily mixed in, but when it comes time for the entrance examination, it's not going to be half adulterated. The youth with a crooked head mockingly glanced at Sumu. Then he didn't pay any more attention to Sumu and turned around to leave. It was no wonder that he had such an attitude. The gap between a top high school and an ordinary high school was quite huge, because of the two, whether it's from the teacher's strength or the usual daily training meals, etc. It's a world of difference. In some cases, the first place of an ordinary high school, when thrown to a top high school, would not even make it into the top 20. It is for this reason. Once there are even a lot of top high school ranking in the dozen people, specifically in the awakening of the talent a month later, transferred to the ordinary high school, and then with the help of the ordinary high school nearly crushed the results, mixed into their original cannot get into the genius training camp, sort of utilizing a wave of the selection mechanism of the genius training camp. However, later on, this kind of thing was banned by the Great Summer Martial Arts Alliance, and a ban was issued, prohibiting students from top high schools from transferring to ordinary high schools after awakening their talents. Of course, students from ordinary high schools were still transferred to top high schools at awakening high schools. It just didn't make much sense that way. The youth's mocking words, as well as the more or less scrutinizing gazes cast by the people around him, didn't make Sumu care too much. It was like, if you were exceptionally good looking, and people said you were ugly, or unattractive or whatever, you wouldn't care at all, because you knew it was just because they didn't understand, and wouldn't question that it was because you weren't good looking enough on your own. But if you are really ugly, at this time, when others say you are ugly, you feel a little annoyed instead, because what others say is true. Sumu, as someone who had known death for an unknown number of times and knew that the human race would perish after 10 years, had long placed himself at an extremely high level. Regarding the mocking words of these people, Sumu would only feel a little bored. To jump to conclusions about a person one wasn't familiar with was already a sign of immaturity, and if one was also contemptuously looking down on the other party and belittling the other party's strength, that would be even more of a bit foolish. After the youth finished those words, the youth who originally came over to greet Sumu also silently returned to his own group. It could be seen that although he didn't taunt Sumu like the youth before, I'm afraid that he also felt from the bottom of his heart that Sumu's strength wasn't good, and wasn't going to invite Sumu to join his team anymore. This was even more desirable for Sumu. After possessing the ability of death recall, Sumu had been deliberately letting himself travel alone, not wanting to involve too many people on his side. On the one hand, Sumu's death recall talent doomed him to do some death-defying behaviors a lot of the time, and such behaviors would be inconvenient if he had too many companions instead. You want to send death. Your companions don't know about it. They have to go and save you, make unnecessary sacrifices, and save you in a rare way. What is this? On the other hand, the more people he knew, Sumu sometimes would inevitably go along and find a way to save them. But there were actually some people that didn't have the value of letting Sumu waste a single backfile opportunity to save them. This was something that his future self had also reminded him of in his diary. The use of the death backfile didn't allow Sumu to be generous and save everyone. In the midst of the battle against the 10,000 races, death was inevitable, and there were some people whose sacrifices were necessary. This was something that Sumu had also been slowly adapting to for a long time. What Sumu wanted to save was the entire human race, his family and friends, the people he cared about, not those who were insignificant and worthless, if one by one to save. I'm afraid Sumu himself will be the first to die of exhaustion. Sumu was not a cold and heartless person. If he can save them, he naturally won't save them. However, he was not a great saint who had to save everyone. If the general development of things had been in line with Sumu's expectations, and just a few insignificant people had died, Sumu would not go back to the death archive once more because of those few people. Just as the others were observing Sumu, Sumu's gaze also landed on those people in the square, along with his gaze sweeping over, one by one. Their information also appeared in front of his eyes. Name, unknown. Blood value, 90. 57, 9th level of martial apprentice. Body refining technique, heavenly wind body refining technique. Breathing technique, wind breath technique. Talent, grade B, wind manipulation. Name, unknown. Blood value, 78. 57, 7th level of martial apprentice. Body alchemy, wild bear body alchemy. Breathing technique, earth breathing technique. Talent, grade A, earth power. Name, unknown. Name, unknown. Blood value, 88. 57, 8th level of martial apprentice. Body alchemy, pure yang body alchemy. Breathing technique, breathing of the sun. Talent, to be analyzed. It had to be said that it was worthy of being selected for the genius training camp. Sumu roughly swept a glance. Within this group of people, the lowest chi and blood value was at the 7th level of martial apprentice. The highest even had the existence of a first realm martial artist. The body alchemy breathing technique practiced by one and all were also quite good. As for talent, the lowest was also a B grade. As for the high ones, Sumu's true vision, I couldn't see them. At least it was an S grade. Although this group of people were a bit arrogant, but they did have the strength to be arrogant. This kind of talent, if he was put into any high school in a safe zone, he would definitely be among the top of the list. Sumu put his school bag on the side of the square, where everyone put their school bags, and found a corner to start practicing the way of viewing and the breathing method. The people in the square, on the other hand, began to whisper, "Hey, let me tell you guys, my uncle also participated in the quota review this time. I heard that the top combatants of our genius training camp this term is the highest ever, a dozen or so of martial apprentice 9, not to mention, even the first realm martial artists. There are a full 3 of them. 3, really? It's only been 2 months or so, and someone has stepped into the first realm martial artist? Perverted, right? Of course, I don't know about the other 2, but I know that one of them is the little princess of the G family. The little princess of the G family. No wonder, if it's the G families, then it makes sense. Hey, there are times when people are more angry than people. I'm almost unrivaled on our side of the world, and when I get here, my self-confidence is about to be blown away. Good thing there's still a White Orchid High School guy at the bottom of the barrel. Ha 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 ha. That's true. Put it this way, I think that guy from Brand High School is pretty good. Just as the crowd was chatting, several figures, not knowing when, appeared in the square. Have all the people arrived? A white-haired old man looked to the middle-aged man on the side. Aside from the little princess of the G family, the rest of the people have all arrived. The middle-aged man slightly bent over and said, "On the side of the G clan's little princess, I heard from the G clan's people that they will be personally sent to the location of the examination." That's so. The old man was not surprised when he heard this. That's also true. The people of the G family, each and every one of them is a treasure. And this G family's little princess is even the one who inherited her ancestors' glory. So it's only right to be more careful. Since everyone has arrived, then let's begin. There are still too many people in the training camp now. We need to drop some less for good. The old man finished speaking. His body slightly stepped forward. In the next moment, his entire person suddenly disappeared into the square. And the middle-aged man, after hearing the old man's words, there was no hesitation. There was also a flash of his body. However, he appeared in the center of the square. His gaze swept over the crowd present. Then he coldly bellowed out, "Everyone, assemble!" His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Sumu, who was originally still practicing his observation method, was also interrupted by this voice. His gaze looked towards the middle-aged man's direction. The middle-aged man's information also immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, unknown. Chi and blood value, 43,922,000, mid-6th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, 9 orifices body refining technique. Breathing technique, peripheral luck technique. Talent, to be analyzed. Mid-6th realm martial artist. This kind of strength, aside from the group of highest secret guards that Sumu had seen when he became a 9th level researcher, appeared to be the highest. As for that human traitor, Sumu couldn't even see his panel, so he didn't count him among them. One could only say that it was worthy of being a teacher of the Longjing Martial Arts University. In a normal martial arts university, with such strength, one could probably go and become the principal. Sumu followed the crowd and stood in several rows. And that middle-aged man, after seeing everyone standing, only then did he slowly say, I believe that many of you already know. Before joining the camp this time, all of you will have to go through an entrance examination. After passing the entrance examination, you will be considered to have officially become a member of the Genius Training Camp. Are you ready? Ready? Hearing the middle-aged man mention the matter of the examination straight to the point, everyone was delighted in their hearts. All right, I'll give you all 10 minutes. The middle-aged man clasped his hands to his chest. You guys can go to the entrance of the training camp, deposit your luggage, and after 10 minutes, gather here, and I will issue you the bracelets used for the assessment as well as weapons. Now, start moving. The middle-aged man's words had just fallen. The next moment, the campers in front of them began to move quickly. 10 minutes later, everyone once again returned to their original positions, and a few people in suits appeared by the middle-aged man's side to start registering and distributing bracelet weapons to everyone. At the same time as the distribution, the middle-aged man also began to introduce the contents of this camp entry assessment. Next, I will take you to an exclusive assessment location opened by our Genius Training Camp. Inside, there are foreign races that we just captured from the battlefield of 10,000 races some time ago. The bracelets issued to you have only one function. That is, when you kill foreign races, it will automatically help you to record your points. The more foreign races you kill, and the stronger you are, the more points you will have. And the top 10 in points will have more points. More, and the top 10 in points will be displayed on the projection screen in the sky. Here to remind you of one thing, the bracelet doesn't protect your safety. The only thing that can protect you is the weapons in your hands. If you can't deal with the foreigners in front of you, the best way is to run away. If you can't estimate the gap between yourself and the enemy, then even if you die, it's still a wasted death. Don't expect that someone will go to save you. The middle-aged man's words caused the crowd below to faintly stare. No one would be there to save them, and they were still facing the foreign races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Although it had long been known that the Genius Training Camp had a certain mortality rate, no one had expected that death would come so quickly. For a moment, the crowd that was still a bit agitated all of a sudden calmed down one after another. All right, now those whose names are called, come over and receive your bracelets and pick your weapons. Sumu also quickly picked his longsword. The weapons issued by Longjing Martial Arts University weren't bad. It was at least up to the standard of a D-grade weapon. It was much better than the weapon longsword he had used in the Blazing Fire Martial Arts Center before. Caressing the longsword in his hand, Sumu let out a long breath. Although he possessed the sword Heart Tong Ming talent, so far he hadn't found a longsword that suited him. To find a longsword that suited him was not a simple matter. However, even if it was an ordinary longsword, it was still passably usable. Every time he held a longsword in his hand, Sumu would feel a power vaguely stirring in his heart. Soon, everyone took their respective bracelets and weapons. The middle-aged man didn't have too much nonsense. With a wave of his hand, a bus drove inside the training camp. A group of campers from the Genius Training Camp were blindfolded and brought onto the bus. The rumbling sound of the bus echoed in Sumu's ears. Sumu, who possessed the superb 5 senses, could clearly feel every route that the bus drove. In his perception, when the bus drove out of the school for about 2 hours or so, the bus finally stopped. Sumu followed the rest of the campers off the bus. When the time came to open his eyes, Sumu saw a huge forest, worthy of being Longjing Martial Arts University. It was actually able to carve out such a large forest as an exclusive examination location inside the 9th safety zone. Sumu could feel that right now. This place was still within the scope of the 9th safety zone. In the middle of the journey, the bus stopped several times, each time dropping off a group of people. Because Sumu was sitting at the back, it was not until the end that he was finally put down with the few people behind him. After putting Sumu's group down, the middle-aged man then left in the bus. It was also at this time, Sumu noticed that a huge screen was suddenly projected in the sky. Points ranking, First place, none. Second place, none. 10th place, none. Everyone. The test has begun. Hold the weapons in your hands tightly and protect yourselves. An old voice entered everyone's ears. At the same time, Su-mu, through his super 5 senses, clearly heard that just a short distance away from them, a hissing sound was deafening. Su-mu slightly frowned and temporarily shielded his ultra-strong 5 senses. Right at the same time that Su-mu and the others were put down, somewhere inside the forest, a girl with a frosty face and an aura like an iceberg slowly walked into the forest. Xinghan, next. It's up to you. Dad only has one request. Protect yourself. Aha! It's true that the difference between the foreigners on the battlefield of the 10,000 races and the foreigners inside the foreigner hunting grounds is just too great. And what about saying that there won't be anyone to save you? But as a result, when you're really going to die, you'll actually come out to save people. Really? At this moment, Su-mu was walking in the middle of the forest. His body was already stained with dots of blood. Just inside the time just now, Su-mu tried 2 things. One was to experience what difference between the foreign races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races and the foreign races in the foreign race hunting grounds later on. Secondly, this was to try to see if it was possible to be killed by those foreign races in the middle of this examination to brush up his talent. As a result, the results of the attempt left Su-mu somewhat speechless. The first thing that could be determined was that the foreign races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races were indeed too much more powerful than the foreign races that Su-mu had encountered on the foreign race hunting grounds before. It was merely a martial apprentice 9th level foreign race that would actually utilize the terrain to dodge Su-mu's attacks, and then hide his figure in an attempt to give Su-mu a fatal blow. If it wasn't for Su-mu's superb 5 senses, he really would have accidentally fallen into the path of that foreign race. According to Su-mu's observation, the biggest difference between the foreign races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races and the foreign races inside the foreign race hunting grounds was, the foreign races that came down from the battlefield of the 10,000 races had a higher IQ, knew more about the human race, and would also make their corresponding responses based on some of the human race's behaviors. This result wasn't too different from what Su-mu had guessed. What really made Su-mu feel speechless was, when the party was in the square of the training camp, Su-mu thought that it was really just like what the middle-aged man had said, that there wouldn't be anyone to care about you if you encountered danger inside this assessment site. But when he deliberately wanted to die at the hands of a foreigner, immediately, someone came out and saved his life. When he woke up, not only did he find himself appearing inside a hospital, he was also directly disqualified from the genius training camp. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a death recall, this time he really would have been screwed over by that middle-aged man. However, Su-mu thought about it carefully and also felt that it was normal. If the genius training camp's examination location was on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, then maybe there was a real possibility that they wouldn't be able to rescue him. However, since the genius training camp had specifically set up a test location in the 9th safety zone, and had also put some foreigners captured from the battlefield of the 10,000 races in it, the purpose was naturally to assess these campers while ensuring their safety. Right now for Su-mu, these campers, they hadn't officially joined the genius training camp yet. Naturally, it wasn't yet time for them to truly face the threat of death. The reason why the middle-aged man had said that was, I'm afraid, just to put all of them on alert. After trying out this answer, Su-mu directly went back to the present time. For people in general, it was a good thing to have someone come out to save you when you were in danger. At least even if you were eliminated, your life was still saved. But for Su-mu, this was not good news. Along with the increasing number of times that death returned, Su-mu had slowly begun to get used to death, and had even begun to actively seek death in order to be able to obtain more talent and information. Faced with an examination that wouldn't lead to death, all Su-mu had to do was to behead as many foreigners as possible and perform better. His intuition told him that this entrance examination was not only related to being able to officially enter the genius training camp, it would likewise have a certain impact on whether or not he would be able to obtain an outstanding camper later on. This excellent camper, Su-mu was determined to win. If he was able to obtain the outstanding campers, Su-mu would be able to enter the Longjing Martial Arts University earlier, and at the same time, he would also be able to know the contents behind the diary much earlier. Since that's the case, then we'll just have to do a good job. Su-mu's eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, it was as if a map of the surrounding area within 100 meters quickly appeared in his mind. The information of a single foreign race was displayed in front of him. Race, Silverback Wolf Race. Chi and blood value, 135, Pre-I Realm Martial Artist. Talent, Grade A, Moonflower Silver Thorn. Habits, living in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Weakness, waste. Race, Pale Green Bull Python Race. Chi and blood value, 235, Pre-I realm martial artist. Talent, grade A, giantizing entanglement. Habits, lies in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Weakness, 7 inches. Race, red flame berserker lion race. Red flame berserker lion race. Blood value, 286, Pre-I realm martial artist. Talent, to be analyzed. Habits, living in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Weakness, eyes. A silverback wolf. At 12 o'clock. Can be encountered about 25 meters forward. A pale green bull python. At 7 o'clock. Go forward about 78 meters to encounter it. A red flame berserker lion. In the 3 o'clock direction. One could encounter it by walking forward roughly 85 meters. One by one. The directions of the foreign races were all labeled inside that map in Sumu's mind. Sumu's super strong 5 senses, with the help of Deep Blue, was completely like a bat's ultrasonic radar. It roughly restored all the sites within 100 meters of the surrounding area. Then, let the killing spree begin. Sumu's figure quickly disappeared in the middle of the forest. At the same time, the leaderboards in the sky were also rapidly changing. First place, Ji Qinghan, 20 points. Second place, Fang Qiuqiu, 18 points. Third place, none. 10th place, none. Attention! The minimum points to be on the list is 10 points. Oh my god. Are these two people monsters? So quick to decapitate a foreigner. I couldn't even beat a foreigner who was several small realms weaker than me. That's right. My goodness. How long has this been going on? Less than half an hour. Right? And it's only 0.1 points for killing a 7th level martial apprentice alien. How did the top two get so many points? I'm going. As the group of people rested, they occasionally glanced towards the screen in the sky and felt a strong sense of despair. They had only gotten 0.1 points after exhaustively killing a martial apprentice 7th level, but when they looked up, others had already gotten 18-20 points. It was simply crushing. It should be the second of those 3 martial artists, right? I guess it's only by beheading a foreigner at the 9th level of martial apprentice that you can gain that many points, right? To be able to decapitate a martial apprentice 9th level foreigner in such a short period of time, it would only be those 3 first realm martial artist guys, right? So, it turns out that in addition to the G family's little princess, the other guy who has reached the level of martial artist is actually called what's his name Fang Qiuqiu. This name, well, one can only say that. Sure enough, you can't tell the face from the face. With an average name, the strength is really not average. No I remember there should be another martial artist I wonder who it is. It's out. Third place. No, it's not third place. It's Fang Qiuqiu who dropped to third place. It's not just Fang Qiuqiu. The G clan's little princess also dropped to second place. Who's the third martial artist? It actually suppressed the G clan's little princess. The crowd looked towards the first place, only to see that the first place on the leaderboard had a few words written on it. First place, Sumu. 325 points. 325 points. My goodness. Or in such a short period of time. This is the strength of that third martial artist. I originally thought that the G clan's little princess was already powerful enough, but now it seems that the G clan's little princess crushed our group, and that third martial artist named Sumu crushed the G clan's little princess. Who is this Sumu? Have you guys heard of him? Which high school is it from? Why haven't I heard of this name before? It's too scary. I'm wondering if the one called Sumu is cheating? After Sumu's name appeared at the top of the leaderboard, it instantly caused a crowd of genius training campers to talk. There was no other reason. It was really because Sumu's results were too appalling. In just over half an hour, even the famous G clan's little princess only had 20 points, and he had more than 300 points straight away. The gap between this was a bit too much. Naturally, there were more than just a handful of people who were surprised. In a certain place in the forest, a young man wearing green short sleeves had just teamed up with his own companion to decapitate a martial apprentice 9th level alien race. The already small amount of points, after a few of them divided it up, they were suddenly only able to share a few points each. With this, they had consumed most of their chi. Several people were panting heavily. The foreign races on this 10,000 races battlefield are really quite different from the foreign races on the foreign race hunting grounds I was on. They are actually so smart that they would still ambush a few of us. That's right. Obviously it's just a martial apprentice 9th level foreign race, but it took a few of us to join forces to barely kill it. I really don't know what we should do in case we encounter a first realm martial artist level foreign race. What to do? A few of us can only embrace the group to keep warm. It's a pity that we don't have any big brother level characters inside our team. I just took a look. The first ranked one is the G family's Missy, who hasn't appeared from the beginning to the end. And the second ranked one is a guy called Fong Chiuchiu, who is supposed to be one of those 3 martial artists. We can't fight for the G family's Missy, but I don't know which one is the one Fong Chiuchiu. It'll be good if I can fight for him to be inside our team. Inside our team would be great. Who says it isn't? But didn't we say that there are 3 first realm martial artists in our term? Miss G and the one called Fong Chiuchiu are already on the rankings. Where's the other one gone? He can't be an embroidered pillow, empty of the blood value of a first realm martial artist, but without the strength of a first realm martial artist? Thinking too much. Even if it's the most trashy first realm martial artist, that's not something a martial apprentice 9 like us can touch. A first realm martial artist that can learn martial arts. Hey, the leaderboard has changed. Fong Chiuchiu has become the 3rd place. I'm going. Miss G Clan has also become 2nd place. 1st place, Su Mu. Who is Su Mu? Is he that 3rd first realm martial artist? I'm going to go. Over 300 points. This guy is open for business, isn't he? He's directly crushing all of us. The cyan-colored short-sleeved youth who was still resting against a big tree on the side heard the name called out by his companion on the side. He froze for a moment. Then he somewhat couldn't believe his ears in general. What did you just say, that first place? What was it called? Su Mu Ah. Why does this name feel a bit familiar? A trace of unnaturalness flashed across the green short-sleeved youth's face as he raised his head towards the leaderboard projected in the sky. Then he revealed a bitter smile. You guys, do you remember when I just went to recruit and ended up giving up on that guy after realizing that he was a high school that I hadn't heard of by name? He, then, is called Su Mu. The words of the green short-sleeved youth made the several people next to him unable to help but freeze in place. Su Mu? The youth frowned slightly when he saw that name. What's wrong? Little balls? Beside him, the blonde-haired woman followed his line of sight. Upon seeing that the person at the top of the leaderboards actually had more than 300 points behind him, the woman's face changed slightly. Demonic ah. But this name, why does it feel somewhat familiar? Ah, I remember. Isn't this the trash high schools? The blonde woman covered her mouth as if she couldn't believe that a camper from a trash high school. Not only was he one of the 3 first realm martial artists, but he had also stepped on the head of the G family's little princess and ascended to the 1st place on the leaderboard in less than half an hour with an absolute crushing advantage. The youth on the side snorted coldly. I said, don't call me by that name. That guy. He's just lucky. I guess he found some trick to brush up his points. Obviously, this youth called Balls didn't recognize that Su Mu had strength that was above him. Let's go. There's a first realm martial artist level steel-tusked pig in front of us. At the same time, in a certain corner inside the forest, a tall girl had a long whip in her hand tightly coiled around a silverback wolf not far away. She was wearing a light blue light shirt, which didn't seem to be as light and fragile as it seemed. Instead, under the sunlight, it flashed with golden light from time to time. If one looked closely, one would find that the top of this light shirt was embroidered with light golden silk threads, which were densely connected together, providing the seemingly ordinary light shirt with notable defense. However, even with this special material of the light shirt, the girl still seemed to be in a bit of a mess. The girl lifted her hair, which had fallen out in front of her forehead, to her ears. Her ice-cold gaze fell on the silver-backed wolf that gradually stopped struggling not far away. As expected, it's much stronger and more intelligent than those fey races that we usually encounter. A handful of the long whip was put back. The girl looked at the bracelet in her hand. 108 points? It seems that the foreign races at the first realm martial artist level will have a more detailed division of points based on strength. She raised her head towards the leaderboard projected in the sky. 100 or so points should be enough for her to securely occupy the number 1 spot on the leaderboard, right? With her identity, wanting to enter the Longjing Martial Arts University would be a complete breeze, and based on the fact that her last name was Ji alone, the Longjing Martial Arts University would already be able to enroll her in advance. However, she didn't like this way. Just like she didn't like the fact that some of the aunts and sisters around her had to protect her even if they were injured themselves. Just because her surname was G, she wanted to rely on herself. She wanted to see if she was really useless if it wasn't for her surname G. This time, coming to the Genius Training Camp, she had come for number 1. However, when her eyes landed on the leaderboard, she felt as if she had been slapped all of a sudden. First place, Su Mu. 325 points. Su Mu. Ji Qinghan's pupils shrunk slightly. This Su Mu, is that brand high school genius? Not bad at all. Ha! It's actually able to rank above that little princess of the G clan with a crushing momentum. At this moment, inside a room, in front of a wall full of screens, there stood a group of people. At the head of the group was a white-haired old man. And standing beside the white-haired old man was none other than the middle-aged man who had just announced the rules to Sumu and the others. Call up his video. The old man nodded his head in a rather satisfied manner, along with his order. Inside the screen on the wall in front of him, the battle footage of Sumu immediately began to play out. The middle-aged man at the side also spoke at this moment. At first, before he entered the camp, we thought that he had awakened a talent in the area of chi and blood that was able to rapidly raise his chi and blood, but now it seems that it was our judgment that was wrong. He has a strong talent above the Tao of the sword. The old man glanced at Sumu on the screen. He faintly said, "He reminds me of that descendant of the Song family, who was about the same as him when he was this age." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, paused for a moment, and then spat out two words: "Sword intent. Sword intent." The middle-aged man on the side was startled when he heard the two words spat out by the old man. "Are you saying that he has already comprehended sword intent?" "More than just sword intent," the old man said. "His sword and body techniques. With my eyesight, I can't actually tell where they came from. I think there's a high possibility that he created them himself." "Created by himself? How long has he only awakened his talent? How old is he?" The middle-aged man had a face of disbelief. The old man looked at Sumu on the screen, and after contemplating for a while, he said, "Rank him ahead of Ji Qinghan." Hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man also froze. Originally, it was almost undisputed that the first rank of their genius training camp was Ji Qinghan. Moreover, the talent in Ji Qinghan's body had also destined that almost no matter what came, her first-ranked position would be unshakable. But now, the old man actually said that he would rank Sumu above Ji Qinghan. This immediately made the middle-aged man's heart puzzled. At the same time, he also began to be incomparably curious about Sumu. Are you so optimistic about this kid Sumu?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but ask out loud. I hope that I'm not wrong." Gulp gulp. Sumu took the water inside the water cup and drank it all in one go. The prolonged battle had made him feel a little tired as well. He sat against a large tree. His hand drooped slightly to the side. The bracelet on his hand was displaying a long string of numbers. 8,259. More than 8,000 points. Such points were simply terrifying. Ji Qinghan, who was in second place, only had just over 1,000 points. Between her and Sumu, there was a small tenfold difference. This examination, I don't know when it will end. Sumu looked at the sky and sighed as he looked at his own name that was hanging on the top of the list. At the same time that he was sighing, a cacophony of voices suddenly resounded around him. "The examination is over. Now, everyone, within 5 minutes, gather at the place where the light beam was dropped." The middle-aged man's voice resounded from all parts of the forest. At the same time, at a place in the forest, a beam of light was violently cast down. The huge beam of light was as if it was a huge pillar of light. No matter where one looked from any angle of the forest, one would be able to clearly see the light pillar. Is it finally over? Sumu let out a long breath. In the next moment, his figure quickly swept towards the direction of the light pillar. When Sumu arrived at the position of the light pillar, there were already quite a few people standing on this side of the light pillar. They were all discussing their points, rankings, and so on. They didn't know if they would be eliminated or what. However, when Sumu appeared in the crowd's line of sight, all of them stopped their discussions. Eyes were cast towards Sumu. This kind of scene, it seemed that Sumu had experienced it once in a small way when he entered the genius training camp. However, this time's compared to the previous one, it was obvious that there were more people looking at him. He's Sumu, hey. Don't look at him as coming out from a high school we haven't heard of. But his strength, it can't be underestimated. I really didn't expect it. Originally I thought that everyone was here to fight for second place, and that the G family's little princess should be the proper first place. But I never thought that such a big black horse would be killed. Not only did he surpass the G family's little princess, he also surpassed her by so much. Too scary. Looks obviously harmless. Why was he able to kill so many foreigners? Look at his body all stained red. Presumably all the blood of those foreigners? The sound of the crowd's discussion reached Sumu's ears, causing Sumu to cry and laugh a little. He looked at his body. Indeed, the original clothes were now dyed red with blood. The entire person looked as if he had been soaked in blood, and the group of people who were talking were the same as last time. They also didn't approach Sumu. Last time, it was probably because they felt that Sumu, a student from a trash high school, didn't deserve to be in their company. But this time, it was probably because they felt that they didn't deserve to be in the company of a killing star like Sumu. Sumu didn't care either. He stood to the side by himself, but as he walked around, he also noticed two gazes that seemed to have been staring in his direction. He looked towards the gazes. discovering that the owner of the gazes was actually an extremely beautiful and cold-looking girl. The girl was wearing a light blue light shirt. Her features were exquisite, but she had an iceberg temperament that made her uninviting. Sumu just by being stared at by her. He felt as if the air around him had dropped a few degrees. Frowning, the girl's information interface also appeared in front of Sumu. Name, Ji Qinghan. Chi and blood value, 253. 58, early first realm martial artist. Body refining technique, Xian Yuan body refining technique. Breathing technique, Xian Yuan internal breathing technique. Talent, unable to view. It seemed that the characteristics were too significant. So much so that Deep Blue directly guessed the identity of the girl. Obviously, this girl was the little princess of the Ji family, Ji Qinghan. The result of Deep Blue's speculation was pretty much the same as what Sumu had guessed. What made Sumu somewhat surprised was the column of Ji Qinghan's talent, before the person. Basically all of them are to be analyzed, and slightly after being observed by Deep Blue for a period of time, the talent to be analyzed will also be slowly analyzed by Deep Blue. But now, this Ji Qinghan was actually unable to be viewed. This undoubtedly revealed two pieces of information to Sumu, one of which was that Deep Blue was 80% aware of what Ji Qinghan's talent was, and two, Ji Qinghan's talent might still be important enough that his future self had placed some restrictions on Deep Blue, preventing Sumu from knowing Ji Qinghan's talent. That's right. The only person who could make Deep Blue show that it couldn't be viewed was the future self who was able to transform the Book of Wisdom into Deep Blue did it. Although there was some curiosity about what Ji Qinghan's talent was, but for some of his future self's behaviors, Sumu already had his own set of responses long ago. The curiosity was suppressed. The people under the light pillar seemed to have gradually arrived. Just at this time, Sumu suddenly heard a loud shout. Sumu, I'm going to challenge you. The loud voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The crowd looked towards the owner of the voice, only to see that the one who spoke was none other than the youth who had previously taunted Sumu as a student from a trash high school. The youth's eyes were red and his expression was somewhat tired. The clothes on his body had long since been dyed red and soaked with blood, and the weapon he held in his hand seemed to have become somewhat curled due to the many slashes. Who is he? Why did he have to challenge Sumu the moment he came up? You don't know, do you? He's, hey, come over here. I'll whisper it so he doesn't hear it. He's Fong Qiuqiu. Fong Qiuqiu? Put. I thought Fong Qiuqiu was a big fat guy. I didn't think. Ha 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 ha. This name, resting on him is too strange, right? You can keep your voice down. He hates it when people call him by this name. The reason why I know him by this name is that I have heard of it before. In his high school, but anyone who calls him by his name has been beaten up by him. It is said that the worst was beaten up and laid on the bed for more than 3 months. Geez. Let's just keep our voices down. At this moment, Fong Qiuqiu's information also surfaced in front of Sumu's eyes. Name, Fong Qiuqiu. Blood value, 189. 56, early first realm martial artist. Body refining technique, clear wind body refining technique. Breathing technique, clear wind breathing technique. Talent, to be analyzed. Obviously, among the 3 first realm martial artists, Fong Qiuqiu was undoubtedly the weakest one. However, he had a lot of guts, and it also looked quite reckless. Sumu, I don't believe that you were able to behead so many foreign races in such a short period of time. I'm not convinced. If you're a man, you'll fight me squarely, otherwise I'll never recognize your achievement. Fong Qiuqiu stared at Sumu with a deadly stare. He was able to accept that the Ji family's little princess was ranked ahead of himself. After all, people had the Ji family behind them, but he who had always crushed the existence of his peers, who came from the top high school in the 8th safety zone, was unable to accept that a student from a trash high school that he looked down on was on top of his head no matter what. In fact, he understood in his own heart that Sumu probably did have some strength, but in his heart, he just couldn't swallow this breath. He just couldn't submit to Sumu. That's why there was the matter of provoking Sumu in public. Ball, what are you doing? The blonde woman at the side frowned slightly when she saw Fong Qiuqiu actually provoking Sumu in public, although she didn't think much of Sumu, a student who came from a trashy ordinary high school, at the beginning. But in Fong's examination, Sumu had already used his strength to prove how powerful he was. She wasn't as reckless and brainless as Fong Qiuqiu on the side. She did have her own pride, but it wasn't so bad that she couldn't accept the fact that someone else was stronger than her, even if the other person's origin might not be as good as her own. You stay out of this. Fong Qiuqiu coldly glanced at the blonde woman. With that, he once again looked at Sumu, looking at Fong Qiuqiu, who seemed to be a bit anxious. Sumu then smiled helplessly. Compared to his own maturity and steadiness, This group of brats, in the end, were still too young. He was about to speak, but a voice interrupted him. His results. I witnessed the whole thing, and it was also tested by me. The authenticity, naturally, is guaranteed by me. If you don't recognize it, he's still number one. The one who spoke was none other than the middle-aged man who had brought them over earlier. The middle-aged man coldly swept his gaze over Fong Chiuchiu and finally landed on the others. If you want to make a date for a fight within your own privacy, there will be plenty of time after you all enter the Longjing Martial Arts University in the future. But for now, stand up for me one by one. The middle-aged man's voice caused the remaining genius training campers here to tremble, and they hurriedly stood at attention as the middle-aged man demanded. When everyone stood at attention, only then could it be clearly realized that there was originally roughly 100 or so genius training campers. Nowadays, there were only about 50 to 60 left. It was roughly half as many. Quite a few people looked at the missing spots in the ranks with some trepidation. In their hearts, they speculated whether these had died in the hands of the foreigners. Only Sumu knew that 80% of these people had already been saved and kicked out of the training camp. Based on his experience, this time's entrance examination, 80% of them would not die. Alright, everyone's performance is very good. Congratulations, you have successfully joined our Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp. The middle-aged man's tone, in a rare moment, eased up a bit. I'm here to do a little self-introduction. My surname is Ding. In the next 2 months' time, I'm your instructor. You can call me Instructor Ding. Of course, I prefer the last few sessions. Some of your seniors gave me the nickname Ding Yen Wang. Instructor Ding's gaze swept over the people present. Those who were swept by his gaze couldn't help but tremble. I won't say much if I'm going to be redundant. What I can tell you is that all of these foreign races you're currently facing are nothing more than appetizers. Even though they're from the foreign races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, they're after all captured. And the foreign races on the real battlefield of the 10,000 races are still a little bit different. But there's no need to be too curious. After you've entered the training camp, you'll have a great deal of time to face contact with these foreign races from the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and feel how terrifying they are. Instructor Ding said, waving his hand towards them. To the side, a bus was already slowly approaching in their direction. Alright, today, you guys can go back and rest for a while, and wait for tomorrow's time before the content of the Genius Training Camp officially begins. While saying that, Instructor Ding was already walking towards the bus as he did so. The bus stopped in front of Instructor Ding. The doors of the bus had just opened. It was also at this time. Suddenly, a beam of light blasted onto the bus. Boom! The bus violently exploded. Instructor Ding, who was the closest, was instantly knocked out by the powerful explosion. Pang! Instructor Ding. The light from the explosion was a bit blinding, but many people still saw the scene of Instructor Ding being blown out. A few people immediately shouted out in shock, running towards the direction where Instructor Ding had fallen. But just before running 2 steps, they realized that several figures had appeared around them. These several figures were wearing pitch-black clothing. Their faces were also wearing various masks that looked somewhat hideous. Just when everyone was still confused as to what was going on, yet, they saw in the distance, Instructor Ding, who had been blown away, had just climbed up. His chest was then violently penetrated by a battle blade. Instructor Ding, put! Instructor Ding violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He, who had already been blown up all over again, was also subjected to such a sneak attack. Instantly, his face turned extremely pale. His bloodstained face was filled with black ash dust. Worship paganism. You guys, how? Run, you guys run, quickly go for help. It seemed like he used up his last ounce of strength. Instructor Ding yelled, put! The battle blade was drawn away from his body. Instructor Ding's body collapsed with a loud bang. The person who killed Instructor Ding, on the other hand, slowly wiped the blood from his battle blade. He then looked towards Sumu and the others who were surrounded. TSK. So many good seedlings. If they all die, I guess Xia will be heartbroken. Everyone looked towards the person who made the sound. That person was the same as the surrounding people who surrounded them. All of them were wearing a pitch-black costume, but his figure was significantly taller, and his face was similarly wearing a hideous evil ghost mask. Has the pagan-worshipping cult infiltrated to this extent? Looking at the people in pitch-black costumes around him, Sumu's brows frowned slightly. One should know that this place was located in the 9th safety zone. Logically speaking, it should be the safest place in the entire Grand Xia, but nowadays, right at the place where their genius training camp was conducting their assessment training. Such a group of pagan worshippers actually appeared. They even killed the instructor of their genius training camp in front of them. This was not good news for the entire Grand Xia, or even the entire human race. Sumu had thought that the human race might have been infiltrated very badly, but he hadn't thought that it had actually been infiltrated to this extent. The figure he had encountered when he became a 9th level researcher, and these pagan worshipping cults that appeared in front of him nowadays. Sumu's brows furrowed slightly. He suddenly somewhat understood why the human race would perish 10 years later. Just as Sumu was pondering, this surrounding group of pagan worshippers had also surrounded Sumu and the others. Although these pagan worshippers looked like there were only a dozen of them, however, each and every one of them had a powerful aura emanating from them, especially the one in the lead. Sumu's gaze fell on the tall, strong man at the head of the group. Name, unknown. Blood value, 236. 430. 000. Pre-7th realm martial artist. Body refining technique, Xian Tian body refining technique. Breathing technique, Xuanxin mysterious technique. Talent, to be analyzed. 7th realm martial artist. After the strong man's strength, Sumu only felt a headache. Unsurprisingly, this wave of death return was doomed. Only, what Sumu needed to think about was if he could stop this outcome from happening. He reported to the instructor in advance? Not very realistic. It would be fine if he had some kind of identity. The present-day him was just a camp counselor with a better talent. Even if he told people about this matter, there was a high probability that they wouldn't believe him. Moreover, looking at this situation, it was obvious that they had already figured out their behavior, and it was even very likely that there were their people inside the Longjing Martial Arts University. In that case, even if Sumu had informed the instructors and the top management of Longjing Wudao University in advance, convincing them to change the location of the examination, this group of people would not be able to say that they would also show up at the newly changed location. Just as Sumu was pondering how to be able to maximize the effects of the death recall, that leader of the pagan worshippers spoke. I didn't expect that there's actually a little princess of the Ji family. TSK. If you die here, I guess the entire Ji family will go crazy, right? Hearing that pagan worshippers' words, Ji Qinghan's face turned cold. In her hand, she didn't know when she had already tightened her grip on a long, dark blue whip. Her eyes were dead set on that pagan worshipper in the lead. The remaining campers of the genius training camp had gathered together and shrunk into a ball. Nervously, they looked around at the pagan worshippers. Some even cried out in fear. I don't want to die yet. Mom, help! Someone come and save us. What to do? What to do? I just want to mingle inside the genius training camp, so that I can get extra points for the Longjing Martial Arts University. I don't want to die here. Quite a few people with weak mental capacity could not help but cry out. Shut up! Fang Qiuqiu snorted coldly. His bloodshot eyes coldly glared at the few people crying beside him. Then he looked at the pagan worshipper in the lead. Bullying the few with the many is nothing. If you have the ability to fight me one-on-one. The large sword in Fang Qiuqiu's hand was pointed directly at the pagan worshipper leader. Sumu, who was on the side, held his forehead somewhat helplessly. Originally, it had to be said that this Fang Qiuqiu really dared to challenge whoever he was up against. Just now, it was even if he challenged him. After all, everyone was still a first-realm martial artist. Now, he actually challenged a pagan worship leader who had killed Instructor Ding. Isn't this properly simple-minded and four-limbed? Originally, Sumu also thought that this guy began by mocking himself as a trash high school, and later challenged himself to question his own performance. All this behavior. See this guy quite upset, but now it seems, we can't be bothered with a reckless person who has a bubble in his head, can we? Ha 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 ha, there's actually one with a backbone, but it's just that the brain is a bit bad. The chief laughed out loud. Then his gaze fell on Fang Qiuqiu's body. In the next moment, a huge aura seemed to follow his gaze and pressed over in Fang Qiuqiu's direction. Even the surrounding group of training campers felt as if they were being pressed down by a force of some kind. Sumu was not far away from Fang Lobe. Naturally, he also felt that terrifying pressure. Was this the strength of a 7th realm martial artist? Sumu felt like he was having some difficulty breathing. Previously, when he was at the 9th level researcher, he didn't know if it was because the gap between that human traitor and that supreme secret guard was too big, or if Sumu's strength was just too weak. So much so that Sumu wasn't even able to properly feel the strength of that human traitor. But now, it was the strength of this pagan worshipping leader that really made him feel the gap between himself and some truly strong people. Put! Fang Qiuqiu's veins rippled at his temples. He resisted with difficulty, but the powerful pressure still made him unable to resist spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then with a fluttering sound, he fell to his knees. Bastard! Fang Qiuqiu gritted his teeth and roared lowly, but in the end, he couldn't bear it and was crushed to the ground. Balls! The blonde woman at the side saw that Fang Qiuqiu was actually crushed to the ground. Instantly, she anxiously tried to rush to Fang Qiuqiu. Let go of my brother. But before she could rush in front of Fang Qiuqiu, she was instantly crushed to the ground by that force. Put! The blonde woman similarly spat out a mouthful of blood. Bastard! Bullying a woman is nothing. Fang Qiuqiu, who was pressed to the ground, yelled. Then he looked at the woman on the side. Go away! I don't want you to mind. It's really a sibling love. TSK TSK TSK. It's too touching. The chief had an expression as if he was truly touched. Then, he set his eyes on the remaining people. That said, seeing them, I suddenly feel that it's a bit too meaningless to just kill you all. He swept over the remaining people. Tell you what, kneel down and beg me. Beg me to let you guys go. Tell me if I'm not allowed to be in a good mood. I'll be merciful and let you guys join our pagan worshipping cult. Of course, you can also choose to challenge me just like him. Saying that, his hand lifted, and in the next moment, Fang Qiuqiu was directly grabbed by him, and then flew rapidly in his direction. In the end, it was grabbed by his neck, unable to move. Release! Let go of me! Fang Qiuqiu's face turned red. Good! That chief threw Fang Qiuqiu to the side with force. Pang! The huge impact directly caused Fang Qiuqiu to directly plow a long furrow in the ground, and only managed to stop after breaking several thick trees. Life and death were unknown. Alright, let's start picking now, shall we? Kneel down and beg me. These 5 words echoed in everyone's ears, but for a moment, no one had made a decision yet. It seemed to also see everyone's hesitation. The one in charge, the alpha, grabbed his hand towards one of the campers. It seems that it needs a bit of excitement for you guys to be able to make a choice, the chief seemed to say with deep meaning. In the next moment, that camper was grabbed in the chief's hand just like the square ball just now. Do you want to see fireworks? The chief's gaze looked around at the pagan worshippers. Want? Those pagan worshippers around shouted. Pang! The next moment, the head of that battalion member who was grabbed exploded violently. Blood bloomed as if it were fireworks. The chief's hideous mask was instantly splattered with blood. The bloody scene made the heads of the remaining campers seem to buzz. It wasn't that they hadn't seen blood before. After all, they were all geniuses from the top high schools in each safety zone, and they had more or less definitely entered the alien hunting grounds to hunt and kill aliens during their weekdays. Just now, they had also just come out after hunting foreigners. However, the companions who were standing by their side a second ago, all of a sudden became a tragic death right in front of them. That kind of bloody scene seen with their own eyes. For this group of 18-year-old young people, it was still a little difficult to accept. However, it was obvious that this chief's approach did have an effect all of a sudden. Within the remaining 50 to 60 people, there were immediately a few people who fell to their knees with a flutter. Please, let go. Let me go. Please, I can join the pagan worship cult. As long as you let go. I really don't want to die. Let me go. I don't want to die either. Looking at the few people who fell to their knees, the chief smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at the pagan worshippers on the side. Tie up a few of them. Throw them to the side. Turn around and bring them to the headquarters. Cultivate them properly. In the future, I'm sure they will all be outstanding warriors. Soon, those few people who kneeled down were tied up and thrown to the side. That chief, on the other hand, continued to wander his gaze to the remaining people. Is there anyone else who wants to beg me? We, the pagan worshipping cult, still cherish talents. My patience, however, is very limited. Hearing the chief's words, a few more people instantly fell to their knees. In a short while, originally there were 50 to 60 people, now only 30 to 40 people remained. After making sure that no one was kneeling down to beg for mercy anymore, the chief looked towards the remaining people. He said with deep meaning, "It seems that the remaining ones are the ones who want to die. Good then, one by one, come up to die. Just in time, let everyone see how valiant and fearless you are." The chief laughed. Is there that one that wants to die? Wants to come up and challenge me? These words came out. The remaining people looked at each other in disbelief. Those of them had more or less bloodlust in their hearts. The pride in their hearts did not allow them to beg for mercy from this group of pagan-worshipping human traitors. However, when it came to truly facing death, not everyone had the courage to face it head-on. Since there's no one, then I'll have to pick them myself. Oh, the chief was saying. But then he saw the crowd. The little princess of the G clan stepped forward a few steps. She lightly bit her shell teeth. Her body trembled slightly. That fair and cool face was filled with the color of perseverance. But just when she was about to step out, a figure, one step ahead of her, stepped out of the crowd. "I'll do it." Hearing this voice, Ji Qinghan looked up sharply, only to see that Sumu had already stood in front of her at an unknown time. In his hand, he was tightly holding a blood-stained long sword. The clothes on his body seemed to be dyed bright red from slaughtering too many foreign races. He blocked the sunlight in front of Ji Qinghan. However, it also made his entire body seem to be bathed in sunlight. Sumu stared tightly at the pagan-worshipping cult leader in front of him. To be honest, for a moment, Sumu hadn't been able to come up with a good way to stop this group of pagan worshippers. And the most crucial problem was that Sumu's understanding of this group of pagan worshippers was really too little. To be able to successfully survive from this group of pagan worshippers, the best way was to die once at the hands of this group of pagan worshippers. In this way, Sumu would not only be able to know the talent of these pagan worshippers, but at the same time, he would also be able to go back to 12 hours ago, and have more time to plan to stop this group of pagan worshippers. Upon seeing the leader in front of him, Sumu took a long breath. In the face of death, he was somewhat numb. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion. In a moment of wondering, he just seemed to have seen a trace of praise and relief flash through the chief's eyes. "Good, here comes another one looking for death. And a first-realm martial artist just like the guy just now. It seems like you should be considered one of the top amongst this group, right? I love abusing top geniuses like you the most." "Poof, cut the crap, come on," Sumu coldly snorted. With a single instant, he had already arrived in front of the chief with a sword step at hand. In the next moment, the berserk sword technique, like a raging wind, pounced towards the chief. Among them, the gale sword intent comprehended by Sumu was hidden in every move. Sumu attacked the chief's weak points as much as possible. However, what made Sumu feel somewhat desperate was that chief, in his hand, clenched his fist. The next moment, roar! A tiger roar seemed to come from the air. The chief's fist blasted out, and the powerful force directly annihilated all of Sumu's attacks. Immediately afterward, it was wrapped in a fierce tiger that had condensed into substance and pounced on Sumu. Sumu only felt a powerful force rush towards his chest. Pooh! A mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth. Sumu directly flew backwards, like a kite with broken strings. He landed on the ground, living and dying. Next, the chief smugly turned his gaze towards the remaining people. "Damn it!" Ji Qinghan saw Sumu, who flew directly backwards, slightly biting her lower lip. Then she directly charged towards the chief with her long whip. The long whip was swung towards the chief like a spirit snake. However, it was grabbed by the leader. The chief then slightly exerted himself. Ji Qinghan's entire person was directly dropped to the side by the chief with the help of the long whip. A female child of the Ji family. I haven't killed those baby bumps of the Ji family yet. The battle blade in his hand was raised high. Intense light coalesced on the battle blade. "Try this move of mine." Blazing saber chi coalesced on the battle blade and turned into substance as it slashed towards Ji Qinghan. Sensing the power of this attack, Ji Qinghan wanted to get up and dodge. However, this blade chi came too fast, and coupled with the fact that he had just been dropped, Ji Qinghan was not able to get up for a moment. Just as Ji Qinghan closed his eyes in resignation. However, she unexpectedly realized that the attack did not land on her. She opened her eyes in confusion. However, she realized that it was that figure again. Sumu. Sumu was also a bit speechless at this moment. "Damn it! I'm not dead yet. What's the point of hitting someone else? You caused me to suffer so much for no reason. But fortunately, after receiving this blow, I should be dead." Boom! Sumu's entire body fell backward. In his ears, he could only hear Ji Qinghan yelling behind him. "No!" Vaguely, he seemed to see the leader running anxiously in his direction. "It's time to go back to the file again." Sumu thought like this. He gradually lost consciousness. What he didn't know was, just as he lost consciousness, an alarming anger suddenly came out from the sky. Pause. The examination is suspended. Longjing Martial Arts University Second Hospital. Outside the Supreme VIP ward, an old man, looking towards the youth lying inside the ward, he let out a long sigh. "Ding! How is his condition?" "The physical condition is recovering very well. After all, there is that person's talent to help treat him. The only problem is, I don't know when he will be able to wake up. After all, the injuries he suffered at that time were really too heavy. If it wasn't for the fact that his own spiritual power seems to be extremely strong. Plus we promptly asked that person to come over to help treat him. I'm afraid that he would really not have recovered from his injuries." AI. The old man sighed again. "If I had known that it would be like this, I would have taken action myself. This fellow Wang Hu, He didn't make any light or heavy moves. If anything really goes wrong with this child, I'm not finished with him. Such a good seedling. If anything goes wrong, it would be a loss for the entire human race. Zhang Lao cannot completely blame the old king. The old king at that time also did not expect their own blow. Actually not able to directly knock this child out. The reason why swung out that knife. Also because the other party is the young princess of the Ji family, wearing a gold silk cloud shirt. Even if the attack was implemented, the young princess of the Ji family is not much of a big deal. Where do I know that this child suddenly rushed out for the young princess of the Ji family to block down this blow? The attack, the middle-aged man explained. Poof. Zhang Lao snorted coldly, and then looked towards the youth who was still lying on the hospital bed not far away with relief in his eyes. This is exactly where this child's preciousness lies. To know that this child doesn't know what kind of talent is in the Ji clan's niece, and recognizes it, all in less than a day. He stepped forward to block this blow for that niece of the Ji clan. I'm afraid it's only because of that hint of protecting his compatriots and companions in his heart. Indeed, this child's zeal is really the first time I've seen it in all my years as an instructor. The middle-aged man looked at Su Mu, who was lying inside the hospital room, and also sighed. Not only that, as early as before, he had done something similar. I see that there is a detailed introduction on his profile. Also a pagan worshipper rushed to their school, and also hijacked one of their classmates. And just when all the other classmates were too scared to come forward, it was also this kid who bravely displayed his own talent, and then exchanged his classmate from that pagan worshipper, and also cooperated with the captain of the night people there, and beheaded that pagan worshipper. The middle-aged man had a face of admiration, 18 years old, with such guts, and bravely sacrificing for those around him, and his talent is still extremely high. To be honest, when I saw these things he did, I even felt that what shines even brighter than his talent is the kind of noble quality that shines from his body. This child's character. If he can grow up smoothly, he will definitely be a pillar of the human race like an ordinary existence. Elder Zhang also nodded approvingly. That's why we have to spend a large price to revive him. Moreover, it can't be the kind of revival that leaves behind after effects. He must be allowed to return to the same peak state as he was before, or else it would be a great loss, both for him and for the entire human race. Elder Zhang, this point you can rest assured. For his arrangement, we are directly at any cost to use the best. Even that one was invited over. His physical aspect is completely without any problem, even under our treatment. His chi and blood value has almost broken through 400 points, and the distance from stepping into the middle stage of the first realm of the martial arts is just a hair's breadth away. As long as he is able to awaken, then at the most, then again 3 days of recuperation, he can immediately return to the genius training camp. The middle-aged man said and paused for a moment. However, the only problem now is when he will wake up. According to the response from the hospital side, as little as today, tomorrow, as much as a month, 2 months, a year or 2 years. It's all possible. Doesn't Daxia have a department that specializes in researching spiritual power? Find a way to get someone over to help. Elder Zhang pondered for a moment and said, Elder Zhang, nowadays, Great Xia's research on spiritual power is still in the secrecy stage. It's a card that they are preparing to use to deal with the foreign races. Trying to get someone from them is really unrealistic. The middle-aged man said helplessly, I'll personally go and invite them. I just don't believe that they won't even sell my face. Elder Zhang's face instantly turned gloomy. It was at this time, a voice came from the side. Greetings to Elder Zhang. Greetings to Instructor Ding. Elder Zhang and Instructor Ding turned their heads to look. They only saw that a figure with a cool temperament had stood beside them at an unknown time. Shang Han. Instructor Ding smiled. However, what they got in return was a cold face from Ji Qinghan. Please Elder Zhang. Instructor Ding, give way. I'm going to go in and talk with Su Mu. Seeing this, Elder Zhang and Instructor Ding were only able to smile awkwardly and make way. Looking at Ji Qinghan, who walked into the hospital room and sat next to Su Mu and began to skillfully accompany Su Mu to speak some words. Instructor Ding said, Elder Zhang, you don't know. I don't know if it's because I'm in a state of guilt. Ever since Su Mu fell into a deep sleep, the little princess of the Ji family has been coming to talk to Su Mu every day. I'm afraid that this little princess of the Ji family has always had a knot in her heart because of what happened back then. And if Su Mu can help her untie this knot, by the way, it would be a good thing for her. Zhang Lao seemed to have thought of something in general and said, AI, it's just a pity for this child Su Mu. I don't know when he will wake up. When he wakes up, the compensation for him must be fought for in place, rather more than less. Instructor Ding was a little surprised. Elder Zhang, it seems that you really like this child. Ah. Zhang Lao sniffed and looked at Su Mu inside. Such a child. Who wouldn't like it? If the old man I was younger, I'm afraid I would have said anything to take him as a disciple. It's just that now I'm old and can't teach anymore, so I'm afraid I'll delay this kid. Instructor Ding then said, Elder Zhang, what are you talking about? Even if those foreigners heard your name now, they would all be scared to the point of trembling, pulling their legs and running away. Don't kiss ass if you don't know how to do it. There are only a few words after all is said and done. Zhang Lao blankly glanced at him, then walked towards the front. Seeing this, Instructor Ding hurriedly chased after him. Elder Zhang, by the way, does Sumu's family side know about this matter? Elder Zhang, as you know, this matter is really a bit dishonorable. Sumu didn't get injured at the hands of the foreigners, but was instead injured like this by his own people, so we didn't notify his family's side for the time being. We just said that it's inconvenient to contact them during the training camp. However, if more than a month later, after the training camp is over and Sumu hasn't woken up yet, then it won't be able to be hidden anymore. AI. It can only be done first. The voices of the two gradually faded away. At the same time, inside the ward, looking at the sleeping Sumu, Ji Qinghan didn't say anything, but her mind was filled with thoughts. Sumu, why did you save me in the first place? In fact, since childhood, because of her family's talent, she had always lived among the protection of some uncles, aunts and uncles around her. Not only her, but every Ji family member, since childhood, was like this. In order to protect our Ji family members, every uncle, aunt and uncle would not hesitate to give up their own lives, and Ji Qinghan had long since realized that the mission of their Ji family members. However, but she hated all this. When she was young, she was once out with her dad when they encountered an attack by the pagan worshipping cult, and her uncles and uncles blew themselves up one by one in order to save them, blowing up a path hard enough to save her and her dad's lives. She didn't understand why her uncles and uncles had to sacrifice their lives for them without hesitation, until one of her uncles told her that it was because she was a member of the Ji family. The Ji family? What's wrong with the Ji family? Is the life of a Ji family member inherently more expensive than other people's lives? She didn't understand, and she hated it. Hated it when people sacrificed their lives to protect her. However, what she didn't understand was that those uncles and aunts of hers, they protected me because she was a member of the Ji family, because she had awakened a talent in her that was exclusive to the Ji family. But why did Sumu do it? Obviously Sumu didn't know anything. Ji Qinghan sighed, seemingly speaking to herself. Sumu student, you should wake up soon. With that, she got up and walked towards the entrance of the ward. But just after walking to the entrance of the ward, however, a voice was heard coming from behind. Well, Ji Qinghan turned her head violently, only to see Sumu's eyes, which were slowly opening. Where am I? Wake up! Wake up! Even the cool-faced Ji Qinghan couldn't help but reveal a few shades of excitement at this moment. She quickly walked to Sumu's side. Sumu, you've woken up. You, don't move. I'll call the doctor over. She looked excitedly at Sumu, who had already opened his eyes, with tears and smiles on her face. It could be said that for this week, wishing for Sumu to wake up had almost become an obsession in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come over every day to talk with Sumu. Now, seeing Sumu waking up, the emotions in her heart that had been suppressed for a month also exploded out at this moment. Just as she ran to find a doctor, Sumu also began to ask about Deep Blue. Deep Blue, what's going on? Where am I? Master, you have been unconscious for 7 days and 7 hours and 28 minutes, and you are currently in the Supreme VIP ward of the 2nd Hospital of the Longjing Martial Arts University. What? Supreme VIP ward? Sumu looked around. It was an extremely large suite. The surrounding was that warm color that was yellowish. A huge TV was placed in the center. On the table on one side, there were some green plants. Next to the hospital bed, there seemed to be something like a call bell. Isn't it possible to call the doctor directly? What is she doing running out? Just as Sumu was observing the surroundings, Deep Blue quickly gave Sumu a quick recount of what happened a week ago. What the hell? This is a fucking test arranged by Longjing Martial Arts University? That pagan worship leader was one of the instructors? Then how did those people die that looked so realistic? Sumu recalled the guy whose head had exploded in the chief's hands earlier. That was an SSS grade talent, Mirage Dream, which can create some very realistic illusions. And without a special talent or strong strength, it is impossible to see through Mirage Dream's illusions. SSS grade talent. Sumu rolled his eyes. Worthy of being Longjing Martial Arts University. In order to organize a field test, it really put in the blood. Master, according to my analysis, when that chief attacked, He actually left his hand in order to make you fall into a coma for a short period of time, but your spiritual power was too strong, so you didn't fall into a coma. After that, the chief's attack on Ji Qinghan was also calculated to be able to withstand the degree of Ji Qinghan. Ji Qinghan was wearing special protective equipment. The chief's attack on Ji Qinghan could not cause any harm. At most, the concussion produced to make her fall into a coma. Only, this kind of attack fell on the body of you who were already injured, which led to you being seriously injured. Originally, you should have already suffered a certain death from this level of injury, but the Longjing Martial Arts University invited a person, and under his rescue, coupled with your strong spiritual power, you managed to survive, only for your body to fall into a deep slumber. You mean, my spiritual power was too strong, coupled with that person's rescue treatment. As a result, I didn't die as a result of crookedness, but instead, I survived and fell into a deep sleep? After understanding the general course of events, Sumu pinched his brow with some headache. Sure enough, the situation he had once feared had really happened. He had worried about this situation before. It was when he was about to send himself to his death, but it turned out that the people around him didn't know and saved him instead. It wasn't like he could tell anyone about his talent. In the end of this damn mess, he really was just mute and unable to speak. This was also the reason why he had always kept to himself. It was because he was afraid that this kind of situation would arise. As a result, he didn't expect that it would still appear. Deep Blue, how is my physical quality now? Although he had a bit of a headache, Sumu didn't dwell inside this emotion for long. Instead, he turned to understand its own current situation. Soon, his panel appeared before his eyes. Along with Deep Blue's introduction, Sumu roughly understood his situation. The unfortunate thing was, although he had been in a sleeping coma for a week in bed, Sumu's body recovery was still very good. Not only did it not have any after effects, but the chi and blood values had also increased a bit. This couldn't help but make Sumu a little curious about who the person who saved him was. At that time, he had suffered injuries that would kill him, but now, he was actually still able to live and breathe. According to Deep Blue's analysis, even he only needed to recover for 2 or 3 more days before he could directly return to the training camp for training. However, when Sumu asked about who that person actually was, Deep Blue was the one who didn't give him an answer, only saying that his current authority wasn't enough to know. It seemed that it was another key person involved in the demise of the human race 10 years later. Just as Sumu was pondering, Ji Qinghan also finally walked in with the doctors and nurses. Following the doctor and nurse, there was also an old man and middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than that instructor Ding who had died in front of Sumu and the others. A group of doctors and nurses, after seeing Sumu waking up, hurriedly came forward to check this and that for Sumu. The old man and instructor Ding as well as Ji Qinghan were standing at the side. After a moment, only then did the doctors and nurses stop their tests. Congratulations, Mr. Su is no longer in any serious trouble. Observe for a couple of days. Then you can apply for discharge. Hearing the doctor's words, the 3 of them, Ji Qinghan, who were standing at the side, also let out a sigh of relief. Instructor Ding, what is this situation? Although they already knew everything, they still had to pretend for a bit. Seeing this, Instructor Ding hurriedly explained to Sumu in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Sumu also revealed some dawning realization at the right time. It's a good thing that you're not in any serious trouble, fellow Sumu, or else our sins would have been great, Instructor Ding said with an apologetic face. He then pointed to the old man next to him. Fellow student Sumu, this is the current principal of our Longjing Martial Arts University, Elder Zhang Haozhang. Greetings, Principal. Looking at Elder Zhang in front of him, Sumu couldn't wait to let Deep Blue check his information. This look immediately made Sumu's eyelids jump. Name, Zhang Hao. Chi and blood value, 278,364,433,000,000. 9th realm martial artist preliminary stage. Body refining technique, 9 turns Xian technique. Breathing technique, Xian Yuan internal breathing technique. Talent, to be analyzed. 9th realm martial artist. Although it's only the early stage of the 9th realm, that's still a strong 9th realm martial artist. This was definitely the strongest person Sumu had ever seen for the first time in his long life. Don't be so raw. Just call me old man Zhang. Zhang Lao looked at Sumu and smiled. I'll call you Xiaomu as well. It seems affectionate. Obviously, Zhang Lao didn't hide his affection for Sumu in the slightest. Sumu, on the other hand, was somewhat flattered and responded. Elder Zhang. Good, good, good. Elder Zhang laughed out loud. Then he asked about Sumu's physical condition. Sumu, on the other hand, found an opportunity to inquire. Then, Elder Zhang, Instructor Ding, when will I probably be able to return to the training camp to continue training? He was still a little worried about whether or not he would be able to be guaranteed admission to Longjing Martial Arts University by then. It was related to whether he could open his diary early. Su Mu, you take a good rest first. The matter of returning to the training camp. Wait until your body has completely recovered before making any considerations. You just recovered, and letting you go on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans is really a bit inappropriate. Alright. Su Mu nodded. Zhang Lao and the two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries with Su Mu, and after instructing Su Mu to rest well, they left. For a moment, only Ji Qinghan and Su Mu were left inside the hospital room. Looking at the cool beauty next to him, Su Mu had a bit of a headache. How should he explain why he helped her block this blow? And without waiting for Su Mu to speak, Ji Qinghan was the first to speak. Su Mu, I want to ask you a question. You say, why did you save me? Ji Qinghan looked at Su Mu seriously and slowly said, is it because, am I a member of the Ji clan? After saying these words, Ji Qinghan lowered her head with a complicated gaze. For this week, she didn't have to travel to the battlefield of the 10,000 races because of her identity, so she was only able to have the time to come over every day to visit Su Mu and talk to him. And a very important reason why she came over every day to talk to Su Mu was because she wanted to know an answer from Su Mu. She wanted to know why Su Mu saved her. Was it because he knew her identity from somewhere, or was it something else? No matter what the reason was, she wanted to know. It was because Su Mu was the only one, besides her uncles and those people, who was willing to give up his life to save her when it was clear that he hadn't known her for a long time. What the hell is the Ji family? Hearing Ji Qinghan's words, Su Mu frowned. What's wrong with the Ji family? Su Mu said, don't get me wrong. I didn't save you because you're some kind of Ji family person. It's just because we're companions in the same training camp. Even if I were a different person, when I was about to face that kind of crisis, I would have stepped forward. After Su Mu finished saying these words, he somewhat strangely looked at Ji Qinghan, who was at the side. In his heart, he secretly said, this niece wouldn't think that I meant something to her because I saved her, right? Fortunately, little master, I'm resourceful. I've said this. You can't misunderstand it, right? Su Mu also had no choice. He couldn't possibly say that he ran to receive that attack in order to die, right? And at this moment, Ji Qinghan also froze in place after hearing Su Mu's words. I didn't save you because you're some Ji family member. It's just because we're companions in the same training camp. Su Mu's simple sentence. It constantly echoed in the center of her mind. Just because. We are companions in the same training camp. Not because I'm a Ji family member, but because. Companion? At the time of hearing these words, Ji Qinghan even felt as if her perceptions over the years had been turned upside down all of a sudden. It was because of the experiences from childhood. Everyone around her, when she and her family were in danger, they would defiantly sacrifice their lives to save them. Everything, just because she was a Ji family member. Therefore, ever since she was a child, when she encountered people who rose to the occasion to save her, she subconsciously assumed that the other party was willing to give up their own lives to save her because she was a member of the Ji family. To be honest, she hated this feeling. She hated the fact that just because of her identity, when she was in danger, everyone had to risk their lives to save her. But it was also at this time, Su Mu appeared, at a time when she almost thought that she was really going to face death. Su Mu defiantly stood in front of her. He blocked that fatal blow for her, although he had similarly defied the odds and even sacrificed his own life to save her. Her intuition told Ji Qinghan that Su Mu did not know her identity. After all, she and Su Mu had clearly only met for the first time. Su Mu, it should be that he didn't know her identity. However, since that was the case, why did Su Mu sacrifice himself to save her? This question lingered in Ji Qinghan's mind for as long as a week. Now, it was finally answered. For the first time, someone had told her, I saved you, not because you are a member of the Ji clan, but because you are my companion. Countless thoughts flashed through the middle of Ji Qinghan's mind. She raised her eyes to look at Su Mu, and a trace of doubt flashed across her ice-cold face. Companion. Does it mean friend? Friend. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, then casually replied, let's just say it is. In the future, we can't say that we are still classmates, or comrades, so when I encounter this kind of thing, I won't stand by and watch with folded arms. Between friends, would you give your life to save each other? Not because of anything else, just because the other party is your friend? Ji Qinghan continued to ask. Su Mu nodded. Of course, there are some friends that would even make you willingly give your back to them. Hearing Su Mu's words, Ji Qinghan's eyes glowed a little as she looked at Su Mu. Then Su Mu, Are we friends? Sumu froze at his words, then said with some uncertainty, sort of for the time being? Ji Qinghan nodded vigorously. Okay, then I won't disturb your rest. I'll go back to cultivate first. Sumu, on the other hand, nodded somewhat blankly and watched the somewhat strange female classmate walk out of the hospital room. Actually, you don't have to come tomorrow. Sumu shouted towards Ji Qinghan's departing back. Then he pinched his brow with a bit of a headache. Why is this niece acting as if she's short of friends? With my status, it's not suitable to have too many friends. It wasn't that Sumu was so heartless. If the years were quiet, he would also want to live the kind of days where he had 3 or 5 friends, a good time, and a good person to accompany him. Only, now that the human race was going to be extinguished, the love of children was just too extravagant for the current Sumu. The human race will be extinct in 10 years. You still think of some fancy. Is the brain confused? Without a woman in your heart, drawing a sword is naturally divine. Sumu, you are the savior who is going to save the human race. Sumu struggled to sit up from the bed, trying to move his body, although he had been lying in bed for a month. But it seemed that the body hadn't stiffened up much. It was time to make up for this wasted week by practicing hard. There was also a need to find a way to return to the training camp as soon as possible, in which case one would be able to travel to the battlefield of the 10,000 races once in advance and find a way to brush up on one's talent. One thing after another seemed to have piled up all at once because of a week's slumber. Moreover, inexplicably having such a week less of cultivation time made Sumu feel an inexplicable sense of guilt surging through his heart. He even wanted to directly commit suicide and go back to his files for a wave. However, on second thought, he was still asleep after a fucking backfile wave. This also manifested one of the disadvantages of death backfiling. If he didn't die, but fell into a coma, or was trapped in a place where he couldn't live or die, then Sumu's death recall was almost equivalent to a waste. In order to solve this drawback, it was necessary to find a way to get a talent that could ensure that he could directly die on his own and enter the backfile when necessary. There were really a lot of things. Sumu sighed and climbed down from the bed. His backpack, along with his clothes and whatnot, was placed next to him. Walking over to his backpack, Sumu took out a small box. It was the tiger's blood pill that Gao Shan had given him back then. Then, let's start grasping the time to cultivate. Previously, because the bone-strengthening and nourishing muscle powder that he had configured hadn't been used up yet, so this tiger blood pill had been placed inside Sumu's backpack without being taken out and used. Originally, he had thought that when the time came to go to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, he could get some corpses of the foreign clans and configure some new chi and blood medicines or something. I didn't expect that a camping test would directly keep me in bed for a week. To put it mildly, 1 week of one's cultivation time was wasted. This Longjing Martial Arts University, how could it not give itself a little compensation? Sumu didn't ask for much. A few thousand chi and blood medicines like Tiger's Blood Dam would be almost enough. Back when there was an opportunity, Sumu had to find Instructor Ding to reflect on it. Shaking his head, now was not the time to think about those things. Sumu took out the tiger blood pill. A strange fragrance mixed with a faint rusty flavor entered Sumu's nose. The tiger's blood pill was bright red in color. It didn't look like it was very tasty. However, Sumu himself didn't care about these things. Without much hesitation, he sent the tiger blood dan into his mouth. In the next moment, he started to exercise directly on the ground according to the chapter of the 10,000 races body refining art. Along with the tiger's blood pill entering his stomach, a wave of pure power immediately surged into all parts of his limbs. It seemed that because he hadn't practiced for a long period of time, when this power just surged in, Sumu was still a bit uncomfortable. About half an hour after the workout, Sumu had already collapsed on the ground dripping with sweat. Why does it feel like the effectiveness of this tiger blood dan is more than 10 times that of the blood tonic scatter? Sumu was somewhat puzzled. At first, he thought it was because he hadn't practiced for too long, but this feeling was especially remarkable when he was running the Tattooed Cloud Tiger chapter. He could clearly feel that when he was fiddling with the movements of the Tattooed Cloud Tiger psalm, the medicinal power of the tiger blood pill in his body all of a sudden seemed to be activated. Some of the medicinal power that had to be lost during the operation was almost completely absorbed by Sumu into all parts of his body cells. Master, after arriving at the first realm martial artist and taking chi and blood medicines made from some of the races corresponding to the 10,000 races body refining technique chapter that you are practicing, the absorption of the chi and blood medicines that you are taking will be drastically enhanced. It seemed to have heard Sumu's inquiry. The Deep Blue in his mind gave Sumu the answer. After hearing Deep Blue's answer, Sumu raised his eyebrows. I'll go. Why didn't you say that before? Master, you didn't ask. A few black lines appeared on Sumu's brain. Sure enough. Deep Blue was after all just a transformed book of wisdom, with a rather limited degree of intelligence, only able to respond accordingly to Sumu's commands and inquiries. If Sumu didn't take the initiative to ask or give orders, it wouldn't be able to respond autonomously. Shaking his head, it was fine if he didn't know this before, but now since he knew this point, then Sumu would need to pay a little more attention when configuring and selecting chi and blood medicines in the future. Deep Blue, help me pull out some chi and blood medicines that are most suitable with the chapter I'm currently cultivating, and note that it's what I can afford and configure at the moment. Yes, Master. Start searching the potion recipe library. Ding. Search successful. Master. 2 formulas have been found for you. One formula is the enhanced version of the Tiger Blood Dan, Tiger Yuan Dan, which has already appeared in the market. And the other formula is the 9 years after potion formula, Xian Yuan Bear Blood Scatter. In the next moment, the contents of the 2 potion formulas appeared in Sumu's mind. After looking at the 2 potion formulas, Sumu's eyebrows slightly raised. Deep Blue's searching ability was something he had never doubted. These 2 potion formulas were indeed the most suitable potion formulas for him at this stage, and the herbs needed weren't very precious. The only thing that needed to be searched for was the tiger bone needed in the Tiger Yuan pill, and the bear blood needed in the Xian Yuan Bear Blood Scatter. For the other herbs, Sumu could purchase them in advance. As for these 2 herbs, Sumu could go directly to the 10,000 races battlefield to find them with a purpose. When he found them, he could just configure them directly, or, perhaps, directly ask Instructor Ding for some as compensation from Longjing Martial Arts University? Go on. Start cultivating the idea of viewpoint. Sumu sat cross-legged on the hospital bed. 3 days passed by quietly. Sumu, think about it. In fact, even if you don't go to the next training, this side of the school has already recognized your talent, and Elder Zhang's side is even ready to break the rules and directly promote you as an outstanding camper. Instructor Ding looked at Sumu in front of him with an odd face. But once you go to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, then there will be no room for regret. You won't be able to come back until the end of the training camp, and there will be no one to save you when you encounter danger. This time it's true that there won't be anyone to save you. After all, the battlefield of the 10,000 races is very strictly divided into various regions, and it's dangerous, and there's no one who can take care of you. A little carelessness, no one can take care of you. Get you. A little carelessness and you might actually be buried on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Genius training camps have a certain mortality rate. It's not just talk. As far as I know, just a few semesters before you, there was an unfortunate death on the battlefield in the Genius training camp on the 10,000 races battlefield. My side suggestion is, either you simply stay at ease in the back and cultivate. If you want to go on the 10,000 races battlefield, you will still have a lot of chances to enter the Longjing Martial Arts University in the future. At the moment, you just woke up not too long ago. If something really happened on the 10,000 races battlefield, Elder Zhang is afraid that he will be heartbroken to death. Obviously, on Instructor Ding's side, he didn't want Sumu to return to the Genius training camp to continue to participate in the later training. In his opinion, Sumu becoming an outstanding camper was already the nail in the coffin. For others, further observation and training might be needed, but for Sumu, the top seedling, there was already no need for further observation at all. Since this was the case, there was naturally no need to continue traveling to the 10,000 races battlefield to take risks. Instructor Ding, I've already thought about it. Besides, I haven't even formally competed with the other campers. To take an outstanding camper's spot directly like this, to be honest, I can't feel good about it in my heart. As for the aspect of safety issues, you guys can rest assured, Instructor Ding, that I'll definitely take care of myself. Even if something does go wrong on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, it's still an extremely honored thing. As a martial artist, if one is fortunate enough to die because of fighting a foreign race, then it will be his highest honor. Sumu's tongue was brilliant, and some crowning words were directly thrown out. This 10,000 races battlefield, he was bound to go on it. What a joke! Without going to the 10,000 races battlefield, how could he brush his talent in a big way? What's the point of going to something that has no mortality rate? Looking at Sumu's incomparably determined and impassioned expression, Instructor Ding seemed to be infected as well. He nodded vigorously. Good. Men of my generation should be like you. Sumu. Damn. When I think of those few inside our training camp who just went for a few days and clamored to come back, I really damn well want to kick them to death. Sumu. I'll make arrangements for you right away. Tomorrow, you prepare. There will be someone who will make arrangements for you and send you to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. In addition, The compensation that you requested. My side will also fight for you to get the maximum compensation that the school can give. Tiger bone and bear blood, right? I'll personally go and procure them later. A genius like you is the hope of the human race. We can't let you suffer. Instructor Ding. Then, how embarrassing. Sumu smiled. There was an unexpected gain here. Then thank you, Instructor Ding. What are you saying? Just remember one thing for me. Come back to me safely. Good. Early in the morning, there was a crippled middle-aged man in military uniform who took Sumu to an armored car. There were still more than 50 days until the end of the training camp. This time was not too long for Sumu to say, and not too short to say. When he was in the car, it was because the road would be longer. That's why the crippled middle-aged man on the side let Sumu could take a nap first. Sumu, on the other hand, took this opportunity to cultivate the divine demon viewing thoughts and the innate fetal breath method. I don't know how long I practiced. Halfway through, Sumu even squinted for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the eastern battle zone of the 10,000 races battlefield. You're awake. The crippled middle-aged man at the side saw Sumu wake up and spoke out. Aha! Sumu nodded while placing his gaze on the surrounding scenery. Is this the eastern war zone of the 10,000 races battlefield? Sumu looked around. Every 10 meters or so, there would be a watchtower that was roughly 20 meters tall. Every 50 meters or so, there would be a towering building that also looked like a watchtower. It seemed to have sensed Sumu's gaze. The crippled middle-aged man at the side explained. That's a lookout tower. A lookout tower is used to observe the situation of the entire eastern battle zone while passing information in a timely manner. While the lookout tower targets the foreigners in the air, it is mainly the foreigners in the air. The human race only has some high-level martial artists who are able to travel in the air without any external force. So when dealing with the foreigners in the air, it is often necessary to use the aid of many things. The crippled middle-aged man began to introduce Sumu to some of the areas in the Eastern War Zone. This side is the weapons depot. The Eastern War Zone has now basically realized self-sufficiency in weapons and equipment. There are many casting students and masters from your university inside. Over there is the medicine area. A lot of chi and blood medicines are not only provided to the frontline fighters, some of them will also be sold to the rear of the human race, but they are all more expensive in terms of price. Over there is the slaughtering area, responsible for handling some dying foreigners or dissecting foreigners' corpses. That is the cafeteria. The entire Eastern War Zone was completely a small city that had formed a complete system. All along the way, Sumu could see soldiers in battle armor, patrolling around. Inside the war zone is not like the human race's rear. Sometimes, there will be extremely powerful foreign races that break through the defense line and attack inside the war zone. The middle-aged soldier pointed to a broken wall. This was originally a lodging area, but a month ago, the black-winged Xian Hawk broke through the west gate wall and came in to wreak havoc, but it was quickly killed by Major Chiu Sun with a single sword strike. It can be said that you don't look at the way the Eastern War Zone looks pretty good right now, but when it was more than 50 years ago, the entire Eastern War Zone was basically in the midst of constantly being destroyed and then rebuilt. However, ever since 50 years ago, after the 7 saints of the human race decimated all of the 10 great divine races' divine kings, this situation has become much less common. While saying this, the crippled middle-aged man still seemed to be somewhat proud. Sumu, on the other hand, looked with a somewhat complicated gaze at these grounds and buildings in the Eastern War Zone that more or less had various traces of war. It was hard to imagine that more than 50 years ago, when the 7 saints of the human race hadn't yet decimated the 10 great divine races' divine kings, and the human race hadn't yet gained the upper hand, what kind of situation the entire Eastern War Zone was in. All of the soldiers on the front lines were living in fear and worry of not knowing when the foreign races would attack. However, even though they were extremely fearful and worried, they still had to use their own flesh and blood to build a steel wall for the rear of the human race. Now the Eastern War Zone indeed looked much calmer than it did more than 50 years ago. It was only by chance that the foreign races attacked in, and even if they did, they would be quickly killed by the experts on the human side. However, if others weren't clear, would Sumu not be clear? The current calm was just the calm before the storm. Who could have thought that the people who had resisted the 10,000 races for tens of thousands of years would perish after 60 years of calm? 50 years ago, the human race had gained the upper hand, while 10 years later, the human race was headed for extinction. Thinking of this, Sumu clenched his fists. A long breath was exhaled, and after the car drove for a while longer, it finally arrived at the destination of Sumu's trip. The car stopped at a campground, and after Sumu got out of the car, he was just about to walk into the campground. The crippled middle-aged man in the car suddenly called out to Sumu. "Young man, Sumu froze for a moment and stopped to look at the crippled middle-aged man. Since you were able to enter the genius training camp, it at least means that your talent should be very good. Train well and pay attention to safety. The future of the human race will have to rely on you young people. He smiled towards Sumu. I will. Sumu nodded towards him. The crippled middle-aged man also nodded. He then drove his car in the direction of the rear of the human race. For someone like him, because of his physical disability, wanting to go back into battle was almost impossible. He could have also chosen to go straight back to the human rear to do something else and enjoy the rest of his life. But in the end, he still chose such a job. I'm afraid that he couldn't let go of this battlefield and wanted to finally contribute his own strength to it. Seeing the armored car gradually go away, Sumu slowly walked into the camp. After registering his identity, a soldier let Sumu stand outside the camp and wait. While Sumu was waiting, the several soldiers beside him seemed to be sizing up Sumu, a newcomer who had suddenly arrived at the camp. Although they didn't say anything, the gazes that fell on Sumu made him a little uncomfortable. What they were thinking, Sumu probably had some guesses. The training camp had already started for more than a week. At this time, it was obviously a bit strange to suddenly interject. After Sumu waited for a long time, a young man in military uniform finally slowly came before Sumu. Are you the new camper? The youth glanced at Sumu. Sumu followed behind the youth. As the youth walked, he also began to tell Sumu some things. Since you're here, I'll also briefly talk about the rules here. This is a temporary camp set up by Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp. I'm the military head of the temporary camp, Shaolin, and I'm responsible for assisting in your Genius Training Camp's training and assessment tasks. In the remaining time here, if you don't want to leave looking too bad, it's best to go on the battlefield a few more times, and make sure to at least earn 100 merit points, and in the final closing assessment of the camp, merit points will be the main criterion for judgment. While leading Sumu along, while doing so, Sumu had already seen some of the campers from the Genius Training Camp, and those campers obviously noticed Sumu as well. All of a sudden, each of their faces were filled with astonishment, and a few of them couldn't help but scream out in shock. Sumu! It's Sumu! He's back! You seem to be famous? Looking at the reactions of those campers next to him, the youth frowned slightly. He didn't know much about Sumu. He only knew that Sumu seemed to have arrived late because he had been injured and in a coma for a week during the camp entrance examination. However, in his opinion, since he had been injured in the camp entrance examination, he obviously shouldn't be a particularly outstanding genius. But looking at this, he seemed to have misjudged. Thinking of this, the youth couldn't help but take another look at Sumu. This is where you'll be staying. There are still empty spaces inside. Just find yourself a bed and put your things there. Although the youth didn't really like people like Sumu who came in through the back door, he still didn't forget his duties. He brought Sumu to a dormitory building. Next, I'll give you a brief introduction to the main training program of your Genius Training Camp. As I said before, the assessment standard is mainly your merit points, and there are 3 types of ways to obtain merit points: individual, squad and legion. I'll start with the legion. It means that you are organized into various legions to participate in large-scale battles, but this situation is relatively rare. Even for us, we don't encounter several large-scale battles in a year. However, in the midst of the large-scale battles, the merit points acquired will be 2 to 10 times more than usual. Inside the weekdays, in order not to lose combat power during large battles, every month, the Eastern War Zone will conduct a large-scale battle maneuver. Last month you already missed one. The next one should be half a month later. Secondly, there are small squads and individuals. This kind is the main way of fighting between the Eastern War Zone and the foreign races normally. The launching of large-scale battles requires a combination of all aspects. On the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the battles between the human race and the foreign races are more of some small and medium-sized battles. This kind of small and medium-sized battles will be executed by the various small squads and individuals of the Eastern War Zone. The youth said and paused for a moment. You should have learned in your high school curriculum that on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, usually when there are no large-scale battles, the soldiers operate in small squads. Of course, if there are some mavericks who are more confident in themselves, they will also choose to individually hunt the foreign races and carry out their missions on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. However, for this approach, we do not encourage. After all, the strength of an individual is limited. Encountering danger, the chance of death will also greatly increase. While if you join a squad, under the help of some veterans in the squad, you can get faster growth. At the same time, squad cooperation is also more conducive to completing some of the tougher tasks. unless you are really strong enough to fight individually, or else, joining a squad is definitely your first choice, but you are rather unfortunate. You came too late. Most of the squad's recruitment time has already passed. If you want to join a squad, you can go to the mission hall and take your chances. There are some squads that have a large number of companions who have died after carrying out a mission, and they will just drop by over at the mission hall and recruit some individuals or other squad members to join the squad. After listening to the youth's explanation, Sumu but his eyes lit up. Then what if I want to choose an individual? The youth glanced at him, and a trace of a sure enough expression flashed across his face. You geniuses of the genius training camp. Ah, you always think that you are the pride of heaven. Almost everyone has this kind of idea. But after actually completing a few missions on your own, most of them will choose to join the squad again. And among them, some of them even die directly while completing the mission. If you really want to use your personal identity to complete missions to obtain merit points is also up to you. If you are an individual, you don't need to additionally register or anything. You just have to participate in the large-scale battle drills every month. Tasks, just go directly to the task hall to get it. There is one thing I want to remind you. Although you are the battalion members of the Genius Training Camp, but when you go to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, then they are all ordinary soldiers. The human race never lacks geniuses, but it lacks the real geniuses. Only the ones who live to the end are the real geniuses. What the youth said. Sumu also nodded in agreement. Indeed, for countless years, there were definitely quite a few geniuses that had emerged from the human race, but similarly, there were also quite a few that had fallen in the middle. If you couldn't even survive, being even more of a genius wasn't much use. Fighting against the 10,000 races was an unavoidable part of every human martial artist, and for the geniuses of the Genius Training Camp, the ones they had to face were bound to be even more terrifying alien races, so it was also inevitable that they would need to experience the horrors of the foreign races even earlier. To fight the foreign races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, death was inevitable. If one didn't go and fight because they feared death and worried about it, then no matter how good the talent was, it would be nothing more than mediocrity. I've pretty much said what I should say. This is the exclusive badge of your Genius Training Camp. When you return to the war zone from the battlefield of the 10,000 races, it will be very troublesome if you don't have a badge, and you have to wear it on your chest inside on weekdays, and you will be investigated if you are found by the patrols not wearing a badge. And at the same time, there are also the autolocation, distress, and poison functions inside of the badge. And I won't say the first two talk to you more. The last one is just in case, if you are really captured by the 10,000 races, if you don't want to suffer too much, you can directly shout out the secret command behind the badge, and the badge will directly inject a powerful poison into your body. This is also the reason why the badge is usually worn on the left side of the chest. This function is not only in your badges, it is inside every soldier's badge. As for why it is designed this way, I believe you should have learned it in your high school curriculum. In addition to that, wearing this badge is also for the convenience of distinguishing you from some ordinary soldiers. For you geniuses, some preferential treatment is still there. The youth took out a green badge and directly wore it in front of Sumu's chest. Sumu also scrutinized this badge. What he cared more about was this badge's poison function. If necessary, this function was too useful for Sumu. Before finding a talent that could commit suicide, this badge could be used as a temporary replacement. This also provided Sumu with an idea. Before finding a talent that could commit suicide, he could also make some homemade blood-seeking poisons and put them on his body. If he was going to be caught, he would directly die back. Sumu was not afraid of dying, but afraid of being caught and not being able to die. But this problem, until Sumu later to find a talent that can commit suicide, should also be solved. As for this talent of suicide, Sumu has already searched for quite a bit of information on Deep Blue's side, and when he waits until after the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the first thing he will do is this. The mistake of being in a coma for a week couldn't happen again this time. What should be said? I've pretty much said it. What comes next is up to you. The youth glanced at Sumu. With that, he turned around and left. Right after the youth left, Sumu also rushed to find a bed for the automatic luggage and put it away. With that, he quickly walked out of the dormitory building. But just as soon as he left the dormitory building, he noticed countless gazes falling on him. Quite a few people were wearing blood-stained battle armor, and had obviously just come down from the 10,000 races battlefield. After seeing Sumu, quite a few people looked on with their chests clasped in disgust. Sumu didn't care. He just looked towards a huge screen in the center of the temporary camp. On the screen, there seemed to be a ranking of the current merit points of all the Genius Training Campers. First place, Square Ball. Merit points, 1652. Second place, Wan Jie. Merit points, 1025. Third place. As he was watching, a familiar voice rang out. Sumu, you're finally back. The moment these words came out, not only Sumu, but quite a few people in the surroundings also turned their gazes to the person who spoke. The person who came was none other than Feng Qiuqiu, who was carrying the head of a foreign race, his face covered in blood, and had a battle blade stuck in his waist. Looking at him, it was clear that he looked a bit like he had hurried over from the battlefield of the 10,000 races after hearing the news of Sumu's arrival. Feng Qiuqiu? Sumu slightly raised his eyebrows. Although this fellow was brainless and reckless, he was also considered a man of blood. Previously, during the examination, it was also him who was the first to jump out against that what's-his-name instructor Wang, but unfortunately, his strength wasn't too good, and he was just bloodily abused. Feng Qiuqiu heard Sumu call out his name. His eyelids jumped. Then he coldly stared at Sumu. Sumu, the appointment battle between you and me is not over yet, but I won't take advantage of you. You came to the training camp more than a week later than me, and missed the golden week. So I'll wait for you for a month and a half, and after a month and a half, we'll fight one-on-one. After saying that, he didn't care whether Sumu agreed or not. He turned around and walked towards the outside of the camp. On the side, the blonde woman who followed him held her forehead with some headache, then nodded towards Sumu and also quickly followed Feng Qiuqiu. Sumu looked at the two who walked away, then smiled helplessly. Feng Qiuqiu, this fellow is really a dead brain, saying that he wants to fight with his own one-on-one. He wants to fight with his own one-on-one. Looking at his posture, I'm afraid that even if Sumu didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to. However, although his behavior was reckless and impulsive, his talent was still quite good. Just now, Sumu also slightly checked his panel. Name, Feng Qiuqiu. Blood value, 823. 65, mid-first realm martial artist. Body refining technique, Xingfeng body refining technique. Breathing technique, Xingfeng breath exhalation technique. Talent, S rank, wind god. In a little more than a week's time. From a pre-first realm martial artist to a mid-first realm martial artist, this speed could not be said to be fast. Of course, it might also be the reason that he had just contacted into the training camp and enjoyed a large amount of resources, and his advancement was relatively fast in the early stages. What made Sumu somewhat surprised was the Deep Blue side had actually analyzed his talent. It was probably because when he faced Instructor Wang before, he had slightly displayed a trace of it. Then it was recorded by Deep Blue. Regarding this talent of Wind God, Sumu also got an answer from Deep Blue's side. In fact, in short, it was his B-grade talent, the supreme VIP enhanced version of wind manipulation. If someone who only had the wind manipulation talent alone encountered Feng Qiuqiu, even if they were one major realm higher than him, they would probably have to be crushed by him. This was the Wind God talent, absolute control over general wind manipulation. This talent, if there was a chance, it would be possible to find a way to get it from him. Shook his head. No more thinking. Sumu walked straight towards the outside of the temporary camp. He had to quickly head to the quest hall to pick up the next quest and then go up to the 10,000 clans battlefield. He hadn't forgotten the first purpose of his trip, to find some talents that could help him realize his suicide. It was also right after Sumu left. The people in the training camp finally couldn't help but start talking. Hey, Feng Qiuqiu is going to challenge Sumu. Hey, I don't know who's better between Sumu and Feng Qiuqiu. Before Sumu simply crushed all of us, but more than a week has passed. Everyone's strength has improved. Feng Qiuqiu and Guan Jie have both become mid-first realm martial artists, and Sumu doesn't know if he can catch up. Who says it's not? If Sumu is with us in the same batch, then I certainly do not hesitate to stand in line. Sumu at the time of the examination is really too stunning. The same as the first realm of the early stage of the martial arts, actually able to pull away from Ji Qinghan and Feng Qiuqiu so much points. I think that the strength aspect is quite uncommon, but he lay in the hospital for more than a week's time. Missed just entering the golden week of the training camp, wanting to catch up with Feng Qiuqiu and make up for the gap between the two. I think it's still unlikely. Indeed, more than a week's time. To say long is not long, to say short is not short. On the contrary, is the well-known golden week. This group of people inside, there are quite a lot of enhancement. Sumu missed is really a pity. Obviously, there weren't too many people among the training camp's crowd who looked favorably on Sumu, and at the same time that Sumu was heading to the mission hall, wanting to pick up a mission and then head directly to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Somewhere in the dense forest on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, several people in battle armor were sitting around a bonfire, taking big bites of roasted meat. Little pipe, Come over and eat some. This is the meat of the golden thorn porcupine. The meat is extremely tasty and the quantity is extremely rare. Turn around and you may not be able to eat it even if you want to when you go back to the rear of the human race. The red-haired youth who was resting against a large tree at the side nodded. Got it. Coming right away. He looked at the youth to the side and said, Is the news true? Sumu has returned? Of course. Wasn't Lao-san injured and went back to rest before? The news was sent by him. Sumu looks like he has been discharged from the hospital. That Fong Chio-chio. It is said that as soon as he heard the news of Sumu's return, he immediately rushed back from the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and also initiated an appointment with Sumu for 1.5 months later. The red-haired youth smiled at his words. That's in line with his character, but his vision is too narrow. Sumu, although he's a bit more talented than us, but he's also limited. And after missing the golden week of the start of the training camp, whether it's his own strength or merit points, I'm afraid it's a very difficult thing to catch up with us. At the time of the camp assessment, Sumu is indeed dazzling, but the camp assessment is after all the camp assessment. The water is too big. To be able to kill a one realm of the middle foreign race, can get 1,000 points. Sumu's strength. It is estimated that it is also up and down. Now on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the merit points cannot be so easy to get. You know, the golden week of the training camp, that has a tenfold increase in points. That has a tenfold increase in points. Just like this we have only taken 1,000 merit points. The remaining 50 days or so, Sumu wants to catch up and merit points may have to spend a lot of effort. For him, he didn't care about Sumu's strength or anything. What he cared about was the final outstanding campers quota. It was said that there were only 3 outstanding campers quota for this period. Ji family's little princess was already destined to have one, and Fong Chio-chio probably couldn't run away, and the only thing that he was able to fight for was that last quota. And Sumu's appearance would undoubtedly pose a certain threat to him. If it was an ordinary person, it would be just fine. But Sumu, that was an existence that had crushed everyone during the camp entrance examination. So when he learned of Sumu's return, he was also a little worried. But soon he comforted himself again. Even if Sumu was no matter how powerful he was, he shouldn't be able to get any merit points that could surpass him in a period of about 50 days. Right? Little pipe. If you don't come, you'll be eaten up. Coming. At the same time, Sumu also arrived at the entrance of the mission hall. According to the data obtained from Deep Blue's side, currently, within the talents he was able to get that were capable of committing suicide, there were mainly 3 that were most suitable for him. The mission he wanted to take on would also be positioned among the 3 races that possessed the 3 talents. There were quite a few soldiers coming in and out of the mission hall. Some of the soldiers had disheveled colors on their faces, while others were high and mighty. When Sumu appeared, because of the green badge on his chest, he instantly caused many people to stare. There were even quite a few people who started whispering, "Why haven't I seen this training camp's genius before?" Indeed, those training camp geniuses, when they were choosing their squads, everyone should have seen them. This new one seems to be the first time. I'm not sure, but it looks like the strength is rather average. The chi and blood value is probably just at the middle of the first realm of martial artists, just out of the beginning. I know. I heard about it when I was drinking with my brother earlier, saying that it seems to be saying that there will be a genius training camp member coming from the back of the human race today. So it should be him. What the hell? Didn't their genius training camp start more than a week ago? What's the point of sending someone over? This timing is a bit off, isn't it? Besides, if you come here at this time, how can you compare yourself to the geniuses who have already spent a golden week on the battlefield of the 10,000 races? I know a little bit of insider information. It is said that it seems that, during the entrance examination of the camp, he was injured and fell unconscious, and recuperated in the human race's rear until now. This is too unlucky for him, isn't it? But if he comes now, can he still catch up with the others? I've heard that the elimination rate of the genius training camp is extremely high. He's a golden week behind others. Trying to catch up is a bit troublesome, right? The discussions of the people around him clearly reached Sumu's ears. Sumu could only helplessly shake his head and ignore it. He came to the window of the mission hall. The receptionist was a man with a somewhat tired look. The man raised his eyes and glanced at Sumu, his gaze lingering on the green badge at Sumu's chest. Then he pointed at the screen in front of him. Report your name to me, and then you can pick the mission you want to pick. The missions that you genius training camp people pick can span up to 2 levels, and you can take up to 3 missions at once. The middle-aged man finished speaking. The screen in front of Sumu began to appear on the screen, and one by one, the tasks were divided according to rank. The The difficulty level division of the tasks was similar to the talent division. The highest was an SSS grade mission, and the lowest was F grade, and each mission had a minimum strength recommendation. Generally speaking, those like Sumu, who had just been on the 10,000 clans battlefield, belonged to the newest of the new recruits, and in the battlefield's merit level, they belonged to the lowest level, the F level. The ones that could be picked up were also only F-ranked quests, but because Sumu was the identity of a genius training camp member, so the most he could receive was a D-ranked mission. For F-ranked quests, completing one was anywhere from 0.01 merit badges to 0.1 merit badges. According to the rules of the Eastern Warzone, if Sumu wanted to advance from F rank to E rank, then the merit points he had to earn would have to be 1,000 times the maximum merit points gained from an F rank mission. That is, 100 merit points. If one took on a D-ranked quest, the merit points for a D-ranked quest was ranging from 1 to 10. In other words, Sumu would need to take at least 10 D-ranked quests before he could raise his merit level to E-ranked, and thus take on higher level quests. Sumu roughly scanned the quests on the screen. To his surprise, it really allowed him to find a mission that matched his goal. As for the remaining 2 quests, it would be fine to casually choose 2 D-ranked quests with high merit points. All 3 are D-ranked missions? Generally, the recommended strength for a D-level mission is around a second realm martial artist. You'd better not try to be brave if you don't have enough strength. If you die, no one will be there to collect your corpse. Seeing that the 3 Sumu chose were all D-ranked, the man couldn't help but frown, obviously feeling that Sumu was too out of his depth. Instead, Sumu said, "Just pick these 3. Seeing Sumu insist, the man didn't try to persuade him anymore, and just nodded and said, "Okay." Soon, all 3 quests were picked up by Sumu. Sumu quickly walked out of the mission hall, going to pick up his battle armor and weapons. The battle armor and weapons that a genius training camp member like them could receive were also weapons that exceeded their own level by 2 large realms. The ones Sumu could currently receive were naturally also D-grade battle armor and weapons. After picking out a long sword that suited him, Sumu then directly walked towards the door. Throughout the Eastern Warzone, there would be the kind of specialized vehicles that would directly send you to certain areas on the 10,000 races battlefield. Right after Sumu left the mission hall, a few soldiers then came over to the window where Sumu had just stayed. With a playful face, "Oldly, what level of mission did that kid pick? How can I say that he's also a member of the genius training camp? So at least there's at least 1 E-ranked mission in the 3 missions, right?" The man called Oldly glanced at a few people, then shrugged his shoulders and said, "You guys guessed wrong. He picked 3 quests, and all 3 quests are D-ranked. All 3 missions are D-ranked." Several soldiers frowned. This kid, really? A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. In order to be able to catch up with the others, he's fighting too hard, isn't he? The recommended strength for a D-ranked mission was a second realm martial artist. Even they didn't dare to just go for it. One careless lack of strength would get them killed. And Sumu, who was just now, actually came up and chose 3 D-ranked quests. It was really a bit out of their expectation. Sumu naturally didn't know what was happening inside the mission hall. At this moment, he was sitting on a special car that was traveling to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. There were many other soldiers wearing battle armor just like him in the car, but they were basically all acting in a small group. Sumu's gaze looked out the window. In his mind, he was thinking about the 3 missions he had chosen. Within the 3 missions, the other 2 D-rank missions Sumu didn't care much about. Both of them were just killing some foreign races with the strength of a second realm martial artist. With his current strength, combined with the Gale sword technique with Gale sword intent, the second realm martial artist's strength foreigners could also fight. What Sumu cared about the most was the D-rank mission that was related to the suicide talent he wanted to find. The location of this quest was a place called Snake Valley on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. There were dozens of snake alien races inside. One of the suicidal talents that Sumu was trying to find came from one of the races called the 10,000 Poisonous Golden Ring Snake. Grade A talent, Poison Corpse. Hiss hiss hiss. At this moment, Sumu had already been searching inside the Snake Valley for more than 10 hours. Snake Valley was roughly about 100 miles east of the Eastern Battle Zone. Some areas like this that were relatively close to each other generally didn't have some stronger foreign races, and it was also just right for some recruits that weren't as strong to acclimatize and practice. Because there were many snakes and foreign races inside, it was named Snake Valley by the human race. Inside the Snake Valley, a pungent fishy odor could be smelled everywhere. Some corpses of alien races that had been gnawed on could also be seen on the ground. The biggest difference between the foreigners and the human race is that the human race, even if they are hungry again, generally will not eat their own kind. But for the foreigners, not to mention that they are different races, even if they are the same race. Sometimes they will also eat each other, except for some large-scale battles. Usually, most of the middle and low-level foreign races actually fight with the human race or other foreign races on a racial basis. Only the higher alien races, which possessed enough intelligence, would explicitly regard the human race as their opponents, and it was generally under the command of these higher foreign races that the middle and lower foreign races would launch large-scale battles against the human race. Frowning, Sumu used his arm to slightly block his nose as he slowly walked towards the depths of the snake valley. Hiss hiss hiss. Just after walking not even 2 steps, he encountered a long snake covered in black markings. Race, black striped ringed serpent race. Blood value, 435. Mid-first realm martial artist. Talent, D rank, venomous fong. Habits, lives in the serpent valley of the 10,000 races battlefield. Weakness, 7 inches. Brush. Sumu raised his hand and slashed his sword. The long sword cut through the air with a cold light. In the next moment, this black striped ringed snake was directly chopped in half by Sumu. Sumu picked up the corpse of this black striped ringed snake, looked at it, and then tossed it aside as he continued to carefully walk forward. Going back would definitely require going back at least once, and although these snake corpses were worth quite a bit and could be used to make quite a few medicines, to Sumu, they were nothing more than a bubble that would soon disappear. Solely, he just threw it aside. Generally speaking, the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake, amongst the snake fae, belongs to an extremely special existence, with a toxicity so fierce that it even poisons itself to death, and there should be no other snake fae in the place where he is. Brush. Raising his hand, he resolved another snake. Sumu began to recall the information about the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake in his mind. After pondering for a while, his hand lifted slightly. Along with the lifting of his hand, a green-colored power was slightly dispersed towards the surrounding air, accompanied by the dispersion of the cyan-colored power. Gusts of breeze began to pour in from all sides of Sumu, accompanied by the breeze. Sumu also closed his eyes. Various flavors in the air drilled into his nose. The putrid odor of corpses, the smell of earth with a faint fishy odor. There was also a special odor emanating from various snake races. There are fewer snake races in these directions. Sumu opened his eyes and looked towards one of the directions. Then his figure flashed and quickly swept towards that direction. I don't know how long I walked. Sumu arrived at an open place. There were still some bloodstains left on the ground. Obviously, a foreigner had just fed here. The long sword in Sumu's hand swung. It was accompanied by a movement of his mind. Flames flared up violently from his sword. Still dodging, Sumu's long sword swung violently. A tree fell in response. In the next moment, a long snake with a black body, covered with scaly armor glowing with ghostly light, 3 to 4 meters long, and a sharp unicorn horn on top of its head appeared in Sumu's line of sight. Race, black horn scaled snake race. Blood value, 835, late first realm martial artist. Talent, grade A, poisonous miasma. Habits, lives in the 10,000 races battlefield Snake Valley. Weakness, unicorn horn. After looking at the appearance of this snake, Sumu was a little disappointed. The black horn scale snake. It was also considered a king-level race amongst the snake races in this Snake Valley. It was no wonder that, like the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake, there were no other snake races in the vicinity, although there was some disappointment. However, having come here, and still having an A-class talent, one couldn't come here for nothing, right? Come on, little black horn scaled snake, contribute your talent. Grade A talent, poisonous miasma. Poison miasma. Create a circle of deadly poisonous miasma around your body that is strong enough to poison enemies that are one level beyond you. The power and range of the miasma will increase as your strength increases. The reason why he would copy this talent was mainly because Sumu was considering killing enemies on the battlefield in the future. If he had such a wide-range killing talent, it could definitely be a lot more convenient and hassle-free for him. Plus, Sumu also had a wind manipulation ability. With the combination of the two, it was definitely possible to maximize the power of poison miasma. After copying the poison miasma talent, Sumu began to massacre the foreign races inside Snake Valley. Wherever the poison miasma passed, even these snake races that were poisonous themselves fell down in droves. I don't know how long I wandered in the middle of Snake Valley. Only then did Sumu copy another B-rank talent, Toxin Reinforcement. This talent was also mainly used in conjunction with the poison miasma. With the cooperation of this talent, the poison miasma that could originally only poison up to one major realm of enemies could poison at least one major realm plus 1 or 2 minor realms. In other words, the present-day Sumu had the power to fight even if he faced an enemy in the early second realm or middle second realm. Just as Sumu was somewhat tired and leaning against a large tree to rest, a breeze blew in. A strange fragrance, mixed in the breeze, drilled into Sumu's nose. Sumu, who possessed super strong five senses, immediately smelled the extraordinary fragrance. Just by smelling a trace of it, Sumu felt a hint of floating in his chi and blood. This discovery made him instantly happy. One must know that the 10,000 races battlefield had quite a few heavenly treasures and extremely high-quality medicinal herbs. Sumu stood up in a flash. With great effort, he inhaled a few puffs in the direction where the breeze was blowing from. After determining the source of the fragrance, Sumu carried his long sword and headed towards the direction of the odor. I don't know how long I walked, along with Sumu getting closer and closer. That foreign fragrance became more and more intense, and in addition to this foreign fragrance, there was also a gradually stronger fishy odor mixed in with the smell. Following this direction, after roughly another dozen meters, Sumu finally vaguely saw a horizontal long bush hanging from the mountain wall on one side. On the bush, there were several bunches of crystal clear, bright red fruits hanging. There really are. After seeing the fruit, Sumu's eyes also immediately surfaced an introduction about the fruit. Heavenly treasure, snakeberry fruit. Utility, boosts chi and blood. Location, mostly found in places infested with snake races. Right at the same time that the snakeberry fruit was discovered, a voice interrupted Sumu's joy. Hiss sis. Sumu looked towards the direction. The smile on his face immediately grew even bigger, only to see that the one making the sound was a 5-meter-long snake with a brown body and a ring of gold on its body. The long snake spat out its letters and slowly crawled past the snakeberry fruit, slightly arching its body and staring at Sumu with a deadly stare. 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake. Race, 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake clan. Blood value, 2586, pre-second realm martial artist. Talent, grade B, death entanglement. Habits, lives in the 10,000 races battlefield Snake Valley. Weakness, eyes. Although it wasn't the one talent that Sumu needed, but since the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake was present here, it also meant that there were still kindred spirits around. As long as the habitat of the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake was found, then everything that followed would be easy. Sumu laughed out loud, carrying his sword. The flame on his sword instantly ignited. In the next moment, he directly slashed towards the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake. Gale sword technique. Folding wave sword chant. A-rank talent, spiritual compulsion. A-rank talent, poisonous miasma. Although the strength of the 10,000 poisonous golden ring serpent had already reached the early stage of a second realm martial artist, but to Sumu, it was actually not much different from the other snake races. In just a moment's time, this 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake had already died under Sumu's sword. And just as this 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake died, at the same time, another 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake appeared in Sumu's line of sight. This was the place where the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake clan came out. So there must be more than just this 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake. Sumu's face was delighted. The light blue interface in his eyes appeared again. Race, 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake clan. Talent, grade D, venomous fawn. No. Death. Race, 10,000 venomous golden ring serpent clan. Talent, class C, poisonous blood. No. Death. After beheading more than a dozen of the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake clan one after another, Sumu still hadn't found that suicidal talent that suited him. Just when Sumu had a bit of a headache, an interface suddenly flashed before his eyes. Race, 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake race. Chi and blood value, 886, late first realm martial artist. Talent, grade A, poison corpse. Habits, lives in the Serpent Valley of the 10,000 races battlefield. Weakness, eyes. No. Wait. Yes. Yes. Sumu looked towards the 10,000 poison gold ring snake. This 10,000 poison gold ring snake was not strong. This was also reflected well in terms of body size. This 10,000 poison gold ring snake only looked like it was about 2 meters. The thickness was probably just 3 fingers wide. However, what did it matter if it was strong or not? It's decided that it's you. Contribute your talent to me. That 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake obviously didn't see the excitement in Sumu's eyes. It only stared angrily at Sumu, then arched its body and lunged towards Sumu. In the middle of its line of sight, this human race that was like a god of killing, however, suddenly dropped the long sword in its hand, laying down on the ground. The 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake couldn't care less. Seeing that Sumu wasn't attacking it, it directly bit down towards Sumu's neck, and Sumu was gradually eroded by its toxin, and his breath gradually disappeared. Phew! Lifting his hand casually chopped down a snake clan. Sumu clicked on his attribute panel to check it out. Name, Sumu. Blood value, 451. 75, mid-first realm martial artist. Old rules. Omit the repetitions and show some necessary ones. Talents: EX grade, duplication after death. SSS grade, death back 12 hours. Book of Wisdom, sword mind enlightenment. A grade, alteration of face. Spiritual compulsion. Eye of true sight. Light of healing. Superior 5 senses. Red inferno bloodline. Poisonous miasma. Poison corpse. D grade, spiritual enhancement. Wood manipulation. Wind manipulation. Toxin enhancement. Grade A talent, poison corpse. Poison corpse can be triggered actively. After triggering, the life force will be rapidly lost. In a very short period of time, the top and bottom of the body will be covered with horrifying toxins, and the self will completely die while the toxins spread all over the body and become a poisonous corpse full of toxins. The process is not reversible. Once triggered, the self will die for sure. The toxins produced can at most poison enemies that are more than 2 major realms above the self. It's coming, it's coming. It came following the 10,000 poisonous golden ring serpent. Finally, he had obtained the talent he wanted. Sumu was in a great mood. With this talent, Sumu basically didn't have to worry about being captured and having his movements restricted. As long as Sumu's will moved, then he was basically certain to die. With this talent, Sumu could act completely boldly afterward. Before, there were a lot of things that he didn't dare to do. On the one hand, it was because he was considering that in case he messed with people, instead of killing himself, they would lock him up and torture him, making it impossible for him to live or die. On the other hand, it was also the fear that they would involve their own family members as a result. It was fine for Sumu to suffer a little bit, but if he got his family involved because of this, he would be a bit upset. However, now that he had this A-rank talent, Poison Corpse, it was a completely different story. Sumu wasn't afraid of being captured or dying at all. Letting out a long breath, this suicide talent was just the first talent Sumu had prepared, and this talent wasn't completely perfect. If Sumu fell into a coma with serious injuries like before, then this talent wouldn't be able to be used, so Sumu still had to get a second suicide talent. However, at least today's mission was accomplished. Take the snakeberry fruit directly, and then after completing the other 2 D-rank quests, go back and configure the medicines to boost a wave of strength, and raise your merit level up as soon as possible. Sumu quickly organized the next things in his mind. The reason why he wanted to raise his merit level as soon as possible was also to prepare for the second suicide talent. Sumu's figure quickly traveled inside the Snake Valley. Poisonous miasma surrounded his body. Countless foreign races were inadvertently harvested by Sumu. In just a moment's time, Sumu arrived at the place where the snakeberry fruit was located. After decapitating some 10,000 poisonous golden ring snakes, Sumu successfully obtained the snakeberry fruit, and because of the size of his backpack, he only put some of the more precious parts into his backpack. But even so, his backpack had been piled up like a small mountain. Time to go back. 2 hours later. Mission Hall. Old Lee, do you think that Brat will die on the 10,000 races battlefield? It's hard to say. The man shook his head. D-rank quests. They're not that easy to do. Didn't you guys fold one person last time to complete a quest to decapitate a 10,000 poisonous golden ring serpent? That kid is just one person. And one of the D-level mission targets is still a 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake. If you encounter a stronger one, 80% will be a bit dangerous. I hope this kid can be a bit more sensible and ask for help in time. After all, he is a genius. Indeed. 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake, that is really terrible. Meow. When we 10 people of the squad fight a 2-realm pre-10,000 poisonous golden ring snake, the team inside there is a 2-realm pre-martial practitioner. The result froze to give it to spell out a person. That poison is really poison. Was chatting. The 2 suddenly felt that all the light in front of them was blocked by something. Hello, I've come to turn in my quest. The 2 men looked in the direction that was blocking the light source. They only saw a youth carrying a backpack that was 4 or 5 times bigger than even his size, like a small mountain, standing in front of them. The youth threw out a huge backpack, then nudged towards the man. The vouchers for the 3 missions. They're all here. Please register them for me, and then I'll be taking on 3 more missions. Good. Seeing the cloth bag that Sumu threw at him, the man didn't talk nonsense and immediately examined it for Sumu. The snake gall of the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake, the teeth of the ironback flower tiger, the horn of the red-eyed black bull. No problem. All 3 tasks are fine. Sumu, right. I'll register you right away. The man didn't have any nonsense and quickly helped Sumu register the quests to completion. For the 3 D-ranked missions, Sumu gained a total of 28 merit points. At this rate, it was estimated that in a day or 2's time, he would be able to ascend from F rank to E rank. Soon after picking up 3 more D rank quests, Sumu was about to leave the mission hall, but just before he took 2 steps, he turned back. "Excuse me, please ask, where should I sell these alien corpses? There should be a place inside the war zone that specializes in dealing with them, right?" After leaving the mission hall, "Go north for about 300 meters, the man said back. "Okay, thanks." Sumu nodded. With that, he took a big step out of the mission hall. Right after Sumu left, all of a sudden, a dozen or so people surged to the window where the man was all at once. "I go. Old Lee, what's that kid's origin? The alien corpses inside his backpack. I lua. Just the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake has a dozen of them. That's not. That backpack is about to burst. A lot of alien bodies are directly tied to the backpack outside. You know what I saw? The corpses of 3 silver-tailed leopards, and all of them are at least in the early 2nd realm. That kid only looks like he's in the middle of the 1st realm. Stop it. I'm a bit messed up. Old Lee, I'm really fucking blind. This kid is really bullish. This damn. Look at his backpack outside, or directly with the body of the 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake as a rope to tie the other alien corpses, but also enough to use more than a dozen. I fucking kill up so difficult 10,000 poisonous golden ring snake, in front of the kid, as if casually on the slaughter of the same. Old Lee, who was sitting in front of the window, also nodded in some shock. All stop arguing. He glared at the dozen or so people gathered in front of his window. If you have the free time to chat, why don't you go cultivate more and take on more quests? As for that kid you guys are talking about, he's a real genius, Old Lee said and glanced at the screen in front of him, then said, "Do you guys know how long it took that kid from taking 3D ranked quests to completing those 3D ranked quests?" Old Lee's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Only when everyone's gazes were directed towards him did Old Lee slowly say, "Less than 3 hours. Moreover, he still took the quest personally. Less than 3 hours. A personal mission." Which of the soldiers here hadn't taken on a D-ranked mission, and were naturally aware of the difficulty of a D-ranked mission? The recommended strengths for D-rank missions, those were all 2nd realm martial artists to start with. However, when it came to actually completing it, everyone would actually choose to follow the squad alone. Even so, from exploring the terrain, to finding the target of the mission, and finally completing the mission and retreating smoothly, this combination of links together, without a few days will not be able to get down. In some cases, it would take a day or 2 just to find the mission target, but that kid, 3 D-rank missions, completed in 3 hours, an average of 1 hour per D-ranked mission. What the hell? The soldiers here all felt like they had been slapped hard on the face. This was too fucking outrageous. For a moment, the soldiers here were all somewhat speechless. It was only after a while that a soldier finally exited and asked, "Old Lee, what's the name of this genius training camp's camper? Damn. I think this guy will definitely be one of the top human figures in the future." Everyone's gazes once again looked at Old Lee. Old Lee said, "Much mouth, isn't it? Don't ask what you shouldn't." I wasn't too excited. Everyone looked towards Sumu's departing figure, and they knew that one day in the future, they were bound to hear this young man's name from somewhere. At the same time, Sumu sighed. After selling all the alien corpses, then he bought some medicinal herbs and rented a training room inside the war zone. The tiger bone and bear blood or whatever that Longjing Martial Arts University's side had applied for hadn't been sent over yet. Until then, Sumu had to figure out how to configure some chi and blood medicines on his own. Fortunately, Sumu had gotten quite a few snakeberry fruits inside the Snake Valley, and after configuring them into chi and blood medicines, it should be enough for Sumu to use for a while. Coming to the training room, Sumu hurriedly took the snakeberry fruits that he had obtained, added some medicinal herbs and the corpses of the foreigners, and finally configured them into chi and blood medicines. There were about 10 pairs of chi and blood medicines configured with the snakeberry fruit. It was enough for Sumu to use for 3 to 5 days. After 3 to 5 days, the compensation from the school side should be coming down. This time, Sumu had been lying in bed for a week, and had also missed the golden week of the training camp. The compensation given by the school for this was generous to the extreme. Sumu was even looking forward to it. Shook his head. There was no more thinking. Sumu directly took a pair of chi and blood medicines made from the snakeberry fruit, and then, he started practicing the 10,000 races body refining technique. Inside the training room, the sound of Sumu's ragged panting soon came out. It wasn't known how long it had been. Sumu laid down on the ground somewhat paralyzed. This snakeberry fruit is worthy of being a heavenly treasure for boosting chi and blood. Lying on the ground, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. In just that short period of time, Sumu's chi and blood value had been raised by nearly 20 points. According to this speed, By the time Sumu completely finished these chi and blood medicines made from the snakeberry fruit, Sumu estimated that he wouldn't be far away from the late stage of the first realm martial artist. After practicing the 10,000 races body refining technique for a while, Sumu began to cultivate the divine demon viewing thoughts again. The improvement in mental strength continued to surprise Sumu. It seemed that every time he went back to the archives, Sumu practicing the divine demon viewing thoughts would have a miraculous effect. And after practicing for a few hours, the increase in Sumu's spiritual power was even far more than the increase in chi and blood value from taking the chi and blood medicine made from the snakeberry fruit. After practicing the divine demon viewing thoughts, Sumu then began to nestle inside the training room, learning all sorts of knowledge about the 10,000 races. After coming up to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, he realized more and more what it meant to be shallow on paper, and to know the matter by heart. Although he had deliberately studied some of the racial habits of the 10,000 poisonous golden ringed serpent before, he had waited until he really went looking for it. It still took most of the effort. The knowledge learned from Deep Blue was certainly rich and comprehensive, but only by practicing more could it be better utilized. 12 hours of time passed quietly in Sumu's study. Looking at the time, Sumu got up and stretched. With that, he grabbed the long sword that was placed aside. It's almost time. It's time to start brushing talents. The moment he picked up the long sword, Sumu's appearance was also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment's time, he had already turned into a burly man of more than 2 meters. After all, it was the first time he had done this kind of thing, so Sumu was really a bit unable to let go for a moment. But even if he couldn't let go, he still had to do it. After changing his appearance with a makeover, Sumu walked out of the training room with big strides. The long sword in his hand was quickly covered with a layer of red-colored flame. Walking without eyes, a soldier bumped straight into Sumu's body, but just as he said a word, then he saw a slap quickly slapping towards him. Slap! The soldier's entire body was caught off guard and directly slapped out. Pang! He landed heavily on the ground. At the same time, Sumu raised his hand and stabbed his sword towards the shoulder of a person next to him. Sorry, Sumu silently apologized in his heart. With that, the movements in his hand were not stopping at all. Gale sword technique, folding wave sword chant, spiritual compulsion, red flame bloodline, enemy attack. One by one, the attacks poured out crazily towards the people around them. Although it seemed like they were very powerful, Sumu tried his best to avoid everyone's vitals, releasing the main power on the ground or on the walls of the buildings next to them. After the soldiers were initially flustered, they quickly began to react. One by one, they launched attacks towards Sumu. Sumu was strong, but among the soldiers nearby, there were also second realm martial artists. Soon, Sumu's body began to hang with colors. This can't go on like this. The talent of the surrounding soldiers are all too weak. If this is the case, it'll be a bit of a waste of this return. Seeing that some of the ordinary soldiers around him were about to grind themselves to death, Sumu's surroundings began to rapidly diffuse a mass of turquoise mist. Grade A talent, poison miasma. That wasn't all. A black light quickly flashed across Sumu's body. As the black light surged in, the mass of turquoise mist immediately deepened in color by a lot. Grade B talent, toxin reinforcement. At the same time, a breeze began to appear out of thin air behind Sumu, carrying the turquoise green mist. It rapidly surged towards the surrounding soldiers. These poisons, which were also means that Sumu had long thought of, were able to make people lose their mobility quickly, and even look as if they had died. But as long as they were treated in time within 24 hours, they wouldn't be in any serious trouble. There, poisonous. Some of the soldiers felt something bad the moment they saw those turquoise-colored mists. However, the mist spread extremely fast under Sumu's wind manipulation. The moment they saw the mist, the turquoise-colored mist had already surged in their direction. Looking at the soldiers who were poisoned by themselves one by one, a trace of intolerance flashed in Sumu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Sorry everyone, after all, it was the first time doing this kind of thing. Sumu's heart was still more or less a bit overjoyed. However, in order to be able to brush a wave of talent, this should be one of the fastest methods. Under Sumu's poisonous mist, one by one, the soldiers fell one after another. With Sumu's toxin-enhanced poisonous miasma nowadays, even a late second realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it if they smelled it. Even if it was a third realm martial artist, under this poisonous miasma, it would be quite difficult to move freely. And under Sumu's bold move, it soon attracted quite a few soldiers of the human race to surround him. In the middle of a round of fighting, Sumu eventually died at the hands of a third realm martial artist who possessed a B-grade talent, water manipulation. The water arrow he condensed quickly pierced through Sumu's heart while he wasn't paying attention. The moment he was pierced by the water arrow, Sumu only felt his eyes gradually turning black. The pain of death was already somewhat numb to him. The last thought inside his mind was, damn, B-grade talent. A loss. Phew. Sumu raised his head violently, panting heavily. There was one thing to be said. At first, when he was out there injuring and knocking out the human soldiers, Sumu was still a little less than smooth, but by the time he got to the back, he was already able to precisely control his strength. But even so, Sumu still leaned against the wall to the side with some trepidation. The guilty feeling of being an enemy of all his fellow countrymen made it a little difficult for him to accept for a moment. Originally, he thought that he could easily accept that he was standing against everyone, but when they really stood in front of him and went forward to strike at him, Sumu's heart would always have an indescribable feeling. I'm sorry. Sumu pressed his temples. Once again, he stood up. In order to be able to rapidly increase his strength, Sumu had to copy more talents, and to be able to draw attention as soon as possible in the war zone and attract some powerful people to behead him. Then he had to make things a bit bigger. Sumu once again walked out of the training room, and this time, he didn't even change his appearance, walking without eyes. Pang! Sumu, why did you betray the human race? Fong Chochio, haven't you always wanted to fight me? I'll give you this chance. I'll kill you, asshole. You murdering fiend. Put. Fong Chochio, your brain isn't very good, but it's not bad for the human race to have a well-talented fool like you, walking without eyes. Pang! Sumu, quickly bind your hands and surrender. What kind of compulsion are you under from the pagan worship cult? Catch them alive. A dazzling genius who actually went on a massacre in a war zone. Behind this, there must be some secret. Capture him and see who's really behind him? Him. He's dead. He poisoned himself to death. Walking without eyes. Pang! A genius from the genius training camp? It's a pity that you betrayed the human race at such a young age. Someone like you should kneel and die in the middle of the martyrs' cemetery. Remember, the person who killed you is called Chosun. You don't have eyes when you walk. Pang! Sumu, traitor of the human race. Longjing Martial Arts University. Sophomore student Lu Yuan. Please. Unexpectedly, the human race still has a genius like you. It's not a loss to die in your hands. You're strong. Stronger than the me from a year ago. It's a pity. If you weren't a traitor to the human race, we might have become good rivals. Good friends. Ha 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 ha. You are also the strongest person in the same realm that I have encountered until now. Obviously only in the middle of the second realm. But your strength is far beyond that. Next time, let's be friends again. Next time, don't be a traitor. Who would want to be a traitor if they could? But whether you believe it or not, my hands are not stained with their blood. Good riddance. I don't know how much time had passed. Sumu sat against the wall in a somewhat dazed state. His face was somewhat pale. In his mind, a scene, like a movie, quickly flashed by. I am not a traitor. He stood up somewhat disoriented. I am not a traitor. Deep Blue, do you think I'll break down if this continues? Master, your mental power is strong enough that you would be able to withstand even something 10 times more painful than this. However, it is recommended that you try to find a talent for deleting memories. That should effectively ease your pain. Hearing Deep Blue's reply in his mind, Sumu shook his head. Let's talk about it when the time comes. He let out a long breath. These memories, why aren't they reminding me to quickly improve my strength? He stood up. A simple sentence seemed to wipe out the emotions he had just felt. He sat down on the bed aside, starting to count his gains. With his current spiritual power, he could probably backfile about 60 times, and he had already backfiled almost 50 times before. From the beginning, he was not used to it, and there were even times when he would unconsciously dry heave in the corner of the wall after going back into gear. By now, it had gradually adapted, and this 50 times of death back to file, the gains brought about were also quite huge. Sumu had copied more than 20 talents. More than 10 of these talents were B rank as well as B rank or below, and even 4 or 5 of these were duplicate talents that weren't of much use. This was mainly because Sumu was a human traitor for the first time and was a bit uncomfortable. At first, he basically went out and killed people, trying to attract attention. Then the soldiers that came were all swarming. On top of that, some of the soldiers, although their talent wasn't great, but they had been fucking cultivating for 10 or 20 years, and had barely reached the 3rd or even the 4th realm. And if they weren't careful, they would just die directly for Sumu. And after dying more than 10 times, Sumu was slightly more purposeful when it came to dying. At the first stop, he headed inside the genius training camp. Not to say that he died at the hands of everyone, but at least as long as it was an S-ranked talent and an A-ranked talent, Sumu basically copied them all. Among the S-ranked talents, Sumu copied 2 of them, a number of A-ranked talents, and as for the B-ranked talents, it was a bit much. Regarding this experience, Sumu estimated that he would be able to write a book called How I Fancy Dying in Other People's Hands. However, after coming out of the genius training camp, Sumu's path to death was slightly hindered. There were probably several times when he was caught, forcing Sumu to transform into a poisonous corpse. Of course, there were also some unexpected gains. One of them was meeting a Major Chiosun, the strongman Sumu had heard from the crippled middle-aged man who had sent him here earlier. Major Chiosun's strength had already reached the 5th realm, and if it wasn't for the fact that Sumu was holding a hostage at the time, he probably wouldn't have been able to walk in front of this Major Chiosun. But fortunately, the ending was good. Sumu smoothly made Major Chiosun contribute his talent, and as a proud son of heaven who had become a 5th realm powerhouse at a young age, and who had even risen to the rank of Major in the war zone, Major Chiosun's talent did not disappoint Sumu. His talent was currently the highest grade talent that Sumu had obtained since he had copied in the war zone until now. SS grade talent. In addition to Major Chiosun, Sumu even encountered a character that made him even feel quite surprised during these backfiles. Longjing Martial Arts University's sophomore number 1, genius student Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's talent, although it was only S rank, and his strength was only in the middle of the 2nd realm, not comparable to Chiosun, but Lu Yuan's own fighting instincts were really outstanding. Before he met Lu Yuan, Sumu had always thought that at least if he put his best foot forward, no martial artist below the 3rd realm should be his opponent. But Lu Yuan had completely broken this idea of his. Although Lu Yuan only had the strength of the middle stage of the 2nd realm, but Sumu was almost crushed when he fought with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's own body refining and breathing techniques, and even said martial arts, probably weren't top-notch existences. Even his talent was not a top-notch existence. But Sumu was in the process of fighting with Lu Yuan. It could be clearly felt. Lu Yuan was always able to maximize every advantage he had. This was not only related to his talent, but also related to Lu Yuan's deliberate training. Sumu, on the other hand, although he had many talents, because of this, Sumu would need more time to practice and familiarize himself with each talent. Fortunately, Sumu had a talent of 12 hours of death, and the 12 hours he waited each time could be used to learn knowledge while practicing to familiarize himself with the use of these talents. Lu Yuan might have fought hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times to reach this point. Then Sumu could also have fought hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times, 100,000 times, millions of times. Defeating Chiosun may be a bit difficult. After all, the difference in strength is too great, but the road is far. Before I leave the training camp, I must defeat you once and for all in a dignified manner. Sumu let out a long breath. In order to be able to stop himself from thinking back to his experience that had been filed back nearly 50 times, Sumu was only able to set up a goal for himself, and in the process of traveling to that goal, he continued to dilute and calm down his experience that had been filed back nearly 50 times. Sumu took out a notebook and quickly wrote on it. He was going to continue to go back to the archives later anyway, so he wasn't worried about leaving anything on the notebook. Newly acquired talent this time. Grade D talent, strength enhancement, speed enhancement, sense of smell enhancement. C-rank talent, fireball magic, water snake magic, vine entanglement. B-rank talent, water manipulation, gold manipulation, earth manipulation. A-rank talent, talent mist, earth power, moving space, thunder power, absorption acceleration. S-rank talents, wind god, sun speckling, extreme body. SS-rank talent, silent body, densely packed talents. It made the page of the notebook not even fill up. Among these talents, B-rank talents, they were no longer of much use to the current Sumu. Sumu wasn't prepared to spend too much time on it. Sumu's main goal was still to focus on A-rank and above A-rank talents. There were 5 main A-rank talents obtained this time. Talent mist. This talent was obtained from a soldier, and originally, Sumu thought that he was an A-rank or above talent. But only after waiting to obtain it did he realize that his talent was talent mist. This talent, talent mist, might be a bit ribbed for the average person, but it was not bad for Sumu himself. This talent, as the name suggests, is to prevent others from seeing through your talent. If the talent mist meets a talent like the eye of true vision, it can prevent being seen through by the eye of true vision. However, talent mist also had its own limits. A-rank or S-rank talents couldn't see through the talent mist. But if it was an SS-ranked talent similar to the Eye of True Sight, then it was hard to say. This talent mist was not big or small for Sumu. Strictly speaking, this duplication of Sumu wasn't considered stepping on mines. However, what Sumu cared more about was the remaining 4 talents within the A-rank talents. Inside the remaining 4 talents, the first was Earth Power. This one was obtained from one of the campers from the Genius Training Camp. It was equivalent to an enhanced version of Earth Manipulation. But compared to Earth Manipulation, Earth Power possessed an even stronger ability. That is, when your feet are stepping on the ground, you are able to constantly recover your physical strength. Of course, this recovery of physical strength also has a certain limit, roughly equivalent to that is, you have consumed 10% of your physical strength. Through the power of the earth can probably recover 20% to 30%. Don't underestimate this 20% to 30%. In the middle of the battle, it is equivalent to your staying power increased by 20% to 30%. The second thing was the movement space. This talent was too practical for Sumu. He could carry with him a space that could be increased as his strength increased. The space was roughly 100 cubic meters, and could not store living things. Previously, Sumu might have needed to carry a school bag, then use some snake corpses to act as his ropes to tie up the alien races he killed in a circle, then painstakingly carry it over. Now with this mobile space, Sumu could always put the bodies of the foreign races he killed inside the space and bring them over. The only pity was, when Sumu obtained this talent in the beginning, he thought that it wasn't possible to get stuck in a bug and put things inside the mobile space, and then when he went back to the archives, the things inside were still there. As a result, after trying it, it was useless. When he went back to the archive, apart from Sumu's talent and memories, the rest of the things, Sumu couldn't bring with him. If his talent could be anthropomorphized, Sumu would have wanted to point to the backfile for 12 hours and curse, or say you can't reach EX level. Even items can't be backfiled. After that, it is the power of thunder. This power actually belongs to the same type of power as the power of the earth. Thunder manipulation, coupled with the power from thunder and lightning, but obviously not as practical as the power of the earth. But compared to the power of the earth, the power of thunder was obviously much stronger. After thunder power, the last A-rank talent was absorption acceleration. This talent, at first glance, was thought to be a mediocre talent, but after Sumu really obtained his information, only then did he understand the greatness of this talent. Absorption acceleration. As the name suggests, he could fully absorb the chi and blood medicines that he took in, as well as the meat of the foreign races, and accelerate the absorption. Originally, you could take up to 3 pairs of chi and blood medicines a day, and your body would probably not be able to absorb them. But after having this talent, you can take 10 pairs of chi and blood medicines a day, and the rate of raising your chi and blood values can be greatly increased. Originally, you could eat up to a few dozen pounds of alien meat a day, but with this talent, you could eat hundreds of pounds of alien meat a day. With this talent, it was definitely a huge help for Sumu to raise his strength. After organizing the A-rank talents once, Sumu then roughly wrote down the training direction for each A-rank talent in his notebook. Then he put his eyes back on the S-rank talents. In these nearly 50 times of filing back, Sumu only found 3 S-rank talents. 2 of them were from the Genius Training Camp, and 1 of them was from that opponent that Sumu wanted to defeat, Lu Yuan. Of the S-rank talents, the first one was naturally Wind God, and this was a talent from Feng Qiuqiu. Sumu had already made up his mind to take it down before. With regards to this talent, Sumu naturally also had an understanding of it a long time ago. The second was the sun spotting. This talent, to be honest, was not only a talent that could be useful to Sumu personally, but it was also a talent that could be useful to the people around him. Sumu could brand the pattern of the sun on other people, up to 3 at a time, and as his strength would increase, the branding would disappear after it was inspired, and only Sumu's could always exist. When stimulating the spot of day, the strength will be greatly improved. Enter a special state. In this state, reaction, strength and speed and other aspects will be improved. Sumu tried it. With the strength of the middle of the first realm, can hang to beat the opponent of the late second realm. It was also with this pattern of the sun that Sumu was able to barely last an extra 10 moves or so in Lu Yuan's hands. Let's not talk about it. Mentioning Lu Yuan, Sumu was all tears of sadness. This guy was a pervert who had fought an unknown number of times. The last one, naturally, was Lu Yuan's body of limits. The greatest effect of the body of limits talent, it is to raise your strength, speed, physique, and defense to the limit of what your body can withstand every time you raise it. But correspondingly, the difficulty of your ascension will also increase. It was probably because of this limitation that was the reason why Lu Yuan was now but a mid-second realm strength. However, this limitation was nothing to Su Mu. His promotion speed was already fast enough, plus the absorption acceleration. Even if the promotion of the body of limits was a bit more difficult, but that bit of difficulty was just a small obstacle for Su Mu. It was precisely because of this talent that Lu Yuan possessed that even though he only had a mid-second realm qi and blood value, his strength was already comparable to a normal early third realm. Coupled with the fact that he himself seemed to have gone through an unknown number of combat trainings, the usefulness of this talent was almost explored to the extreme by him. This talent, if placed on someone else's body, might only be an S-ranked talent, but when placed on Lu Yuan's body, this talent could even be compared to an SS-ranked talent. And when Su Mu saw this talent in the beginning, he was actually not prepared to copy this talent of Lu Yuan. It was because he noticed the one mentioned in Body of Limits that would also raise his defense to the limit of his body when he raised it. The last thing Su Mu needed was defense, and he had actually been able to avoid copying some talents that drastically boosted his defense during his cultivation. On the one hand, he wanted to go for sacrificing all of his defense and attacking to the best of his ability, and on the other hand, it was also to make it easier for him to send himself to his death. Luckily, Deep Blue's side had provided him with a scenario. This scenario involved exactly the SS rank talent he had obtained from Chiu Sun, the Silent Body. Silent Body. The body will possess the power of silence that can destroy everything. Once the power of silence is turned on, it is able to attach the power of silence to all the things that one can touch, as well as on top of the weapons. But at the same time, one's own body will continue to be broken under the effect of the power of silence, and when the strength is strong to a certain extent, the power of silence can even silence the space of time. According to Deep Blue, during normal times Su Mu could use the body of limit to raise his strength as much as possible, and when fighting, once the silent body was turned on to use the silent power, then Su Mu's body would fall into a state of constant disrepair. Su Mu estimated that if it wasn't for this limitation, it was estimated that the silent body could even be called an SSS grade talent. Unfortunately, when the silent body was in use, the power of silence would constantly break one's body, and if the breakage reached a critical point, the body would even reach a level that could not be repaired. This, for Su Mu, was not a matter of concern. As long as it did not reach the critical point, Su Mu would be able to repair it, and even if it reached the critical point, then it would be easier to just die. After all the talents were sorted out on Su Mu's laptop, Su Mu let out a long breath, started to familiarize and practice these talents. Roughly another 12 hours passed. Su Mu once again walked out of the training room. This time, his goal was to go straight in the direction of Lu Yuan. Among this eastern battle zone, the most suitable one for him to practice his talents and hone his combat skills was Lu Yuan. When there were still roughly 3 to 5 return opportunities left, Su Mu finally wasn't going to continue backfiling anymore. Instead, he began to take up the remaining ones of the qi and blood medicines made from the snakeberry fruit. With the absorption acceleration, Su Mu felt that in at most 2 days, he would be able to step into the late stage of the first realm. When Su Mu stepped out of the training room again, his strength had already reached the late stage of the first realm. The qi and blood value directly skyrocketed to 786.58. Within this period of time, apart from practicing body refinement technique, he was practicing the way of contemplation and breathing technique. In addition to the increase in qi and blood values, it seemed like it was because of the fact that he had backfiled nearly 50 times before. The increase in his mental power was just as swift. It reached a full 865.58, also stepping into the late stage of the first realm. According to this speed, when the time came, it was impossible to say that his spiritual strength might be able to step into the second realm martial artist level before his qi and blood values. However, what made Su Mu a bit puzzled was that at the moment, it seemed that his spiritual power was not able to actively attack, other than utilizing his talent. He didn't seem to have any means of attacking on his own. Regarding this point, Su Mu really didn't have any good references, at least whether it was among the human race or the 10,000 races, those who were able to use their spiritual energy to attack, other than their talents, basically only came into play after reaching the third realm martial artist. On the 10,000 races side, needless to say, many races, especially this kind of race that was born to attack with spiritual power, were born to be strong third realm or even fourth realm or fifth realm martial artists. On the human race side, it was probably even more difficult. And anyway, it didn't get much better until 10 years later. Currently, regarding spiritual power, Su Mu was only able to feel around on his own first. After his strength was boosted, the first thing Su Mu did was to hurry up and complete the D-rank quests. It probably took less than a day for Sumu to complete 9 more D-rank quests. His merit badge also smoothly came to 112 points. Sumu's merit rank directly came to rank E. The fact that the merit rank had reached level E also meant that the highest mission Sumu could take had reached level C. This was also Sumu's purpose. Sumu's suicide talent hadn't actually been collected completely. In his arrangement, suicidal talents. At least 2 more talents were needed. One of them was from a race called Blood Frenzy Cats. This race had an A-rank talent called Burning Life Berserk. It was different from the suicide of the A-rank talent Poison Corpse. Life-burning berserking was to skyrocket one's chi and blood value in a very short period of time. But once the time of skyrocketing passed, one would immediately die a violent death. And the principle of that Supreme Secret Guard's desperate needle from before was somewhat similar to this life-burning berserking. The Poison Corpse talent that Sumu had previously obtained was a suicidal talent that he used in order to allow himself to be captured and unable to fight back suicidally. This life-burning berserking, on the other hand, was a suicidal talent that was used to prepare to fight to the death against the enemy when he couldn't escape. The advantage of Poison Corpse is that Sumu doesn't need to be afraid of being captured. Even if he meets an opponent whose strength is too strong and directly restricts his movement, he can still commit suicide. While the advantage of this Burning Life Berserker is that Sumu can still have a wave of power to fight again in the end, and when he encounters opponents whose strength doesn't cause him to be crushed and wants to capture him alive, Sumu can fight a wave of fights. And when he fights through it, he will take it as a way of sharpening his fighting experience. And if he doesn't fight through it and is killed by someone else, he can fight back and kill them. It's even better. With Poison Corpse and Life-Burning Berserker, Sumu can basically say that he can attack and defend. There was absolutely no need to worry about not being able to die. However, the only flaw was that in case people directly knocked Sumu out, just like last time, Sumu might be numb. At this time, the third suicide talent that Sumu picked was needed. The third suicidal talent was on a race called the Life and Death Worms. This race only had one talent. It was the S-rank talent, the Birth-Death Sub-Mother Contract. This Birth-Death Child-Mother Pact talent could brand a child pact and a mother pact on one's own body or another creature's body. If the mother dies, the child will die. And even if healing talents are used, there is no cure. The only drawback is that when giving the child contract and the mother contract, the other person can't have the slightest bit of resistance, and their own strength must be stronger than the other person's. But for Sumu, it's not too big a deal. However, it wasn't too much of a problem for Sumu, who possessed the talent of spiritual compulsion and wasn't afraid that the other party would resist. After possessing this talent, Sumu also needed to catch an alien race called the Morning and Evening Bug. As the name suggests, it is a worm that only lives for a long time, and it is born at night, while it spawns and dies at night, or it is born at night, while it spawns and dies at night. And at each stage, the difference in the middle of the time is no more than 12 hours. What Sumu needs to do is to brand the mother contract on the body of the Koyangsian bug, and then brand the child contract on his own body. Every time the Chausi bug died before its body, the original branding was withdrawn, and a new Chausi bug was found to be branded once again. If you don't rebrand in the middle of the process, then the Koyangsian bug will die in a maximum of 12 hours, or at least less than an hour. And by then, even if Sumu has an accident and falls into a coma, at that time, even if Sumu had an accident and fell into a coma, he would be able to immediately return to the state he was in before he fell into a coma. Although it might be troublesome to brand twice a day, but on the one hand, Sumu's child contract could sense the state of the mother contract and didn't have to worry about missing the branding. And on the other hand, this practice could completely guarantee that Sumu wouldn't be in the same situation as before where he was in a coma for a month. When choosing this talent, Sumu had already considered all sorts of scenarios, and basically, it was arranged based on the talent of having his death back for 12 hours. The reason for this was just in case, once these 3 suicide talents were arranged, Sumu would be able to carry out some death-defying behaviors almost completely without any worries. The enemy restricts your behavior? Directly poison the corpse. Enemy wants to take you alive? Directly burning life berserk. The enemy knocked you unconscious? Wait a few hours or even 12 hours, and directly follow the chaos worm to death. And the last one is a life and death child contract. In addition to being able to use it on Sumu's own body, it can also be used on others. Through the birth-death son and mother deed, Sumu could even take some of the foreign races for himself, or turn some of the pagan-worshipping religions against him. However, with Sumu's current strength, the sub-mother deed would at most brand 10 pairs. In addition to his own branding, at most 9 pairs could be branded out. Of course, this was something that would gradually increase as Sumu improved. Just like before, Sumu's death recall was only able to recall so many times in the beginning, but now as Sumu's spiritual power gradually became stronger, the number of recalls has gradually increased from the original several times to dozens or even hundreds of times now. And the missions related to these two races that Sumu had picked were basically C-rank missions. This was also the reason why Sumu was thinking of picking up quests after raising to E-rank. After picking up the 3 C-rank quests in the quest hall, Sumu rushed to the battlefield of the 10,000 races without stopping. One of them was the life-burning berserking, which Sumu quickly obtained from a blood berserking cat. After obtaining the life-burning berserking talent, Sumu quickly rushed to the location of the third talent he was looking for in the Ascendant Bug, 10,000 Insect Forest Valley. Inside the 10,000 Insect Forest Valley were dense, towering ancient trees. Sumu's gaze fell on one of the ancient trees. The habitats of these insect alien races were in these trees. What Sumu needed to do, on the other hand, was to judge the category of these insect alien races based on the traces of those insect races that had been chewed on these trees. This was something that Sumu had specifically studied and researched in this area when he had previously gone back to the archives. Coupled with Deep Blue, about 10 hours later, Sumu finally found the purpose of his trip, the Life and Death Worm. The body of the Life and Death Worm was black and white. It had a strong poison on its body, and for the average person, it couldn't be touched with their hands. If it was lifted and not treated in time, then it would gradually die within an hour's time. However, for Sumu, this was the best news. It was another backfile. Inside Sumu's S-rank talent, there was an additional life and death child contract. Next, it's time to go find the Chaos Bug. Sumu had already learned about it long ago. The Chaoyu Bug, a place deep within the 10,000 Insect Forest Valley. However, before catching the Chaoyu Bug, Sumu was also prepared to see if there were any suitable talents for himself on the bugs in this 10,000 Insect Forest Valley. Sumu headed towards the depths of the 10,000 Insect Forest Valley, slowly advancing. He didn't know how long he had walked. Suddenly, he realized that he had arrived in the middle of a hidden valley. This valley was hidden in the 10,000 Insect Forest Valley. Sumu used the long sword attached to his red flame bloodline to behead a group of insect clans while walking towards the middle of the valley. However, he had just walked not more than a few steps. He heard an odd voice through his super 5 senses. General Tsong, with your help, I'm sure this operation will go quite smoothly. It was only in the deepest part of the hidden valley. A huge, bloated tree was rooted in the middle of the soil. On the large tree, there was a dark green bug coiled up. The bug's body was so huge that it looked like an enlarged flea. In front of the bug, there stood a figure clad in a black cloth bib. What made people feel a little alarmed was, what had just made a sound was not the worm. Or rather, it was not exactly the worm. Rather, it was a human face that had vaguely begun to emerge from the worm's skin. The figure clad in a black cloth bib seemed to have seen the human face floating on the worm's skin as well. However, it was as if he had already gotten used to it. It just faintly said, "Well, in that case, that's it." But just at this time, the figure in the black cloth pocket suddenly frowned. "Looks like there's a little mouse that got mixed in." Hearing these words from him, the skin on the dark green bug in front of him suddenly began to bulge a bit. Immediately afterward, from the dark green bug's body a human face desperately tried to break free in general, grimly letting out a voice. "Tisk, TSK, General Tsong, it's your human race's little mouse." And in the distance, Sumu, who was listening to all of this using his superb 5 senses, he immediately felt bad in his heart. The next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his neck. With that, it fell down uncontrollably. Sumu instantly felt that he had lost his ability to move. Although he was still able to see the scenery in front of him and hear the sounds around him, his body was unable to move in the slightest. Seeing this situation, Sumu hastily activated his poison corpse talent. At the same time, right at the moment Sumu collapsed, the figure of that black cloth pocket instantly appeared in front of Sumu. With one hand, he grabbed Sumu's body. With that, it appeared in front of that dark green bug again. "It's really troublesome for you, General Tsong. I like eating these 18 and 19-year-old youngsters of your human race the most. The meat is tender without losing its elasticity." The human face emerging from the dark green bug's skin said with an excited expression. "Then you can enjoy it slowly." The person with the black cloth pocket coldly glanced at Sumu, who had gradually lost consciousness. The figure instantly disappeared in the middle of the hidden valley, and right after the person with the black cloth bib disappeared, that dark green bug also slowly climbed down from the big tree. As it arrived in front of Sumu, the bug's mouth suddenly became larger, revealing rows of incomparably sharp teeth. In the middle of Sumu's extremely disgusted gaze, one hand swallowed Sumu whole. Sumu completely lost consciousness. Ding! You have been killed by the Sphinx bug. Replication is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade talent, Fusion of Kinds. SSS grade talent, Fusion of Kinds. Fusion of kinds of talents and kinds. When fusing kinds of talents, it can promote the evolution of the talents. When fusing kinds of talents, you need to eat kinds of talents, so that you can obtain kinds of talents and parts to replace your own body parts. The more kinds of talents you fuse, the more kinds of talents you get, the more you get the enhancement of your body parts. Phew! Sumu panted heavily. Damn! Dying so many times. This kind of death of being eaten by someone was the first time Sumu had experienced it. However, the harvest this time was far beyond Sumu's imagination. SSS grade talent. It was still a fusion of the same kind. To know, the thing that Sumu had always been more bitter about, it was that he had copied too many talents. Miscellaneous but not refined. Some talents were actually not very useful to him at all, because it might have duplicated with some talents that were of a higher grade than it. But never in a million years did he think he had actually obtained an SSS grade talent so unexpectedly. Fusion of Kind. The upper limit of this talent, Fusion of Kinds, was extremely high. It could not only help Sumu solve the current problem of having many talents, mixed but not refined, it could also help Sumu raise the level of some talents. Take Sumu's Eye of True Vision for example. Previously, when Sumu copied a talent, he might have had to consider whether or not this talent was duplicated with his own, whether it was too low in rank and had no value to be copied. But now, as long as it was an eye-related talent, Sumu could completely copy it, then fuse it to the Eye of True Vision. As long as Sumu fused enough eye aspect talents, then there was a great possibility that the original A-rank talent, the Eye of True Vision, would go even further and evolve into an S-rank talent. This type of fusion type of talent, Sumu had also specifically used Deep Blue to look for it before, but this type of talent was too rare, and even amongst the 10,000 races, there was no certainty that any race would definitely awaken this talent. So in the end, Sumu could only choose to give up. I didn't expect that today would be an unintentional mistake. However, the most useful thing about this talent for Sumu was naturally the function of the fusion talent. If it was for that big dark green bug, I'm afraid that the most useful thing would be the Fusion of Kind. No wonder. The human-faced bug that should have been the size of a puppy by all rights had actually turned into something even more massive than an elephant nowadays. In addition to obtaining an SSS grade talent, what made Sumu care even more was the man with the black cloth pocket. He had heard the human-faced bug call that man earlier. General Tsong. General Tsong? Sumu frowned and started thinking. He didn't know much about the Eastern War Zone. Deep Blue. Do you know that there is a general surnamed Tsong in the Eastern War Zone? Master. Inside my information base, there is no information on this. Well, Deep Blue was always not very powerful when it came to checking information on people. His information bank was full of information about the 10,000 races, talents and some martial arts alchemy and such. Information on the human side of things, on the other hand, was pitifully scarce. Apparently it was a modification that his future self had purposely done to this wisdom bug. Let's wait until we go back and inquire about it. Since it was a general, I think it shouldn't be nameless. Sumu quickly put this question aside for now. He had a death recall, and that General Tsong didn't seem to have done much to conceal his identity. It was only a matter of time before Sumu wanted to figure out his identity. Compared to figuring out General Tsong's true identity, Sumu was more interested in figuring out what deal this General Tsong and that Sphinx were actually making. However, one thing that gave Sumu some headaches was that with Sumu's current strength, it seemed to be a bit difficult to listen to the conversation between General Tsong and that Sphinx. Whether it was that General Tsong or that Sphinx, both were quite strong. Sumu wanting to listen to their content under both of their noses was tantamount to a fool's errand. The super powerful five senses, although it was able to listen to the two of them from a very far distance, but at that distance, it would also be discovered by them. What should be done? It doesn't matter. Trial and error over and over again. Figure it out. Sumu's figure quickly disappeared in the middle of the forest. Looks like there's a little mouse that got mixed in. Tisk, TSK, General Tsong. It's your human race's little mouse. It's really troublesome. General Tsong. I love eating these 18 and 19-year-old youngsters of your human race the most. The meat is tender without losing its elasticity. Once more into the stomach of the Sphinx. Looks like there's a little mouse that got mixed up. And again, ding. You have been killed by the human traitor General Tsong. Copying is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Class Talent, Spatial Transient. S-Class Talent, Spatial Transience. Spatial Instantaneous Shift. Move arbitrarily within a range of 10 meters. Each move requires a 10-second wait before the next move. The range of movement and waiting time will be gradually optimized along with the improvement of strength. Once again, I don't know how many times I've entered the stomach of that sphinx, or if I'd been directly killed by General Tsong. Things finally slowly began to change. Looks like there's a little mouse that got mixed up. This little mouse's reaction is quite sharp. It actually dodged my anesthesia bug. I can't move well, so I'm going to trouble you, General Tsong, if he passes the news back. General Tsong, you won't be in good shape. At this moment, Sumu flew through the middle of the jungle. General Tsong, who was chasing Sumu behind him, frowned. He had never expected it. This little mouse that was escaping in front of him actually possessed the same spatial instantaneous movement talent as he did. Not only that, but it was also always able to dodge the position he moved to next time at a critical time, and then instantly move to another direction. It was as if he had already realized that he would move to that position to catch him. After chasing after Sumu for about half an hour, General Tsong seemed to have finally gotten angry. Originally, he thought that with his own strength, trying to catch a late first-realm martial artist should be an easy task. But this first-realm martial artist in front of him was just too bizarre, causing him to have to use some special means as well, even if that means would cause some damage to his body. But just at this time, the little mouse that was originally running away in front of him suddenly stopped. Finally stopped running? General Tsong snorted coldly. But then, a scene that made him a little alarmed appeared before his eyes. He only saw this little mouse in front of him slowly turn around. That face was actually exactly the same as his. Exactly the same. Almost. That face, which looked exactly like General Tsong's, spoke. Who the hell are you? General Tsong frowned slightly. He was somewhat shocked to realize that the person in front of him who looked exactly like himself had nothing but different clothes from himself. The rest of it was exactly the same as himself. Not only that, the aura emanating from his body was actually the same as his own. It was the middle stage of the fifth realm. Moreover, he also had the exact same talent as himself, spatial instantaneous transfer. Impossible. General Tsong snorted coldly. A cold light flashed at his waist. A large sword had appeared in his hand. Then, without hesitation, he chopped towards the General Tsong in front of him, who was exactly like him. However, the General Tsong in front of him did not dodge. Plop! The greatsword directly chopped on that fake General Tsong. The fake General Tsong collapsed with a weird smile on his face. The appearance also slowly changed back to a youth. Sure enough, he's an embroidered pillow with the same talent as me. But how did he change this appearance and aura? Could it be that he awakened two talents? Impossible. General Tsong surveyed the corpse that had gradually become cold, and muttered to himself in confusion. Phew! Sumu panted heavily. The death regression had been almost 80 times. If it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual power had been boosted by another wave before, Sumu really might not have been able to backfile so many times. The preparations that should be made. Sumu felt that he should have pretty much done it. His purpose. It was to figure out what exactly was General Tsong and that Sphinx's plan. However, no matter how much he probed, he realized that both seemed to deliberately not discuss their plans. It was only with no other choice that Sumu was prepared to find another way. That was how the scene in the square came about. The scene in the square had been experienced no less than 40 times on Sumu's side. This was also the reason why he was able to repeatedly escape from under General Tsong's spatial instant. In the many times he had gone back, Sumu had long ago figured out the location of General Tsong's instantaneous movement, because he took the same route every time he escaped, and the location of General Tsong's transient each time also almost always remained the same. Combined with the spatial teleportation that he had copied from General Tsong, this was what allowed him to escape from General Tsong many times, and this escape was not a directionless escape. During the many times that he went back to file, Sumu had been observing General Tsong's words and demeanor, and at the same time, he had also figured out the time when General Tsong met with that Sphinx. Next, it was time for him to perform. He was going to use the alteration talent to become General Tsong, to go and discuss the plan with that Sphinx. Then, from the mouth of the Sphinx, he would extract the full picture of the plan. Rustle! The breeze blew through the leaves of the trees, making a subtle sound. A man wearing a black hooded robe instantly disappeared in one place, and then quickly appeared in another. After taking a few steps, he disappeared once again. Soon, the man walked into the middle of a hidden valley. It appeared in front of a huge ancient tree. It wasn't long after the man appeared. The leaves on that huge ancient tree suddenly began to tremble violently. Only a dark green bug appeared in front of the man. The man looked at the huge dark green bug in front of him. Both eyes narrowed slightly. No one knew that at this moment. In the middle of the man's line of sight, a light blue interface had surfaced. Race, Sphinx, mutated, chi and blood value, 8. 725. For 23, late 5th realm martial artist. Talent, SSS grade, fusion of kinds. Habits, lives in the 10,000 insect forest valley of the 10,000 races battlefield. Weakness, tongue. General Tsong. You've come. It seems that you're a bit earlier than the time we agreed upon. The dark green human-faced insect. The skin on its body surfaced a human face. The human face was unreadable, but its mouth was opened and closed, making a sound. It's not as easy as you think for me to come out. Besides, you should also be clear that it's the time when the plan is about to start. So everything should be done with care and caution. What General Tsong said is true. The Sphinx seemed to agree with Sumu. Before the plan is officially implemented, I feel that the time when the plan is implemented is still somewhat problematic. The time before is not appropriate. I just got the latest news. At that time, there are strong people of the 8th realm who will follow. General Tsong. Are you kidding me? The human face on the human-faced bug skin seemed to be about to break through his skin and rush to Sumu. You're only telling me such important news now. The plan is going to be implemented in less than half a month. And you said that there will be an 8th realm powerhouse along for the ride. Sumu resisted the urge to vomit. In a cold voice, he said, I don't want to, but accidents always come so suddenly. We need to redeploy some plans. General Tsong. I suddenly thought of a problem. The human face on the skin on the Sphinx bug suddenly said, what day would you say is the day that our plan will be implemented? 20 days from now. You're not General Tsong. Who are you? 21 days from now. You are not from General. Who are you? 33 days later. Oh, looks like General Tsong still has a good memory. Looking at the human-faced bug's attitude that had finally changed, Sumu let out a long breath of relief. You sister. You bug is still quite vigilant. He coldly said, if you don't trust me, then there's no need for us to continue chatting anymore. General Tsong. Don't be angry. The human face on the Sphinx bug squeezed out a wry smile. As you know, this matter was set up by the above, in order to completely eliminate the Eastern Warzone's subterranean Dragon Legion. Nowadays most of the Eastern Warzone's top combatants have already been held by the above in the endless battlefield. If we can't eliminate the subterranean Dragon Legion within the stipulated period of time, at that time, His Excellency's wrath, it's not something you and I can withstand. Poof. Sumu didn't say much, just coldly snorted. Don't worry, that accompanying 8th realm powerhouse won't be able to stay for long. We only need to modify slightly in our original plan. That's good. After Sumu and the Sphinx bug had talked for nearly half an hour or so, a voice rang out behind Sumu. Who are you? Why are you here? Sumu turned around, only to see that General Tsong, who was dressed in a black cloth bib, had appeared behind Sumu at an unknown time. The genuine General Tsong was after seeing Sumu's appearance. His pupils instantly shrunk slightly. The human-faced insect behind him also instantly reacted to something. That human face instantly became furious. You dare to lie to me? Sumu saw that he had been recognized. Helplessly, he directly pulled out his long sword and wiped his neck. See you next time. Sumu raised an eyebrow towards General Tsong. Phew. Sumu pressed his temples, plus the few times he died in the back in order to latch onto the plan. Sumu had already backfired almost 100 times in just one day, but the results were always pleasing. The plan between the Sphinx worm and General Tsong, Sumu had already roughly understood it clearly. The target of the two of them was one of the ace legions of the Eastern Warzone, the Subterranean Dragon Legion. In addition to the soldiers that made up the various squads in each warzone, there were actually some ace legions that were formed solely for medium and large battles. The ace legion's merit mainly relies on medium-sized and large battles. They will not privately go to complete the task or something. Every day's task is to train. Compared to the soldiers in the squad or the individual soldiers, the soldiers in the Legion basically received the same training. Soldiers in the Legion basically received training on medium-sized battles or large battles. Their merit levels rose slower. However, if they wanted to raise their rank, they had to join the Legion. Generally speaking, individual and squad soldiers were only able to raise their merit rank, and the higher the merit rank, the better treatment they received and the higher missions they were able to take. But in order to obtain a rank, that is, to seek higher positions and power in the warzone, on one hand, one needed to reach a certain level of merit rank, and on the other hand, one needed to enter the Ace Legion for honing. Merit rank sometimes can only represent your personal strength, or the ability to coordinate combat in a squad. The issuance of military rank, on the other hand, often represents how many soldiers you will bring under you. The higher the rank, the more soldiers you will be able to lead in the Legion, and naturally the more power you will have. This is the role of military rank. Sometimes, your personal strength may be strong enough, and the merit rank is also high enough, but in the Ace Legion did not make enough achievements, then your rank will not be as high as it should be. After all, merit rank didn't fully represent your ability to lead soldiers in battle. So there were times when people who were strong might not necessarily have a high military rank, but those with a high military rank generally didn't have poor strength. It was like Major Chio Sun, whom Su Mu had met, and this General Tsong, although both of them were in the 5th realm. One was a major and the other was a general, which was mainly related to the time they joined the Legion and the merits they had made. And General Tsong and the Subterranean Dragon Legion and the Sphinx Target belonged to the reserve force of other Ace Legions in the Eastern War Zone. Many outstanding senior officers, after honing their skills in the Subterranean Dragon Legion, would be transferred to the rest of the Ace units. If the Subterranean Dragon Legion was really annihilated according to General Tsong and the Sphinx Bugs plan, it would definitely be an extremely heavy blow to the Eastern War Zone. But fortunately, Su Mu had now thoroughly understood their plan. The next thing that needed to be thought about was how to go about stopping them from accomplishing their goal based on this plan of theirs, and at the same time, counter-attacking them. Su Mu frowned, then it quickly stretched out. He thought of a person, Elder Zhang. The current Su Mu was nothing more than a somewhat talented genius, but geniuses, there was actually no shortage of them in Disya. After all, as that young soldier Shaolin had said before, only geniuses who survived were true geniuses, and what was lacking in Disya was precisely true geniuses. When Su Mu one day really became a genius that dazzled the entire Grand Xia, and had enough strength, then he was considered to really have the right to speak. But nowadays, Su Mu, even if he wanted to find someone from the Eastern War Zone to talk about this plan, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to find anyone who could say anything, even in the nearly 80 times that he had been in the War Zone before. It seemed that the highest position he had ever seen was Major Chio Sun's level. If he really wanted to talk about it, Su Mu couldn't even meet General Tsong at this level. Moreover, Su Mu was definitely not able to choose to report up the hierarchy. There was General Tsong, the traitor of the human race. Even if Su Mu reported it, who would choose to believe him? A genius training camp member who had just been honed on a human battlefield, and not trust a general who had already fought on the battlefields of the human race for many years? So yeah, Su Mu had to choose someone who could directly talk to the people at the top of the Eastern War Zone, and preferably the higher that kind, the better. Thinking about it this way, I'm afraid that among the people Su Mu knew, the only one who could do this was Old Man Zhang. With Zhang Lao's strength and status, it was estimated that even if he wanted to meet the highest person in charge of the Eastern War Zone, it wouldn't be impossible. If he was able to gain Zhang Lao's trust, then the identity of the human traitor General Tsong and their plan that was spoken through Zhang Lao's mouth would naturally have a higher credibility. The only question Su Mu needed was whether he could successfully contact Zhang Lao and gain his trust. Shaking his head, Su Mu was ready to go back and start executing. For now, let's go and catch some Asahi worms first. By the time Su Mu returned to the Eastern Battle Zone, it was already nighttime. Su Mu found a way to get Zhang Lao's personal contact information from Instructor Ding's side, thanks to Instructor Ding's excellent impression of Su Mu. Plus, Su Mu was also more concerned by Zhang Lao's side. Therefore, after Instructor Ding's side consulted Zhang Lao's idea, he handed over Zhang Lao's private contact information to Su Mu. After getting Zhang Lao's private contact information, Su Mu immediately made a call to old Zhang. Hello? Hello, Zhang Lao, HM? It's Su Mu. Ha 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 ha. What's up? I heard Xiao Ding say that it seems like you're looking for me for something urgent. Did you run into some trouble in the Eastern War Zone? Indeed, there is something very important that I want to talk to you. Elder Zhang, I don't know if you're free lately. If you're free, I'd like to ask you to secretly come to the Eastern War Zone. It's best not to let anyone find out. Is something wrong? Something very important. Elder Zhang, please, you must trust me for once. I'm willing to vouch for it with my life and future in the future. Please. Hanging up the phone, Su Mu let out a sigh of relief. It had to be said that Elder Zhang really thought quite highly of him. After Su Mu said so, Zhang Lao's side immediately answered, and he promised that 3 days later at night, he would find a way to secretly come to the Eastern War Zone to look for him. A 9th realm powerhouse like him, I'm afraid that his every move would receive a lot of attention, without knowing if there were still traitors from other races. Having Zhang Lao sneak in to see him was the safest way. As for why it was 3 days later, this was something Su Mu didn't have much of a problem with. 3 days and 1 day didn't make much of a difference to him, as long as Zhang Lao could come to see him before the plan was carried out. Then he had full assurance that he could stop General Tsong's plan. Take advantage of this time to fuse the talents and then raise your strength a bit. Sumu let out a long breath. All the way back from the 10,000 races battlefield, his nerves were tense. But now, after contacting Elder Zhang, then General Tsung's matter could come to an end for now. Say, when Elder Zhang comes, is there still a small wave of apologizing to Elder Zhang? Sumu suddenly had an evil thought. Turn around, jerk a wave of talent from Zhang Lao? Zhang Lao was able to step into the 9th realm, so his talent must be at least S-class, right? Or to be more daring, if you can't tell, it's another SSS grade? If he could really get Zhang Lao's talent from his body, it would definitely be of great help to Sumu, not only Zhang Lao, but also when he met Instructor Ding, Instructor Wang, and so on in the future. Sumu could also find a way to get a wave of talents. To be honest, at the moment, amongst the people that Sumu wanted to copy the talent, but wasn't able to copy the talent, Elder Zhang was definitely the one who bore the brunt of it. And other than Elder Zhang, there was only that little princess of the G clan left. However, at that time, when he was still at the back of the human race, Sumu wasn't completely sure that he would be able to copy the talent from the G clan's little princess. Plus, at that time, there were no poisonous corpses or these suicidal talents, so if you were not careful, and you got yourself in there, and you couldn't kill yourself, then it would be game over. Now, there was no such concern, but damn it, he wasn't in the back of the human race. Although he was salivating over Ji Qinghan's talent, he could only wait until he returned to the human race's rear before making plans. Ever since he had gone through the matter of copying talents on a large scale in the Eastern War Zone, Sumu seemed to have slowly gotten used to the idea of occasionally being a traitor to the human race and copying a wave of talents. He had the 2 talents of death recall and copy talent. The fastest way to quickly increase his strength was to keep copying talents and keep dying. Death, for Sumu, was just a way to raise his strength. Not being strong enough was just not dying enough. Leaving the place where the call was made, Sumu took the lead and went to the mailroom. Previously, when he and Instructor Ding called, he and Sumu said that, under his strong efforts, coupled with Elder Shang's silent assistance on the side, many of the higher-ups of the Longjing Wudou University, after deliberating, were prepared to give Sumu a large amount of compensation, which was at least twice as generous as what Sumu had originally expected, even more than what Sumu had originally expected. However, such a large amount of compensation would not be sent to Sumu all at once. Instead, it would be sent in batches to the battlefield of the 10,000 races within a month. After Sumu received the compensation issued by the school, he found a place where no one was, and put all the compensation into his mobile space. Then he ran to rent a training room, before officially starting cultivation. What Sumu had to do was to start fusing his talents. Deep Blue, help me see which talents can be analyzed and fused. Yes, Master. Analyzing for your fusible talents is underway. Analysis successful. Now providing you with fusion options. Option 1, SS grade talent, Silent Body plus S grade talent, Extreme Body plus A grade talent, Super 5 Senses plus D grade talent, Strength Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, equals SSS grade talent, Extreme Silent Body. Option 2, S grade talent, Wind God plus A grade talent, Red Inferno Bloodline, Earth Power, Thunder Power plus B grade talent, Wind Manipulation plus Water Manipulation, Wood Manipulation, plus C rank talent, Wind Dragon Technique plus Fireball Technique, Water Snake Technique, Vine Entanglement, plus D rank talent, Wind Blade, equals SS rank talent, Elemental Monarch. Option 3, S rank talent, Space Transient plus A rank talent, Moving Space equals S rank talent, Space Manipulation. Option 4, Grade A talent, Spiritual Compulsion plus Grade B talent, Spiritual Enhancement equals Grade A talent, Spiritual Compulsion, 1 grade A similar talent or 10 grade B similar talents or are also needed or only then can it be upgraded. Option 5, Level A, Poisonous Miasma, Poisonous Corpse plus Level B talent, Toxin Strengthening, plus C level talent, Viper's Fong, plus D grade talent, Poison Stinger, equals S rank talent, Poison God. 1 by 1, the scenarios, organized by Deep Blue, were displayed in front of Sumu. The fusion scheme that Deep Blue had organized, as far as possible, fused all of Sumu's low-grade talents into the high-grade talents. The fused talents not only improved on the basis of retaining the original talent's ability, some even gained new abilities at the same time. It was as if a quantitative change had caused a qualitative change. Fuse it. Along with Sumu's thought, he moved. The talents in Sumu's mind quickly underwent a sea change. In just a moment's time, all of Sumu's B rank, C rank, and D rank talents had all been fused into the other talents. As for Sumu, He also began to check out a few talents that had undergone qualitative changes. S-ranked talent, Poison God. Poison God has the ability to control toxins. All poisons under the sun are under control. Can control the strength of the toxicity of toxins. Along with the stronger the strength, the stronger the toxicity of the toxins that can be raised. The toxins released can be transformed into poisonous gas, poisonous thorns and miasma to attack the enemy, but also can be independently manipulated to produce toxins directly into the heart, and in 3 seconds, it will be completely dead. S-rank talent, Spatial Manipulation. Spatial Manipulation possesses the ability of spatial manipulation, able to open up a 10,000 cubic meter mobile space and initially manipulate the space for spatial instantaneous transfer and spatial manipulation. The size of the mobile space. The ability of spatial instantaneous transfer and spatial manipulation will be increased with one's own strength. SS grade talent, Elemental Monarch. Elemental Monarch controls the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. All elemental talents will be greatly suppressed in front of the Elemental Monarch talent possessor. In a state of confinement. SSS grade talent, Body of Silence. Extreme Silent Body, combining the advantages of Silent Body and Extreme Body. Every time you upgrade, all aspects will be raised to the limit, including but not limited to strength, speed. The 5 senses can freely control the sensitivity of the 5 senses. The limit that can be reached will break through the upper limit of what can be reached by the human race. The silent ability to be the ultimate enhancement, can be silent to everything, including space, when the strength of the power, and even can be silent to time. Looking at a single powerful talent, Sumu let out a long breath. He thought about similar talents as an SSS grade talent. When fused, it should bring certain surprises to himself, but never thought that it would actually be able to bring him such a huge surprise. He couldn't wait to start experimenting with his newly acquired several talents, only to see him raise his hand and wave it. The one in his hand then began to gush out a drop of turquoise liquid. Along with Sumu's thought, this turquoise liquid gradually turned black, and even began to emit gusts of black poisonous mist. With a wave of his hand, this black liquid instantly disappeared into Sumu's hand. Immediately after that, flames, water droplets, sand, melted metal, lightning, and a small group of green whirlwinds began to appear in his hand. Try again. Spatial manipulation. Sumu's figure quickly disappeared in one corner of the training room, and then quickly appeared in another corner. Immediately afterward, no reaction time was needed at all. Sumu once again returned to the original place, after having been upgraded by a similar fusion. If it's a short distance spatial instantaneous transfer, within a certain number of times, it doesn't seem to require a gap time. If it's a long distance spatial instantaneous transfer, Sumu frowned. In the next moment, the figure disappeared in place. By the time he returned to the training room again, if it's within 100 meters, it needs to stay for almost 10 seconds or so. The current limit distance seems to be around 230 meters. I guess it's related to my strength. If I don't remember wrongly, when it came to General Tsung's that strength, his spatial instantaneous transfer didn't even seem to have the need to stop on the limit of the distance. I guess it's because the distance that I was escaping from wasn't really that far at that time. No matter what, the ability of spatial manipulation, the potential was still quite huge. No wonder, for the same manipulation, something like fire manipulation and water manipulation would just be a B-rank talent. The difference between this could not be described by a single star. After testing the spatial instantaneous transfer within the spatial manipulation, Sumu also tested the ability to manipulate space to cut and so on. After testing for a few hours, Sumu began to look at the upgraded mobile space. The things that he had originally stored in the mobile space were still lying well inside the space, but the size of the space had already exceeded his imagination. After testing the mobile space, Sumu also had an extra longsword in his hand. The longsword shook, and in the next moment, a layer of black as ink, as if it was liquid, immediately began to attach to it. Power of silence. He had long wanted to try out the power of the silent destruction power. Previously, because it was not strong enough, it seemed that there was no way for the power of silence to have an effect on space. But now, after the fusion enhancement, the power of silence had clearly been upgraded by a notch. It could have an effect on space now. Sumu naturally wanted to try it out. He picked up his longsword and made a forceful chop in his moving space. Along with the chop, the black as ink power quickly adhered to the mobile space like a maggot attached to the bone, and the adhered space, at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a mirror, began to crack and shatter. Ka-ching! It was as if Sumu could hear the sound of space shattering. Pang! A moment later, Sumu's consciousness was directly squeezed out of the moving space by an invisible force. Nope. Gone. A trace of disbelief appeared on Sumu's face. He hastily opened up the mobile space once again, but the mobile space that was opened again was no longer the original space. The power of silence actually directly destroyed that space. Sumu concluded. What a terrifying destructive power. Sumu looked at his arm. After swinging out a sword, his arm turned into something like broken porcelain. It seemed like it would crumble at any time with the slightest force. I wonder, if it acts on time, what kind of effect it will produce. Sumu was somewhat looking forward to how powerful this power of silence would be when his strength increased and this power of silence was able to act on time. He had a premonition that this power of silence, in the future, would most likely be able to help him a great deal. Just as he was sighing at the power of this silence force, Sumu suddenly remembered something. Your sister, the thing I damn well put inside the mobile space. Put. Sumu directly wiped a sword towards his neck. After the talent was almost mastered, after determining that he didn't need to go back to gear again for the time being, only then did Sumu begin to do his workout. Taking out the supplies issued to him by the school, Sumu began to configure the chi and blood medicines using the instruments he had prepared long ago. Probably after configuring more than 50 Tiger Yuan Dan and more than 50 pairs of Xian Yuan Bear Blood Scatter, only then did Sumu stop. He began to take the Tiger Yuan Dan and Xian Yuan Bear Blood Scatter for cultivation. 3 days flew by in Sumu's cultivation. Drops of sweat, dripping, fell onto the floor. Sumu, who didn't know how long he had already been cultivating, sat down on the floor somewhat disengaged. 3 days of cultivation and making progress was quite terrifying. Because of the absorption acceleration as a talent, more than 50 Tiger Yuan Dan and more than 50 copies of Xian Yuan Bear Blood Scatter were all absorbed by Sumu. Sumu's chi and blood value also smoothly climbed to 886.35. Stepping into the late stage of a first-realm martial artist, it was only one step away from the peak of a first-realm martial artist. After resting for a while, Sumu sat down on the ground. He began to cultivate the divine demon viewing thoughts. Along with the increase in his chi and blood values, the rate of increase in his spiritual power was also getting faster and faster. Within these 3 days of cultivation, Sumu's spiritual power had long since reached 999, and was only missing the final layer of membrane. As long as it was broken through, Sumu's spiritual power would be able to step into the second realm of martial artists. However, it was just this layer of membrane that was really too difficult to break through. Letting out a long breath, Sumu once again started trying to break through. Drops of sweat dripped down from his forehead. His breathing, from being a bit rapid and rough at the beginning, it gradually became smooth and slow at the back. It was unknown how long had passed. In the air, it was as if a thud was faintly heard. Sumu opened his eyes in surprise. After nudging for almost 2 days, his spiritual power had finally risen again. In one fell swoop, he stepped into the level of a second-realm martial artist. Strong spiritual power not only meant that he was able to better deal with some attacks from the spiritual side. For Sumu, the biggest significance was that he could perform more backstops. With his spiritual power nowadays, it was already enough to support him to backfile hundreds of times, even if he started committing suicide from now on, disregarding the situation of being unable to commit suicide, then killing all the way back to the day he awakened his talent wouldn't be a problem. The thought in Sumu's mind moved. The next moment, a light blue panel appeared in front of him. Name, Sumu. Blood value, 886. 38, late first realm martial artist. Spiritual power, 1001. 25, early second realm martial artist. Talents, EX rank, duplication after death. SSS rank, 12 hours back from death. Extreme silent body. SS grade, elemental monarch. S grade, space manipulation. Poison god. Grade A, reformation. After coming to the battlefield of the 10,000 races for just a few days, Sumu's strength had already reached this level. Sumu himself was a bit disbelieving, but thinking about it like that, he was somewhat regretful that the week he had spent in a coma before. Wasn't it a bit of a waste? If there was a chance that he could find a talent that would immediately wake up in a coma, or a talent that could commit suicide even in a coma, Sumu really wanted to go all the way back to the day he fell unconscious, and then make up for this week's time. However, this idea was just a flash in Sumu's mind. After all, unless it really was during this period of time that he was unconscious, something had appeared that he had to go and reverse. Otherwise, committing suicide all the way back to that time would just be too costly for him. Not only did it mean that the chi and blood values he had been cultivating up to the current point would need to be recultivated, a more important point was that in order to be able to not affect what he had already experienced to too great an extent, Therefore, before going back to the archives, he even had to prepare a doppelganger or an illusion or something that could lie there in his place. Step by step, it was all something that needed to be plotted, so unless it came to the last resort, Sumu wouldn't want to go back that far in time. However, if there was really a need to go back to the past, Sumu would also find a way to plan a wave. By the way, he would make up for that 1 week again. Shook his head. Without continuing to think more, Sumu stood up. Cultivation was almost done. Right now, there were still about 12 hours until the time he had agreed to with old man Zhang. Sumu seemed to have thought of something as he turned to the air and said somewhat apologetically, "Elder Zhang, I'm sorry." 12 hours quickly passed. On the falling cloud peak to the east of the eastern war zone, a figure suddenly appeared. Moonlight spilled onto the earth, as if it had draped the earth in a layer of white frost. The old man stood on the falling cloud peak and looked into the distance somewhat despondently. Over there was the endless earth. Over there was the most tragic piece of the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Looking at the horizon, the old man seemed to have thought of something. The expression on his face was complicated and worried. It was at this time, some noises suddenly came from behind the old man. The old man frowned slightly. "Who are you? Where is Sumu?" The old man turned his head violently. Under the moonlight, a tall, burly man had appeared behind the old man at an unknown time. "Sumu he. Humph. If you want to know his whereabouts, kill him first." The burly man's words hadn't even finished. It felt like he suddenly saw a headless corpse appear in front of him. "Wait, a headless corpse? My corpse? Your sister." "I haven't finished my words yet, old man Zhang. You're too quick." Sumu gradually fell into a darkness. "Ding! You've been killed by the human powerhouse Zhang Hao. Duplication is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade talent, Oath of Life. SSS grade talent, Oath of Life. Oath of Life, I swear by my life. Turning it into a booster for my martial arts. Those who possess the Oath of Life talent can issue one Oath of Life in each realm, and by fulfilling the content of the Oath of Life, they, including but not limited to cultivation speed, martial arts power, strength, speed, etc., will receive a minimum of double the number of oaths, and a maximum of 10 times the number of oaths. Once the content of the Oath of Life is violated 3 times, then one will die directly. The Oath of Life is also the devouring of life. Sumu was breathing heavily inside the training room. Damn it! Is this the terrifying strength of a 9th realm powerhouse? Sumu didn't even finish his sentence before karma. I guess it was also because when he changed his face, he gave himself a wave of the 8th realm martial artist's aura. That's why Zhang Lao didn't have any nonsense and just shut out, right? However, no matter what, Elder Zhang, his old man, struck really fast, shook his head. Sumu looked somewhat dazedly at the introduction about Zhang Lao's talent given by Deep Blue in front of him. What the hell? What kind of talent was this? It was the first time Sumu had seen this kind of talent. Oath of Life. It sounded as if it was bullish. If one fulfills the contents of the Oath of Life, then oneself, including but not limited to cultivation speed, martial arts prowess, strength, speed, etc., will receive an increase in the number of oaths multiplied by a minimum of double, and a maximum of 10 times, previously modified to take this into account. In other words, as long as he fulfills the contents of his life oath, his cultivation speed, martial arts power, and all other aspects will be boosted tenfold. This enhancement, if it worked on all aspects, would really be a bit scary. This talent was somewhat similar to the sword Mind Tongming that Sumu had obtained earlier, the difference being that the sword Mind Tongming boosted the talent in the area of sword Dao, whereas this talent seemed to enhance more than just one aspect, but rather the entirety of it, multiplied by 10 times at most. It looked as if it was inferior to the 100-fold enhancement of Sword Heart Tomo. But don't forget, this 10-fold, not only can it boost strength, it can also boost speed. Not only can it boost the power of practicing sword martial arts, it can also boost the power of other martial arts. Not only can it boost the cultivation speed of the sword martial arts aspect, it can also boost the cultivation speed of other aspects, including the cultivation speed of Sumu's chi and blood value aspect, and the cultivation speed of the spiritual power aspect. More importantly, the multiplier of this enhancement wasn't something that couldn't be raised. According to the introduction above, along with the more life vows Sumu made, the more multiples that could be boosted would also increase. The only thing was that Sumu wasn't clear on how this multiplication by 10 or by 1 was determined. Deep Blue, do you know how this Oath of Life is determined? Master, according to my analysis, this multiplication should be related to the grandeur or lack thereof of the oath taken and the difficulty of its fulfillment. The grandeur or otherwise of the oath made is related? Sumu frowned slightly. That's right. If the more grandiose and difficult to fulfill the vow you made, Master, then the multiplier that is determined will naturally be more. Sumu nodded in understanding. This explanation is somewhat interesting. Then, exactly what kind of oath should be made? Sumu frowned. Why don't we go ask Elder Zhang's opinion later? A bold idea gradually surfaced in Sumu's mind. On the falling cloud peak to the east of the eastern battle region, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Elder Zhang, repeating what he had done the last time he went back to the archives. Again, a sound came from behind Zhang Lao once again. However, this time, a trace of a smile emerged on Zhang Lao's face. Sumu, you're here. Zhang Lao slowly turned his head, with a few smiles on his face. You, always able to bring me surprises. You've only just been on the 10,000 clans battlefield for how long? And you've actually reached the peak of the first realm. I'm afraid that you're only one step away from being a second realm martial artist, right? Sumu nodded and laughed. It's really true that nothing can be hidden from you. Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang waved his hand. Speak. The thing that made you risk your life and future as a guarantee. What exactly is it? Right? As Elder Zhang spoke, he couldn't help but look at Sumu. A satisfied look filled his eyes. To have such strength at such an age, combined with your talent in the sword Dao, I'm afraid that within a few years, you'll give old man me an even bigger surprise. Elder Zhang. Fallacious praise. Sumu said. This time, calling you here, there are actually two things. One thing, it's about myself. And the other thing, it's about the Eastern Warzone. Which one do you want to hear first? Elder Zhang? Elder Zhang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. You kid is still selling a secret with me. So let's hear about the Eastern Warzone first. Sumu's face revealed a resolute expression. He then didn't hesitate and told him what he had heard about General Tsong and the Sphinx's plans. At first, Elder Zhang still had a few smiles on his face, but after hearing the plan Sumu said, his face also became more and more grave. However, after hearing Sumu's words, a hint of a smile then appeared on his face once again. Why did you tell this matter to old man me? Sumu looked at Zhang Lao and said seriously, Elder Zhang, this matter, with my power, there is definitely no way to change everything, even if I even report it up. It's impossible. After all, if I let that General Tsong know about it, he will definitely not let me off, and the news will definitely not be passed up. And even if I'm lucky and really pass it up, I'm small in numbers. I'm afraid that no one will believe that I'm such a little man. The only person I can think of who can help me is you, Elder Zhang, with your identity and strength. If you were to go and talk about this matter, it would definitely be able to attract the attention of the above. In fact, it doesn't even have to be that troublesome. If you are willing to personally make a move, then this crisis can be solved in an instant. You kid, really? Zhang Lao looked at Sumu with satisfaction. Aren't you afraid that I am also a traitor of the human race? Sumu smiled somewhat awkwardly. I believe in you. If you're a traitor, I'll damn well have to go back to the archives again. Zhang Lao laughed out loud. Good one to believe. Sumu, since you trust me so much, then old man I will also trust you for once. Don't worry, this matter, I'll take care of it. He laughed for a while before he put away his smile and sighed. I can't imagine that those bastards, they've all gone this far. Even the Eastern Warzone has been infiltrated by them. Also, Sumu frowned. Elder Zhang, listening to what you're saying, it seems that it's not just the Eastern Warzone that's been infiltrated. Elder Zhang glanced at Sumu and said, it's not suitable for you to know too much right now. There's only one thing I can tell you. Once you go to the 10,000 races battlefield, no one can be completely trusted. He paused and stared at Sumu, including me. Then, he shook his head. Regarding this matter, I actually don't know much about it right now. I just have some vague guesses. But it's fine if you remember these words of mine. Sumu nodded thoughtfully. Then, Elder Zhang, am I able to trust you now? Elder Zhang smiled and laughed. Silly child. Using it so soon? What do you think? Sumu raised an eyebrow. Elder Zhang, I think that even if all the people of the human race are not trustworthy anymore, you, however, must be trustworthy. When Elder Zhang heard Sumu's words, he looked at Sumu with some surprise. Then his eyes narrowed slightly and he said, why would you say that? The next thing is the other thing I'm going to tell you. About me. At this time, Elder Zhang seemed to be interested as well. Tell me, you kid has really piqued the old man's interest now. I would like to see what this matter about you is. The reason why I'm saying this, Elder Zhang, is because I know that your talent is the oath of life. Not only do you know, Sumu let out a long breath. I swear on my life to turn it into a booster for my martial arts. In the next moment, Dots of fluorescent light began to emerge from Su Mu's body. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lao's pupils suddenly shrunk. How is it possible? Even if it was Zhang Lao, he was somewhat unable to calm down even now. As for Su Mu, he also stopped his movements in time. After all, if it continued like this, he would really have to make an oath of life. But actually, there was one thing for Su Mu himself: the cost of the oath of life. He really not afraid. Death is dead. A man of the sky. Why fear a death? The big deal is to go back to the file. What he is worried about is that the oath of life he made is not grand enough, thus causing his increase to not be large enough. He wasn't sure if this oath of life followed this talent of his. If it did, then it was something that really couldn't be made indiscriminately. Otherwise it would be useless to go back to the file, and Su Mu would have no place to cry. Your talent is the oath of life? Zhang Lao seemed to have guessed something, but he still wasn't sure. Or rather, one of my talents is the oath of life, Su Mu said. In his hand, a flame emerged, and the flame immediately turned into vines again, and the vines turned into water drops. Finally, it disappeared. Watching an elemental power emerge in Su Mu's hand, Zhang Lao seemed to understand something. His expression became even more grave than when he had just listened to Su Mu talk about General Tsong and the Sphinx Worm's plan. Impossible. How is it possible? Although Zhang Lao said it was impossible on his lips, his gaze towards Su Mu was already getting more and more complicated. At this time, Su Mu also finally spoke. My talent is an EX grade talent, copy after death. After I die, I am able to copy the talent of the person who killed me and resurrect back to an hour ago. Su Mu slightly modified his talent and told Zhang Lao, as Zhang Lao had said, no one could truly be trusted, no matter who they were. Although Zhang Lao was already the person he could trust the most, but who could guarantee that others wouldn't use some special methods to obtain Su Mu's talent from Zhang Lao's mouth? And after listening to what Su Mu said, Zhang Lao looked at Su Mu with some surprise. You mean, just an hour ago, I killed you? Su Mu smiled somewhat awkwardly at his words. Elder Zhang, I used some small means. Zhang Lao sniffed and nodded. There wasn't much to say. His expression was very grave. It was unknown what he was thinking about. It was only after a long time that he finally spoke. However, it was not to Su Mu. I swear on my life to be transformed into an aid for my martial Tao. Along with the fall of these words, Zhang Lao's body glowed with a bit of fluorescence. It was exactly the same as what happened to Su Mu just now. If I, in any form, or with any thought, want to divulge anything about Su Mu's talent, I will be told to die on the spot. Along with the fall of his words, points of fluorescent light converged in the center of his eyebrows. It eventually coalesced into a pure white shackle that was hidden in the center of his brow. Seeing this scene, Su Mu was also somewhat surprised. Elder Zhang, what are you doing? Elder Zhang smiled at his words. Su Mu, originally, I only thought that with your talent, in the future, you would definitely be able to shine on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and make a lot of achievements for my human race, and be the future top powerhouse of my human race, a pillar of the human race. But, right now, I feel that if it's true that someone can save the human race, then that person must be you. EX rank talent. It should be SSS rank or above, right? Elder Zhang had obviously figured out a lot of things. Duplication after death. With such a talent, it is destined that your potential will be limitless. Not only do you have the opportunity to have unlimited trial and error, but also, you are able to possess countless talents that are at the top of this world. Zhang Lao looked into the distance with some excitement. Su Mu, do you know why I chose to leave the battlefield of the 10,000 races and go to the rear of the human race to serve as the principal of the Longjing Martial Arts University? Su Mu pondered for a while. After all, beheading the 10,000 races on the 10,000 races battlefield is limited. Whereas if I can cultivate more geniuses and more powerful people for the human race, the human race will be able to gradually gain an advantage in battle. Zhang Lao smiled. This is just one of the reasons. Another reason is that I suddenly feel that I can't see any hope of victory for the human race. The 10,000 races are simply too powerful. And, among them, as far as I understand it, there is an existence that is so powerful that it is terrifying. As if thinking of that existence, a trace of horror surfaced on Zhang Lao's face. He doesn't often appear on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. No one knows what his purpose is, and no one knows what exactly he wants to do. It's just that, from the moment he appeared, it was destined that there would only be one invincible person, and that would be him. Hearing Zhang Lao's description, Su Mu instantly thought of the one mentioned in the diary that made Qin Bin, a person who possessed a death return file, so desperate that he defected. That person, is he scary? Zhang Lao nodded. Terrifying, if it wasn't for the fact that he had some kind of restriction on him, such that, every once in a while, he would have to fall into a deep sleep, and that every time he awakened, he could only be awake for a very, very short period of time. Back then, I'm afraid that the 10 great divine races' divine kings might not have died in the hands of our human race's 7 saints, Elder Zhang said. It can be said that one of the biggest reasons why the human race has been able to gain an advantage within these 50 years is because, well, he's sleeping. However, he won't stay asleep. Sumu gritted his teeth. He naturally knew what Elder Zhang meant. Moreover, he also knew far more than old Zhang. In 10 years at most, that fellow would definitely awaken from his slumber. It might even be more, as it had been mentioned in the diary that Chen Bin had encountered him once on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. In other words, the time of his awakening would probably be even earlier, although it was unknown if he would continue to fall into slumber later on. However, as long as he was there, the human race, it seemed, would truly have no hope of defeating the 10,000 races. Zhang Lao at this moment, however, looked towards Sumu. Sumu, if there is someone among the human race that can defeat him, then I think that person must be you, because he is just like you. Elder Zhang paused for a moment before he slowly said, both of you. You have more than one talent in you. More than one talent. Sumu suddenly understood. Why did both his future self and the present-day Elder Zhang say the same thing? If there was an existence amongst the human race that could defeat that person, then it must be him. So, it turned out to be like this. Could it be that that person's talent was also a copy? If so, then how did that person make a copy? And if it wasn't, then how did that person obtain multiple talents? Countless questions swirled in Sumu's mind. I've only encountered that person once, but it was that one time that my oath of life was directly broken twice. Zhang Lao turned his head to look into the distance. If it wasn't for the fact that his awakening time was too short, and moreover, he didn't seem to have a killing intent towards us, I'm afraid that I would have died that time. Hearing Zhang Lao's words, Sumu seemed to be able to feel the kind of despair in his heart when he met that person. One must know that Zhang Lao was a ninth realm powerhouse, someone who made him feel despair, possessing the gift of the oath of life. Zhang Lao had presumably lived his entire life with his own principles. This was also the reason why Sumu chose to tell Zhang Lao about his talent after learning that his talent was the oath of life. What Sumu was betting on was that Zhang Lao's oath of life had a guardian of the human race-like oath within it. As long as there was an oath of this kind, it would mean that Zhang Lao could never betray the human race. And Zhang Lao's actions undoubtedly showed that Sumu had gambled correctly. After learning about Sumu's talent, the first thing that Zhang Lao did was actually to make the oath of life that he would not divulge Sumu's talent in any form, not even with similar thoughts. The oath of life is not something that is fine if you subjectively don't break it. Even if you broke the oath unintentionally, it was very likely that it would lead to a killing curse. And the oath of life that Zhang Lao had made was undoubtedly blocking all the ways that he might reveal Sumu's talent. Even if someone had the talent of searching for memories, or mind control, as long as Zhang Lao had any form of leakage, he would die in that instant. This was not only to be able to protect Sumu, but at the same time, he was also showing Sumu that next, he would help Sumu with all his might. Saying all of this is purely just so that you can clearly realize how terrifying he is. Zhang Lao looked towards Sumu. Before you step into the 10th realm, if you encounter him, don't hesitate and just kill yourself. Elder Zhang said, given your talent, it still shouldn't be difficult for you to escape from his hands. Sumu also nodded in understanding. Indeed, with his current strength, when he encountered that person, he would definitely just die a horrible death. However, if one were to die in that person's hands, what would happen? It seemed that he could see Sumu's thoughts. I suggest you, for the time being, don't think about dying at his hands. Your talent is EX grade, and his talent, I'm sure, is also EX grade. At the same level, if you want to copy his talent, the possibility of success is actually very small. An even more important point is that that person is so terrifying that you can't use common sense to figure him out. So until you have full certainty and strength to fight against him, I don't recommend you to have this kind of idea. Sumu nodded. Got it, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang also nodded in satisfaction. Sumu, do you have a division now? Elder Zhang, what do you mean by that? Sumu was a bit puzzled. That is, before entering the Longjing Martial Arts University, did any teacher contact you, saying that he wished you to join his division or something like that? No, Elder Zhang. Sumu shook his head. To be honest, although he was a bit of a genius now, but it was still far from being a genius to the point where everyone knew him. Elder Zhang nodded at his words. If anyone asks, just say that you are my student. Elder Zhang suddenly said. Sumu froze. Elder Zhang, what do you mean? Let me join your division? Zhang Lao smiled with some sighs as he said, yes, and no. I can't teach. So technically, I don't count as your teacher. But, I'm willing to pour out my full strength to help you. After joining my division, you can mobilize the most abundant resources of the Longjing Martial Arts University, which will be beneficial and harmless to you, and in addition, to the outside world. I'll also proclaim that you're my shut-in disciple. In this way, you should have less trouble as well. If you don't mind, then in the future, you can also call me teacher. After all, it's just a title, but I won't constrain you with the relationship between master and disciple. This road you're going to walk, it's hard, so hard that you can only walk it by yourself. There's no one that can accompany you all the way. And this also means that, by your side, you can't have anyone, your family, the people you like, the people who like you, your teachers, your classmates, your friends. Zhang Lao's words caused Sumu to fall into deep thought. Indeed, along with being on this path, gradually going farther and farther, Sumu also realized this point more and more. He revealed a bitter smile, and then looked at Elder Zhang with determination. Teacher, I know, since I've decided to take this path, then I won't regret it, and although I may not have anyone by my side, behind me, there are too many people. Hearing Sumu's words, Zhang Lao sighed. It's bitter for you, child, Zhang Lao said. Since that's the case, then let's say it's okay for now. Under our division, you still have a few senior brothers and sisters. In the future, I will introduce you guys to each other. Their talent is also quite good. If there's a chance, I will help you figure out how to duplicate some of them, Elder Zhang said as he began to ponder on something. Not only them, some of the old guy's talents. That's also interestingly tight. If there's a chance, I'll help you think of a way to do so as well. Teacher, how come you guys feel as if you all know each other's respective talents? Sumu was somewhat puzzled. Before entering the Longjing Martial Arts University, the education he had received had always been that talents could not be told to others casually. Zhang Lao smiled at his words. Does it feel different from the education you received before? He said. In fact, at different times, the requirements for you were different. Many years ago, there was no such thing as don't reveal your talent. At that time, admission to colleges and universities would even depend on the level of your awakened talent. But later on, as you also know, with more and more pagan worshippers appearing in the back of the human race, those geniuses who have awakened rare talents may be strangled by the pagan worshippers ahead of time before they have the chance to step onto the martial path. In order to minimize the occurrence of such a situation, that is why in the back of the human race, it is only then that they will ask you not to disclose your talents. However, this is something that will be relaxed when you arrive at the university, especially when you enter your division. You will inevitably be required to inform your teacher of some information about your talent, so that your teacher can better cultivate you. And this is also a reason why I'm letting you enter my division. And when it comes to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, sometimes in order to be able to better cooperate in battle, revealing some information about your talent to your teammates is also unavoidable. So that being said, in the future, you may inevitably need to show off some of your talents. And this is something that you need to pay attention to. Just don't show off different talents in front of the same group of people. Alright, after saying so much, it's time to talk about something serious. Elder Zhang waved his hand. Since you also have the talent of Oath of Life, you should be ready to start making oaths as well, right? Yes, teacher. It's just that I still don't know what kind of oath is better to make. Hearing Sumu's words, Zhang Lao laughed out loud. If it's any other talent, there's really not much I can do to help you, but this Oath of Life, well, at least your teacher. I've kind of used it for most of my life, so I can give you some pointers. That said, if it's in combination with this talent of yours, the Oath of Life, for you, is completely equivalent to an oath with no side effects. Saying this, Elder Zhang also looked at Sumu with some envy, but then he added, then there's only one thing you need to pay attention to. If you can maximize the ability that the Oath of Life will enchant you with, starting from the first realm martial artist, every time you raise one realm, you can make an Oath of Life, and depending on the content of the oath will determine the multiplier of your increase. If you fulfill the content of the oath or are in the process of fulfilling it, then you will continue to increase your increase, and if you don't fulfill the content of the oath, that's the breaking of the oath that I talked about before. The first time you break the oath, your increase will be reduced by 1/2. The second time you break the oath, the increase of this life oath of yours will completely disappear, and the third time you break the oath, you will die. And when it comes to making vows, your first Oath of Life is especially important. Elder Zhang said. This is also something I've only learned after years of groping around. If the first life oath is chosen well, then it will be of great help to your subsequent life oaths. And it's even very likely that a perfect oath system will be formed. Then each of your life oath increases will be able to easily reach 10 times. And once your realm is raised to the 9th realm, or even the 10th realm, your increase will be 90 times, 100 times. Perfect oath system. Sumu froze. It was a good thing that he had come to inquire about this old man. Otherwise, if he had casually made an oath of life, wouldn't that mean that he would have to lose touch with the perfect oath system? If not, why not say that having a teacher on the road to cultivation can take many fewer detours? Deep Blue, as a database, after all, wasn't intelligent enough, and some things were just information materials, and it wasn't omniscient. Some hidden news often are passed on by word of mouth. This time a teacher becomes especially important. Sumu couldn't help but be a little glad that he had chosen to bring Zhang Lao into his camp. With Zhang Lao's help, not only would he be able to raise his strength faster, but he would also be able to take too many fewer detours. The first oath of life must be grand and difficult enough, in which case it will be able to achieve an increase of 8 to 10 times in the first oath of life, and for each subsequent oath of life, it would need to be made again on the basis of the first oath of life, in which case, each subsequent oath of life made would be able to achieve an increase of 8 to 10 times more easily on the basis of the first oath of life. After my tests, the more difficult the previous oath of life is, then the later oaths of life only need to be able to create more connections with the previous oaths of life. Then the easier it will be to achieve an increase of 8 to 10 times. That is to say, after you have entered into a sufficiently difficult and grandiose first oath of life, each oath of life, on the basis of the first oath of life, will then be slightly bound by the oaths. Then there is a high chance that you will be able to form a perfect system of oaths of life. Elder Zhang stroked his beard as he said, however, this perfect set of oath of life system is only something that I have realized based on the experiences of my predecessors in the book, and then combined with my own experiences. Even I myself have never really tested it. So is this first oath of life so important? Sumu rubbed his chin and pondered. In his mind, he already had some ideas of his own regarding the first oath of life. Teacher, do you think that if I make a wrong oath and then kill myself, will I be able to make a new oath? Elder Zhang also froze for a moment when he heard this. You brat, you haven't even begun to make your vows yet, and you're already thinking about re-establishing them. He laughed. Sumu, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly. Am I not thinking about being able to complete the perfect oath of life system that you, teacher, have envisioned? Zhang Lao nodded. Based on my experience every time I made an oath, then it should be feasible. Zhang Lao's eyes narrowed slightly. According to my analysis, since your talent is copied after death, the only thing that can be taken away should be your spiritual consciousness and the talent you copied. And the oath of life was actually established with the help of an external force that we can't explain. Based on my groping for so many years, I call it the Heavenly Tao. So, without any surprises, the program you just proposed should be feasible. Only after hearing Elder Shang's explanation did Sumu nod his head. Then teacher, I know. Saying that, Sumu let out a long breath. I swear on my life to be transformed into a booster for my martial arts. Points of fluorescent light began to condense from Sumu's body. Take it as my duty to stop the extinction of the human race, at any cost, no matter what, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, and to open up peace for the human race. Even if I die 10,000 deaths, I have no regrets. Dazzling light blossomed from Sumu's circumference. The entire sunset cloud peak seemed to be as if it was daytime. Seeing this scene, even the knowledgeable Elder Zhang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, he also quickly reacted. His hand was raised, just about to make a move, but then he thought of something. His hand gently lowered, allowing this white light to shine on this sunset peak. A moment later, the white light transformed into a shackle and landed on Sumu's brow. Sumu slowly opened his eyes. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. Just a moment ago, the information about the oath of life appeared in front of his eyes once again. The first oath of life was established, and the determination of the multiplier of increase is 10 times. Teacher, it's 10 times. The result was similar to what Sumu thought. However, this also equally meant that the path that Sumu was going to take was just too difficult. However, so what if it was tough? Sumu's eyes slowly became firm. Since he had already decided to walk this path, he would never regret it. As he had said before, this road was too difficult, so much so that he might not have a single person by his side. But it didn't matter. He had someone behind him, and that was enough. AI. This kind of thing shouldn't have been born by you. Zhang Lao sighed. To be honest, looking at Sumu in front of him, his heart only felt heartache. It wasn't just that Sumu had unhesitatingly made a grand wish to stop the extinction of the human race, but it was also because Sumu had incomparably blandly spoken the words of suicide earlier. He didn't know just how many times Sumu had died, but to be able to have gradually reached the point of numbness towards death, then the number of times must have reached a certain point, death followed by resurrection. There were times when it might not be a good thing. For some people, death, instead, was a chance to rest. Having this ability, for Sumu, it was actually a curse. He was the only one who would carry all the memories and bear the curse of life and death. Zhang Lao sighed. Sumu, on the other hand, thought of something. Teacher, do you know someone called Ning Knight? Ning Knight? Elder Zhang shook his head doubtfully. I do know a few people with the surname Ning, but the name Ning Knight, I haven't heard of it. What's wrong? Zhang Lao said doubtfully. Sumu shook his head. Nothing, teacher. Just be careful of this person. There is also, teacher, do you know of anyone with a strength of around an 8th realm martial artist and then an especially outstanding talent in the sword path? Sumu's question once again caused Zhang Lao to freeze. However, this time, he pondered for a while, but replied, if you want to say so, there really is one. There is a kid from the Song family named Song Tianlong. His talent in sword Dao is quite remarkable, and in his early years, he also graduated from our Longjing Martial Arts University, and to put it bluntly, he is still considered to be your senior. Song Tianlong. Hearing this name, Sumu's heart stirred. Then, teacher, do you know where he is now? Zhang Lao pondered for a moment and said, I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, but I heard from the teacher who brought him before that after spending some time on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, he took the initiative to apply for a transfer back to the rear of the human race as the chief head of the night people in a certain safe zone. After hearing Elder Shang's words, Sumu was a little excited. Yes, the rear of the human race, 8th realm martial artist, specializing in the sword Dao. One by one, the conditions were right. It was also thanks to Sumu asking Old Man Zhang. As the principal of the human race's top martial arts university, Zhang Lao knew more people than Sumu could imagine. What's wrong, little Mu? Is there something wrong with the Song Tianlong? Sumu didn't hide from Zhang Lao this time. Previously, Ning Knight, it was mainly because Sumu himself couldn't figure out what his situation was. After all, in the diary, his future self mentioned very little information about this. But this Song Tianlong was different. That was something Sumu had personally experienced. Teacher, this Song Tianlong is most likely a human traitor. Hearing Sumu's words, Elder Zhang frowned. Xiao Mu, you can't say this kind of thing if there's no solid evidence. Even if I were to casually suspect an 8th realm martial artist, that would be full of criticism from others. Not to mention the fact that Song Tianlong is also a son of the Song family. The Song family, that was a behemoth in Dragon City, the center of the 9th safety zone, one of the 7 great families. Behind them stood one of the 7 topmost powerhouses of the human race. 50 years ago, the sword Saint Song Ju of the 7 saints of the human race who had decapitated the 10 divine race god kings. Sumu also frowned. He had thought that fellow's background might be quite extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to actually be this extraordinary. The son of the Song family, one of the 7 great families, had not only awakened an SSS grade talent himself, but was also an 8th realm martial artist. Whether it was identity background or talent strength, in the human race, this kind of person was first class. Even if Sumu had exact evidence of his betrayal of the human race in his hands, it might not be an easy thing to deal with him. What's more, Sumu didn't have any evidence in his hands right now. Teacher, although I currently have no evidence, Sumu said, but do you know where the SSS grade talent I have on me, the sword heart understanding, comes from? Could it be that Song Clan kid? Elder Zhang had obviously guessed the general idea. The exact reason is complicated. Forgive me for not being able to talk to you in detail. Teacher, Sumu definitely couldn't tell Elder Zhang all about what happened that day. After all, not only did that involve Deep Blue, it also involved the biggest secret on Sumu's body, the diary that his future self had left for him. Although he was already very trusting towards Elder Zhang now, but there were some secrets that could not be told with mere trust. Zhang Lao was obviously also an old man, and for what Sumu didn't say, he would never take the initiative to ask. Instead, he pondered for a long time. Only then did he slowly say, okay, I know about this matter, but since that Song Clan kid has already defected to the human race, with his identity, he easily shouldn't be exposed, and I'm afraid that the things he's plotting aren't small, so for the time being, I can only pay attention to him first, and then think of a way to get rid of him in the future. At this, Sumu also nodded in agreement. Currently, hastily displaying hostility towards him was indeed not a good choice. Rather, it would be better to make a plan out of it, pretending that he didn't know about him having defected from the human race yet, so as to plan for it slowly. Little Moo, your current main way to improve, besides the improvement of your own chi and blood values, the most important thing is to be able to copy some of the top talents. I can't stay for too long on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, at most half a day. Next, I'll talk to you about a few things. Sumu nodded and listened carefully. Zhang Lao then continued, there is someone who will be arriving soon. I will help you to copy a talent from him. First, then, I will also take you to 3 places. Each place, there are a large number of talents that can be copied. However, I may not have the memory of having taken you to that place, so I will have to rely on you to tell me. Now, tell me, the talent of the person who will come later. Did you copy it? Sumu shook his head. Zhang Lao nodded in understanding. How did you trick me into killing you before? Zhang Lao asked. Sumu was bewildered. The figure began to gradually transform into a stranger. Seeing Sumu, who had suddenly transformed his appearance and breath and even his chi and blood values, Zhang Lao was a bit surprised. This talent of yours is interesting, even if I want to see it. It's a bit troublesome. That said, I'm also a bit strange. Teacher, this talent is clearly just an A-grade talent. Sumu was actually a bit surprised as well. At first, he even thought that he might not necessarily be able to hide it from Elder Zhang. However, he didn't expect that Elder Zhang actually didn't see it. When Elder Zhang heard this, he smiled and said, the grade of this talent of yours is indeed not too low. Unless you encounter a S grade or S grade or above talent that can see through it. Generally even a 9th realm martial artist will not be able to see through your disguise. This is the reason why it is said that talent is the biggest factor in determining a martial artist's strength. There are some talents that even no matter how much stronger you are than the other party, as long as your talent has no way to restrain the other party's talent, or if the talent level is not as high as the other party's, you will still not be able to break through the other party's talent. Think about your copying talent. Isn't that what it is? Don't look at how much stronger I am than you, but if you want to copy it, you'll still be able to copy it easily, just because your talent level is high enough. And this talent of yours, if it was simply a change in body appearance, it might indeed not be able to hide it from some people, but this talent of yours can even change your breath and chi and blood values, which makes it much more difficult to recognize. Then teacher, if you use this talent to blend into some places, wouldn't there be no way to tell? Elder Zhang smiled, then shook his head. Of course not. There are more ways to judge than that. This talent is naturally not impossible to judge. A very important reason why even I didn't see it for a moment is because the person using this talent is you. Zhang Lao carefully sized up Sumu. Your spiritual power is so powerful that it makes me a little surprised. If it's an ordinary human race, if they have this talent of yours, but don't cultivate spiritual power, it's very easy to be seen. But you, however, possess a spiritual power that is very different from your realm. I think you should have deliberately cultivated your spiritual power, right? The last time I saw you, your spiritual power was far from what it is now. After Zhang Lao's explanation, Sumu then realized why at that time. After seeing himself, Zhang Lao did not hesitate to strike. Zhang Lao obviously knew before what level his spiritual power was at, but he didn't know that his spiritual power would rise so quickly. Plus, his figure and appearance as well as his breath and chi and blood values had all changed. That's why he thought Sumu was a different person. Alright, for now, you'll keep this image for now. Teacher will accompany you to put on a show to fool this old man. As he said that, he only saw Zhang Lao's face pale all of a sudden. With that, he directly slumped to the ground. Teacher, you this? Sumu was just about to say something. As a result, he was directly interrupted by Zhang Lao. Damn human traitors, actually lurking near the eastern war zone and sneak attacking Old Man Me. Even if I die, Old Man Me won't let you set foot in the eastern war zone. Sumu instantly understood what Old Man Zhang meant. The expression on his face also became odd all of a sudden. Then he followed Zhang Lao's words and continued on. Humph, old man, today is the day you die. How dare you? Just as Sumu's words fell, a voice came from the distance, only to see that the entire sky seemed to turn into a black curtain all of a sudden. It quickly enveloped the entire sunset cloud peak. Rin Knight old devil, quickly kill him, Zhang Lao yelled towards the sky. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. To actually be able to beat you like this guy, at least he's a 9th realm martial artist, right? Let this marshal meet him. You hurry up and finish him. What the hell kind of bullshit is this? Zhang Lao couldn't help but curse. Got it. I'll just turn on the big one. The next moment, Sumu only felt as if his body was torn apart by a force. The eyes also gradually became dark. Ding! You have been killed by the human powerhouse Rin Knight. Copying is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade talent, Extreme Knight Canopy. Phew! Sumu opened his eyes. The expression on his face was somewhat helpless. He was wondering at first what method Zhang Lao was going to use to help him copy his talent. Now that he thought about it, ahem! Sure enough, the simplest is the most practical. Life is all about acting. Ah! It was also thanks to the fact that it was Elder Zhang himself. If it was a different person, I'm afraid that it might not be the case. Sumu hurriedly began to check up on the talent he had copied. SSS grade talent, Extreme Knight Canopy. Extreme Knight Canopy creates a certain range of domain space. Within the space, the owner can instantly appear anywhere within the range of the Extreme Knight Canopy, can blind all enemies within the Extreme Knight Canopy and all perceptions from the outside world. Within the range of the Extreme Knight Canopy, the owner's martial arts attack power will be increased 100 times. The range of the domain space will be increased with the increase in strength. Domain level talent. A hint of joy appeared on Sumu's face. Elder Zhang was also too powerful. This wave of replication directly gave him a group attack skill. This skill combined with the poisonous miasma generated by his own poison god. Then wouldn't he be killing it inside the Extreme Knight Canopy? One must know that right now. Sumu was only a peak first realm martial artist. But with this Extreme Knight Canopy, plus many other talents, a second realm martial artist could be directly killed in seconds in front of Sumu. Third realm martial artists, although they couldn't be swept away, at least opponents in the early third realm should have no problem. As for the middle third realm, Sumu couldn't say right now, but let him measure the battle power. The best would be to measure it with Lu Yuan, a person he had fought so many times but hadn't beaten. When he said he would do it, he did it. Sumu directly left the training room. Another 12 hours later, Sumu reappeared in the training room. A bit of a bully, but I like it. Just the last time he went back to the file, he directly ran to challenge a wave of Lu Yuan. Before, he was barely able to curry any favor in front of Lu Yuan. Now, he was practically crushing Lu Yuan. Under the enhancement of the Extreme Knight Canopy, Lu Yuan couldn't even touch the corner of Sumu's coat. Plus, Sumu had gone through a wave of enhanced talent and strength. It was almost already crushing Lu Yuan. This kind of crushing was simply the kind of crushing where the strength exceeded Lu Yuan's by too much. Sumu estimated that if he worked hard, he should be able to solve even a mid-third realm enemy. Late third realm, that's pretty much the limit. A peak first realm martial artist said that a late third realm martial artist was the limit of what one could achieve. This was all more than just crossing a great realm. It was almost two great realms. This Extreme Knight Canopy was definitely an unrivaled talent for the early stage Sumu to crush his opponents. After practicing the Extreme Knight Canopy for a bit longer, Sumu began to follow the behavior that he had done earlier back in the archives to once again let the point in time come to when Zhang Lao questioned him. Now, tell me, did you copy the talent of the person coming later? Zhang Lao looked at Sumu. Sumu, on the other hand, nodded towards Zhang Lao. With that, he waved his hand, and in the next moment, Zhang Lao was quickly enveloped into a black curtain space. Seeing this piece of black curtain space, Zhang Lao nodded in satisfaction. If it wasn't for me seeing it with my own eyes, I really can't believe that there is actually a talent like yours in the world. It's really the Rin Knight Old Ghost's Extreme Knight Canopy. This canopy has an extremely high growth rate. The range of this canopy increases as your strength increases, and there are a lot of things that you can do inside the Extreme Knight Canopy. The Rin Knight Old Ghost had once pitched in and killed 3 ninth realm martial artists with this talent, Zhang Lao said. However, with your current strength, if the enemy is stronger than you, it is possible to forcibly tear your Extreme Knight Canopy. When you reach the Rin Knight Old Ghost's realm, when the Extreme Knight Canopy comes out, hundreds of millions of foreigners will perish. Even if a 10th realm martial artist wants to tear it, he will have to spend quite a bit of time. For now, put it away first. You should also know that the Rin Knight Old Ghost is about to arrive. Sumu put away the Extreme Knight Canopy. Somewhat puzzled, he looked at Elder Zhang. Teacher, who is this Rin Knight? Rin Knight Old Ghost. Ha! Old Zhang smiled. He's the Eastern Warzone, one of the 3 great commanders. Mid-Autumn Festival. Drinking. Everyone understands. There are 2 more shifts pushed to tomorrow. Wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Eastern Warzone. One of the 3 major commanders. Sumu's eyelids jumped. No wonder the last time he went back to the archives, he didn't even see his own face and was directly gotten killed. And it seemed to be precisely to corroborate Zhang Lao's words. A man in black battle armor with a cold face had appeared in front of the two at an unknown time. Old Rin Knight, you finally come? Zhang Lao looked at the man with a smile. The man looked no more than 20 to 30 years old, with sword brows and starry eyes and a cold expression, looking far younger than Zhang Lao by quite a bit. With so much commotion, it's hard for this marshal to not notice, right? Rin Knight smiled faintly. Pretend your ass, Zhang Lao cursed lowly. Still coming to this in front of me. Ha, this is my closed disciple Su Mu, who is also considered your junior. Rinky Knight sniffed and started sizing up Su Mu. Not bad. He slowly spat out 2 words. It looked quite a bit like an expert. Instead, it was old man Zhang who looked a little too good. Raising his foot, he was about to kick towards Rin Knight. Seeing this, Rin Knight quickly dodged and then said, "What are you doing, old man Zhang? It's easy for me to build up a wave of image, isn't it? Come on. Seeing you with this face that doesn't age makes me angry. Meow. I should have eaten that fruit in the first place." Zhang Lao seemed to be very angry with Rin Knight's young and handsome face and scolded. "I didn't know at the time." Rin Knight seemed to have finally stopped pretending and laughed awkwardly. Su Mu, on the other hand, looked at these two somewhat oddly. From Zhang Lao's words, one could hear it. It seemed that this Rin Knight commander and him were from the same period of time, and the two of them might have been good brothers who were born to die in the past. And the reason why this Rin Knight commander still maintained his youthful appearance was because he had stolen one of Zhang Lao's fruits in the first place. "Come on, Les. I'll remember this matter for the rest of my life." Zhang Lao gave Rin Knight a grudging look. Rin Knight could only compensate with a smile, and then turned his gaze to Su Mu, trying to change the topic. "I really didn't expect that you, this old ghost, actually took in a closed disciple at the end of your days? How can I say that it's also your junior? You don't show it?" Zhang Lao's eyebrows trembled as he said, "I'm telling you, Rin Knight old ghost, if you give a gift that satisfies this shut-in disciple of mine, in the future, when there are many people, I won't tear you down. Rin Knight's face was delighted. "Is that true? That's natural. You still don't understand me. What I said, there's no lying to you?" Zhang Lao nodded his head. Rin Knight was instantly comfortable, and looked at Su Mu with a smile on his face. "Old man Zhang, the way you say this, your closed disciple, isn't that half of my disciple? Su Mu right, I'll call you Xiao Mu. Turn around and I'll take you to my private little vault, ha. Take whatever you fancy. Counting you still have some elder's demeanor." Zhang Lao looked at Su Mu. "Little Mu, those 3 places I said I would take you to before, have you been there yet?" "No," Su Mu replied. Zhang Lao nodded at his words. "If that's the case, Rinky Knight old ghost, I can't stay on the 10,000 races battlefield for too long, so I won't talk to you for now. What was the reason for the light in the square? I think you're also clear about it. I'll just leave with my disciple first." Saying that, Zhang Lao brought Su Mu and disappeared in front of Rin Knight, looking at Zhang Lao and Su Mu, who suddenly disappeared. Rin Knight, on the other hand, stopped where he was and rubbed his chin. "Why did I just feel a familiar aura? Is it an illusion?" Shaking his head, Rin Knight once again changed into a cold face. This time, old man Zhang actually offered this kind of condition. It seems that he values the shut-in disciple very much. Since that's the case, I can't be stingy either. In the next moment, his figure also disappeared to the top of Sunset Cloud Peak. "Teacher, it looks like you and Rin Knight Sr. have a very good relationship." At this moment, Su Mu felt the scenes around him flying backwards in front of his eyes. However, the two of them, himself and Elder Zhang, were not affected in the slightest. Even Su Mu's hair wasn't driven. This was the means of a 9th realm martial artist. And your teacher, I'm kind of a diehard together from the student era. Both of us at least have blocked no less than 10 fatal attacks for each other. This person, other are good, is too like to pretend. Sometime always been handsome. I can't get used to is that set. He had to say that he wants to set up an image of an inscrutable predecessor in front of his juniors. Elder Zhang seemed to recall some of the things he once had with Rin Knight inside. It's so nice to be able to have such a friend. Su Mu was a little envious. However, he quickly shook his head again. A person like him was destined not to, and could not, have such a friend. It seemed that he had sensed Su Mu's emotions. Zhang Lao did not say anything. It only sped up a few points faster. "The first place I'm going to bring you to is a place called Heaven Swallowing Valley. The second place, on the other hand, is the Barbarian Giant Tribe. The third place is the Heaven's Eye Mountain." Generally speaking, above the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the farther away from the human race means the closer to the core area of the 10,000 races, and the races that you can encounter, the higher ranked they are among the 10,000 races. You should have also learned inside the school before. Generally speaking, the foreign races that have rankings often also mean that the chances of powerful talents appearing will be higher. Sumu nodded. However, among the 10,000 races, only the top 1,000 will be ranked, so it would be nice if we could go to the Immortal 10 races territories to take a stroll sometime. The Immortal 10 races are the top 10 ranked races of the 10,000 races, besides the Divine race being the first race of the Immortal 10 races that deserved the title. The rest of the 9 races were ranked in no particular order. Sumu had always suspected that that person was most likely one of the immortal races. It was very likely that he came from the mysterious God race. God race in the Immortal 10 races is deservedly the first race. Under the God race there are many branches. Most of the God race is born into the 7th realm martial artist. The strength is so powerful that it is terrifying. And among the God race, the most famous 10 branches are also known as the 10 God races. At the beginning, the 7 saints of the human race was precisely because of the beheading of the 10 divine kings of the 10 divine races. Only then did the human race begin to gradually gain the advantage on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. This idea is better for you to put it down for now. With your current strength, even if you send yourself to death all the way, you won't be able to enter the place where the 10 immortal races are located. However, in the future, when you're strong enough, it's not impossible. Zhang Lao's words poured a bucket of cool water on Sumu. Sumu could only shrug helplessly. Elder Zhang was right. With his current strength, let alone entering the territory of a foreign race of the Immortal 10 races level among the 10,000 races, it was the 3 places that Elder Zhang was going to take him to now. He might not even be able to break into them even if he was sent to his death all the way. He was just thinking. Zhang Lao's speed suddenly slowed down. Here it is. Heaven Swallowing Valley. Sumu saw from afar a huge valley with an open abyssal maw, as if it was going to swallow heaven and earth. Heaven Swallowing Valley? Sumu looked at the valley that looked like a giant mouth of an abyss and frowned slightly. Zhang Lao nodded his head. This place is inhabited by the Heaven Swallowing Ant Clan. Heaven Swallowing Ant Clan. The Heaven Swallowing Ant Clan that ranks 723 amongst the 10,000 clans? Elder Zhang laughed. It seems like you've learned well from the 10,000 races. Not bad. The Heaven Swallowing Ant Clan, with its huge numbers, alone, it might not be much of a threat, but if it's a large enough number, even I would find it a bit tricky to deal with when I encounter it. However, the most powerful thing about the Heaven Swallowing Ant Clan is mainly their 2 SSS-ranked talents, one being the Heaven Swallowing and Earth Eating, and the other being the Optimization talent. The former can help you raise your chi and blood values faster. As for the latter, it usually appears in the body of the Ant Queen. However, it is not suitable for you. Optimization talent? Just from hearing this name, Sumu felt that it was quite suitable for him. His thoughts moved. In the next moment, Deep Blue had already displayed the ability introduction of the Optimization talent in front of him. SSS grade talent, Optimization talent. Optimization talent. It can optimize one's own genes by devouring the talents of the same race or a different race, and then produce offspring with advanced talents, accumulating energy that will optimize the offspring's talents up to the SSS level, and after the depletion of each accumulated energy, it needs to be re-accumulated. Indeed, based on talent alone, this optimization talent was indeed not suitable for Sumu. He wasn't a rooster that could lay eggs. As if that wasn't a good description. Sumu shook his head. However, from the introduction of this talent, it could be seen that Zhang Lao, his old man, had clearly considered a way for Sumu. With this talent, then there shouldn't be fewer heaven-swallowing ants inside the heaven-swallowing ant clan that were able to awaken the SSS grade talent. Teacher, this place, it's too suitable for me. Sumu looked at that giant mouth of the abyss with some excitement. It's good that you like it. So are you going to come first by yourself? Or should I help you and kill all the way to the right place before throwing it over? Zhang Lao laughed. Sumu sniffed and said, Teacher, first let me try by myself first. Sniffing, Zhang Lao nodded. In the next moment, he appeared below. After placing Sumu down, Elder Zhang also disappeared. Before he left, he also left behind a sentence. Little Mu, it's up to you. After falling into this heaven-swallowing valley, Sumu held his long sword. His eyes quickly swept through the surroundings, and it was also at the moment he appeared. The surroundings suddenly began to stir. From inside the grass, a large ant the size of a wolf dog scurried out. The ant's black eyes, the moment it saw Sumu, it was as if it froze for a moment. The next moment, without even giving Sumu time to react, it already pounced on Sumu's body. Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly used spatial manipulation and flashed to the side. It was only at this time that he took it upon himself to look clearly at the information of this heaven-swallowing ant in front of him. Race, heaven-swallowing ant clan. Chi and blood value, 273,223, pre-4 realm martial artist. Talent, grade D, crazy bite. Habits, lives in the 10,000 races battlefield heaven-swallowing valley. Weakness, jaws. Seeing this heaven-swallowing ant clan's information, Sumu only felt his scalp go numb. He hadn't even gone inside yet. And at the beginning you gave me a pre-4 realm martial artist? However, thinking that the heaven-swallowing ant clan could at least be ranked in the 700s, Sumu was relieved. Let me try to see how big the gap is between me and a 4th realm martial artist alien race right now. Duplicating talents was certainly the way to go. But Sumu also wouldn't let go of any opportunity that could give him more combat experience. Sumu's expression became serious. Extreme night canopy. Open. A ball of flame, mixed with a power as black as ink, wrapped around Sumu's long sword. Sumu's figure flashed, and in the next moment, appeared above the head of that heaven-swallowing ant. Put. Ping. Ding. Ding. You have been killed by the heaven-swallowing ant clan. Copying is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the D-rank talent, Crazy Tier. Again. Ding. You've been killed by the sky-swallowing ant clan. Successful duplication. Congratulations on obtaining the grade C talent, Tenfold Strength. Again. Ding. You have been killed by the sky-swallowing ant clan. Replication is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the C-rank talent, 10 times the speed. After dying an unknown number of times, when Zhang Lao once again asked Sumu whether he was going to choose to come on his own, or if he was going to come and help him, Sumu decisively changed his words. Teacher, take me with you. There are all 4th and 5th realms down there. It's impossible to go inside. Seeing Sumu with a defeated look on his face, Elder Zhang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good. Teacher come to help you. Zhang Lao brought Sumu to directly fall into the heaven-swallowing valley. As soon as they landed, a heaven-swallowing ant appeared in the sight of the two of them. Sumu swept a glance. Oh, it was that D-ranked talent heaven-swallowing ant. Teacher, do it. I don't know if it was because it heard Sumu's heartbeat, or did that heaven-swallowing ant make a move. One could only see that heaven-swallowing ant about to pounce towards the two of them. However, it was less than 10 meters away from the two of them. The body of that heaven-swallowing ant exploded violently. On the contrary, Zhang Lao was completely acting as if he hadn't done anything at all. Looking at Zhang Lao on the side, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a 9th realm powerhouse, beating these heaven-swallowing ants was like playing. With Zhang Lao's help, Sumu advanced all the way. Ding! You have been killed by the heaven-swallowing ant clan. Copying is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the grade B talent, Spirit Penetration. Ding! You have been killed by the sky-swallowing ant clan. Replication success. Congratulations on obtaining the grade A talent, Spirit Barrier. Ding! You have been killed by the sky-swallowing ant clan. Successful duplication. Congratulations on obtaining the S-class talent, Spirit Source Power. In Zhang Lao's wayward path, the number of Sumu's talents almost skyrocketed at an extremely fast rate. When he saw the Spirit-type talent, Sumu directly just turned his head to look at Zhang Lao and said the last words, Teacher, throw me over there. And naturally, his death was not without meaning. After many deaths, nowadays, his Spirit-class talent has been put together. Program, S-class talent, Spiritual Source Power plus A-class talent, Spiritual Barrier, Spiritual Compulsion, plus B-rank talent, Spirit Penetration, equals SS grade talent, Divine Control, SS grade talent, Divine Control. Divine Control technique, greatly enhanced the spiritual power, can cause attacks on the other party through spiritual power. If the spiritual power is not lower than the other party by one major realm, then you can directly manipulate the other party. The greater the gap in strength, the shorter the time you can manipulate. If the spiritual power is lower than the other party by one major realm, then you can briefly influence the other party's actions with your spiritual power. The greater the gap in strength, the smaller the influence. A talent that directly raised Sumu's spiritual power by nearly 7,000 points, in one fell swoop, allowing Sumu's spiritual power to step into the late stage of the 2nd realm martial artist. Although the heaven-swallowing ant's chi and blood values were high, the realm in terms of spiritual power shouldn't be high, right? Teacher, put me down. I want to fight 10 of them. The improvement that Sumu gained within the heaven-swallowing valley was tremendous. Most importantly, through his constant deaths at the hands of heaven-swallowing ants that possessed spirit-type talents, it directly fused out a SS-ranked talent for him. The Divine Control technique modified the name. The previous one didn't match the setting of this rank. The Divine Control technique, on the other hand, directly raised his spiritual power to the late second realm martial artist stage, and even contained quite a few means of using spiritual power. The enhancement of spiritual power. For the average person, it might at most be a means to attack others, or a means to defend against other people's spiritual power attacks. But for Sumu, it meant an extremely large number of returns. With his current spiritual power, the number of times he had gone back to file had skyrocketed to a few thousand times. And in addition to the surge in the number of times to file back, Sumu's utilization of spiritual power had obviously also gone up a notch. More than 8,000 points of spiritual power. Facing a foreign race like the heaven-swallowing ant race whose spiritual power generally didn't exceed the late third realm, Sumu was almost able to directly slaughter his way through with a crushing force. Sure enough, constantly acquiring new talents was the fastest way to increase strength. However, even with this skyrocketing spiritual power, and the divine control technique's means of attack, Sumu had only just managed to kill his way to the middle of the heaven-swallowing valley. The closer he got to the depths of the heaven-swallowing valley, the more the number of heaven-swallowing ants increased. With the huge number of heaven-swallowing ants, even if Sumu used the stacked wave sword chant to spread his divine control technique out, trying to exterminate that many heaven-swallowing ants in a short period of time was also an unlikely thing. While he was killing one or two heaven-swallowing ants, dozens, hundreds of heaven-swallowing ants in the surroundings were already pouncing in his direction. After dying more than a dozen times and determining that there was really no way for him to advance forward with his own strength anymore, Sumu once again hugged Zhang Lao's thigh. After not knowing how many times he had died, Sumu finally found his target. Race, heaven-swallowing ant race. Chi and blood value, 17. 277. 523, pre-6th realm martial artist. Talent, SSS grade, heaven-swallowing and earth-eating. Habits, lives in the 10,000 clans battlefield swallowing Sky Valley. Weakness, jaw. I don't know if it was because Sumu had died too many times, during which Deep Blue had already analyzed some of the heaven-swallowing ant clan's talents. When he saw that heaven-swallowing ant clan, its talent wasn't the common one to be analyzed. Instead, it was an SSS-ranked talent, heaven-swallowing and earth-eating. Heaven-swallowing and earth-eating, as the most famous talent of the heaven-swallowing ant clan. Naturally, it was also the biggest purpose of Sumu's trip. Teacher. That. Hearing what Sumu said, Zhang Lao directly raised his hand in a projection, using Sumu as if he were a cannonball, and lunged in the direction of that heaven-swallowing ant. That heaven-swallowing ant was clearly not an ordinary item either. Black eyes. After seeing Sumu flying in his direction, it hastily opened the two large pincers on its head and accurately clamped Sumu's neck. Sumu. Pawn. It was also at the same time that Sumu died. Sumu also successfully obtained what he wanted. Ding. You have been killed by the heaven-swallowing ant clan. Copying is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade talent, heaven-swallowing and earth-eating. SSS grade talent, heaven-swallowing and earth-eating. Heaven-swallowing and earth-eating, all things in heaven and earth. Nothing can be swallowed. Nothing can be eaten. Comes with the special ability to swallow the sky. Can be used every once in a while. After the use of swallowing the sky, can be swallowed up to no more than their own 3 realms of attack and transformed into their own blood value. Completely transformed before the next swallowing of the sky can be used. The speed of transformation, along with the enhancement of the strength of the change, with the special ability to eat the earth, eat the body's food, medicine, absorption and digestion speed increased by 100 times. After reading the introduction of swallowing heaven and eating earth, Sumu couldn't help but be astonished. This heaven-swallowing and earth-eating was worthy of being one of the 2 most famous SSS grade talents of the heaven-swallowing ant clan. Just this heaven-swallowing alone was already too powerful to be true. It was almost equivalent to, when you were in the early 6th realm, you were already able to block a strike from an enemy in the early 9th realm, and you were also able to convert that strike into chi and blood values to boost your strength. This was not only equivalent to a super strong means of defense, but it also meant a good opportunity for wool gathering. Defense means. Sumu didn't care that much, but it didn't prevent Sumu from using this ability to woolgather those who were almost 3 realms higher than him. Let them hit themselves with all their might, and then he would launch Swallow the Sky, eat their attacks, turn around and slowly digest them, converting them into his own chi and blood value. How much chi and blood value would be saved? In addition to this heaven swallowing, that earth eating is also quite a useful talent for Sumu. It was simply a super enhanced version of the absorption acceleration that Sumu had obtained previously. With the help of absorption acceleration, Sumu's strength had already increased by leaps and bounds. Now with this heaven-swallowing eating ground, it was equivalent to, when one ate something, It would be quickly digested at an extremely fast speed, then absorbed and converted into the chi and blood values in Sumu's body. Originally, without anything, Sumu might take 3 or 4 pairs of chi and blood medicines a day and basically reach the top. With absorption acceleration, he might reach around 10 pairs of chi and blood medicines a day. And now, after having the heaven-swallowing food, Sumu estimated that taking a few hundred pairs of chi and blood medicines a day wouldn't be a problem. Come on, when the time comes. It's just that while practicing, he still has to stuff it into his mouth. He was afraid that if he put it in a little bit late, he would directly finish digesting it. And this horrible digestion and absorption speed, the same means Sumu's early stage, this stage of purely relying on chi and blood value to improve. Sumu's promotion speed will be very scary, as long as he had enough chi and blood medicines and blood food. He even had the certainty that he would be able to raise his strength to the peak of the 3rd realm before the training camp ended. One must know that right now. He was only at the peak of the 1st realm martial artist. Even for the geniuses of the training camp, if they wanted to raise their strength from the peak of the 1st realm martial artist to the peak of the 2nd realm martial artist, they would need to spend a small number of years. But for today's Sumu, it might not even take 10 days. It had to be said that this heaven-swallowing and earth-eating talent was definitely in existence that could be ranked at the top even among SSS grade talents. Letting out a long breath, once again, he advanced things to the stage of the heaven-swallowing valley. After obtaining the heaven-swallowing and earth-eating talent, Sumu's next search for a talent was basically aimed at some heaven-swallowing ants that could fuse their existing talents. And with the help of Old Man Zhang, Sumu also followed along and mixed all the way to the depths of the heaven-swallowing valley. In the depths of the heaven-swallowing valley, an extremely large ant queen was being surrounded by a group of heaven-swallowing ants. Most of these heaven-swallowing ants protecting the heaven-swallowing ant queen had strengths that reached 6th realm martial artists. As for the heaven-swallowing ant queen that was protected by them, her strength had even reached the early stage of a 7th realm martial artist. And apart from the strength aspect, what made Sumu care more was the 2 interfaces on the heaven-swallowing ant queen's head. Race, heaven-swallowing ant clan, ant queen. Pregnant. Blood value, 122. 370. 535. Pre-7th realm martial artist. Talent, SSS grade, optimization talent. Habits, lives in the 10,000 races battlefield swallowing Sky Valley. Weakness, jaws. Race, heaven-swallowing ant clan, ant king. To be born, blood value, 1538. 56, pre-2nd realm martial artist. Talent, to be analyzed. Habits, lives in the 10,000 races battlefield heaven-swallowing valley. Weakness, jaws. Ant king. Sumu clearly remembered learning part of the knowledge about the heaven-swallowing ant race during class. For the heaven-swallowing ant queen who possessed the talent of optimization, the ant king she spawned would definitely possess a top SSS grade talent. And according to the information from Deep Blue's side, if the ant queen accumulates enough energy, this ant king that was birthed would even have a small percentage chance of awakening an EX level talent. Happy National Day, EX class talent. Even amongst the 10,000 races, it was extremely rare. On the side of the human race, it was only until the end of the human race that such a talent appeared. If one could find a way to obtain an EX ranked talent from here, it would definitely be a great help to Sumu. Deep Blue, are you able to analyze when this ant king will probably emerge? Master, according to the current data, the ant king's emergence will take at least 1 to 3 more years. This speed is related to the energy that the ant queen continues to devour during this time. The more energy that is devoured into it, the less time it consumes. Sumu frowned. According to Deep Blue, the earliest this ant king's emergence would need to wait was about a year. It should be an unlikely thing to want to come to this ant king to brush up on his talent for at least a short period of time. He swept a glance at those heaven-swallowing ant queens in the vicinity of the heaven-swallowing ant queen, finding that there was nothing particularly suitable for his talent. Sumu directly asked Zhang Lao to throw himself down to hone his combat skills. After decapitating roughly a dozen heaven-swallowing ants, Sumu finally died tragically in the mouth of a mid-5th realm heaven-swallowing ant. He also once again went back into gear and resumed behaving in pretty much the same manner as before, arriving at the time when old Zhang questioned him. Little Mu, those 3 places I said I'd take you to before, have you been there yet? The first one has already been there. Teacher. At those words, Zhang Lao nodded, turning his head. He looked at Riney. If that's the case, old Rin Knight, I can't stay on the battlefield of the 10,000 races for too long, so I won't talk to you for now. I think you're also clear about what the reason for the light in the square is, so I'll leave with my disciple first. With that, he once again grabbed Sumu and flew towards the depths of the 10,000 races battlefield. Since I've already taken you through the heaven-swallowing valley, Then next, I should take you to the barbarian giant tribe. Sumu was a bit puzzled. Teacher, could this barbarian giant tribe be the place where the barbarian giant race resides? I remember that although their ranking among the 10,000 clans is a bit higher than the heaven-swallowing ant clan, their own awakened talents are basically below the S rank, and there are rarely any SS-ranked talents, let alone SSS-ranked talents. Elder Zhang nodded. Not bad. Although the savage giant clan's awakened talent grade is generally not high, the reason why they can rank higher than the heaven-swallowing ant clan among the 10,000 clans, even reaching 651. You guys should have been told the reason by your teacher in class, right? Sumu nodded at his words. It seems to say that the savage giant race, because of their own physique, their chi and blood will be raised very quickly, and they are one of the few foreign races among the 10,000 races that relies purely on their own martial arts realm and strength to fight their way out of a world. And as the saying goes, one strength breaks all laws. And to a large extent, it says that it's the same as the savage giant race, such as the race of the savage giant race, that reveres its own strength and doesn't rely on its talent. Zhang Lao satisfied, well said. The theoretical knowledge is very solidly learned. These questions I estimate that if I ask those senior brothers and sisters of yours, they may not be able to answer them right away. Sumu, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Teacher, you are too kind. Kidding aside, the knowledge that he had learned with the help of Deep Blue when he usually went back to his gears to pass the time was not learned for nothing. Elder Zhang continued. Although the savage giant race's own awakened talent levels are generally not high, and most of them are still talents in the area of strength and speed and physical strengthening, but that doesn't stop them from being strong. Their body size is huge, and just like our human race, they can cultivate various types of body refining techniques, breathing techniques and martial arts. And at the same realm, even some of the foreign races ranked ahead of them may not be their opponents, and their eating habits are also very similar to our human race. They are amongst the 10,000 races, some of the rare neutral foreign races. As long as our human race doesn't take the initiative to provoke them, they won't attack us either. Zhang Lao popularized some information about this savage giant race to Sumu in passing. The reason why I brought you here is also related to these factors. Sumu listened to Zhang Lao's words and also began to ponder. If they have the same eating habits as us, then they definitely won't be like the general foreign races, feeding on their own kind. And if they are still neutral, I think we human races are not their rations, then their food? Sumu suddenly thought of something and tried. Teacher, do you mean could it be that our target is the food of these savage giant races? Brilliant! Zhang Lao laughed. The savage giant's own talent is not worth copying, but these powerful savage giants will capture some powerful foreign races and keep them in captivity as rations for the entire race. And, because the savage giants' numbers are huge, the foreign races they keep in captivity are quite large, and every day, they will also keep capturing foreign races from the battlefields of the 10,000 races. Our target is those foreign races that these savage giants have captured and kept in captivity. The savage giant race has always believed that the stronger the food, the stronger the power it can bring to them. So the foreign races that they have captured are either strong in their own right, or their talent is relatively powerful. Sumu frowned slightly. Teacher, is the barbarian giant race able to see through the talents of other foreign races? Zhang Lao laughed. Barbarian giants. There is a group of existences called rituals. The talent they awakened can help them recognize which foreign races have powerful talents. But it's not just any foreign races that these barbarian foreign races dare to mess with. At least, foreign races ranked above 600. The barbarian giants wouldn't dare to mess with them at will. Not only the sacrifices among the barbaric giants, whether it's our human race, or say among the 10,000 races, the talent of being able to see through other people's talent. Although it's not much, it's also not too little. Zhang Lao looked at Sumu. However, your talent itself belongs to the EX grade, and the talent that can see through it is at least SSS grade, which has basically eliminated most of the talents that can see through your talent. As for the remaining ones, well, since this issue was mentioned, it just so happens that when we go to the third place at that time, we also need to take some precautions. Teacher here will first provide you with a way. Sumu's eyes lit up. Originally, he was still pondering about what other ways there were to stop his talents from being probed by others other than the talent mist. After all, possessing so many talents in case he was discovered by others. Then although it wasn't something irreparable for him, it was still a bit tricky. Please guide me. Teacher, Sumu inquired. Zhang Lao heatedly smiled. This has to mention Rin Night Old Ghost's Extreme Night Canopy. You use this talent, wrapped around you, that is to say, put a layer of Extreme Night Canopy on yourself. Then even if it's an SSS grade talent, you can't see through your own talent. This talent, you can use it normally. The only thing that you need to pay attention to is that you don't use it in front of the Rin Knight Old Ghost. This is also the reason why I didn't say anything just now. The Rin Knight Old Ghost has also used this talent for so many years after all, and is especially sensitive to this aura. Zhang Lao added. However, it's fine if I really let him find out. I'll fool him later. If you can't, you can also go back to the file. It's not a big problem. As he was talking, a huge plane had appeared ahead. On the line where the plane had just been revealed, densely packed star points appeared, and upon closer inspection, they were realized to be firelight. That's the barbarian giant tribe. There will be another chapter later. Take a vacation. A little disheveled. Try to get up. Barbarian giant tribe. Looking at the huge tents densely spread across the entire plain, Sumu's eyes glowed. To be honest, the barbarian giant tribe's building was extremely grand and atmospheric. A tent. It was unknown what kind of foreign race's fur was used to build it up. The shortest tent, at least, had the appearance of 7 or 8 meters. In the center of the tribe, there was a huge building that towered into the clouds and could not be seen at all. Sumu knew that the huge building was the savage giant tribe's Tongtian Tower, and generally the savage giant tribe's sacrifices were held on this Tongtian Tower. Little Mu, use the extreme night canopy to wrap yourself up. This is also a method of using the extreme night canopy. The Rin Knight Old Ghost often uses this method to sneak into the back of the foreign tribes. Zhang Lao pointed out Sumu. Sumu hurriedly nodded his head when he heard this. Okay, teacher. Sumu attempted to wrap himself with the extreme night canopy. Merely forming a layer of extreme night canopy outside of himself was not a difficult task for the current Sumu. After the extreme night canopy wrapped Sumu up, Sumu's aura instantly disappeared. Other than being able to see Sumu with the naked eye, by purely relying on sensing, one simply couldn't sense the existence of this person. Sumu. No wonder Elder Zhang said that this extreme night canopy had extremely high potential. It was truly endlessly useful. It was also thanks to the fact that it was Elder Zhang who was beside him. He was a close friend of Rin Knight Commander, a powerful person who had owned the extreme night canopy for most of his life. If someone else came along, unless it was Commander Rin Knight himself, he really might not be able to teach Sumu so much about the wonderful uses of the extreme night canopy. Under Elder Zhang's leadership, Sumu quickly sneaked into the middle of this savage giant tribe. Dang! However, the purpose of Sumu and the others' trip wasn't these savage giants. As long as they were careful to avoid these savage giants, they would be fine. Soon, Sumu and Old Man Zhang arrived at the rearing area inside the savage giant tribe. The entire feeding area was actually surrounded by trees. Around the feeding area, 4 or 5 meter tall giants, each holding a huge unknown stick made from the leg bones of some alien race, patrolled back and forth. Roar! A savage giant, not knowing what kind of madness it was having, suddenly roared into the sky. A huge wave of air immediately spread out towards the surroundings. The huge sound wave caused Sumu's brows to wrinkle slightly. The reason why these savage giants were powerful was inseparable from this huge size of theirs. A slight movement had the potential to produce a powerful force. Moreover, don't think that just because these savage giants were huge in size that their movement speed must be slow. The speed of some of these savage giants was not even inferior to that of humanoids of the same realm. For a human race of the same realm, the chances of defeating such a behemoth were very slim. If such a behemoth was thrown onto the battlefield, it would even produce unimaginable destructive power. To be honest, the human race should be thankful that such a race was in a neutral camp. Otherwise, if it was on a real battlefield, this race was definitely the race that the human race needed to take the lead in resolving. Sumu even purposely asked Deep Blue to release the information of the savage giant that was not far in front of him. Race, savage giant race. Blood value, 5. 335. 725, mid-5th realm martial artist. Talent, grade D, strength enhancement. Habits, living in the barbaric giant tribe of the 10,000 races battlefield. Weakness, eyes. Fortunately, Sumu and Zhang Lao were not very big, plus the two of them could hide, so they still smoothly avoided the barbarian giants' patrols and smoothly entered into their feeding area. After entering the savage giants' feeding area, Sumu truly realized why Elder Zhang chose the second place to be here. Teacher, I'm not mistaken. That one is a blue-eyed Xuanzhou. This race and the dragon race, that's a close relative. Although the strength is far less than the dragon race, but at least it's over 610 foreign races. I didn't expect that it was actually also captured by the savage giant race. Herculean ape race. At least it's 2 meters tall. But in front of those savage giants, it's just like a small chicken. I'll go. The barbarian giant race is really powerful, capturing so many shadow cheetah races. Foreign races like the shadow cheetah are frighteningly fast and extremely good at hiding. I wonder how these savage giants caught them. After lamenting a wave of the savage giant race's power, Sumu also quickly searched for his target. Ding! You have been killed by the Shadow Cheetah clan. Copying is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SS grade talent, Shadow Monarch. Ding! You have been killed by the Savage Bull clan. Duplication success. Congratulations on obtaining the SS grade talent, Savage Bull Divine Power. Ding! You have been killed by the Blue-Eyed Xuanxiao clan. Successful duplication. Congratulations on obtaining the SS level talent, 10,000 Poison Monarch. In less than a moment's time, Sumu had already copied a large number of talents. Among them, the lowest talent was S grade, while the higher ones even reached SS grade. The only thing that made Sumu feel a little disappointed was that after sweeping a large circle, he didn't copy a single foreigner with an SSS grade talent. This could only be blamed on Sumu's own bad luck. According to Zhang Lao, the savage giant clan's rearing area wasn't filled with these foreign races every day. Basically, every 3 to 5, there would be a few less foreign races, and then a few more foreign races. Foreign races with SSS grade talent like that would most likely have already been eaten by the savage giant race before Sumu arrived, because the foreign races with this kind of talent, in the eyes of the barbarian giants, those were the best ingredients. After sweeping the barbarian giant tribe away, Sumu once again shifted back to the time to make a choice. Little Moo, those 3 places I said I would take you to before, have you been there yet? Teacher, I've been to the first and the second. Sumu answered Elder Zhang's question. A trace of surprise also flashed across Elder Zhang's face. This feeling of not having the slightest memory of oneself, and being completely able to judge only through the other party's behavior. Even Zhang Lao himself felt quite marvelous. However, he didn't ask much. Since Sumu said that he had already been to the first 2 places, then it would be fine for him to directly lead Sumu to the 3rd place. This 3rd place, named Heaven's Eye Mountain, as the name suggests, lives the Heaven's Eye race. The talent of the Heaven's Eye clan is very single, but it should be of great use to you. Their talent is an SSS grade talent, the Heaven's Path Divine Pupil, which is claimed to be able to see through all SSS grade talents. On this trip, the goal of me bringing you to the Heaven's Eye Mountain is also precisely this talent. You will definitely inevitably have to duplicate a large number of talents in the future, and there's no point wasting your time with some useless talents, whereas if you with the Heaven's Path Divine Pupil, it will be much more convenient to find the talent. Moreover, the Heaven's Path Divine Pupil also has many wonderful uses. Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil. According to Elder Zhang, this Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil should be an enhanced version of the Eye of True Sight. If one could really get the Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil, then it would definitely be of great help to Sumu's. Currently, Sumu's main way of checking the enemy's talent was still relying on the synergy between the Eye of True Vision and Deep Blue. For A rank and below A rank talents, it could be said to be unbeatable, but for S rank and above S rank talents, it was a bit troublesome. And Zhang Lao's side continued to talk about the situation of the Heaven's Eye clan. Do you know why I arranged the Heaven's Eye clan in the 3rd? Sumu shook his head. For himself, the fact that the Heaven's Eyes race was placed in the 1st was not too much of a problem, because even without the Heaven's Eyes race's Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil, he could still judge some of the talents. And as for the talents that he couldn't judge at once, either wait for Deep Blue to analyze a wave, or simply die directly. Anyway, at least S-rank talent. For Sumu, who now has a few thousand times to return to the number of times, the opportunity for trial and error is too much. But looking at it from Zhang Lao's point of view, it wasn't the same thing. Although it was possible for Zhang Lao to guess that Sumu's side had a talent capable of checking talents, it was definitely just a guess. And out of this consideration, if one wanted to better replicate the talent, logically speaking, it should be safer to first walk up to the Heavenly Eye Mountain and replicate a Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil's talent. In that case, it would also be able to be of no small help to the subsequent replication. However, Elder Zhang had not chosen to place the Heaven's Eye Mountain first, nor had he placed him second, favoring it as the last. This definitely must have his old man's own considerations. Seeing Sumu shaking his head, Elder Zhang also smiled, then said, "Silly child, you also can't turn the corner at once. Since the Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil claims to be able to see through all the SSS grade talents under the heavens, then how can you guarantee that if you appear in front of him, your talent won't be seen through by him? You have to know that even Old Man Rin Knight's Extreme Night Sky Curtain would be seen through in front of the Heavenly Tao God's pupil, and the human race, at the moment, has thought of the only two ways to be able to block the Heaven's Eyes race's Heaven's Path Divine Pupil, and one of them is to awaken an SSS-ranked talent that is able to resist the detection of the Heaven's Eyes Divine Pupil. However, This talent itself is very rare, and in the human race's current pool of awakened talents, the only one that is able to do so is the one called Dialing the Heavens Chance talent. However, this kind of doing is not to say that it can definitely be done. The two talents of Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil and Dialing Heavenly Chance, one is like the sharpest spear in the world, and the other is like the strongest shield in the world, the two touching each other. Which one is stronger and which one is weaker may ultimately depend on the strength of the talent's possessor. Compared to the first method, the second method is a hypothesis put forward by one of the 7 saints of our human race, the great Xia Dragon Saint, Lord Zhou Aolong. That is, if the talent in a person exceeds the limit of what the Heaven's Path Divine Pupil is able to survey, then is it the case that the Heaven's Pupil Divine Pupil is unable to detect it? This hypothesis has a certain theoretical basis. Once when Lord Zhou Aolong had not yet become one of the 7 saints of the human race, he had once encountered a powerful Heaven's Eyes race clan member, and at that time, because of the previous battle, Lord Zhou Aolong had used a method similar to cheating, causing him to possess 3 SSS-ranked talents on his body at the same time. And at that time, that Heaven's Eyes race clan member was precisely sent out to hunt down and kill Lord Zhou Aolong. And just when Lord Zhou Aolong thought that he was about to have a hard time escaping, that Heaven's Eyes clan member actually completely missed his trail. Afterwards, Senior Zhou Aolong repeatedly recalled his experience that day and eventually came up with this hypothesis. Sumu looked at Elder Zhang with some understanding. So teacher, you want me to have enough SSS grade talents in my body to reach the same state as that of Lord Zhou Aolong at the time, so as to evade the detection of the Heaven's Eye clan members? But teacher, I can go back to my file, even if the Heaven's Eyes clan discovered that I possess multiple talents. Elder Zhang, however, shook his head. That's right, you can indeed go back into gear, but I don't dare to bet on it. Xiao Mu, you should also be clear that the 10,000 races know far more about talents than we do. Before you grow up, I can't expose any news that has information about your talents to the 10,000 races sites. In front of the other races it doesn't matter, but in front of the Heaven's Eye race's renowned Heaven's Path Divine Pupil, I don't dare to bet that that talent of yours won't be found out, so I can only do my best to help you to avoid the detection of the Heaven's Path Divine Pupil. Zhang Lao's words caused Sumu to faint slightly. To be honest, Elder Zhan was the only elder so far, other than his relatives, who had no reservations about Sumu and thought ahead for him. Even Sumu couldn't figure out why Elder Zhang would go to such an extent for him, simply because he liked him. Or perhaps, because he was the only hope for the human race? Or, was it both? Teacher, you can actually ask me. Zhang Lao paused for a moment and said. Zhang Lao, however, shook his head slightly and said, Xiao Mu, ever since I took that life oath, not only does it mean that I won't go about divulging any information related to your talent, it likewise means one thing. I will try to learn as little information about you as possible, especially when it comes to your talent. Teacher won't ask about it and doesn't want to know about it, so don't blame teacher. Teacher would rather choose a more troublesome method to ensure that you can acquire your talent without a doubt, rather than risking the slightest bit of your talent will be exposed. Elder Zhang spoke in a sprightly and light-hearted manner. It was as if he was describing something that couldn't be easier, but only Sumu, who was the person in question, was able to realize just how far Elder Zhang had gone for him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had worked hard step by step. It's a pity that I have limited time to stay on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Otherwise, I'd have to take you around this battlefield of the 10,000 races. But it's fine. Turn around and go back to the rear of the human race. Teacher, I'll make arrangements for you as well, Zhang Lao said with a smile. Su Mu, however, froze for a moment. After a long time, only then did he finally speak. Teacher, aren't you afraid that I'm a spy of the human race, or that, one day in the future, I'll betray the human race? Sumu's topic was so sharp that Elder Zhang froze for a moment at the first moment he heard it. However, it was only a moment of freezing. He looked towards Sumu, and those slightly cloudy eyes met Sumu's eyes extremely seriously. To be honest, afraid. But, in life, one must always gamble, right? Zhang Lao said, a little despondent and a little confused. If there really is that day, then the human race is probably really finished, right? The two, teacher and student, quickly arrived at the Heaven's Eye Mountain. In order to prevent Sumu from being exposed, the plan Zhang Lao took was that he ran to attract the attention of the Heaven's Eye clan, then seduce one or more of the Heaven's Eye clansmen to attack him. At the critical moment, the attack would then be led to Sumu's position. The plan went smoothly. Sumu also smoothly obtained the heartfelt Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil from the Heaven's Eye Mountain. Ding! You have been killed by the Heaven's Eye clan. Copying was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade talent, Heaven's Path Divine Pupil. SSS grade talent, Divine Pupil of Heaven's Path. Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil, able to break through all SSS grade and below SSS grade talents. At the same time, all SSS grade and SSS grade talents generated by the mist, masking, concealment effects, in front of the Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil, will be null and void. All I-type talents, except the Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil itself, in front of the Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil, will be suppressed by 50% to 10% of their ability, the specifics of which, depending on the gap between the two sides. After seeing the introduction of Heaven's Path God's Pupil, Sumu could only sigh. This talent copied is really not a loss. With this talent, Sumu would no longer have to worry about the problem of not being able to see the opponent's talent in the future. Moreover, the effects of the Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil, such as the ability to break through fog, concealment, and so on, were also quite useful to Sumu. If one had this talent, I'm afraid that the SSS grade talent Mirage Dream would not be able to conceal itself from Sumu's eyes at all, not to mention the suppression effect of the Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil on other I-type talents. With the Heaven's Path Divine Pupil, it could be said that Sumu had basically come to the end of the road in terms of I-type talents. After fusing the Eye of True Vision to the Heavenly Tao Divine Pupil, Sumu once again followed some of his previous actions and advanced the course of events to the point where Zhang Lao asked him if he had gone to the 3 places. At this moment, Zhang Lao was still questioning Sumu. Little Mu, those 3 places I said I would take you to before, have you been there yet? Been to all of them, teacher, Sumu said. There was a trace of respect in his eyes. Among the countless backfiles, Sumu had not only gained a large amount of talent, but likewise had sincerely developed a trace of admiration for Zhang Lao. In Sumu's opinion, Elder Zhan was truly a very great person. The goal of his life, in fact, from the beginning to the end, was only one, and that was to fight for the rise of the human race. This was something that even Sumu himself might not be able to achieve. It was fine for Sumu to want to protect the human race. It was fine for Sumu to want to save the human race, but he wasn't without selfishness. What he wanted to protect was the human race, and likewise, it was also his home. His small home with only a few people. But Zhang Lao was different. He seemed to be selfless for the sake of the human race. It was precisely because of this that when he learned that Sumu would most likely be the only hope for the human race, it was only then that he wouldn't hesitate to start pouring everything he had into Sumu. After hearing Sumu's reply, Elder Zhang nodded in understanding. Since that's the case, it should be about time. Elder Zhang dropped his gaze on Rin Knight, who was not far away and even a bit puzzled. You too, teacher and student. What kind of riddle are you playing? Seeing Elder Zhang suddenly looking at himself, Rin Knight asked somewhat uncomfortably. Zhang Lao, however, smiled faintly. Old Rin Knight, there's a great opportunity for merit here, if you don't want it? When Rin Knight heard this, he first frowned, then decisively shook his head first. Don't want it. At this point in my life, I still need to make AF * King merit. Besides, you old Zhan ghost can still pop out good things from inside your mouth? Zhang Lao sniffed and blankly glanced at Rin Knight. Come on. Originally I wanted to give someone a chance to pretend for a while, but since a certain person isn't interested, it's just as well. Seeing Zhang Lao's appearance, Sumu probably also understood what Zhang Lao wanted. Since Sumu's talent was pretty much brushed up now, then the next thing that needed to be resolved was naturally about General Tsong and that plan of the Sphinx Worm. And it turned out that Sumu's guess was good. Rinky Knight was originally still looking at Elder Zhang with a wary face, but after hearing Zhang Lao mention that there was a chance to put on a wave, he instantly trembled his eyebrows. Ha, there's this kind of opportunity and you're able to let me have it? Tell me. Seeing this, Zhang Lao proudly winked towards Sumu. It probably meant, look, isn't it easy for me to pin this guy down? Thereupon, he was pretending to look at Rin Knight in a difficult manner. If it wasn't for the fact that I wasn't able to stay in the battlefield of the 10,000 races for too long, do you think that this opportunity would have been your turn? Zhang Lao quickly went over General Tsong and the Sphinx Bug's plan. At that time, they laid a trap in the endless abyss 3,000 miles away from the eastern battlefield, and tricked you into going there temporarily. With your ability, even if you want to come out from inside the endless abyss, it will take quite a bit of time. Besides, in their hands, they still have the means to trap you specifically, and by the time you're trapped in the endless abyss, the huge eastern battlefield will become especially empty, and at this time, the eastern war zone's periphery everywhere then war frequently, forcing the subterranean Dragon Legion to participate in the sweeping work of some battles. Coupled with that human trader's position in your eastern war zone, do you think that the subterranean Dragon Legion, will be overthrown by them. As they expected? Zhang Lao's analysis. It made Rin Knight's brows furrow as he began to think carefully. Originally, he thought that Elder Zhang was joking with himself, but along with that, after he listened to what Old Man Zhang said, his expression also became grave. This damned Song Yunfei, I'll go back and have to skin him alive. Rin Knight let out a low curse. It made Sumu know the General Sung's name for the first time. Obviously, Rin Knight was definitely clear about that General Sung's true identity. The foreign race actually came up with such an evil plan. It's really their heart that can be punished. I thought that after that incident 50 years ago, the foreign race had gradually restrained themselves, but I didn't realize that it's nothing more than hibernating and ready to give our human race a fatal blow at any time. Rin Knight cursed angrily in a low voice. Zhang Lao, on the other hand, looked at Rin Knight with meaning. Do you really think that since that incident 50 years ago, the foreign races have gradually tightened up? Hearing Elder Shang's words, Rin Knight's face changed slightly. He first glanced at Sumu, then his expression became rare and serious and said, Elder Zhang, what do you mean by that? Nothing means. It's just that Rin Knight old ghost. You've traveled higher than me, and there are some things that you should know more clearly than me. These 50 years of calmness are too bizarre, aren't they? The human race, are they really gaining the upper hand? Perhaps, we should have woken up a long time ago. However, Elder Zhang's words were just half said. The extreme night canopy, in an instant, wrapped Elder Zhang and Rin Knight. It alone excluded Sumu. Looking at the black canopy in front of him, Sumu raised an eyebrow. He was just about to use the heavenly Dao divine pupil to satisfy his curiosity. Immediately afterward, he saw the extreme night sky curtain disappear again. The two people inside had unusually grave expressions. All right, old ghost Zhang, I already know about this matter. I'll find a way to deal with it. As for the thing I just said to you, old ghost Zhang, you've always had a tight mouth. Today, if you hadn't said that you've already noticed it, I wouldn't have brought up this matter with you. But since you know about it now, you should know why we're doing this. You will die a miserable death. Zhang Lao looked towards Rin Knight. My generation of martial artists. Why should I fear death? The breeze blew a few strands of broken hair in front of Rin Knight's forehead, and Rin Knight smiled blandly. Seeing the attitude of the two people, Sumu had the sense not to ask too much. In that case, what are you going to do about that matter of Song Yunfei? It seemed to be to change the topic a bit. Let's make it a trick. Since they are able to trick us, we are naturally able to trick him as well. Riney waved her hand carelessly. In this matter, the biggest problem lay in the fact that it was necessary to ensure beforehand that he, a ninth realm martial artist, would not be involved in the battlefield, which was why, earlier, when Sumu and that Sphinx bug had mentioned a mouthful of the fact that there would be an 8th realm martial artist accompanying them, the Sphinx would have such a big reaction. It was because the premise of all their plans was to be able to first trick Rinky Knight, one of the 3 great commanders guarding the eastern battle zone, into going to the endless abyss. Moreover, during this process, Rinny couldn't detect their plans, but now, since Rinny already knew everything, the failure of their plan was already an inevitable thing. Not only that, when a 9th realm martial artist joined the fray, the balance of victory would tilt in the direction of the 9th realm martial artist almost without surprise. Since that's the case, then it's up to you. However, there's one more thing Rin Knight old ghost I need to mention to you. Zhang Lao thought of something and said, this time, the reason why we were able to detect this plan ahead of time, this shut-in disciple of mine, Su Mu, deserves all the credit. As Zhang Lao said this, he gently patted Su Mu's shoulder. Hearing Elder Zhang say that, Rin Knight laughed out loud. You old devil. He once again sized up Su Mu. Looks like this shut-in disciple of yours isn't simple either. Don't worry, since you've said so, I'll definitely count the merits for him later. If the plan succeeds this time, the merits that this disciple of yours obtains would be remarkable. Do you want me to think of a way to get your shut-in disciple a lower profile way? No need. Zhang Lao waved his hand. How to get it? How to get it? You just tell the truth. Just say that this plan is my shut-in disciple. Su Mu probed. Merit and whatnot. I don't ask you to bend the law or anything. How to get it? My shut-in disciple will not be greedy for extra merit, but he deserves the merit. It can't be less at all. As for the fame attached to the merit outside, also can't be less. Young man, to be a fair and just, without half a bit of adulteration, to be, is that all people know his merits? Zhang Lao said. Rin Knight heard, but his eyebrows were frowned. Zhang old ghost, you are going to give your shut-in disciple to pave the way in advance but this paving the way will not be a little too early. Would show in the forest the wind will destroy it When he said the last sentence, He also shot a wink towards Zhang Lao. Zhang Lao, however, turned a blind eye. Just do as I say. Young man, if you can't even withstand this kind of training, then how can you continue on the martial arts path? Hiding weapons in one's body is not suitable for this shut-in disciple of mine. What's more suitable for him is to be sharp. Rin Knight heard this and could only helplessly shake his head. Sometimes, I really can't fathom what kind of medicine you're selling in your gourd, but since you've said so, then let's do as you say. Rin Knight turned his gaze to Su Mu. Little Mu, prepare yourself. It won't be long before your name will resound throughout the Eastern Warzone. As he said that, a trace of reminiscence suddenly appeared on his face. Back then, if I had gotten such a merit like you, then I think I would have been able to make a good appearance, right? Zhang Lao rolled his eyes beside him and said, just you still deserve to be compared to my closed disciple? If you were in the same period as him, you could be hammered the shit out of him. I'll go. Old man Zhang, your words are a bit excessive. Damn, you back then wouldn't dare to say that you'd beat me steadily, right? Your closed disciple is so great? No. Turn around and wait for your shut-in disciple's realm is higher, and the one under my door to have a good competition. See what you can do. Ha 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 ha. Good to say. Today let's stop here first. I send him back first. You also go back early. Aha. In the next moment, Zhang Lao brought Sumu back to the middle of the eastern battle zone. After saying goodbye to Sumu, he quickly left the 10,000 races battlefield. From Zhang Lao's words, it could be heard, there seemed to be some kind of restriction on them. The 9th realm martial artists, not being able to stay on the battlefield of the 10,000 races for too long. After returning to the eastern battlefield, Sumu didn't rush back to rest. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the training room. There were still a lot of things he had to do. In addition to learning about those talents he had obtained on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, what was more important was to improve his strength a bit. For him, he had stayed a first realm martial artist for too long. It was also time to see the scenery of a second realm martial artist. After coming to the training room, Sumu first checked his character panel. Name, Sumu. Blood value, 986. 38, peak of first realm martial artist. Spiritual power, 80-28. 58, late second realm martial artist. Talents, EX rank, duplication after death. SSS rank, 12 hours back from death. Oath of life. Extreme night canopy. Swallowing the sky and eating the earth. Divine pupil of heaven's path. SS grade, elemental monarch. Divine control technique. Shadow monarch. 10,000 poisonous monarch. Barbarian bull divine power. S grade, space manipulation. Grade A, alteration. This time, there were quite a few talents obtained on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. The highest ranked among them were naturally those SSS-ranked talents. Oath of life. Extreme night canopy. Devouring heaven and eating earth. And heaven's path divine pupil. Each of these talents was a top talent that possessed a great boost for Sumu. Among the SS grade talents, the main ones were divine control technique, Shadow Monarch and 10,000 Poison Monarch and Brute Bull Divine Power. Brute Bull Divine Power was relatively simple. There wasn't much to say. It was mainly a substantial increase in strength, and it triggered the Brute Bull Shadow every once in a while, causing one's strength to explode in a wave. And among the rest, the divine control technique was mainly obtained from Sumu's fusion of various spirit-type talents. With this divine control art, Sumu had been able to master some of the ways of spiritual attacks in advance. After stepping into the third realm martial artist, Sumu was prepared to look for some spiritual attack methods from Deep Blue side. Previously, Sumu had inquired about the information in this area, and whether it was in the information of the 10,000 races or the information of the human race. Some of the attacking methods recorded in relation to spiritual power required at least a third realm martial artist to be able to learn how to use them. Nowadays, if Sumu wanted to use a spiritual power attack, he could only rely on the divine control technique. Divine control art Sumu had been in the middle of figuring it out. Compared to the divine control technique, what Sumu knew less about were the 10,000 poison monarchs and shadow monarchs that he had obtained on the 10,000 races battlefield. The 10,000 poison monarch, as the name suggests, was naturally a poison talent, and after obtaining the 10,000 poison monarch, the first thing Sumu did was to fuse the poison god into the 10,000 poison monarch. But unfortunately, to upgrade to an SSS grade talent, it wasn't something that could be achieved by simply fusing in an S grade talent, poison god. The current 10,000 poison monarch was still SSS ranked, but even so, the 10,000 poison monarch itself was already powerful enough. 10,000 poison monarch, 10,000 poisons under the sky. I am the only one. All the toxins, in front of the 10,000 poison monarch. will be easily dissolved and controlled. The owner can form a 10,000 poison bead in the body to accommodate and refine all kinds of toxins. The toxins can be stowed away into the 10,000 poison bead, and with the mind to actively release or absorb. At the same time, the absorbed toxins can be converted into chi and blood values to enhance the strength. The 10,000 poison bead of the basic toxins can be on the 5th realm martial artists, along with the increase in strength and the enhancement of the absorbed and refined toxins. The toxicity of the 10,000 poison bead will also become stronger and stronger. Compared to the 10,000 poison monarch, Sumu was more concerned about another SS grade talent, the Shadow Monarch. Then, as you wish, stand up. SS ranked talent, Shadow Monarch. Shadow Monarch can summon their own or other people's shadows to fight. Summon their own shadows have up to 60% of their own strength. Once dissipated, need to wait for a long time to be able to summon again. Summoning other people's shadows need to each other on the verge of death. Up to 50% of the strength of the other party, and the other party's strength up to not be able to exceed the strength of their own strength of the 3 realms. The maximum of 10 shadows can be summoned. The maximum of 10 shadows can be summoned. The maximum of 10 shadows can be summoned. The maximum number of shadows that can be summoned is 10, excluding oneself. The initial strength of the summoned shadow will be determined according to the moment it is summoned, and it can be hidden in one's own shadow. And the strengthened number of summoned shadows will continue to rise and increase as its strength rises. After reading the introduction of Shadow Monarch, Sumu's first reaction was that there were a lot of restrictions, but the same also meant that the ability was powerful, summoning shadows and coming out to fight for himself. With the special nature of Sumu's talent, he was supposed to not have a single teammate by his side. Therefore, he had also long been mentally prepared to fight alone. But now, the appearance of this talent allowed Sumu to never have to fight alone again. Not only could he summon his own shadow to fight for him, but at the same time, he was also able to summon his enemy's shadow when he was on the verge of death and fight for himself. This was definitely great news for Sumu himself. The only pity was that this Shadow Monarch's summoning restrictions were too many, and it was unknown if Sumu could raise the Shadow Monarch's level to SSS grade if he fused a large number of similar talents. If it was upgraded to SSS grade, it was thought that not only would the potential and power of this talent of Shadow Monarch be further enhanced, the limitations of this talent would also be reduced by a lot. After understanding how Shadow Monarch was used, Sumu stood under the light, looking at his shadow that was stretched under the light. "Stand up," Sumu faintly said. The next moment, it was as if his shadow understood his words. It slowly began to squirm. A figure gradually carried his shadow and detached from his body. It eventually turned into a figure that was as black as ink, exactly the same as the outline of his body. That figure, after taking shape, it then slowly knelt down towards Sumu. Aside from this likeness being somewhat peculiar, what about the rest of the aspects? Along with Sumu's thoughts, in the next moment, this black figure in front of him also quickly began to move in accordance with his thoughts, raising his hand, lowering his hands, raise the feet, lowering the feet. The movements were smooth. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, basically determining that there was nothing wrong with some basic movements. Secondly, Sumu raised his hand, and a vortex suddenly appeared in a piece of space to the right. Sumu's hand grabbed towards the inside of the vortex. A long sword had then appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and threw the long sword into the black shadow's hand. The black shadow also did as he thought and caught the long sword he handed over. Immediately afterward, only to see the black shadow directly stabbing out towards the wall to the side. Gale sword technique. Sword steps at hand. Folding wave sword chant. The 3 martial arts techniques, which traveled in a flowing stream, landed on the wall to the side. There's no problem with the martial arts either. Sumu stepped aside and checked up on the damage caused by the shadows. The basic shape wasn't too different from when Sumu had made it. The only difference was the size of the power. The Gale sword technique that Shadow Sumu had made was obviously a lot weaker than the one Sumu had made. However, this was also something that Sumu had already anticipated. Shadow Sumu's strength was probably around 60% of his. It wasn't necessarily exactly 60%. If Sumu used it well, then it might be able to exert a strength that was even stronger than 60% of his strength. And if it was the other way around, it was also the same. The martial arts were also finished testing. The smile on Sumu's face was also growing. So far, the black shadow summoned by this Shadow Monarch had already reached his initial goal. The next thing to test was one of the most important abilities of this black shadow. Along with Sumu's thought, the next moment, the black shadow's figure suddenly began to grow taller and stronger. The aura also slowly changed from the original peak of the 1st realm to the peak of the 2nd realm. Grade A talent, change of appearance. Another thought moved. a flame suddenly emerged from the black shadow's hand in front of him. The flame changed and became a black bead again. This was the SS grade talent 10,000 Poison Monarch's own 10,000 poison bead. And on Sumu's own side, he also summoned a black bead. When the two 10,000 poison beads were put together and compared, it could be clearly found that Sumu's bead was a bit more black and rounded. From this, it could also be concluded that even if it was a talent, Shadow Sumu's talent was also slightly weakened and neutered. Sumu once again moved his thoughts. However, this time around, he frowned slightly. He had just wanted to try to use Black Shadow to launch Shadow Sovereign again. The result was a complete lack of response, explaining that the Black Shadow didn't seem to have inherited Sumu's SS grade talent, Shadow Monarch. Under Sumu's thought manipulation, the Black Shadow in front of him raised his hand slightly. However, it was quickly put down again. Sumu slightly shook his head. Just now, he tried the Extreme Night Canopy again. It was also useless. This had basically verified Sumu's thoughts. This Shadow Monarch summoned its own Black Shadow. It probably possessed around 60% of its strength other than its own talent. Talent-wise, it wasn't an exact copy. Rather, it possessed other SS grade and below SS grade talents excluding the Shadow Monarch itself. This point was also expected by Sumu. If the Shadow Sovereign summoned Shadow Sumu could possess the exact same talents as him, then it would almost mean that Shadow Sumu would also be able to possess the powerful talent of copying after death. Then even if this talent was a neutered and weakened version, Shadow Sumu's potential would already be powerful beyond measure. But accordingly, the Shadow Monarch talent itself is by no means as simple as SS grade. But now it seemed obvious that Sumu was overthinking it. After all, it wasn't possible for everything good to fall on him. This Shadow Monarch itself was already too powerful. If it were to be as general as Sumu envisioned, then it would be a bit too outrageous. The summoned Shadow Sumu was able to possess other SS grade talents. Even if it was a neutered and weakened version, it was also enough to make his strength extremely terrifying. If Sumu was also able to raise the Shadow Monarch's level up a bit later, then it would be even more extraordinary. For a moment, Sumu became more and more excited about the future of the Shadow Monarch. After checking his talent, Sumu took out some of his only remaining medicinal herbs and began to configure the Qi and blood medicines. Before Zhang Lao left, he even mentioned something to him, saying that he would send him some medicinal herbs and exotic beast blood and flesh sometime later. But until then, Sumu could only use the bit he still had left to cope with at first. He also didn't know that after having the heaven-swallowing food, how long will these medicinal herbs last? Gentlemen, wait until after the 7th to start getting more. Lately, it's hard to say time rushes. Sumu in the training room didn't know how long his had been practicing, only knowing that he was constantly configuring Qi and blood medicines, and then constantly taking in practicing. By the time the last of the medicinal herbs inside his mobile space were used up, his strength had already stepped into the early stage of the second realm martial artist. The Qi and blood value had even reached 1286.75. After possessing the talents swallowing heaven and eating earth, his absorption speed for Qi and blood medicines, as well as the degree of absorption, had increased tremendously. According to this speed, as long as he was given enough Qi and blood medicines, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for his strength to rise to the late third realm, or even the peak of the third realm, before he left the training camp. In addition to the increase in the Qi and blood value aspect, Sumu's mental strength aspect had likewise been greatly improved. In itself, it was because of the replication talent before, so he had died many times. Now he was given another wave of cultivation. His spiritual power directly came to over 9,000 points, stepping into the peak of the second realm martial artists. Originally, after possessing the heaven-swallowing and earth-eating talent, Sumu's rate of increase in Qi and blood value would not say that it would be faster than the rate of increase in spiritual power, but at least it wouldn't be much worse. However, after Sumu's spirit-type talent fused into the divine control technique, in addition to the surge in spiritual power, the cultivation speed of spiritual power was also greatly increased. Plus Sumu had gone back to gear so many times before. Between 1 and 2, the rate of spiritual power increase was still a bit faster than the rate of Qi and blood value increase. According to this speed, there was no way to say that spiritual power would precede Qi and blood value into the peak of the third realm martial artist. At that time, Sumu's own spiritual power was estimated to be able to become a frighteningly powerful base card. After resting for a bit, Sumu didn't rush to leave the training room. Although the medicinal herbs and other things were all used up, but after stepping into the second realm martial artist, Sumu was likewise faced with new problems. Whether it was the 10,000 races body refining technique or his own martial arts, it was time to properly update them. At the same time, it was also necessary to test some of his talents again. A lot of talents improved with strength. Sumu stepped from the peak of the first realm into the ranks of the second realm martial artists. It looked like it was a step away, but in reality, the two were worlds apart. The increase in chi and blood value was only the most superficial judgment standard. The reason for the division of realms was because there was a huge gap between the realms. Every time you crossed over to a new great realm, not only does it mean that some of the cultivation content of your body alchemy will follow suit, it likewise means that your talent, physique, and other aspects will all be improved. So it might seem like the difference between a peak first realm martial artist and a martial artist who had just entered the second realm might only be a few hundred, a few dozen, or even a few points of chi and blood value, but the strength between the two has changed drastically. This kind of change became more and more obvious the further back one went. Even will gradually evolve. Not only is the gap between the big realm will become bigger and bigger, the gap between the small realm will also become bigger and bigger. The later you get, the more difficult you'll find it to cross over challenges. Some of the talents that could help you cross one or two major realms to kill your enemies in your early stages might only be able to cross one or two minor realms in the later stages. It wasn't that the talent was too weak, but that the gap between realms was gradually increasing. And while your talent was rising, people with a higher realm than you might have already raised their talent by several waves. It's like, even if your potential is high and you were Bruce Lee in your previous life, but when you are 10 years old, it's quite difficult to defeat a grown man. Sumu sat cross-legged in the training room. The first thing he did was to have Deep Blue find him a new chapter of the 10,000 Races body refining art in the second realm martial artist stage. Being analyzed for you. Analyzing successfully. A follow-up chapter has been recommended for you. With Deep Blue, Sumu was able to save a great deal of effort when looking for a suitable cultivation method for himself. There were 3 chapters of the 10,000 Races physical refinement technique at the second realm martial artist stage that Deep Blue recommended to him. They were the Blood Ape Clan chapter, the Black Wind Thunder Leopard Clan chapter, and the Heaven Swallowing Ant Clan chapter. Among them, the Heaven Swallowing Ant Clan chapter was mainly for further enhancing one's speed of swallowing chi and blood. What the Blood Ape Clan was most adept at was controlling their own chi and blood, mobilizing each and every part of their chi and blood to the place that best suited them. Practicing the Blood Ape Clan's chapter would allow Sumu to more accurately control his own power, thus achieving the effect of lifting heavy weights as if they were light, and lifting light weights as if they were heavy. The final chapter of the Black Wind Thunder Leopard Clan, on the other hand, was to help Sumu better improve some reaction speed and movement speed and such. In terms of Sumu's conditions today, in fact, the aspects of strength, speed, physique and defense had already been pulled full circle by the extreme silent body. Wanting to rely on the cultivation of a certain foreign races chapter to specifically improve a certain aspect actually had little meaning. The chapter that Deep Blue had selected for Sumu was more for the purpose of being able to fit Sumu's talent. From there, he was able to achieve a situation where he was able to cultivate every part of his body to perfection. This was the reason why the 10,000 Races body refining art had different effects when practiced by different people. It was because everyone's talent was different. Some people might just cultivate a certain chapter alone and keep cultivating until the end. But for someone like Sumu, whose talent was constantly increasing, naturally the chapters he cultivated were constantly changing. Soon, the initial cultivation of the 3 chapters of the 10,000 Races body refining art was familiarized. Sumu began to pick out a martial skill that suited him again. The 3 martial arts that he had previously cultivated were already somewhat insufficient. It wasn't that they were a bit behind in terms of power. It was mainly that there were too few martial arts, making Sumu's means of attack too single. After Deep Blue searched a bit for Sumu, he picked out a sword Dao martial skill, a boxing martial skill, and a legs martial skill. The sword Dao martial skill named 10,000 Swords Returning to the Father. This sword skill was quite remarkable. It was a supreme martial skill created by a race named the Sword Intent Divine Race among the 10,000 races. The Sword Intentions Divine Race, as the name implied, was a branch of the Divine Race. And this branch of the Divine Race used the Dao of the sword as their main means of attack. There were countless sword Dao martial skills within the race, and the race itself was basically awakened with outstanding sword Dao type talents. Because of the special nature of their race and comprehension talent, this race had an extremely strong talent in comprehending sword intent. Often, they were able to comprehend several types of sword intent at the first realm, and after that, as their strength increased, the more sword intent they comprehended would also increase. The martial art of 10,000 Swords Returning to the Father had been passed down in the Sword Intent Divine Race for tens of thousands of years. It was a martial skill that every member of the Sword Intent Divine clan had to cultivate. This martial skill was characterized by its high potential and power, but it was difficult to cultivate. The main way was to constantly comprehend and condense sword intent. This martial art, if it were any other race amongst the 10,000 races to cultivate it, it really might not be able to cultivate it. But the human race is different. The human race has a unique advantage. Most of the races among the 10,000 races of martial arts, body refining techniques, in the hands of the human race can be modified to bring their own cultivation. This is also the reason that the human race can be able to support under the attack of the 10,000 races for so long. As for the 10,000 swords returning to the palace martial art, at first, with not much sword intent, the power might be average, but as long as the number of sword intent gradually increased, then the power would be quite terrifying. For Su Mu, this was a martial skill that could be used up to the 9th or even 10th realm. In the future, if he was able to go to the Sword Dao Divine Clan, I'm afraid that this martial skill, 10,000 swords returning to the soul, would be able to truly exert invincible power in his hands. I finally finished the code before getting on the train, so when I go back tomorrow, I can start resuming updates. The 10,000 swords returning to the sect was quickly and completely mastered by Su Mu. Immediately afterward, Su Mu quickly began to learn the other two martial arts. Previously, because of the sword heart passage talent, the martial skills that Su Mu learned were mainly inclined towards the sword Dao martial skills. However, the sword Dao martial skills were ultimately a bit limited some of the time, requiring the use of a long sword to be able to maximize its power. Moreover, the means of attack was too single. Therefore, Su Mu was prepared to enrich his own means of attack this time. Of the remaining two martial arts, the boxing martial art was called 7-Star Army Breaking Fist. This boxing main killing, attacking swiftly, whether with some other elemental power, or toxins or whatever, can play a huge power. If it is attached to the power of silence, it can even send out unimaginable terrifying power. The leg martial skill called Shadowless Wind Chasing Leg was equally powerful. Su Mu's martial arts nowadays were still mainly based on sword martial arts, together with the 7-Star Army Breaking Fist and the Shadowless Wind Chasing Leg to make up for the lack of moves. Basically it was already enough for now, and even up until the 4th realm martial artist, Su Mu didn't need to think about replenishing the issue of new martial arts for the time being. After determining which martial arts he needed to learn, Su Mu began to cultivate and study his own martial arts. In the middle of the time, Su Mu contacted the resources sent from the school side, and replaced the tiger bones and bear blood in them with ape blood, leopard bones, and the carcasses of the ant tribe. These medicinal herbs would be more suitable for Su Mu, who had now changed chapters. By the time Su Mu came out of the gate again, it was already more than a month later, and the end of the training camp seemed to be fast approaching. Not only had all of Su Mu's martial arts skills been cultivated to the point of near completion, at the same time, his own chi and blood value had also directly skyrocketed to more than 5,800, directly stepping into the middle stage of the 2nd realm martial artist, only one step away from the late stage of the 2nd realm martial artist. After walking out from the training room, the blinding sunlight even made Su Mu, who had been cultivating around the clock, feel a bit blinded. Hello, settle the consumption of the training room for these days. Coming to the front desk of the training room, Su Mu placed his green badge in front of the staff member at the front desk. The staff member was a young man in his early 20s, and his face seemed to be a little tired and numb from the long hours of work. He skillfully took the green badge and swept it inside the machine. The next moment, Su Mu's information appeared on the screen in front of him. However, it was also the moment Su Mu's information popped out. The young man, who was still somewhat listless, suddenly had his eyes widen. He looked at the green badge in his hand in disbelief, and then looked at Su Mu in front of him. You're Su Mu. Sensing the young man's somewhat strange gaze, Su Mu frowned. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the training room I rented? The young man, however, acted as if he hadn't heard Su Mu's words. Are you really Su Mu? He rummaged around inside the drawer for a while. My name is indeed Su Mu. Is it the Su Mu from Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp? The young man confirmed once again. Su Mu was somewhat helpless. If there isn't a second one named Su Mu in the Genius Training Camp, then it should be me you're talking about. Great! That young man exclaimed. It immediately drew the attention of many soldiers around. That young man also noticed his outburst and hurriedly covered his mouth. In his eyes were excitement and thrill that he couldn't hide in any way. Sorry, I was a bit too excited. He lowered his voice and said, Can you please sign this for me? While saying that young man quickly rummaged around inside the drawer. Finally, he found a shirt and a pen, and excitedly handed it to Su Mu. Don't worry, the matter that you're in seclusion inside the training room, other than us few staff members in charge of reception, only our officer knows about it. As the young man handed the item to Su Mu, He carefully surveyed the surroundings, and after realizing that no one had noticed, he only then said, "I'm your fan. I'll keep your secret. Please sign my name, okay?" Seeing him with a pleading look, Sumu received the clothes and pen with a bit of a headache, and quickly signed his name on it afterward. An excited expression appeared on that young man's face. "Classmate Sumu, you are my idol. I will support you forever. This dress, turn around and I'll frame it and put it on my bedside and look at it every day." Sumu nodded with some uncertainty, and then said with some doubt, "Can you tell me what happened? Just for example, how did I suddenly become your idol?" Hearing Sumu's inquiry, the young man hurriedly said, "Idol, you've been in seclusion, so you don't know that yesterday, Commander Rinky Knight led the experts, recognized the conspiracy of the foreign races, beheaded the human traitor Tsong Yunfei, and smoothly stopped the foreign races' plans for the subterranean Dragon Legion. At yesterday's celebration banquet, Commander Rin Knight he personally admitted that the biggest contributor to this battle was not him, but you. It was you who risked your life to probe the entire plan of Tsong Yunfei and the foreign races, which allowed Commander Rin Knight to be able to put the plan into action and wipe out the human traitors and those foreign races who were intent on ambushing our subterranean Dragon Legion in one fell swoop. My brother is from the subterranean Dragon Legion, and if it wasn't for idolizing you, I'm afraid my brother would have been in mortal danger. So after hearing about your deeds, I regarded you as my idol." As the young man spoke, he thought of something. "By the way, besides me, so many of the young people in our eastern war zone regard you as our idol. Commander Rinky Knight even said that tomorrow, he will personally organize an award ceremony for you, apart from awarding some of the soldiers in the battle to exterminate the foreigners. More importantly, it's an award for you, idol. Idol, my name is Yi Yun, Eastern War Zone, member of the 3rd Legion's Fengyun squad. I am your #1 fan." After listening to Yi Yun's description, Sumu's expression became stranger and stranger. He had to say that this friend of his teachers was really true to his word. He could even imagine that it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before his Sumu's name would quickly spread throughout the entire eastern battle region. However, this was also a good thing for Sumu, exposing such a genius as him to the public eye. While reaping fame, it also meant that it would receive the attention of some human traitors, which would draw the attention of the alien race's side. At that time, what he would have to face would probably be countless assassinations and the like. He, on the other hand, was the least afraid of assassinations. All he had to do was work hard to improve his strength. As he got stronger, it was assumed that the people who assassinated him would also get stronger. At that time, not only would he be able to harvest more talent, but he would also be able to uncover some traitors of the human race. A cold light flashed in Sumu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Compared to the assassination that he might face afterward, Sumu was currently more interested in the award ceremony that Commander Rinky Knight was going to prepare for him. At least it was an award ceremony, so the Eastern War region was embarrassed not to take out some prizes. There was also the small treasury that Commander Rinky Knight had promised him, which Sumu still kept in mind. While thinking about this, Sumu had already arrived at the camp where the Genius Training Camp was located. As soon as he entered the training camp, Sumu felt countless gazes fall on him. "Sumu, good job." I don't know who took the lead and said. Immediately afterward, there was a succession of shouts of approval. "Sumu, you're awesome. Sumu, I serve you. You're my idol. Sumu, good job." Many of the Genius Training Camp campers waved their arms towards Sumu, and some of them applauded towards Sumu. The sudden enthusiasm made Sumu still a bit uncomfortable. However, he had just walked not more than a few steps. He saw 2 figures blocking in front of Sumu. Sumu raised his eyes and looked. It was none other than Fong Qiuqiu and his sister, Fong Yuan. Seeing that it was these 2 people, Sumu couldn't help but frown. All along since joining the training camp, he and these 2 people actually weren't dealing with each other very well. Although he couldn't talk about loathing these 2 people, right? But every time he saw these 2 people appear, his heart would always thump, thinking that these 2 people were going to find themselves in some kind of trouble again. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble or anything, it was just that he simply found it troublesome. With the time to solve the trouble, it would be better to practice the 10,000 races body refining technique a few more times. Sumu. Just as Sumu was wondering what these 2 people wanted to do, Fong Qiuqiu was the one who took the initiative to speak out. Sumu raised his eyebrows and said, "What?" Fong Qiuqiu said, "I haven't convinced anyone, but you, indeed, deserve my admiration. Intelligence of this grade. If one didn't pay the price of 9 deaths, one would never be able to get it. You are indeed remarkable." Fong Qiuqiu said and paused for a moment. "So, I won't give up either. There isn't long before the appointment fight between us, so I hope you won't forget." With that, he turned around and left without looking back. Beside him, his sister, Fong Yuan, gave a silent thumbs up towards Sumu, and then quickly followed Fong Qiuqiu. This made Sumu feel a little helpless. He sort of felt a bit clear about this Fong Qiuqiu's character. This guy probably hasn't suffered any setbacks since he was a kid. His character is also a bit like a child. Doing things are all passionate, no matter how the consequences. Want to do it. Reckless, impulsive, no brain. The reason why his sister followed him every day. I guess it is also from childhood when the nanny is used to. There is such a younger brother. What not to worry are difficult. However, although Fong Qiuqiu's character Sumu doesn't like that much, this guy is still good. At least, not the kind of character that would betray his teammates and cheat. Even if he was dissatisfied with you, he would definitely show it in plain sight. Shaking his head, Sumu returned to his dormitory. Long hours of cultivation. Sumu hadn't had a good rest for a long time. In fact, looking at it purely from a rational analysis, Sumu's spiritual power was already so powerful that many days without sleep wouldn't have any effect. However, this also didn't mean that Sumu didn't need to rest. Human beings, there are times when they are like a taut string, and if they are taut all the time, sooner or later it will break one day. Sumu was even more so. Countless deaths had gradually made him numb to death. Every day of his life, besides cultivating and fighting, was death. Only occasionally when he rested and slept, was he able to feel like he was still a person, a living, breathing, human being. After sleeping for a while, by the time Sumu awoke from his sleep, it was already the next day. Early in the morning, Sumu was dragged to the huge schoolyard in the Eastern War Zone. This place was normally used for the Legion's monthly training. When Sumu arrived here, the entire schoolyard was already full of people. He looked around. He could see that the person from the Genius training camp was also standing at a spot in the back. However, he wasn't standing with them because he had to receive an award. At the front of the school grounds, there was a huge high platform. On top of the high platform, seats were placed. Sitting on the seats were basically some of the senior generals of the current Eastern War Zone. Sitting in the center was Rin Knight, who was wearing some black robes and armor, sitting with a cold face and closed eyes. Because of the war, among the three commanders of the Eastern War Zone, only Rin Knight was sitting in the center. And under Rin Knight, there wasn't even a single 7th realm or 8th realm martial artist. There was only a 6th realm martial artist, who also looked like a general, sitting on Rin Knight's right side, followed by some 5th realm martial artists, who looked like even if they weren't generals, they shouldn't be at a low level. To be honest, Sumu was still a little curious. Where did all these experts from the Eastern War Zone go? Sumu vaguely felt that, to be able to make so many people from an Eastern War Zone come out, it must be a big deal. If only he could go and participate in it. Not to mention anything else. Let's just say those two other commanders at the same level as Rin Knight. If he could swipe a wave of talent from them. TSK. Sumu shook his head. He didn't think anymore. With his current level, it was still a bit difficult to reach this level. On the stage, a man in green battle armor had already started to present the awards. The rewards were mainly based on the alien races killed in this battle. This battle was already considered a large-scale battle, and the foreign races had deployed an extremely large number of foreign races in order to completely eliminate the subterranean dragon legion. The insect race alone had hundreds of millions of them, and nearly hundreds of branches of the insect race, not to mention some other races. If it wasn't for Rinky Knight leading the legionnaires to show up in time, I'm afraid that the subterranean dragon legion would have really been planted there. These awards were announced from the lowest awards. It wasn't until later that some generals sitting on chairs slowly came down to personally give the awards to those soldiers. When it came time to hand out the second-class awards, Sumu saw a figure he was familiar with appear on the podium. Qiu Sun. This Qiu Sun. Back when Sumu first came to the Eastern War Zone, he had heard of his name. Later on, he even obtained the powerful SS grade talent, Silent Body, from him. Sumu also had a deep understanding of how powerful he was. After Qiu Sun, it didn't take long before it was the turn of the first class. Sumu, who was a little bored of waiting, also finally heard his name. First class merit, Sumu. Longjing Martial Arts University Genius Training Camp member Sumu, in a time when he participated in a mission, accidentally discovered the collusion between human traders and foreigners, and risked his life to obtain the various details of this siege of the submerged dragon plan. For this reason, he was even seriously injured. If not for Rin Knight Commander personally help, I'm afraid that I would have already been dead and died. This siege, Sumu should be the first great merit. Listening to the above description, Sumu slightly frowned. The above content. It is estimated that the Rin Knight commander arranged for him. It is not allowed to say that there is also the credit of his own teacher, although there are some discrepancies with the facts. However, saying that he had to die 9 times to get the information was also correct. Well, he even died more than 9 times. Sumu slowly walked up to the high platform in the middle of the crowd's gazes, and Rin Knight, who was sitting in the center, with her eyes closed and cold face, also finally slowly opened her eyes. Now, please, Commander Rin Knight, award Sumu with the first-class merit, Staff Sergeant rank, merit of 100,000 points. Hearing his name, Sumu quickly walked up to the high platform. It was also at the same time he appeared on the high platform. Rin Knight, who was originally sitting in the center, suddenly disappeared in the middle of the seat in the center. Unlike the rest of the people who were honestly walking over, Rin Knight's appearance was as if he had disappeared from his original seat and then appeared in front of Sumu in an instant. It looked forced. It was very much in line with his aura of a 9th realm powerhouse, and this hand obviously made many soldiers below marvel. One by one, they let out sounds of adoration and praise. Only Sumu was somewhat helpless. To be honest, if he hadn't seen this Rin Knight commander's look in front of his teacher, I'm afraid that Sumu would have sighed at this Rin Knight commander's Highman style just like the people below. But now it seemed that, combined with Sumu's previous impression of this Rin Knight commander, how Sumu looked at it felt strange. Not bad. Rin Knight's cold voice entered Sumu's ears. It interrupted Sumu's thoughts. Rin Knight nodded slightly towards Sumu. After handing Sumu the first-class merit medal and simultaneously hanging the rank of Staff Sergeant on Sumu's chest, he once again nodded slightly towards Sumu. Then he turned around without looking back. He disappeared in front of Sumu. Once again, he closed those pitch-black eyes. Sumu had even heard the murmurs of some of the soldiers below. Is that the Rin Knight commander? Looking so high and cold, worthy of being one of the 3 major commanders guarding the Eastern War Zone. Wow, Commander Rin Knight is so handsome. Although he's a 9th realm powerhouse, it's said that it's because he took a supreme fruit in his early years that his face doesn't age, and he's always maintained his appearance in his 20s. Hey, Commander Rin Knight is worthy of being a 9th realm powerhouse. I didn't even see the shadow of the party's tactics clearly. As he heard the scattered murmurs from below, Sumu felt as if he could vaguely see the slightly curved corners of Commander Rin Knight's mouth. Good. The awarding of prizes ends here. The warriors who have won the awards can go to the armory and collect the corresponding rewards on their own. At the same time, today, in order to honor all the warriors and celebrate the victory of this battle, the Eastern Warzone Canteen has specially prepared a celebration feast for everyone. The blood food is not limited for 3 days, so all of you can open your stomachs as much as you want to eat. But remember, do not drink, do not break the big taboos of the war zone. After the man in battle armor standing on the high platform finished speaking, it immediately caused a flurry of cheers from the warriors below. Inside Sumu's ears, however, Rin Knight's voice suddenly rang out. Kid, turn around and finish. Come to the second commander's palace to find this commander. The voice was naturally Rin Knight's voice. Sumu looked towards Rin Knight's direction, only to see that Rin Knight was just slightly closing his eyes. It was as if nothing had happened. It had to be said that in front of people, this friend of his teacher had almost taken the word pretend to the extreme. Sumu nodded slightly. The award ceremony had basically come to an end by this point. Sumu, on the other hand, was surveying his own harvest this time. To be honest, obtaining this first-class merit was considered an unexpected pleasure for Sumu. It was said that this first-class merit was quite uncomplicated in the Eastern War Zone, and could only be obtained in the middle of a large-scale battle. After obtaining the first-class merit, he would be able to return to the rear of the human race and enjoy extremely high treatment. And at the same time, when he was on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, he would be able to raise his rank, cross the merit level to receive missions, and be given a large amount of resources every month as a reward. Other than the first-class merit, this staff sergeant rank was slightly smaller for Sumu's left and right. However, to be able to obtain the rank of staff sergeant before even entering the university campus and officially entering the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, Sumu was definitely one of the few people in the entire Great Xia, generally speaking, among the legions that have just entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races. The military rank starts from the recruit. Above the recruit is the superior soldier. After the superior soldier is the corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, second lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, general, commander-in-chief. For an average person, even if they had enough strength and merit rank, If they wanted to be promoted from recruit to staff sergeant, it would take 2 or 3 years at least. As for Sumu, he didn't even formally go to war, but he made a great achievement. And with the help of the first-class merit breakthrough, coupled with the great achievement of this battle, he directly crossed multiple ranks and was promoted to the rank of staff sergeant. It can definitely be said that the Eastern Theater of War is one of the fastest rank advancement in the history of a few people. Of course, this was not a random promotion. It was mainly because Sumu's credit was too great. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to saving the entire subterranean dragon army in the Eastern War region. If it wasn't for Sumu, I'm afraid that Rin Knight, the commander-in-chief, would have been labeled as having failed in his duties. And I'm afraid that promoting Sumu directly to staff sergeant was also a result of the goodwill that Rin Knight had released towards Sumu, and perhaps partly because of Sumu's teacher, Elder Zhang. But no matter what, having a staff sergeant rank was definitely a good thing for Sumu as well. After getting the rank of staff sergeant, when Sumu entered the Legion, he was already able to command 30 squads on his own, and his treatment, as well as the issuance of equipment and the opening up of permissions, would all be improved. For Sumu personally, this rank promotion also meant an extremely important thing. He could meet and come into contact with even higher level existences of the human race. This was not only beneficial for him to find out some of the traitors of the human race, but more importantly, it was convenient for him to acquire talents. Lastly, there were the 100,000 merit points. 100,000 merit points, together with the merit points he had gained before, could directly raise his merit rank to B grade, merit rank B. I'm afraid that those campers from the Genius Training Camp who had entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races before him were still hovering between rank F and rank D in terms of their merit rank. If he added this merit badge, it was estimated that he would be able to secure the first place in this Genius Training Camp. Then, he should soon be able to obtain the qualification to be guaranteed admission to Longjing Martial Arts University. Right? I also don't know. At that time, then the diary left behind by his future self, would he be able to open the next page as well? Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. That diary, when he entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races, it was brought along with him. After obtaining the mobile space, it was then placed in the middle of the mobile space by him. It was only waiting for him to try to open it after he had officially obtained the qualification to be guaranteed admission to Longjing Martial Arts University. Originally, Sumu could have also asked Elder Zhang to enroll himself in ahead of time first, but Sumu had inquired, and this Longjing Martial Arts University wasn't his teacher. Elder Zhang's one word, especially when it came to things like admissions. Originally, the Genius Training Camp was already in early enrollment. If he still wanted to enroll early before this, he still had to convene a high-level meeting, and when the meeting was over, I'm afraid that the Genius Training Camp was also close to the end. After all, this is the #1 martial arts university in Daxia. If just anyone can be installed and admitted in advance, then some big families, I'm afraid they would have already done so. After weighing things up, Sumu still decided to wait for the end of the training camp in a step-by-step manner. There wasn't much time left anyway. Just as Sumu was pondering what would be behind the diary, a figure appeared in front of Sumu. Sumu raised his eyes and looked. The person who came was actually Chio Sun. You are Sumu, right? My name is Chio Sun, Major of the Subterranean Dragon Legion, leader of the Night Seeker Squad. Major Chio Sun. Hello. Sumu nodded slightly towards Chio Sun and saluted. Chio Sun smiled towards Sumu and said, "There's no need to be so polite." He looked Sumu up and down, then said, "Really young, worthy of being from the Longjing Martial Arts University. Before I met a student from the Longjing Martial Arts University, which was also remarkable, and now I've met an even more remarkable one such as you. With you guys, the human race will become stronger and stronger. Ah, Major Chio Sun is too kind. I'm also just lucky," Sumu modestly said. Chio Sun then waved his hand. To be able to reach the middle stage of the second realm at the age of 18, and to be able to obtain that important plan of the foreign race, these two things are not something that can be done just by being lucky. Don't call me Major Chio Sun, if you don't mind. I'm quite a bit older than you. You can just call me Big Brother Chio. Feeling the kindness in Chio Sun's words, Sumu didn't push back. For this Major Chio Sun, he was also quite favorable. He nodded. Big Brother Chio. Ahem. Chio Sun smiled in satisfaction. His face looked a little pale, and from time to time, he would cough a few times. It was only at this time that Sumu carefully sized up this Major Chio Sun. Chio Sun was wearing black battle armor all over his body. What was different from the others was, on Chio Sun's hands, he was wearing a pair of black gloves, which were almost seamlessly set together with the battle armor. Other than that, Chiu Sun's entire body, except for the part above his neck. The rest of his body was basically either covered by the battle armor or he was wearing some clothes. In such a weather that wasn't considered cool, this kind of tightly dressed up, it really looked a bit strange. Even stranger was Chiu Sun's face. As a pre-fifth realm powerhouse, not to say that his chi and blood were like rainbows, he should at least be glowing, but Chiu Sun was pale. It looked as if he was a weak scholar. After sizing up Chiu Sun, Sumu's heart actually had a vague guess. Chiu Sun was afraid that he had used the silent body too many times, too often, and had not gotten a good recovery before driving this silent power again. So much so that Chiu Sun's body was afraid that it had suffered some indelible damage. That's why it was in such a bad state. Unfortunately, with regards to the power of silence, even today's Sumu didn't have any particularly good ways to deal with it. Otherwise, if he could help such a genius of the human race as Chiu Sun to cure his body's dark disease, it would definitely be a great thing for the human race. I came to find you this time, mainly to say thank you in person. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that this time, our entire subterranean dragon legion would have suffered an extinction. Chiu Sun also finally stated his purpose for coming to find Sumu at this time. Your saving grace to me, to the submerged dragon legion, whether it's me, or the entire submerged dragon legion, will be remembered in my heart. In the future, if you encounter anything, trouble, just come to me. As long as it's not something that's harmful to the human race, even if it's going up the mountain of swords, or going down to the sea of flames, I'll definitely help you. Ahem. When Chiu Sun said this, it seemed that because of his emotional excitement, he involved a wound or something, and couldn't help but cough 2 more times. Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly said, Big brother Chiu, are you alright? It's fine, it's all old. Chiu Sun waved his hand. Anyway, don't be polite with me. If there's anything, just come and find me. The words have been said, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Chiu Sun said goodbye to Sumu and turned to leave. It was also at the same time that Chiu Sun and Sumu were conversing and preparing to leave. Not far away from Sumu, 2 figures were looking at Sumu over there. Sumu, is he a camper from the genius training camp? Ah, Yuan. Looking at him like this, I think he must be able to take the first place in the genius training camp and successfully bail out just like you. The tall and thin youth looked to the black-haired youth on the side. The black-haired youth, on the other hand, stared tightly at Sumu. He's stronger than me, the black-haired youth said. I'm not as good as him at this point in his life, and if there's a chance, I kinda want to be friends with him. Really, there is still someone you, Lu Yuan, are ashamed of yourself? Ah Yuan, you were the king of singles in our class. When you were in the genius training camp, you fought the entire camp alone without any false hope. Is this new student really that strong? His realm, at least, has already reached the 2nd realm, Lu Yuan said. A trace of surprise flashed across the black and thin youth's face. 2nd realm, really? I've only just been at the 2nd realm for not long. This new student is so powerful? Not only that, his actual combat ability is also very strong, Lu Yuan said. Look at his posture. Although it seems to be loose, but it can be switched into an attack posture at any time. This is not something he did deliberately. It is just a muscle habit that was naturally developed because of long-term battles. Back then, I fought tens of thousands of times in order to develop this habit, he said and paused for a moment. I'm not sure I can defeat him. The black thin youth grew more and more surprised. Ah Yuan, the more you talk, the more mysterious you are. That's just a new student, although you are only in the middle of the 2nd realm. But even when facing the middle of the 3rd realm, you have never said anything like this. This new student is actually able to get such a high evaluation from you. Lu Yuan scrutinized Sumu for a long time without speaking. Instead, the black thin youth continued. In that case, why don't we go and say hello to him and make friends? After all, with his grades, I guess it's already a done deal for him to become our schoolmate. Lu Yuan shook his head. I don't make friends with people I haven't fought. The black thin youth rolled his eyes. Then I'll help you make a date with him? Lu Yuan shook his head again. Now is not the time. He turned around and left. The black and thin youth looked at his distant figure and yelled, Ah Yuan, what are you going for? Cultivating. Lu Yuan didn't look back. At the same time, Sumu also seemed to have noticed Lu Yuan and the black thin youth's side. Lu Yuan? Seeing that figure that he was incredibly familiar with, Sumu raised an eyebrow. Not too long ago, he was still in existence that was bloodily abused in front of Lu Yuan. But nowadays, if he really fought, he could easily defeat Lu Yuan. Of course, this was also related to Sumu's terrifying talent. In terms of combat skills alone, Sumu felt that there was still a slight gap between him and Lu Yuan. Let's find an opportunity later and find him to hone his combat skills. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Time passed quickly. Moonlight poured over the earth, bringing a few moments of coolness. Sumu's figure appeared in front of the second commander's palace. After seeing him appear, the soldiers on guard at the entrance exchanged glances. Staff Sergeant Sumu, you're here. Commander Rin Knight is already waiting for you inside. Sumu nodded. There was some anticipation. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this friend of his teacher should be preparing to take himself to the small vault. Sumu was led by the soldier to a room. When he walked into the room, he saw a black-robed Rin Knight sitting on the sofa looking at some kind of information. Seemingly sensing that Sumu had arrived, he put down the information in his hands and looked up at Sumu. Your kid's strength is really soaring. Sumu didn't deliberately hide it. And with Rin Knight's strength, he naturally saw Sumu's strength at a glance. It was also because of this that he was quite surprised. Only a few days had passed, and Sumu's strength had reached the middle stage of the second realm. If he waited until the training camp was over, to what point would Sumu's strength have risen? Sparing the Rin Knight, who had been pretending to be cold, his face was also somewhat moved. He swept over Sumu with some sighs, then said, "No wonder, old man Zhang holds you in such high regard." Hearing Rin Knight's praise, Sumu didn't say anything and just smiled. Rin Knight, on the other hand, slowly stood up. "I think you should know the purpose of my calling you here this time, right?" Sumu smiled and nodded slightly. "Rin Knight Commander, you should be here to bring me to your little vault, right?" Rin Knight laughed and said, "Not bad." He waved his hand. "Inside private. You don't need to call me Rin Knight Commander. Just call me Uncle Knight." "Okay, Uncle Knight." Sumu didn't refuse. "Follow me," Rin Knight said, leading Sumu to the stairs. Going down the stairs, there seemed to be several more levels underground. It was about 3 or 4 floors down. Only then did Rinny finally stop at a wall. Inside Sumu's line of sight, a canopy as black as ink quickly spread over towards the surroundings with Rin Knight as the center. With that, Rin Knight grabbed Sumu. Sumu only felt a blur before his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes again, a huge steel gate had appeared in front of him. "Come on." Rin Knight's hand pressed on the gate. The gate immediately bloomed with a dazzling light followed by a creaking sound. The huge steel gate was easily pushed open by Rinya's one hand. It was as if she was pushing an ordinary gate. Sumu visually measured it. The weight of this gate alone was estimated to have reached several 100,000 tons. With his strength, he couldn't even push this gate open even if he wanted to. The gate was pushed open, and the dazzling light caused Sumu's eyes to squint slightly. After he slightly adapted and opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him immediately impacted his young mind. In front of him was a huge treasure trove that looked like a palace. All sorts of treasures were piled up into small mountains, and the air was filled with the exotic fragrance of all sorts of heavenly treasures. Originally, I thought that the small treasury that Rin Knight said was really just a small treasury, but when Sumu really came to see it, he realized that this was not a small vault. It was clearly a big treasure trove. After all, he was still a little bit ignorant, and his imagination was still not sufficient for the inventory of a ninth realm powerhouse. It was no wonder that Sumu had a country bumpkin expression on his face. Ever since he was a child, how had he ever seen such a glorious scene? They're all SSS grade equipment. Isn't that the true dragon blood marrow fruit that grows in the Dragon Clan's realm? Uncle Knight, you actually have the Pride Dragon battle armor here. That's the SSS grade battle armor that the Dragon Saint personally forged back then, and its defensive power is at the forefront of all battle armors. Looking at Sumu's expression, Rin Knight smiled with satisfaction. That's right. That's what fits the appearance of an 18-year-old young man. Previously, Sumu always had a bashful and mature look, which at one point made Rin Knight feel that the pussy he was pretending in front of Sumu was very unsuccessful. It was like the feeling that you had worked hard to pose over there, only to turn around and see that someone else had yawned. A fist that hit cotton. There were times when Rin Knight even felt that Sumu didn't look like an 18-year-old youth. Instead, it was like an old man who had experienced all the conditions of life and was somewhat indifferent to life and death. But fortunately, now that he saw this expression on Sumu's face, Rin Knight finally felt clear in his heart. That proud dragon battle armor was given to me by the Dragon Sage after I followed the Dragon Sage deep into the realm of the divine race back then, killed dozens of divine races to the death, and seized one of their secret treasures to escape. Rin Knight was obviously also quite a bit proud, and gave Sumu a brief introduction. "If you like it, just take it away directly. This time, bringing you to my small treasury. On the one hand, as your teacher's friend, to send you as a junior some meeting gifts. On the other hand, It is also as the commander-in-chief of the Eastern War Zone, to honor you as a soldier who has made a great achievement. Inside this treasure trove, but any treasure you see, no matter what it is, you can pick any 3 pieces to take away, no matter what. Rin Knight's words caused Sumu's face to light up. Uncle Knight, this is too generous of you, isn't it? With that on his lips, Sumu had already started picking them out. Ha ha ha, don't be polite to me. Have you taken you to his little vault on your teacher's side yet? If you didn't go, turn around. I'll join you in fooling him into taking you there. Although the things inside his small vault are not as good as mine, there are quite a lot of treasures. You as his closed disciple. Those treasures don't leave them for you to leave them for who? Sumu sniffed and his eyes lit up again. However, your teacher's small vault is in the back of the human race, so I guess we'll have to wait until you return. The relationship between Rin Knight and Zhang Lao's duo was obviously quite extraordinary, and even Zhang Lao's small vault knew a little bit roughly where it was. On Sumu's side, he had already started picking out things, since Rin Knight had said to take whatever he wanted. He wasn't polite. What? You don't want either the AO Dragon battle armor? This is a battle armor that can be ranked among the top 3 among all the battle armors that have appeared in the human race nowadays. A large portion of the things inside the entire small vault together may not be as expensive as this set of battle armor. With this set of battle armor, even if your teacher makes a move, it will take quite a bit of effort to injure you. Hasn't your teacher said anything to you? There is a very cruel truth in the path of martial arts, and that is that only the geniuses who survive are the true geniuses. Rin Knight said, in my and old man Zhang's time, there were many people who were more outstanding than the 2 of us, but nowadays, most of them have been turned into shovelfuls of earth. As for me and old Ghost Zhang, we have survived until now to achieve the strength and status we have today. After saying these words, Rin Knight made an appearance of a life mentor. Originally, he was expecting Sumu to follow his advice and choose the AO Dragon battle armor. As a result, he didn't expect that Sumu would run to the other side without looking back. Uncle Knight, what I'm pursuing is to give up all defense and achieve the ultimate attack. This AO Dragon battle armor, you should leave it to your disciple in the future, Sumu said as he spoke. In his hand, he had already taken a long sword. This long sword was called Congealing Abyss, black in color. It was an SSS grade weapon, and the moment he held him, Sumu could even vaguely feel his life force slowly passing away. Condensing Abyss? Rin Knight frowned. Are you sure you want to choose it? Although this sword is incredibly powerful, every attack is at the cost of one's own life force. But it should also be the strongest longsword inside this small vault of yours. Uncle Knight, right? Sumu stroked the Condensing Abyss. Not bad. Rin Knight nodded. Looking at you, it seems like you really like this Condensing Abyss. That's fine. If you decide, this Condensing Abyss will be given to you. But remember, this Condensing Abyss can only be used as your last killing weapon. Inside on weekdays. Rin Knight raised his hand and sucked it in. A long sword flew into his hand. This sword, named Night Curtain, is the long sword I used when I was young. It's also an SSS class weapon. Although it's not as good as this Condensation Abyss, it's still not bad. Let's give it to you all together. And these 2 swords, counted as one item. You can pick 2 more. Rin Knight threw the long sword in his hand to Sumu. Sumu received the long sword and carefully sized up the long sword. This long sword was about a meter in length, 3 fingers wide, and the entire body was also black, but it was different from the Condensed Abyss. The blackness of the Condensing Abyss was a blackness that seemed to be invisible, without a trace of mixed colors or luster, as if it had absorbed the light as well. On the other hand, the black of this long sword was the kind of black that had a luster, looking like ink under the sun. At the hilt of the long sword was engraved the word Night Curtain, and in terms of weight, it was slightly lighter than Nimbus. However, for Sumu, who possessed the talent of sword mind, any kind of sword would be at home in his hands. Sumu's left hand, Night Curtain, and his right hand, Ling Yuan, waved it around for a bit, and it felt quite good. This scene fell into the eyes of Rin Knight at the side. Rin Knight laughed out loud. You kid wouldn't want to play dual sword flow, right? Sumu nodded at his words. It's not that I don't have this kind of idea. If I can't beat it, and directly turn on the dual sword flow, Uncle Knight, do you think the power will directly double? More than double, Rin Knight said. This is equivalent to 2 people with the exact same strength fighting one person. If your own strength is about the same as his, if you use this twin sword stream at the critical time, you will be able to crush the other person in a matter of moments. It's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Rinya paused for a moment. However, it's not that simple to follow the path of the twin sword stream. The human brain, is divided into the left brain and the right brain. Most of our movements are done by the left and right brain coordinating together. Generally speaking, most people's left and right brains can actually transmit two different commands to both hands at the same time, especially when using martial arts. In order to achieve the effects that a true dual sword flow can display, one mind must guard the inside and one mind must travel the outside. Two minds at once. For the majority of people, simply relying on cultivation to reach this level is basically unlikely. Even if it is possible, it would be on the basis of having certain conditions in themselves, and then with the help of a long period of cultivation. However, this would in turn appear to be a bit of sacrificing the fundamentals for the end, and with the effort of cultivating this, one would be better off to go and raise their strength, raise their chi and blood more, and learn more martial arts and whatnot. Rin Knight said, however, if you can awaken a talent in this area, then it is different. I know a descendant. He awakened a S-class talent, one mind, able to completely split the mind into two. The left hand to cultivate boxing martial arts, the right hand can also cultivate palm martial arts. The early stage of the time, the strength of that descendant is not too strong, but the more to the back, his talent after all. In the later stages, when everyone is in the same realm, you make such a hand, often able to achieve the effect of two of you hitting an enemy, inside the same realm unless you meet some demons. Otherwise it is basically a crushing force. This is also the reason why I said that he was able to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Sumu's eyes glistened as he listened, as if he was a cat that had been starving for a long time and suddenly heard where there was fresh and tasty fish. Uncle Knight, who is that junior you're talking about? Where is it now? Rin Knight laughed out loud at his words. Why are you asking that? You want to ask him for advice? This is a talent of his. He can't teach you, and what he majors in is also fisticuffs. I'm afraid it won't be much help to you, a cultivator of the way of the sword. But it's good for you juniors to get to know each other. His name is Tao Chunsheng. He's now in the Northern War Zone. If you're free, you can go and communicate with him. Just say that you and I know each other. Sumu nodded at his words. Okay, Uncle Knight. With that, Sumu began to start looking inside this small vault again. There were really numerous things inside Rin Knight's small vault. The heavenly treasures among them were nothing. After all, these belonged to consumables, and the ones that were too precious might have already been used up by Rin Knight herself. The more precious ones were still SSS-grade equipment like the Condensed Abyss and the AO Dragon battle armor. However, for Sumu, all defensive equipment was of little use to him, so the range to pick from was a little smaller again. There were also some of Rinnegan Knight's treasured body refining techniques, breathing techniques and martial arts. This one wasn't too useful for Sumu, who had deep blue. Just as Sumu was searching, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a silver-colored ceramic fragment in the corner, inside the small vault. How could such a thing appear? Sumu quickly walked towards the ceramic shard. With one hand, he grabbed towards that shard, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain coming from his hand, only to see that his hand that touched the ceramic shard was actually immediately cut out with a small slit. Phew, so sharp. Sumu sighed. Out of curiosity, Sumu directly picked up his Condensed Abyss and touched it towards the ceramic shard. And when Rin Knight, who was on the side, saw this action of Sumu, her face changed slightly and she hurriedly said, "Don't!" Sumu's behavior was called to a halt by Rin Knight, and he looked at Rin Knight with some confusion. However, he saw Rin Knight say, "Be careful, don't crack the Condensed Abyss." Hearing Rin Knight say that, Sumu immediately revealed a surprised look, somewhat unable to believe what he heard. "Uncle Knight, you're not kidding. The Congealing Abyss is an SSS-grade weapon, hey?" Rin Knight glanced at the debris on the ground and then at Sumu. A rare look of flesh pain appeared on his face. "It's also thanks to you, kid, being able to find it." Rin Knight came to Sumu's front. The hand pointed towards the fragment, and in the next moment, the fragment floated in front of Sumu and Rin Knight. "This fragment, which I accidentally obtained on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, is so sharp that it even surpasses all the collections inside my small vault. Even a 9th realm martial artist will be cut by it if they are not careful, and it's even sharper than the Condensed Abyss." Saying that, Rinny ran her hand across the ceramic shard. In an instant, Rinyo's finger was cut with a small wound, but it quickly healed completely again. This scene caused Sumu, who was watching from the side, to raise his eyelids. One must know that the flesh of a 9th realm martial artist, that had reached a rather powerful level. It was comparable to a normal SSS-grade battle armor. However, in front of this piece of debris, it was so easily cut through, showing the sharpness of this piece of debris. I don't know its origin either. The material of this fragment is very rare. Not only is it sharp, but it's also exceptionally hard. I once used an SSS grade weapon to slash it, and as a result, the SSS grade weapon was directly cut off, but it was unharmed in the slightest, and I've asked the Dragon Sage about it, and he doesn't know the origin of this thing either. Unfortunately, just being sharp and hard isn't that useful to me. Plus, every part of the shard is horribly sharp. There's no place to land on, so if you want to use it, you'll only be able to harness it in the air, and we make the item, but not compared to the 10,000 races those who use the spiritual power to control the item. This thing in my hands, it seems a bit of food is useless. Discarded the pity. Was I through to the small vault inside? Sumu sniffed but thought of something. Uncle Knight, you said that if you are able to command this thing, is it possible to launch this thing as a concealed weapon? Just like flying daggers. Rin Knight sniffed. That's natural, but the martial artist's imperial object can't be compared to those spiritual masters in the 10,000 races. Not to mention that you can't use it now, even if you are able to use it in the future. I'm afraid that the speed at which you can use it is not enough to compare to the speed at which you can rush over. I'm afraid it's still a bit difficult to be like a concealed flying dagger. To be honest, I don't recommend you to choose this. Never mind. Sumu pinched the center area of this fragment. Uncle Knight, I'll take this one. Although Rin Knight was a bit meaty, but after all, it was something he had already agreed to before. So when Sumu suggested that he wanted that mysterious fragment, without much hesitation, he also gave Sumu this mysterious fragment. It had to be said that just by looking at Sumu's current harvest alone, this trip to the little vault had already come without loss, and after Sumu searched for a bit, he really didn't find anything particularly suitable for himself. Uncle Knight, I feel like you're too generous compared to my teacher. Sumu swept a glance at the small vault inside. When my teacher accepted me as a disciple, he didn't give me anything. Compared to that, it's still you who are generous. Uncle Knight, if I had met you earlier, I would have definitely worshipped you as my teacher. Rin Knight was originally still a little pained because he had given away the mystic fragment. His expression also became a bit serious. However, as soon as he heard Sumu say that he was too generous compared to old Zhang, that handsome face instantly squeezed into a chrysanthemum. If someone else had said such words, it would have been just that. As one of the three great commanders of the Eastern War region, Rin Knight had heard a lot of flattery during the day. But who was Sumu? That was Zhang Lao's close disciple. And looking at Zhang Lao's attitude, he was the kind of disciple that was extremely valued. This shut-in disciple said such words. Rin Knight was still very flattered. The smile on his face couldn't be suppressed in any way. But in his movements, he still pretended to be modest and waved his hand repeatedly. What you said, I am a person. My biggest advantage is generosity. As for your teacher Zhang Lao Gue, that person, stingy. I just ate one of his fruits back then, and he harped on it for several decades. Do you think this kind of person is petty? Sumu nodded approvingly while silently reciting in his mind. Teacher, I'm sorry. What I said and did today was all against my will. Don't blame it. Don't blame it. Indeed, this approach of teacher is really biased. I'll have to turn around and properly react with teacher. Rin Knight nodded in deep thought. Well said. It's rare that there's actually such an enlightened one like you within old man Zhang's disciples. Not bad. Not bad. Hey, Xiao Mua, you do not still have a thing to pick it. Pick again, pick. If you like more than one thing. Also with the Knight Uncle said. Knight Uncle generous. All can give you. Rin Knight said, while patting his chest. Sumu, on the other hand, pretended to be unable to do so. Uncle Knight, I don't have anything I want, but I do have an unforgivable request. How about exchanging that item for another one? Rin Knight sniffed and raised his eyebrows. How do you want to exchange it? Sumu heatedly smiled and said, it's like this, Uncle Knight. I don't want the last thing, but I want to cultivate inside your small vault until the end of my training camp, and during this period, I can use the medicinal herbs inside your small vault to my heart's content and whatnot. How do you think about it? What kind of thing is this? Since you're so diligent, how can I, as an elder, not support it? Before the end of the training camp, just feel free to cultivate inside this small vault of mine and use whatever you want. No need to be polite with Uncle Knight me. Rin Knight waved his hand. When Sumu heard this, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Uncle Knight, the resources I consume might be a bit much. Should it be alright? It's fine. Feel free to use it. You're a second realm martial artist. How many resources can you consume? Rin Knight waved his hand with a disinterested expression. Inside his thoughts, it was probably because he thought that it was only so many days until the end of Sumu's training camp. How many heavenly resources could Sumu, a middle stage of the second realm, consume? Thinking like this, He also felt that this kid Sumu was really good. Not only does he know how to save things for him, but he is also polite and considerate. And most importantly, he has vision. Not bad. This kid is good. Rin Knight silently gave Sumu a compliment in his heart, but on the surface it still quickly changed into that cold face. Then, Uncle Knight, I won't be polite, haha. Looking at the huge number of heavenly treasures inside the small vault, even Sumu couldn't help but get a little bit slightly excited. Originally, he was still fretting about how he would be able to reach his previously predicted goal, which was the peak of the third realm martial artist, before the training camp ended. After all, that one was only in Sumu's vision at first. To be truly realized, it would require a large amount of resources to support it. But now, there were ready-made resources. This was also the reason why Sumu wanted to curry favor with Rinku. At least, eating people's mouths is soft, taking people's hands is short. Seeing that Rin Knight agreed, Sumu was also relieved. After saying goodbye to Sumu, Rin Knight also followed the agreement with Sumu. Sumu was left alone in the small vault. After Rin Knight left, Sumu didn't rush to cultivate. Instead, he first sat on the ground and began to think about his oath of life. Previously, after elevating to a second realm martial artist, Sumu had been thinking about how he should send the second oath of life. It had to be centered around the first oath of life. The first oath of life, on the other hand, was based on stopping the extinction of the human race. According to teacher's words, the second life oath had better be further refined on the basis of the first life oath. After pondering for a while, only then did Sumu slowly stand up. I swear by my life to be transformed into a booster for my martial Dao. Points of light began to converge around Sumu's body. The light converged at Sumu's brow. It eventually coalesced into a shining shackle that didn't enter Sumu's brow center. The next moment, Sumu slowly opened his eyes. A trace of a smile was revealed. As Elder Zhang had said, as long as the first oath of life was established, and then continued to refine on the basis of the first oath of life afterward, and if one swore around the content of the first oath of life, one would easily be able to achieve the greatest increase. The perfect oath of life system, said to be 10 different oaths of life, was in actuality one oath of life, constantly refined and complete. And Sumu's second oath of life, roughly speaking, was that if the foreign races were not destroyed, the oath would not become a family. In other words, to prevent the extinction of the human race as his own duty, he gave up his love. This was something that had already been prepared for in Sumu's mind. The first choice of love was simply because it was currently the easiest for him to give up, and the one he needed the least. The human race would be destroyed. Talk about children's love. This lonely road. Just let Sumu walk it alone. Don't hold up other good girls anymore. In a trance, Sumu seemed to see an illusory figure that slowly dissipated in front of him. Sumu shook his head, raising his hand. He waved it. The next moment, a box next to him had flown into his hand. True dragon blood marrow fruit. Looking at the fruit inside the jade box that was faintly emitting light and translucent in shape, the corner of Sumu's mouth raised slightly. Next, it was time to start cultivating properly. Time flew by in Sumu's cultivation. In the small vault, Sumu was holding a black long sword. A powerful force gathered at the tip of the sword, and around the sword body, it was surrounded by more than 24 longsword silhouettes. 10,000 swords return. Go! In the next moment, the longsword shadows wrapped in a powerful force, and blasted towards the wall on one side. Boom! The light dispersed. Several scratches were left on the wall. Looking at the scratches on it, Sumu let out a long breath. Finally, it left some scratches. These days, in addition to the cultivation of chi and blood value and spiritual power, Sumu also practiced more than 20 sword techniques, and one by one, he had comprehended the sword intent of all these sword techniques. Now, with his 10,000 swords, plus the previous Gale sword intent, he already had 27 sword intents. The only pity was that Sumu currently didn't have a measurement that could accurately judge the power of this 10,000 swords returning to the palace. The things inside this small vault were not good enough for Sumu to use to test. It was only able to try it on the walls of the vault, but after all, it was used by Rin Knight to build the small vault. The material of this wall was ridiculously hard, and Sumu had been experimenting with the 10,000 swords returning to heaven and many other martial arts talents on the wall every day, but he couldn't even leave some traces on it. Until today, the 10,000 swords returned to Zong, which had condensed 27 sword intentions, finally left some traces on the wall. After letting out a long breath, Sumu laid down on the ground and rested. In all these days, by virtue of swallowing the sky and eating the earth, he had already eaten quite a lot of the things inside the Rinnegan Knight small vault. The chi and blood value had also smoothly soared from the original mid-second realm. all the way to the peak of the third realm. That's right, peak of the third realm, more than 90,000 chi and blood values. During this period, Sumu once again made the oath of life and also gave up something just like the second course. The multiplier of increase was still 10 times. It could be said that Sumu was truly ready to walk the next path alone. However, he didn't regret it. The path he was walking was itself full of thorns and was not suitable for someone to accompany him. Perhaps, only being alone was the most suitable ending for him. I don't know what the reason was. Before making the vow, he thought that he himself should be quite reluctant to part with it. But after truly making up his mind to give up these things, there was instead a feeling of relief. In addition, after the chi and blood values were raised, Sumu had originally wanted to exchange a wave of 10,000 clans body refining techniques or something. However, the advice given by Deep Blue was that these chapters of the current 10,000 races body refining technique were still the most suitable ones for him. So Sumu simply continued to cultivate those 10,000 races body refining technique chapters from the second realm. When he stepped into the fourth realm, he would then replace them with ones that were more suitable for him. After the fourth realm, the chapters corresponding to some of the more powerful races should be able to be cultivated. And apart from the increase in chi and blood values, the increase in Sumu's spiritual power was even more terrifying than the chi and blood values. His spiritual power had also reached the peak of the third realm, and, compared to his chi and blood values, his spiritual power, which had reached 9999999, was only a hair's breadth away from the fourth realm. But even so, having reached the third realm's spiritual power, it was already completely different from his previous peak second realm's spiritual power. Previously, when he was at the peak of the second realm, if he wanted to mobilize his spiritual power, he had to rely on his natural divine control technique. But when he stepped into the third realm from the peak of the second realm, Sumu was already able to mobilize his own spiritual power on his own. Subsequently, he had searched for some methods to manipulate his spiritual power with the help of Deep Blue. Now, with his spiritual power, he was already able to easily command items without the help of his talent. Moreover, the speed and smoothness of the movement of the item was completely different from the speed and smoothness of a pure martial artist like Rinya when she used it. The only problem was that even with a spiritual power that had reached the peak of the third realm, he was still unable to utilize the mysterious fragment that he had obtained in the small vault. During this period of time, Sumu had also been taking the time to research the origin of this mysterious fragment. However, even within Deep Blue's database, there wasn't the slightest bit of information about the origin of this mysterious fragment. What made Sumu feel even stranger was, obviously, he could easily pick up the mysterious fragment with his hand, no matter how much he used his spiritual power, or even utilized his talented divine control technique to try to move this mysterious fragment. The end result ended in failure. And apart from this mysterious fragment, the other things inside the small vault were basically tested by Sumu. With the peak spiritual power of the third realm, he could basically already manipulate all the weapons to launch attacks, and basically, with a thought, the next moment, the weapon had attacked. Sumu tested it out. With his current spiritual power, he could at most command 10 weapons to launch an attack. In the future, if he were to build some flying knives, flying swords and other concealed weapons, he would definitely be able to achieve the effect of surprise. This spiritual power was definitely a big card for Sumu. Of course, these were only the enhancements of spiritual power in terms of attack. For Sumu, the enhancement of spiritual power meant an extremely important issue. It was the number of times he could go back to his gears. Nowadays, the number of times he had gone back to his gears had reached tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of times. To say the least, to a certain extent, it was already close to infinite backfiles. But this also made Sumu think about a problem. The limitations of this death recall. Was it just spiritual power? If it was just spiritual power, Sumu even felt that this talent could already be called an EX grade talent, but it shouldn't be. He vaguely felt that death recall. There must be something else that he hadn't figured out. On the introduction of the talent, although it wasn't explicitly written out, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. This had been mentioned as early as the 18 years of coursework, and the introduction of the talent that surfaced in his mind did not completely encompass all that the talent had to offer. The talent you awakened, exactly how it is, needs to be discovered by your own. Just like Zhang Lao's Oath of Life, there were some things that one needed to feel out on their own in order to fully understand. However, although he vaguely guessed that the death recall should still have some drawbacks that he didn't know about, but at the moment, this kind of drawback either had to die a sufficient number of times before it would show up, or simply didn't have much of an effect on him at all. Either way, it wasn't something that Sumu was currently able to thoroughly understand. After resting for a while and properly reviewing his gains these days, Sumu sat up once again. According to the time, there weren't many days left until the end of the training camp. At that time, Rin Knight would come to the small vault to pick him up. Before then, Sumu had to seize every second to cultivate. The cultivation of martial arts was almost done. Sumu was ready to start practicing the divine demon viewing thoughts again. He raised his hand and a jade box floated in front of him. A blue flower was placed inside this jade box. This flower was called Divine Dream, and it was an excellent treasure for enhancing spiritual power. Even Rin Knight, the Grand Commander, only had this one flower inside his small vault. Therefore, when Sumu used this Divine Dream, he also deliberately stuck a bug. It was that after taking the Divine Dream to raise a wave of spiritual power, he would directly go back to the file, and then cycle through to raise his spiritual power. The only thing that was a bit regrettable was that under his long-term use, the Divine Dream's effect on the enhancement of spiritual power was now somewhat minimal. I wondered if his own spiritual power had also become resistant to the drug. However, even if it was minimal, it was still better than nothing. After taking the Divine Dream, Sumu immediately began the cultivation of the Divine Demon viewing thoughts. I don't know how much time passed. Sumu violently opened his eyes. Just now, his spiritual power finally broke through the last gate, stepping into the Pre-4 Realm Martial Artist stage. After stepping into the Pre-4th Realm Martial Artist stage, the first thing Sumu did was to take out that mysterious fragment from inside the mobile space. He tried to use his spiritual power to imperialize that mysterious fragment, and the result finally didn't let him down again. Under the manipulation of his spiritual power, the mysterious fragment finally began to move. It was also at this time, a scene that surprised Sumu appeared. After the mysterious fragment was moved by Sumu's control, it immediately broke away from Sumu's control. In the next moment, it violently scratched towards Sumu. Sumu raised his hand to block it. He only felt a sharp pain coming from his hand. Immediately afterward, it seemed as if something had burrowed into his body. When he went to check his palms, he realized that there wasn't even half a scratch on his hands. The mysterious fragment. Gone. Gone. Sumu frowned. How could this be? It feels like this mysterious fragment drilled into my body? After repeatedly confirming that the fragment seemed to be nowhere to be found, Sumu sighed. The next moment, a trace of pain flashed across his face. His lips also quickly turned black and purple. Opening his eyes again, the first thing Sumu did was to open his mobile space. It seems that it's not possible to just use spiritual power to imperialize this mysterious fragment. That would be a bit troublesome. Sumu spat as he began to look for the mysterious fragment inside the mobile space. Logically speaking, he had backfiled once, and the mysterious fragment should have returned to his mobile space as well. However, what made him feel alarmed was, there was none. There was none inside the mobile space. He almost thought if there was something wrong with his death backfile, but even the Divine Dream he had just eaten had returned. This meant that he had indeed already backfiled before. It was also at this time, Sumu felt a pain in his head. His eyes went black. When he opened his eyes again, in a trance, it felt like he had arrived in a chaotic space. Whoa! Just as Sumu was puzzled, he suddenly realized, right below him, a long silver-colored river appeared. He looked towards the source of the river. However, he realized that the river didn't seem to have a source. He looked towards the end of the river. It turned out that the river had no end at all. What kind of river is it? Just as Sumu was puzzled. Wow! The river below suddenly made a sound. Immediately after, a silver-colored ceramic-like fragment flew out from inside the river. Mysterious fragment! Sumu's face was delighted. Reaching out, he was about to grab towards that mysterious fragment. The mysterious fragment seemed to have a spirit. It flew straight towards Sumu. But Sumu felt as if he had been penetrated by something. At the same time, the chaotic space in front of him actually rapidly collapsed and shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vaguely, it was as if he heard a voice. I am Su-Mu. I'm not. Phew. Sumu sat up violently, gasping for air. What was that chaotic space just now? What was that long silver river? Why did the mysterious fragment come out from that place? More importantly, that voice he heard at the end. Was it something he hallucinated? Or was it real? If it was real, why? That voice mentioned his name. Just as Sumu was thinking, in his mind, a message inexplicably appeared. Blade of Time. Blade of Time. Sumu frowned. He attempted to call out in his heart. With that, he suddenly felt something that appeared in his hand. He spread out his hand, only to see that the mysterious fragment that he had painstakingly searched for earlier was actually floating in his hand. How is that possible? Sumu looked at the mysterious fragment floating in his hand. He had a clear feeling that it was as if he had now established some sort of connection with this mysterious fragment. His intention moved. The next moment, the mysterious fragment transformed into a silver-colored stream of light and instantly blasted towards the wall to the side, only to see that the wall that Sumu had used all of his methods without leaving much of a trace. It was instantly pierced through by the silver light. Come back. Sumu's thoughts moved. The mysterious fragment also immediately returned to his hand. What a terrifying power. Sumu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the small hole in the wall. This power. It could totally be called his most powerful means, right? The only pity was because this speed aspect wasn't as fast as it could be. If at some point, it could be so fast that it could not be detected by the naked eye, then the power of this blade of time would be somewhat terrifying. However, in that case, it would require Sumu to continuously improve his spiritual power. He could feel that when he was manipulating it, it was actually driven by his spiritual power. If his spiritual power was strong enough, the speed of this blade of time would also be faster. When it was really fast to a certain point in the future, if Sumu wanted to kill a 9th realm martial artist in seconds, it probably wouldn't be a problem. At the very least, a 9th realm martial artist wouldn't be able to resist the sharpness of this blade of time. As for a 10th realm martial artist, Sumu hadn't really seen the power of a 10th realm martial artist so far, so it wasn't really easy to judge. The power of the blade of time was part of it. And just now, the other point that Sumu discovered was even more concerning to him. He directly manipulated the blade of time and slashed his neck. Blood spurted out. Sumu felt weaker and weaker, and the world in front of him gradually darkened. Before his eyes, it was completely dark. Sumu, too, lost consciousness. By the time Sumu opened his eyes again, it had already returned to the previous 12 hours ago. The first thing after waking up, Sumu quickly searched for the blade of time in the mobile space. As Sumu expected, inside the mobile space, there was no blade of time. Then, Sumu let out a long breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Then, he called out in his heart, "Blade of time." The next moment, he opened his hands. The silver-colored blade of time. Just like that, it floated silently in the middle of his palm. Yes, Sumu's face revealed a look of ecstasy. He hadn't guessed wrong. This blade of time could indeed travel through time. In other words, from now on, every time Sumu went back in time, this blade of time would go back in time with him. Even if he backfiled to a time when he hadn't obtained the blade of time from Rinki night before, the blade of time wouldn't disappear. Instead, it would backfile with him every time he backfiled. No wonder it's called the blade of time, Sumu muttered. Immediately afterward, he remembered the scene he had just seen inside that chaotic space. The Silver River. The Silver River that gave birth to the blade of time. Could it be? Sumu felt as if he had touched something. The long river of time. Not knowing exactly what that silver-colored long river was, Sumu was only able to make some guesses. However, if that long silver river was really a long river of time, then how exactly did it work every time he died and went back to the archives? Was it backtracking down the long river of time every time? But what was the meaning of that voice he heard there? Why did it mention his name? Also, if this blade of time could cross time, then what about that diary of his? Sumu took out that diary that his future self had left for himself from the mobile space. The current page was still stuck on the page where his future self told him to make sure he got into Longjing Martial Arts University. With a sudden thought, Sumu summoned the blade of time and scratched across the diary. However, a scene that made him even more surprised happened. Even the blade of time was unable to scratch through the diary. How could it? Sumu felt that there were too many questions that he didn't know yet, lingering in his mind. What exactly was this diary? What level had the future self reached? Or perhaps, with what means? Even the blade of time couldn't destroy the diary, but his future self was not only able to leave words on it, but with the help of the diary, he was also able to send the future wisdom bud to the present. The future self. In the end, was it a human being? Or was it a god? A few more days passed. Within these few days, Sumu's main task was to familiarize himself with and use the blade of time. In his conception, the spiritual power itself could manipulate flying daggers to attack. He could completely use this to build two bottom cards. The first bottom card, naturally, was the conceal flying dagger. The flying dagger manipulated with spiritual power. Although the power was slightly inferior to his strongest martial art nowadays, 10,000 swords returning to heaven, but the victory was in the surprise, and the enemy couldn't defend when it was suddenly used. If the enemy cannot catch down naturally directly gone. If the enemy next, this flying dagger is estimated to be of little use. but also allows the enemy to slowly familiarize themselves with the flying dagger attack method and power. When the enemy is familiar with the attack mode and power of the flying dagger, it is the time for Sumu to use the second card. This second card naturally referred to Sumu's Blade of Time. When the enemy was familiar with the flying daggers, Sumu could take the opportunity to mix the Blade of Time amongst the flying daggers. Another wave of surprise. Moreover, Sumu could also attach the power of silence to the Blade of Time, letting the power of the Blade of Time increase a bit more. Sumu also tried to use the Extreme Night Canopy to attach to the Blade of Time, masking the power of silence and its own aura on the Blade of Time. In this way, if the enemy underestimated him, then his Blade of Time would definitely be able to explode with extremely terrifying power. Currently, the Blade of Time was definitely one of the strongest means of attack in his hands. Come back. Along with Sumu's thought, he moved. The silver-colored Blade of Time instantly transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into his hand. In the next moment, it disappeared. Estimating the time, Uncle Knight should also come over, right? Thinking that Rin Knight would be coming over soon, Sumu let out a long breath. Hopefully, Rin Knight wouldn't get too excited when he saw that there were quite a few heavenly treasures missing inside the small vault. It seemed to be a case of speak of the devil and the devil arrives. Just as Sumu was thinking about how to explain to Rin Knight that a lot of heavenly material treasures had suddenly disappeared inside this small vault, the main door was slowly pushed open. Rin Knight, who was wearing a black robe with a cold expression, appeared in front of Sumu. Uncle Knight. Seeing Rin Knight appear, Sumu immediately changed into a smiling face and greeted him. It was a good thing to reach out and not hit a smiling person, and Rin Knight originally even slightly raised his head and gently coughed. Little Mua, I've come to take you back. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed some changes inside the small vault. After all, he was a 9th realm martial artist, and he couldn't be clearer about what had disappeared inside the small vault. His eyes instantly widened. With that, his figure instantly disappeared and he ran to a clearing. Where's my big mountain? Where's my so high a huge mountain piled up with heavenly treasures? Seeing Rin Knight's out of sorts appearance, Sumu silently moved a few steps towards the door. Uncle Knight, what I said before. Well, I might use some more. Use some more? I piled up 10 great mountains of heavenly materials. Directly missing 3 or 4. Rin Knight's head was filled with black lines as he turned his head to look at Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly ran quickly towards the door. As a result, just before taking 2 steps, he felt himself being lifted up by a force. Sumu turned his head to look. He only saw that he didn't know when Rin Knight had already gotten in front of him. His eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at him. Good boy, quite capable of eating, Rin Knight said while carefully sizing up Sumu. Immediately afterward, that face, which was originally somewhat angry, suddenly froze for a moment. His expression slowly became shocked. Again, somewhat unsure, he looked Sumu up from side to side. Interesting. Rinny's expression became extremely wonderful. But in a short period of time, you've actually risen from the middle of the 2nd realm to the peak of the 3rd realm. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Rin Knight put Sumu down. An 18-year-old peak 3rd realm martial artist. No wonder. Old man Zhang treasures you so much. Sumu sniffed and tentatively looked at Rin Knight. Uncle Knight, you don't blame me? Not so much. Originally it was also my promise to let you eat as much as you want. I just didn't expect that you kid really ate quite a lot. Sumu gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being Uncle Knight you. Just atmospheric. Poof. That's natural. However, if you eat my 3 or 4 treasure mountains and your strength still stays at the late 2nd realm or the peak of the 2nd realm, I'm afraid I'll really have to grab you and go find your teacher to collect your debt. Rin Knight looked at Sumu, his eyes full of admiration. In less than a month's time, from the middle of the 2nd realm to the peak of the 3rd realm, this speed, you can be called the first person of the human race. No wonder, old Ghost Zhang said to me. He said, you will be the hope of the human race, and also said to me that if you have anything you really want, let me give it to you first, and he will come back to repay your debt for you. Hearing Rin Knight's words, Sumu was somewhat silent. Elder Zhang even considered this for him. However, I'm not that petty. For a talented junior like you, it's only right for those of us who are seniors to reward more. Not to mention that you ate 3 or 4 of my treasure mountains. Even if you ate all of these treasure mountains of mine, as long as you make the best use of what you have, I won't be half as talkative. Uncle Knight. Sumu looked towards Rin Knight. Rin Knight at this moment, however, had already turned his body around, leaving Sumu with an extremely handsome back. After all, it was still him, a young man who was new to the martial arts. who had underestimated the bosom of these martial arts seniors. For a moment, Sumu suddenly felt a bit ashamed. He thought for a while, only then did he finally say, "Then, Uncle Knight, I'm not polite?" Saying that, he also made a gesture towards the remaining few treasure mountains. Hearing his words, Rin Knight, who had originally turned his back, turned around in a hurry. "You brat, at least leave some for those few disciples of mine." Seeing Rin Knight like this, Sumu hemmed and hawed. "Uncle Knight, I thought you said you were going to give me the remaining few mountains of treasure." But he was also doing it for show. Rin Knight's character of the senior he also kind of understood a little bit from his teacher. Well, although there were some hard feelings in his heart, but what should be pretended that none of them could be put. He was also just teasing Rinya a little. "You kid, as bad as your teacher." Riney blankly glanced at him. "These things, they are also not very useful for the current you. You should also know that in order to step into the fourth realm, it's no longer useful to keep piling up the chi and blood values." This was a good point. The reason why Sumu only elevated to the peak of the third realm wasn't that he couldn't eat anymore, but because the peak of the third realm to the fourth realm was a hurdle. Moreover, after reaching the fourth realm, ascending further was not as simple as just piling up chi and blood values. "Uncle Knight, I was just joking with you." Sumu smiled. Then his expression also became serious. "Uncle Knight, I will definitely remember your kindness in my heart." Rin Knight sniffed and glanced at him with relief, then said, "Your kid has a heart. This marshal is a ninth realm martial artist. Do I still need you, a third realm martial artist, to repay my kindness? You cultivate well. Grow up as soon as possible and contribute to the human race. We old guys will be satisfied." Hearing this, Sumu nodded seriously. "I will, Uncle Knight." The human race. It was because of people like Rin Knight and old Zhang that they were able to support themselves until today, right? Alright, let me take you out. Today is the day your training camp ends. With your results. First place, it's already a done deal. Hearing Rin Knight's words, Sumu's heart was also moved. This also meant that he could obtain the identity of a student of Longjing Martial Arts University today. That also meant that he could open the next page of the diary. Rinki Knight turned around and walked towards the outside of the small vault. Sumu also quickly followed. Outside the small vault, Rin Knight's voice was heard. "This time when we go back, if old man Zhang dares to mention the matter of that fruit again, I'm not finished with him." Sumu quickly returned to the Genius Training Camp. After a long time, he appeared at the Genius Training Camp. His appearance immediately caused the other companions in the training camp to be a little surprised. "Sumu, that's Sumu coming back. Hey." "Yes, hey, it's really Sumu. It feels like I haven't seen him for a long time. Ever since the last award ceremony, he seems to have disappeared." There was someone else squatting in the mission hall wanting to go and befriend him for a while, but after squatting for a little over half a month, "I haven't seen him, and I don't know where he's gone?" Who knows? But not to go to the mission hall is also normal awe. To Sumu nowadays merit point steady first place awe, or directly crush the existence of the second place Fang Chocho. What is the need to go to do the task? That's also true. And people already have a military rank. We are still a recruit. Back when we graduate on the battlefield, it is not allowed to say that people have become a general. Hey, I do not know who is mocking people just in ordinary high school. Out of this face is too loud. Anyway, I do not dare to look down on anyone in the future. Who knows if it's not the next Sumu? Who knows if he's the next Sumu? I don't know what level Sumu has reached now. Before, when he was in the middle of the first realm, I could barely see a little bit of clues, but now I can't see through it at all. Just as the crowd was discussing, a dusty silhouette rushed into the training camp. "Sumu." Hearing this voice, Sumu didn't need to look back to know who it was. He turned around, only to see that Fang Chocho was already standing at the entrance of the training camp. "You're finally here." The moment Fang Ball appeared, his panel was also displayed in front of Sumu. Name, Fang Chocho. Blood value, 999. 99, peak first realm martial artist. It could be seen that Fang Chocho had also improved within this period of time. Sumu vaguely remembered that more than a month ago, his strength appeared to still be a mid-first realm martial artist. Nowadays, it had already reached the peak of a first realm martial artist. And the reason why it wasn't higher was probably because it was stuck here at this membrane of breakthrough. At first, Sumu seemed to have gotten slightly stuck here as well. "Well, stuck for a bit. Looking for me for something?" Sumu said. The battle blade in Fang Chocho's hand pointed towards Sumu. "Sumu, I want to challenge you." The agreed time has passed. And before that, you were unconscious for more than a week's time. So I'm also giving you back a month and a half. And now, I'm going to challenge you. If you are a man, accept my challenge. These words came out. The surroundings were in an uproar. Everyone's faces showed an expression of watching a good show. They all knew that Sumu was strong, but no one knew to what extent Sumu was strong. No one dared to challenge Sumu either. Sumu was a huge mountain that pressed horizontally on all of them for the campers in their session of Genius Training Camp. Ball. You can't beat him. It was at this time that Fang Yuan, Fang Qiuqiu's older sister, finally caught up. She glanced at Sumu, nodded slightly towards him, and then looked at Fang Qiuqiu and said, Fang Qiuqiu seemed to know this as well, but he still said, whether or not I can beat them, I have to beat them to know. I haven't been mixing for nothing during this period of time. He looked at Sumu. Sumu, I know, I may not be your opponent, but if you respect me, then take out your full strength and fight me. Don't hold back in the slightest, or else I'll only feel that you're insulting me. Sumu heard his words. There was a moment of silence. Only then did he nod towards Fang Qiuqiu. Good. Hearing Sumu's reply, a trace of joy appeared on Fang Qiuqiu's face. The people around him also started talking at once. Can we finally see Sumu's strength? So excited. Fang Qiuqiu deserves to be the #1 mangaka in our training camp. I'm afraid he's the only one who dares to challenge Sumu so impulsively. Right? Indeed. We don't even have the courage to face Sumu. Sumu looked at Fang Qiuqiu. You pick the place. Fang Qiuqiu said. Don't bother. Isn't there an empty lot over there? Let's go there. You can go all out. Even if I get killed, I'll admit it. He looked at the people around him. Gentlemen, let's all bear witness for us. The appointment fight between Sumu and I is completely out of our own free will. If in the middle of this fight, Sumu misses and kills me, it's still my own business. He looked towards Sumu. Sumu said, the same goes for me. Good. The surrounding people didn't know who shouted out. With that, they spontaneously formed a large circle in the open space around them. Sumu and Fang Qiuqiu glanced at each other and also stood on each side of the large circle. I, then, will be the referee. Fang Yuan gave Fang Qiuqiu a worried look. With that, she stood in the center. Are both sides ready? Sumu nodded. Fang Qiuqiu nodded similarly. He tightened the battle blade held in his hand, let out a long breath, and stared closely at Sumu. Okay, ready, start. Fang Yuan took a few steps back and then shouted. The next moment, the one who moved first was Fang Qiuqiu. In Sumu's line of sight, a whirlwind arose behind Fang Qiuqiu's feet. The entire person swept towards Sumu as if it had been accelerated. So fast. Fang Qiuqiu's speed caused the people around him to suck in a breath of cool air. They were different from Sumu, and in their view, the square ball almost shot towards Sumu at an extremely fast speed, like a cannonball. But in a moment's time, Fang Qiuqiu had already rushed to Sumu's side and slashed towards him. Sumu, underestimating me. Not really. Seeing Fang Qiuqiu charging, Sumu dodged with a sideways turn. Fang Qiuqiu's movements were as slow as a turtle in his eyes, only to see Fang Qiuqiu's slice through the air. At the same time, Sumu's leg, directly like a whip, lashed out at Fang Qiuqiu's stomach. Shadowless wind-chasing leg. This strike directly sent Fang Globular flying. Of course, Sumu was collecting his strength. He didn't have any deep hatred with Fang Qiuqiu, and he couldn't really use his full strength even if Fang Qiuqiu asked him to. Otherwise, Fang Qiuqiu would have to die just from this blow. Fang Qiuqiu's entire body was directly kicked into the air by Sumu, and Sumu's figure also instantly disappeared in place. It's not over yet, he said softly. In the next moment, his figure actually appeared behind Fang Qiuqiu, who flew out backwards. Even the speed at which Fang Qiuqiu flew out backwards was not as fast as his speed. A fist blasted out. Put! Fang Qiuqiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, Sumu's speed was as fast as a residual shadow. Fang Qiuqiu didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. Enough! Sumu! Ball! He admits defeat! He admits defeat! Fang Yuan was so anxious that she was about to cry. I didn't admit defeat. Fang Qiuqiu's voice broke. Almost there. Sumu kicked Fang Qiuqiu directly. Fang Qiuqiu's entire body directly rolled towards the ground like a leather ball. It fell to the ground and could no longer get up. Balls! Fang Yuan anxiously ran towards Fang Qiuqiu. At this moment, Fang Qiuqiu had simply been beaten to the point where he didn't even recognize his own mother, and his body's aura was suddenly strong and weak. Extremely miserable. Sumu, you asshole! Since it was a date fight, why did you hit so hard? Fang Yuan picked up Fang Qiuqiu as she angrily looked at Sumu. Sumu, on the other hand, stared in Fang Qiuqiu's direction. He muttered, it should be. Almost. It was also at this time, the aura on Fang Qiuqiu's body suddenly began to skyrocket. Originally stuck at the peak of the first realm, Fang Qiuqiu's body's aura gradually climbed up, and finally, all of a sudden, Pangdi elevated to the early stage of the second realm. Seeing Fang Qiuqiu, whose strength had finally risen to the early stage of the second realm, Sumu raised his eyebrows. It wasn't in vain that he had used the light of healing while punching Fang balls, and according to the method that Deep Blue had said, he had indeed successfully allowed Fang balls to break through to the early second realm. This was also Sumu's intention from the start. With Sumu's strength, if he really wanted to defeat Fang Qiuqiu, one move would actually be enough. The reason why he used so many moves, it was also because he had heard Deep Blue say before that when one was close to breaking through, it would be easier to break through when stimulated by external forces. Therefore, while punching Fang Ball, Sumu was also observing the changes in his qi and blood and physical condition. At the same time, he was also using the light of healing to help Fang Qiuqiu recover a wave of his body. Finally, under his wave of operations, Fang Qiuqiu, who had been stuck at the peak of the first realm for a long time, finally lived up to his expectations and smoothly broke through to the early second realm. If it wasn't for Sumu, Fang Qiuqiu would still be stuck at the peak of the first realm for at least 10 days and half a month. And after the breakthrough, Fang Qiuqiu seemed to be in a much better state all of a sudden. Originally still unable to move, he struggled to stand up from Fang Yuanyuan's arms. "I'm fine." He looked towards Fang Yuanyuan. Then he looked at Sumu. "Sumu, I lost," he exclaimed. Then, there was a pause before he finally said, "In fact, you could have completely defeated me in one move, right? From the first time you landed on me, I realized the gap between me and you. The reason why you hit me so many times was to help me break through, right?" Sumu was a bit surprised. "I thought that Fang Qiuqiu's head was full of muscles, but I didn't expect him to have a bit of a brain." He didn't answer positively. Fang Qiuqiu took it as his default. Fang Yuanyuan on the side also looked at Sumu with some surprise. "So, is it like this?" At this moment, Fang Qiuqiu finally barely managed to stand up straight with the help of the battle blade in his hand. "Sumu, since I was a child, among my peers, I haven't obeyed anyone, but today, I submit. I submit to you," he seriously said. "I thought that you were strong, but I didn't think that you were that strong. I know that I am not your opponent, probably not in the past, not now, and not in the future, but I'll always follow in your footsteps, so don't slack off, or else I'll surpass you." When Sumu heard this, he smiled a little and said, "Don't worry, you won't have that chance." Fang Qiuqiu sniffed and also released a smile. "Some other day when I have the chance, I'm going to challenge you again, even if I can't beat you. However, martial artists of my generation, what fear of a battle? If I don't even have the courage to challenge a strong person, I feel that I'm not far from death." Fang Qiuqiu exclaimed, "If I'm free, I'll gladly accompany you." Sumu nodded. Fang Qiuqiu, this person, he was quite annoying at first, but in the back, he found that he was just a little bit more straight and arrogant. Otherwise, there wasn't too much of a problem, and he was even the kind of person who was willing to give his life to fight for the sake of the human race. So over time, he wasn't so annoying to him, and I don't know if it was the conversation between Fang Qiuqiu and Sumu that touched the people around. Just as Sumu was about to leave, a person sprang out from the crowd next to him. Sumu, the person who jumped out. Sumu didn't recognize. He looked at the person and was a bit puzzled. "This student, what's the matter?" "My name is Guan Jie," that person said. "Fang Qiuqiu is right. You've always been a huge mountain pressing on our hearts, so much so that we don't even have the courage to challenge you. But so what? Martial artists of my generation, what fear of a battle? I, Guan Jie, challenge you." Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu faintly smiled. "Good. Is there anyone else?" He swept towards the remaining people. "Screw it. Isn't it just getting a beating? Martial artists of my generation, why would I be afraid of a fight? I, Li Shan, challenge Sumu." It's a rare chance to be able to fight Sumu head on. Damn it. Let's fight. I, Chen Xiao, challenge Sumu. That's a good point. If what's standing in front of us today is a foreign race that we can't defeat, should we also be cowed before we fight? I, Yu Hongba, challenge Sumu. 1, 2, 3, a dozen, 2 dozen. All of them were 18-year-olds, and this scene seemed to have instantly triggered the hot blood in their hearts. Almost all of the campers stood out and proposed to challenge Sumu. Then, you guys will all go together. Sumu swept towards the crowd. Too arrogant. Everyone go together. Charge. We can't let this guy Sumu be too arrogant. Damn it. I'll fight today. A moment later, The only person left standing on the field was Sumu alone. What made Sumu the most speechless was that this guy, Fong Chochio, seeing that everyone was coming together, and that he had just been beaten up and couldn't even walk dryly, he was actually still carrying his battle blade and rushing towards Sumu. Of course, the result was also obvious. The large training camp was lying sideways. Pervert, what the hell? Is this a human being? Sumu really isn't human. Looking at the mourning crowd, Sumu smiled helplessly. Just then, a voice entered the crowd's ears. It's good to still have a backbone. However, just having a backbone won't do. If you want to defeat Sumu, unless you let Sumu wait for you guys to cultivate for 10 or 20 years first. Instructor Ding, at an unknown time, had already appeared in the field. He came in front of Sumu. Not badass Sumu, worthy of being number one in the training camp. Sumu smiled at his words. Instructor Ding is too kind. Instructor Ding waved his hand and handed Sumu a card. Longjing Martial Arts University. Sumu, the training camp is over. The guaranteed places have also been determined. The outstanding campers of this training camp besides Ji Qinghan as a special guaranteed person. 3 more are taken, namely, Sumu, Fong Qiuqiu and Guan Jie. He finished looking at Sumu. Congratulations, Sumu, you are already a member of Longjing Martial Arts University. This is your campus card. I brought it to you in advance. Receiving the campus card, Sumu let out a long breath. Finally, becoming a member of Longjing Martial Arts University. So did that mean that he could already turn the next page of his diary? Everyone get ready. Next, there will be someone who will send you back to the rear of the human race. Instructor Ding swept a glance at the crowd. I won't say any more superfluous nonsense. Most of you, when you go back, you still can't slack off. There are still 2 months left for the entrance exams. To tell you an unfortunate news, according to our statistics, the quality of this year's freshmen is generally much higher than last year's. With your current strength, last year you might still be able to luck out and mix up the top students of each district's college entrance examination or something. But this year, it's not allowed to even get into a top martial arts university. So don't hold on to the fact that this result from last year can get into a top martial arts university. This year it will definitely be possible. University last year. So this year you will definitely be able to. I don't expect each and every one of you to be able to successfully step onto the campus of Longjing Wudao University after the college entrance exams are over. But, after all, for those who went out from our Longjing Wudao University's Genius Training Camp, you at least have to be admitted to one of the top Wudao universities, right? That's all there is to say. I wish you all prosperous martial arts. Instructor Ding's words echoed in everyone's ears. By the time Sumu returned to his senses, he was already sitting in the car going back to the rear of the human race. He didn't know if it was because he had given beating those people up too hard before. So much so that after Sumu got on the car, there wasn't a single person in his vicinity who dared to sit. But for Sumu, he was also happy to be free. He could just about cultivate the divine demon viewing thoughts and the innate breathing method all by himself. Moreover, before he got on the bus back to the rear of the human race, Instructor Ding had specially brought him a message from Elder Zhang. He said that he would come back to him after taking a break after returning to the human rear. As for the purpose, Instructor Ding said that Zhang Lao didn't say, but with Sumu's understanding of Zhang Lao, he guessed the general idea. It was nothing more than bringing himself as a shut-in disciple to have another crack at it. Other than that, but Sumu remembered that Zhang Lao seemed to have said that he wanted to take himself to brush up on the talent of his several senior brothers and sisters. There was also Sumu also remembered that when he was at the training camp's entrance examination before, it seemed like he had heard of someone who had an SSS grade talent, Mirage Dream, so he could also ask Zhang Lao to brush up on all of them for him. This was the benefit of having a teacher. Soon, the car arrived at the rear of the human race. After arriving at the rear of the human race, everyone was arranged for a special car that was specifically sent back to their respective safe zones. By the time Sumu returned home, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Before coming back, Sumu had already called Su's father and mother to tell them the news that he was coming back today, but didn't tell them about the admission, wanting to give them a surprise. As soon as he returned home, he immediately smelled a familiar smell of meat. This smell was as if it was buried deep in the depths of memory. The moment he smelled it, there was a warm feeling that surged through his heart. As Sumu remembered, Su's mother was always able to pinpoint the time when she came back very well and start fixing the meal. Standing in front of the house, Sumu let out a long breath, pushing open the front door. Dad, Mom, Xiao Yang, I'm back. A familiar picture came into his eyes. Su's father was sitting on the sofa, holding a newspaper and flipping around. Su Mother was busy inside the kitchen. Su Yang, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa with a lazy look, watching the TV. As soon as he heard Su Mu's voice, all three of them looked over in Su Mu's direction. More is back. Su Father put down the newspaper in his hands, while Su Mother brought out a large pot with the aroma of meat from inside the kitchen. Brother! Su Yang happily jumped down from the sofa. It's good to be back safely. Lu Yufan signaled Su Dashan to put a mat on the table before placing the cauldron on the table. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Su Dashan laughed. Today your mother knew you were coming back. Specially went to the supermarket to buy a lot of things. What broken mountain beef black hairy pig 5 flowers but also specially entrusted someone to buy a colorful chicken. For you to boil a pot of chicken soup. There's also a variety of fruits and snacks inside the refrigerator. All bought for you. Yang you usually eat enough. This time when your brother comes back, let your brother eat more. You hear me? Lu Yufan walked out from the kitchen with the dishes, saying as she walked, Su Dashan, it's good to be back safely. Mu or you don't know. Your mom worries every night whether you will encounter danger in the genius training camp, whether you will be bullied by your classmates and whatnot. A few nights ago, she even said that she dreamt that you died in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, scaring your mom so much that she didn't sleep for a whole night. It's a good thing that you're now back safe and sound, or else your mom would probably not be able to sleep well. Lu Yufan blankly glanced at Su Dashan. Speaking of you as if you're so good. Your father these 2 months. Every now and then he gets up in the middle of the night to go to the balcony to smoke, but also every day to search for what the genius training camp will go to, which places will not encounter dangers and so on. If I had known this, I shouldn't have let you go to any genius training camp. Peace and quiet is enough. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Am I not fine now? Sumu put down his school bag, smiled and patted his chest. Peace is good. Peace is good. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. After eating and then go take a good bath and rest. I'll cut some more fruits for you. These 2 months at a glance it's hard work. Come home and rest a little. Lu Yufan laughed. Soon, the family sat down at the table and happily ate dinner. Su Yang, the little guy, ate with his mouth full of oil and held up his chopsticks in satisfaction. It's true that only when brother comes back, the family has good food. Sumu laughed and touched Su Yang's head. You kid, talking about me not being at home, mom and dad, as if they mistreated you. He's the one who eats alone when you're not there. And he still has the nerve to say it there. Lu Yufan laughed. The food was almost done. Sumu also put down his chopsticks. Mom and Dad, aren't you going to ask me how the results of the genius training camp went? The results don't matter. Just come back safely. Lu Yufan laughed. Su Dashan also nodded. The big deal is to retake the college entrance exam. My son will definitely be able to do it. Su Yang, on the other hand, was on the side. Brother, Dad said that you didn't mention the result cheerfully on the phone. So it's 80% that you lost the election. So he told us not to mention your sadness. Su Dashan glared at Su Yang. You're the one who talks too much. Don't you still have a gift for your brother? Why don't you go get it for your brother? When Su Yang heard this, he only remembered in general and quickly ran back to his room. Immediately afterward, he saw Su Yang bring a cake to Sumu. Above the cake was written in crooked characters, "My brother is always the best. I wish my brother to successfully pass the college entrance exam and get into a good university, and then take me to eat delicious food." The last line was very small, and it looked like it was added later. Sumu looked at the cake and couldn't help but smile. You kid, what a snacker, Sumu said. However, I may have to let you down, because your brother me. I don't have to take the college entrance exam. Sumu looked at Su father and Su mother. Dad, Mom, I've been bailed out. When Sumu returned to his room, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Because of the matter of himself being bailed out, the family went out for a rare walk and bought some things. The little guy Su Yan was jumping around happily, holding Su father's cell phone, where he was searching hard for what delicious food there was in Longjing Budo University. Su father and Su mother, on the other hand, asked about some of the things inside Sumu's genius training camp. Lying on the bed, Sumu rested a little. Only then did he finally scratch open his mobile space as soon as he could, and took out that diary from it. After trying it out, the diary could indeed be flipped open. Flipping it open at this point in time, it seems that the me from 10 years ago. You really are excellent. From the countless possible outcomes I've seen, the me 10 years ago, you should have successfully participated in the genius training camp and gotten a guaranteed spot to enter the Longjing Martial Arts University, right? Then, you should have also met someone, and it just so happens that the first very important thing I'm going to say is also related to her. Ji Qinghan, definitely. Protect Ji Qinghan. Ji Qinghan. If it wasn't for his future self mentioning this name inside the diary, Sumu might have somewhat forgotten about it. But after his future self's reminder, he sort of remembered. That girl whose talent couldn't be viewed, whose background looked as if it was quite powerful, and the strange girl Ji Qinghan. However, why was it necessary to protect that girl? Was there anything special about that girl's body? Sumu frowned slightly, continuing to look down. It's strange. Why did I ask you to make sure to protect her, right? I'm here, and I can clearly tell you that she is important. Important. Because she may be your only hope to defeat that person. To stop the extinction of the human race, you must defeat that person. And to defeat that person, you must protect Ji Qinghan. As for why you must protect Ji Qinghan, I believe you should already be able to guess some of it. Sumu raised his eyebrows. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, it was 80% related to Ji Qinghan's talent. That's right, it's Ji Qinghan's talent. If I'm not wrong, when you saw Ji Qinghan, you must have also used Deep Blue to check Ji Qinghan's talent, right? And the result must have been that it couldn't be viewed. Upon seeing this result, I'm afraid you'll think that I've put a restriction on the talent. Actually not. About the talent, martial arts and body refining techniques, I actually did not add any restrictions. The restrictions I added are mainly on people. You should have also found out that inside the data of Deep Blue, you simply cannot search for a certain person's deeds or anything. This is the restriction that I added. Because at present, knowing something too early is not good for you. Then going back to the question just now, why is Ji Qinghan's talent unviewable? Because that is her talent's own protection mechanism. Before her talent is fully awakened, her talent is in a state where it cannot be viewed. This is not just him. The Ji family, every single person, is like this. The only difference is that Ji Qinghan belongs to the Ji family again. The most special one. Here, I will briefly introduce you to the Ji family as a clan. In the tens of thousands of years of history of our human race's struggle with the 10,000 races, there was such a family whose ancestors accidentally awakened a magical talent. SSS-grade talent, sacrificial body Shura. This talent is very interesting. It focuses on 1. Sacrificing oneself for others. Sacrifice yourself to fulfill others. Sacrificing one's body for the sake of Shura is not just one version. The most common version is to give up one's own life, to help others to enhance their strength, without any side effects, and even enhance the effect. Exactly the same as the effect of your own hard work to cultivate. As if it is like packaging your strength at this stage in advance, and giving it to you in the present, from the future. What kind of concept is this? It's as if, when you went from a 3rd realm martial artist and cultivated to a 4th realm martial artist, not only did you experience an increase in your chi and blood values, but at the same time, there were also the various comprehensions and so on at this stage, right? The cultivation elevated through the body shedding cultivator is to directly omit this stage, but all of the rest are retained. Your chi and blood value, sense of enlightenment, collectively with you in this time inside the solid cultivation of the same, some body shedding cultivator, and even you in the future in this stage, learning to the martial arts, and give you. So, some people say that he's a mere sacrificial talent. I don't agree. In my opinion, this talent definitely involves time, and this talent, likewise, has a huge limitation. That is, once after unleashing the sacrificial Shura, the one who unleashes it will definitely die, and truly die, as if, by what power? From the long river of time, a general death. You, who have experienced the death backfile, should understand that, when having this ability, the deaths of those around you seem to become less terrifying, because you have the ability to save them. However, if the other party uses the shedding Shura, I'm sorry, even if you go back to the moment he used it, you won't be able to find him, because he really died in the middle of the long river of time, as if this person had never appeared. Yet, ridiculously, he truly exists in your memories. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But this is the most cruel part of this talent. In your mind, there are memories of his survival, and even, beside you, there are his children, his brothers. But, when you go upstream along the long river of time to look for him, you are surprised to find out that it is as if he had never existed. There are times when I ponder, the long river of time. What kind of river is it? He has no source, no end, and flows all the time, as if every note is unchanged. Yet it changes from moment to moment. And what kind of role does the Ji family member with the talent of shedding Shura play in the long river of time? I don't know. Even now, I don't know. But I hope and feel that you can find the secret hidden behind the G family's shedding Shura talent. The secret about the long river of time. I once thought of a question with the past me. That is, your character. There are times when I would not think of wanting to save all those I care about, or those who are useful to the human race, and everyone would live to the end, reaching a perfect ending. But I quickly thought of another problem, and that is, even if you saved everyone, the G family members who used the shedding body Shura would also be saved no matter what. Can't be saved. Their sacrifice is a true sacrifice. Just like when their ancestors, after learning about the side effects of this talent, but still in order to be able to retain this talent at all costs to their own bloodline, they placed a curse. This talent will be passed down in the bloodline of their G family members, but every member of the G family will not be able to live past the age of 40. 40 years old, for a martial artist, is simply a pitifully small lifespan. But in order to retain this talent, the ancestors of the G family resolutely chose this curse. Therefore, you will see in the back of the human race countless people, in order to protect the G family, going forward and backward, and the G family, most of them, will also choose to unleash the sacrificial body Shura when they are 40 years old, helping others to break through their strength. The breakthrough of the sacrificial Shura ignores the barrier. If you have already broken through to that realm in the future, then it will pack your future cultivation. And even if you don't break through to that boundary in the future, he will be able to help you to force a breakthrough. Amongst the 7 saints of the human race, there are 3 of them who used the lives of the G family members to break through to the 10th realm. Alright, this is the G family, and as the most special existence amongst the G family, Ji Qinghan's talent is even more special, because her talent is the same as that of her ancestor. Her shedding cultivator, when it is fully awakened, can raise any grade of talent, 1 grade higher. That's right, any. That is to say, Sumu's thought of something all of a sudden, and it seemed that the diary had a sentence written on it just as he thought. That is to say, including EX rank, including EX rank. These words echoed in Sumu's mind. Above EX rank, was there a higher grade of talent? What would that grade of talent be like? Sumu flipped to the next page. This talent is strong, isn't it? What's more interesting is that this talent, too, isn't useful for everyone. For most of the talents, EX rank, or even SSS rank, is the upper limit of its type of talent, and they don't have a path to higher above. But you and I are different. The talent we have on us, an EX ranked talent, duplication after death, is the first EX ranked talent ever awakened in the human race, and at the same time, it's the one with the highest potential that I know of. Even that person can't compare to you. If there is another talent that can lead to that higher path above, it's only you. So, make sure to protect Ji Qinghan. Even if she dies, it has to be at the end, that final crucial moment, although it's cruel. But how can there be no sacrifice to stop the demise of the human race? The fate of the G family was already predetermined from the moment their ancestors chose that curse. All we can do is not to fail them. Looking at the words on the diary, Sumu let out a long breath. An inexplicable feeling of depression surged into his heart. Only after a long time did he slowly turn over the diary again. Ji Qinghan was just the first thing mentioned by his future self. Sumu continued to read on. Alright, the first thing has been said. Next is the second thing. The second thing is to remind you, definitely, don't go back to the file too many times. I believe that, as your spiritual power improves, you should gradually realize one thing, right? When your spiritual power is strong enough, you can even perform infinite backfiles. However, those who tease time will eventually be teased by time. Death backfile. If it really only had this one limitation, then it shouldn't just be an SSS-ranked talent, and its limitations. Rather than me talking to you directly, it's better for you to feel it yourself. The advice I can give you is to make sure not to backfile too many times. When you backfile hundreds of times, you might not feel anything. When you've backfiled thousands of times, you may initially feel it. When you file back tens of thousands of times, then events may be out of your control. When you file back even more times, then. So, remember my words. Be sure, don't file back too many times. You can look down on death, but be sure to maintain respect for death. Every death is not meaningless. You can look down on time, but be sure to maintain respect for time. You're just a little fish going up the long river of time. At the moment, all you can do is just to backtrack. The second thing, that's pretty much it. Next is the third thing, and the last thing I'm going to talk to you about. In the middle of an important battle a year from now, there are some human heroes who will die, and at the same time, In the third safe zone of the human race, a lot of people will die as well, including Dad, Mom and Xiaoyang. I'll briefly give you a list of the human heroes who died during that important battle. First Commander of the Eastern War Zone, Yi Tian. Second Commander of the Eastern War Zone, Wang Zishua. Third Commander of the Eastern War Zone, Rin Knight. President of Longjing Martial Arts University, Zhang Hao. Looking at the words on the diary, Sumu's pupils shrunk slightly. 1 year later, important battles. Many people will die. Dad, Mom, Xiaoyang. Not only that, there's also Rinku, Uncle Knight, Zhang Hao, his teacher. How can that be? How is it possible? Uncle Knight and his teacher, both of them were ninth realm powerhouses, as well as those commanders. The three major commanders of the Eastern War Zone were all dead. His teacher, the principal of Longjing Martial Arts University, would also die in that important battle. What happened in that battle? What happened? And, at the same time, a large number of people would die in the third security zone, including his parents and his younger brother, Su Yang. Since his future self had put these two things together, Sumu didn't believe that these two things weren't even remotely related. Sumu couldn't wait to continue reading. I know that in seeing this, the feelings in your heart are bound to be unsettled. I understand. I understand. I understand. 3 I understandings from his future self. It made Sumu's heart stir inexplicably, although when it was written down, it might have looked so cloudy and light, as if it was recounting an ordinary thing. However, who could know what the future self had actually experienced? Sumu gritted his teeth, continuing to read on. Since you know, then you will definitely find a way to change all of this, won't you? That's what I think. So, I told you, I have only one request for you. At least, save Mom and Dad. Save Xiaoyang. As for those human heroes, forgive my selfishness, perhaps, because I don't dare to ask for too much. Those human heroes, if you can save a few of them, save a few of them. They will make things much easier for you among the things that follow. Right, there's one more thing to remind you. 10 years ago, I do not have too much psychological burden. My past has been experienced, but your future has not yet been determined. Cannot change the long river of time. It is you, but I has for you, or rather, for us, ready for everything you can do, is to go to change our future. When you change the moment, the long river of time only will continue to flow. Much more, I will not say. Work hard to do it. The moment you do, is the moment I do. Well, just talking to you about going for it. I haven't told you yet how to go about it. Ha ha ha. Here, I simply tell you one of my ability. I can speculate, see countless kinds of possible results. As you open this diary at a certain point in time, I am able to see countless kinds of possible processes that prompted the occurrence of this kind of behavior. This is also the reason why I'll give the diary to set up a limitation. Because of the different things that you are doing, different identities, different strengths, different talents of you, open this journal and see, all will be different. But, even so, I cannot anticipate every process. I can only write down for you what I see, what you are most likely to need. Well, it is also because of this ability that I see what you must need to change all of this. 1. You need to be strong enough, mentally, to reach at least the peak of the 5th realm. 2. You need a special talent. As for what this special talent is, to be honest, I don't know. Even, I'm not sure if it really exists. But, only by finding this talent, will you be able to save Mom and Dad and Xiaoyang? When he saw his future self leave behind these words, Sumu frowned. In his perception, his future self had already experienced too many things, and even possessed many abilities that he could hardly imagine. In his opinion, it had even reached the point of omniscience, but now it seemed that even his future self would have problems that he couldn't solve. I'm afraid, this is also the reason why his future self was not able to save his parents and Xiaoyang? Sumu clenched his fists, continuing to read on. However, I can tell you the 3 conditions that this talent must have, and also, where this talent may appear. First, it has to work on EX grade items. Second, it must be able to manipulate to change the belonging of the item or nullify its effect. Third, his activation must not be able to cause the item's owner to notice. This talent should not be just a talent. In my knowledge, the first ability of the talent. In fact, there are still, but coupled with the second ability, it is basically impossible to find. If coupled with the third condition, it simply does not exist. At least, from you now, has been until 10 years after the demise of the human race. the human race and the foreign races have not appeared to meet this condition of talent. I once tried to transform out this talent, but I accidentally found that it was too difficult to fulfill the third condition. But, on the contrary, the third ability is the most important, because the owner of the item is that person. Once that person's attention is drawn, once the current you draws that person's attention, you will die. Hey, I know it's hard, but you're the only one I can trust. You're me, yet you're different from me. From the moment this journal met you, you've been an existence that can't be gauged for the future. So please, 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 make sure you find that special gift. Lastly, I'll give you some more information about some of the places where it's possible to find this talent. Among the rear of the human race, the places where it's possible to have a chance to find this talent are mainly in the 13th security zone, the 9th security zone, several top colleges and universities including, but not limited to, the Longjing Wudou University, and in the battlefields of the 10,000 races. There's a hope that it'll be possible to find this talent mainly in the Eastern Battle Zone and the area around the Northern Battle Zone. It's very broad, but that's as far as I can go. The condition for the next page to turn over is 1 year later, after your spiritual power reaches the 6th realm. By the way, I forgot to tell you a piece of news. During this period, your chi and blood value should reach the 4th realm, and after you reach the 4th realm, the death replication, there will be some changes that will surprise you. Don't look down on this change. The change in the 4th realm may not be anything yet, but this is just the beginning. Finally, please, 10 years ago, Sumu let out a long breath, closing the diary, put the diary into the middle of his mobile space. He laid down on the bed somewhat feebly. This time, there were too many messages left by his future self in the diary. The first thing was Ji Qinghan. To protect Ji Qinghan, it was generally necessary to guard her for a long period of time. However, currently, Ji Qinghan's talent hadn't fully awakened yet, so that meant that Sumu didn't have to worry about, for the time being, a situation where Ji Qinghan would completely die. So to protect Ji Qinghan, it was actually much easier, and Sumu had already thought of a way in his mind. The time when Ji Qinghan was truly dangerous should be from the time when her talent was fully awakened. However, at the moment, it should still take quite a bit of time for her talent to awaken. There was no need to consider it for the time being. Secondly, it was about the issue of the death recall. The limitations of the death backfile were something he had long pondered over, but hadn't been able to come up with any results from his ponderings. Now after his future self said so, on one hand, it verified his thoughts, and on the other hand, it also sort of let the stone in his heart down a little. Since it would take thousands of times to initially show its cost, then it would be better to wait for the thousands of times and then think about what to do. For now, instead, it was possible to file back without fear. Of course, it didn't mean that Sumu was going to die meaninglessly. As his future self said, don't lose your reverence for death and time. Sumu could look down on death and time, but he couldn't look down on them. Every time he went back, Sumu had to make sure, as much as possible, that it was a return that was worthwhile. 1,000 times. It seemed like a lot, but would it really be enough for Sumu? Sumu shook his head. Both of these things, for Sumu, were actually not too much trouble.